Thousands of years ago, Blue Planet was invaded by monstrous creatures, and humanity was forced to retreat. Fortunately, a genius developed a breathing technique, which helped train many warriors, allowing them to build thick city walls to fend off the beast attacks. Qin Yu spent 6 months saving up to secure a temporary patrol job at the city wall, only to have his wages docked on the first day. At that moment, a hook-nosed officer arrived with Lieutenant Li of the Wall Defense Team to select soldiers. This team was stationed on the front lines of the wall, facing the beasts directly, with a high mortality rate. Before Qin Yu could speak, the hook-nosed officer specifically named him for transfer. Lieutenant Li sensed something was amiss and quietly told Qin Yu, "Young man, serving under me might not be as safe, but at least you won't be mistreated." Qin Yu gritted his teeth and agreed, casting a cold, knife-like glance at the smug hook-nosed officer as he left. At 7 p.m. that night, Qin Yu climbed the 100-meter-high wall. It was covered with intricate arrays, and his post was equipped with a powerful wall crossbow capable of killing level 3 beasts within 300 meters. Everything remained calm until 2 a.m. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the night. Under the spotlight, Qin Yu saw that the second soldier on his left had become a bloody corpse. Another scream came from behind him. A monkey-like beast, half as tall as a man, was draining another soldier's blood. In a split second, the wall's array activated. An energy change trapped the beast lunging at Qin Yu. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger, sending a bolt through the beast's head like lightning. Then, something astonishing happened. Strands of light emerged from the beast's corpse, forming a blue-covered book. Even more strangely, it seemed only Qin Yu could see this. He discreetly took the book, and as he read the words Divine Breathing Technique, his breath grew increasingly heavy. The information about the divine level breathing technique disappeared, replaced by a simple character panel. Name, Qin Yu. Age, 18. Level, 0.310.3 level warrior. Talent, 0.82 average human talent, 1. Techniques, none. Qin Yu stared at these numbers, recalling his experience of crossing into this world 3 years ago. Back then, he was a high school freshman just starting to learn breathing techniques. Coming from a poor family, he couldn't afford additional elixirs, and his mediocre talent kept his progress at the bottom of the class. Even now, his vitality value was a meager 0.3. Originally planning to give up on the path of a warrior, Qin Yu found renewed hope with the divine level breathing technique before him. He understood the importance of breathing techniques for warriors using special breathing methods to draw the spiritual energy from the air into the body, continuously refining it in the meridians, and ultimately transforming it into powerful life force. Some ancient families possessed special breathing techniques that allowed them to cultivate several times faster than ordinary methods. Qin Yu clutched the book in his hand, his heart racing. A technique rated as divine level must be even more formidable than those family secrets. Looking around, Qin Yu suppressed the urge to delve into it immediately. This place was crowded and not suitable for studying techniques. He discreetly tucked the book into his pocket and observed his surroundings. Soldiers had returned to their posts, vigilantly on guard. Medics were working tirelessly to save the injured. As in this world, supportive warriors could save anyone as long as they had a breath left. "Are you hurt?" Li Fugui approached and asked. "I'm fine." Qin Yu shook his head. "What about those two brothers?" "They're both dead," Li Fugui sighed. Qin Yu felt a lingering fear. If not for the formations on the city wall, he might not have survived either. This only strengthened his resolve to improve his strength. "Go back to the dorm and rest." Li Fugui patted his shoulder. "With a second-level beast climbing the wall, professionals will come to inspect, and someone is keeping watch here." Hearing this, Qin Yu was delighted and quickly returned to his dormitory. He locked the door and eagerly sat cross-legged on his bed, taking out the divine level breathing technique. As he opened the book, a golden figure appeared like a holographic projection, sitting cross-legged in front of Qin Yu. Blood-red vitality flowed within the golden figure, as if demonstrating the key points of cultivation. Qin Yu held his breath, focusing intently as he began to mimic the golden figure's circulation of vitality. Soon, his breathing rhythm changed, his skin flushed with a rosy glow, and a faint mist seemed to rise. The ambient spiritual energy in the air, as though summoned, flowed continuously into his body. An hour later, Qin Yu abruptly opened his eyes, a look of excitement on his face. The sensation was incredible. He could clearly feel the vitality within him becoming extraordinarily active, as if a new door had been opened. It felt like a warm current continuously surged through his body, leaving him tingling all over. Qin Yu experienced this unprecedented sensation as the speed at which his internal energy and blood gathered far exceeded previous levels. Eagerly, he opened his character panel, his eyes widening in surprise. The data panel clearly showed vitality level 0.3230.012, talent 0.860.04, skill divine breathing technique not yet mastered, progress 3. This improvement is incredible. Qin Yu clenched his fist, barely able to contain his excitement. In just 1 hour of practice, his vitality level had increased by 0.012, equivalent to 10 days of past training. This speed was nearly 100 times faster than before. What thrilled him even more was that his talent had jumped from 0.82 to 0.86. The divine breathing technique not only boosted his vitality, but also enhanced his innate abilities. With this increase in talent, his cultivation speed was bound to soar even higher. In the skill section, the progress bar for the divine breathing technique had reached 2. Qin Yu was eager for the moment when the progress bar would be full, anticipating even more astonishing cultivation speeds. Keep going. Qin Yu adjusted his breathing rhythm, focusing on the operation of his technique. As his proficiency improved, his internal energy surged like a river, constantly washing through his meridians. The progress bar steadily climbed. 4-5. Time quietly passed, and impurities continued to seep out through his pores. The impurities in his meridians were gradually cleared, new pathways began to form, and his talent continued to improve. Just as he was immersed in his training, the dormitory door suddenly resounded with urgent knocking. Qin Yu opened his eyes, calming the boiling energy within, and stood up to answer the door. Outside stood a young woman in a military uniform, in her early 20s, with short, neat hair and a strikingly attractive face. Her whole demeanor exuded a spirited and heroic quality. Behind her stood the familiar Li Fuguei. "This is Captain Yu from our team," Li Fuguei introduced. "Hello, Captain. Please, both of you come in." Qin Yu quickly invited them in. Captain Yu slightly frowned, took a light sniff, and straightforwardly said, "Let's not go in for now. I'm here to confirm. Was it you who shot the beast on the city wall?" "Yes," Qin Yu replied humbly. "Thanks to the wall's formation that trapped the beast first. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for me to handle alone." A new recruit staying calm while facing a beast and managing to shoot is commendable, Captain Yu remarked approvingly. "In the coming days, someone will come to inquire about last night's events. Just report truthfully." As she spoke, she took out a small porcelain bottle from her pocket. "Inside is a blood rejuvenation pill, as a reward for killing the beast." Qin Yu's eyes lit up. A blood rejuvenation pill was a rare treasure. The Huashui Dan is a pill that accelerates cultivation speed. Qin Yu remembered seeing it with a classmate, and even the lowest quality ones cost over 10,000 yuan. He received the small porcelain bottle handed to him by the platoon leader with both hands, thanking him repeatedly, and carefully placed it in his pocket. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the platoon leader hurriedly left. As soon as he closed the dormitory door, a strong stench hit him. Qin Yu frowned, searching for the source of the smell, and quickly realized it was emanating from himself. It turned out that his morning practice of the divine level breathing technique had expelled a large amount of impurities from his body, leaving his skin not only dark and sticky, but also emitting a nauseating stench. No wonder the platoon leader was reluctant to come in. When Qin Yu got a whiff of it himself, he almost threw up on the spot. He quickly stashed the Huashui Dan securely and grabbed his toiletries, heading straight for the bathhouse. The warm water washed over him, gradually removing the grime. By the time he left the bathhouse, he felt completely renewed, his skin smooth and delicate, as if he had truly been reborn. By now, it was close to noon, and his stomach was growling with hunger. Carrying his toiletries, Qin Yu went directly to the cafeteria. The meals at the military district cafeteria were all provided for free, catering to the enormous energy consumption of warriors, with a focus on meat. The most popular dish was the specially processed exotic beast meat. Although exotic beast meat was easy to obtain, the energy it contained was chaotic and potent, requiring special handling by skilled chefs to be edible. Each soldier was limited to 2 plates, but it was an excellent source of energy and a way to enhance physical fitness. After finding a seat, Qin Yu began devouring his food. The exotic beast meat melted in his mouth, sending a warm flow through his meridians, bringing immense comfort. He quickly finished 2 plates of exotic beast meat, but instead of feeling full, he grew even hungrier, as if there was a bottomless pit in his body craving energy. He went to the regular counter for more meat, gulping down chunks and sipping the delicious broth. With ample energy intake, his emaciated muscles began to fill out, and his frail body started developing towards a more robust build. Although this food couldn't directly enhance his blood and energy levels, it comprehensively boosted his strength, speed, endurance, and defensive capabilities. Even though he remained at level 0.3, his actual combat power had started soaring from the previous 0.2 level. Soon, a small mountain of empty plates piled up in front of Qin Yu, attracting the attention of many soldiers. In the world of warriors, a larger appetite often indicated a faster absorption of energy, suggesting greater potential. Qin Yu's talent wasn't much higher than others, but his astonishing appetite was due to an unknown secret. His body was quietly being improved by a divine level breathing technique. In the cafeteria, everyone's eyes inevitably focused on this unfamiliar face, with whispers spreading like wildfire. "Who is this guy? I've never seen him before." This is unbelievable. He's like a genius in the world of eating. It's terrifying. His talent might be stronger than some high-ranking officers. Could he be a top student from the university here for an internship? However, as the number of trays Qin Yu devoured continued to climb, the amazement of the crowd gradually turned into confusion and unease. If others could only eat 2 plates while he could manage 10, it might be attributed to exceptional talent. But when the empty plates in front of Qin Yu piled up to 20, it was far beyond normal human limits. The focus remained on Qin Yu, though the conversation took a bizarre turn. He eats so much, he must be dropping dozens of pounds at a time. The last time the toilet was clogged, it had to be because he used it too much. I thought it was because I threw a plastic bag in there. It cost me 200 to get it fixed. You don't need to spend money if it's clogged. Just toss a grenade in, and it'll clear up instantly. Dude, you're savage. At that moment, Captain Yu, fresh from a shower, walked into the cafeteria. Normally, he headed straight for the officers' dining area on the second floor, but today the unusual commotion on the first floor caught his attention. His gaze was drawn to the mountain of trays and bones, and he paused to observe. When he recognized Qin Yu devouring his meal, a hint of surprise flickered in his eyes before he quietly headed upstairs. Qin Yu, oblivious to Captain Yu's gaze, was entirely absorbed in eating, feeling the warmth coursing through his body. When he finally set down the last piece of meat, he patted his full belly and let out a satisfied burp. That was awesome. Qin Yu felt energized, like a young bull full of vitality, his blood coursing vigorously. Under the stunned stares of everyone, Qin Yu picked up a tray the size of a wash basin and wobbled out of the cafeteria. He couldn't wait to test the results of his training. As soon as Qin Yu left, the entire dining hall erupted. 28 plates. He ate a total of 28 plates, someone exclaimed. No, it's 30 plates. You forgot to count the 2 plates of exotic beast meat at the start. Is he even human? He's like a monster. He must be the reincarnation of a gluttonous beast. Back in his dormitory, Qin Yu eagerly opened his personal information panel. Name, Qin Yu. Age, 18. Level, 0.369. Talent, 1.03. Technique, Divine Level Breathing Technique Beginner, 8. Seeing the significant improvement in each stat, a fiery excitement ignited in Qin Yu's heart. His level had risen significantly, his talent had surpassed 1, and his breathing technique proficiency was nearing 10. The rapid progress was exhilarating. Qin Yu took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Despite his swift progress, he knew he was still weak and needed time to fully transform. With the astounding cultivation speed of the divine level breathing technique, Qin Yu was confident that given enough time, he would grow into a formidable force. He took out a blood-revitalizing pill and swallowed it whole. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he closed his eyes and began a new round of focused training. In the following days, Qin Yu's life settled into a predictable rhythm. He participated in necessary military training during the day and spent the rest of his time in intense meditation. As night fell, he would sit cross-legged on his simple bed, focusing on the divine breathing technique and feeling the flow of energy within his body. Time flew by, and more than 10 days had passed. During this period, Qin Yu lived a life almost like a monk. Aside from eating and performing his duties, he devoted nearly all his time to cultivation. With each practice of the divine breathing technique, he could clearly feel his strength steadily increasing. The only regret he had was not encountering any beasts during this time, missing out on the chance to gain extra resources. One day, as Qin Yu was sitting cross-legged as usual, he suddenly opened his eyes. He could distinctly feel the warm current coursing through his meridians, and his bones emitted a faint cracking sound. The operation of the divine breathing technique became exceptionally smooth, and a small whirlwind even formed around him, voraciously absorbing the spiritual energy in the vicinity. Exhaling deeply, Qin Yu smiled with delight. Finally, a breakthrough. He opened his personal panel, and the data clearly reflected his growth. Name, Qin Yu. Age, 18. Level, 0.521. Talent, 1.43. Technique, Divine Breathing Technique Beginner, 1. Through this period of intense practice, he not only advanced the divine breathing technique to the second stage, but also surpassed the critical 0.5 level threshold. Although the amount of energy required increased with each level, inevitably slowing the pace of upgrading, his progress was still far beyond his peers. Even relying on elixirs, few could match his speed. Feeling the surging power within, Qin Yu's confidence soared. In just over 10 days, his strength had increased dozens of times. Even more gratifying was that his talent had reached 1.43, far surpassing the standard 1.0, officially marking him as a budding genius. After washing away the impurities forced out during cultivation, Qin Yu headed to the canteen. The late March breeze brushed his face as he began to plan his upcoming trip home. Unlike his past life, in this world, being a soldier was more like a profession with a stable monthly salary and even 3 days of paid leave. Due to the high-risk nature of guarding the city walls, their compensation was quite substantial, around 15,000 per month. Even though Qin Yu joined mid-month, he would still receive 7 to 8,000 by the end of this month. Once I get home, I can buy some nice things for the family, Qin Yu mused. My brother is about to enter his second year of high school. I should bring him some cultivation pills. He was confident that with another 6 months, he could completely change his family's situation. As he was envisioning the future, a piercing alarm suddenly rang throughout the camp. It was the signal for an emergency assembly, requiring all soldiers to immediately drop what they were doing and report to their posts. Qin Yu quickly changed direction and sprinted towards the city wall. Soon, the troops were gathered in formation on the wall, and after Li Fuguei finished his briefing, he hurriedly ran over. Gasping for breath, he said, "Drone surveillance shows a large number of beasts gathering 30 kilometers outside the city walls. The scale has reached the level of a small beast tide." This news instantly cast a heavy pall over everyone present. The term beast tide struck like a hammer at each heart. Throughout history, countless cities have fallen to beast tides, with millions of lives becoming fodder for these creatures. Each beast tide not only depletes a city's weapon reserves and drains its treasury, but also leaves countless soldiers dead at the walls. Li Fuguei stood on the city wall, his gaze steady as he addressed the crowd. "There's no need to panic. This is just a small beast tide. With our current strength and weapons reserves, we can handle it. Everyone, stay alert. We must not let a single beast threaten our families inside the city." "Yes, sir." The soldiers' unified shout carried an undertone of barely concealed tension. "Everyone, take your positions and prepare for battle." Li Fuguei commanded decisively. Qin Yu quickly made his way to his post, skillfully setting a crossbow bolt onto the wall-mounted crossbow. Though he felt a twinge of apprehension, his excitement was greater. The last time, he had obtained a divine breathing technique after defeating a level 2 beast, which filled him with anticipation for this fight. At 8 p.m., specially modified heavy machine guns were brought up to the city walls. These weapons were inscribed with runes, and even each bullet bore special symbols, making them extraordinarily expensive. By 9 p.m., the defensive deployment was fully underway. Cannons were in place, missiles were ready, and the wall's protective arrays were primed. Support staff and medics were stationed at key points, and emergency supplies were well prepared. A series of ready reports flowed into the command center. At 11 p.m., the alarm pierced the night sky. The beasts are only 5 kilometers from the city. All units, prepare for battle. In the distance, the earth-shattering roars of the beasts could be heard, the rising dust obscuring the moonlight as if heralding the apocalypse. Above the city walls, missiles traced brilliant arcs, whistling towards the beast horde. A life-and-death battle was about to unfold. Blinding flames and deafening explosions lit up the night sky, yet they failed to halt the onslaught of the beast tide. As the horde of creatures closed to within a kilometer of the city walls, the voice of the commander reached every soldier through their communication devices. "Artillery, open fire. All other units, prepare for defense. Attack." The thunderous roar of artillery erupted in Qin Yu's ears. Heavy machine guns spat fire, and dense volleys of bullets reaped lives below the city walls like the scythe of death. Countless beasts were caught off guard, reduced to pulp, and their blood stained the ground beneath the walls. The roar of the artillery completely drowned out the beasts' roars, as smoke and dust rose over the battlefield. Yet the beasts in the rear showed no fear. It was as if some force was driving them forward, compelling them to charge ahead despite certain death. Eventually, in a wave of relentless assault, a group of beasts broke through the barrage and reached the base of the walls. The defending soldiers responded with a barrage of arrows, turning these vanguard beasts into pincushions. Qin Yu's aim was impeccable. With each beast he felled, a mysterious fruit appeared above the corpse, visible only to him. Without pausing to ponder, he focused on the battle, loosing another arrow and claiming another beast's head. As the battle raged on, more and more beasts breached the barrage and began scaling the walls. The runes on the walls lit up, and upon activation, incinerated swathes of beasts. At that moment, a massive silhouette emerged from the dust, a level 6 beast resembling a gorilla but with enormous wings, known as a flying ape. "Level 6 beast. Take it down quickly," someone shouted, their voice tinged with fear. Such a creature far exceeded the defensive capabilities of the walls. A shell screamed toward the flying ape, but it caught the projectile effortlessly, hurling it back at the wall like a baseball. The ensuing explosion shattered a section of the wall, damaging the defensive runes and dimming their light. Although the advanced runes had self-repair capabilities, they needed time to mend, and time was the most precious commodity at that moment. Seeing its attack succeed, the flying ape soared into the sky, releasing an earth-shattering roar. The beasts below responded in unison, their cries crashing like waves. As the flying ape swooped toward the wall, its oppressive aura made it difficult for the soldiers to breathe. Against such a formidable foe, conventional weapons seemed futile, and despair crept into their hearts. Just then, a powerful voice pierced the despair. "All soldiers, focus on killing the beasts. Leave the flying ape to me." As the words echoed, a figure in white appeared like a specter above the wall, delivering a mighty punch that sent the flying ape hurtling back hundreds of meters. The man in white seemed like a speck of dust in front of the massive flying ape, yet he unleashed a shocking power that forced the giant creature to retreat step by step. With the oppressive aura of the flying ape dissipating, Qin Yu felt a wave of relief wash over him. His gaze was locked onto the white-clad man fighting fiercely in the sky, filled with both admiration and a firm resolve. This is what true strength looks like. I'm still too weak. In 1 year, I must surpass him. Although the immediate threat was temporarily resolved, the city wall's defenses remained unrepaired, and the beasts surged toward the breach like a flood. The area where Qin Yu stood became a critical point of defense. The cannons had failed, but heavy machine guns concentrated their fire, bullets raining down to slaughter the climbing beasts. Qin Yu abandoned the wall-mounted crossbow and grabbed a spear engraved with armor-piercing runes. As a beast climbed onto the wall, he swiftly pierced its head. With a flick of his wrist, the body fell and was consumed by the golden light amidst the beast's tide. Remaining vigilant, he prepared to confront more incoming enemies. As the beasts poured in, soldiers quickly gathered under orders, with officers like Li Fugui and Company Commander Yu arriving to handle the higher-level beasts. A lizard-like beast climbed effortlessly up the steep wall. Its suction cup-like claws could tear human skin, and its entire body was venomous enough to kill a full-grown elephant with a single drop, earning it the name Venomous Lizard. It deftly dodged Qin Yu's lethal strike, quickly taking a strategic position, its green vertical pupils coldly fixed on him, tongue flicking in and out. Facing off against the venomous lizard, Qin Yu calculated his next move. Just then, Li Fugui called out, "Little Qin, this beast's blood energy is at level 0.6. Step back, I'll handle it." Level 0.6? Then I'll use it to test my strength. Qin Yu's lips curled into a confident smile. Though he was only at level 0.5, the dense blood energy gathered through his divine breathing technique far surpassed that of ordinary people. He leveled his spear, brimming with confidence. "Captain Li, I'll take care of this beast." Li Fugui watched the scene before him with a worried expression. He clearly remembered that when Qin Yu joined the team, his level was only 0.3. To send such a low-level warrior to face a 0.6 level venomous lizard seemed like a joke with the soldier's life. Just as he was about to step forward to stop it, Captain Yu raised a hand to halt him. "Let him try," Captain Yu said calmly. "Captain, he's only 0.3 level. Isn't this sending our soldier to his death?" Li Fugui said anxiously. "It doesn't matter," Captain Yu replied nonchalantly. "If he truly can't handle it, I'll step in." Hearing this assurance, Li Fugui felt slightly relieved. However, he still couldn't understand why the captain would let Qin Yu fight a seemingly unwinnable battle. On the battlefield, Qin Yu had already launched his attack. His spear moved like a dragon unleashed, thrusting straight at the venomous lizard. The creature did not retreat but advanced, deftly dodging the spearhead while its front claws gripped the spear shaft tightly, intending to pull Qin Yu over. "This is bad," Li Fugui exclaimed. Without his weapon, Qin Yu would be in extreme danger. "Save him quickly, he's no match." Just as Captain Yu was about to intervene, Qin Yu made a move that surprised everyone. He voluntarily let go of the spear, his energy surging, muscles bulging, and bones cracking audibly. With a swift spin, he delivered a horizontal kick so fast that the lizard had no time to react, sending both beast and spear flying over 10 meters. Without missing a beat, Qin Yu grabbed a crossbow bolt and closed the distance of several meters in an instant. Before the lizard could recover from its dizziness, a bolt had already pierced through its skull with precision. As the battle concluded, a golden book appeared out of thin air above the lizard's corpse. Qin Yu did not immediately retrieve it, but casually dusted off his hands and returned to his post. 0.6 level? That's it. Seems I was too cautious, he thought to himself. Li Fugui stood there, dumbfounded. In his eyes, this battle defied all logic. A 0.3 level warrior defeating a 0.6 level beast in seconds made him question his understanding. However, the astute Captain Yu saw even more. The power and speed Qin Yu just displayed were clearly at a 0.85 level. Ever since witnessing Qin Yu's astonishing appetite in the cafeteria, she had been curious about the true extent of this young man's abilities. Today, having Qin Yu fight was initially meant to test his strength. Unexpectedly, he not only slew the beast but did so with overwhelming force, delivering a one-hit kill. This far exceeded Captain Yu's expectations. What shocked her even more was the unique and intense fluctuation of Qin Yu's energy, making it impossible to gauge his level. Typically, higher-level warriors can easily sense the strength of lower-level ones, just as Li Fugui could instantly see through the 0.6 level of the venomous lizard. However, the energy fluctuation Qin Yu unleashed was extraordinarily violent, seemingly originating from some unknown power, leaving Captain Yu unable to discern it. "Interesting," Captain Yu murmured, withdrawing her scrutinizing gaze. "It's our turn to act now." We can't just watch the soldiers fight desperately. With that, she strode towards the edge of the city wall. Around her, energy surged, stirring up gusts of wind. She casually picked up an ordinary arrow. These arrows had no spell enhancements or special devices. Yet in her hands, they unleashed tremendous power. The arrows cut through the air with a force far surpassing that of the ballistae on the city walls, creating a vacuum in their wake. In this beast tide, apart from the flying ape, the other beasts were not particularly strong. There were very few second or third level beasts. Most were low-level beasts below level 1. Facing Captain Yu, a peak third-level warrior, these beasts stood no chance. As the senior officers joined the battle, the situation on the walls gradually stabilized. Meanwhile, the aerial battle reached a fever pitch. The flying ape was covered in wounds, its wings damaged and in disarray. In contrast, the man in white remained immaculate, his clothes untouched by blood. The white-clad man's eyes suddenly sharpened, his aura enveloped in sword energy. He drew his sword, stepping forward to unleash a long-prepared strike. The silvery sword energy, like a crescent moon, slashed out horizontally. In an instant, the flying ape's sturdy arm was severed, and its wings were sliced. It tumbled hundreds of meters in the air before barely stabilizing, its eyes filled with fear. With a long screech, the flying ape decisively turned to flee. The man in white sheathed his sword and flew back to the camp. This was none other than Zhang Tianjian, the mayor of Linhai City, a peak 6th-level warrior. The soldiers on the walls erupted in cheers. Long live Mayor Zhang. Mayor Zhang is the strongest. With the retreat of the flying ape, the other beasts also scattered, marking the end of this small beast tide. Half an hour later, an official announcement was made. The beast tide lasted 1 hour and 8 minutes, resulting in 148 deaths and 1,031 injuries, with countless enemies eliminated. The Linhai City Defense Command expressed gratitude to all officers and soldiers, declaring a great victory over the beast tide. Amidst the cheering and celebration, Qin Yu quietly approached the corpse of the venomous lizard and picked up the book that had dropped Divine Forging Technique. This was the life's work of the god of forging, containing blueprints and detailed explanations for crafting 8,888 types of weapons. Mastering it to the pinnacle would enable one to forge supreme artifacts. The beast tide had receded, leaving the battlefield outside the city in utter chaos. Qin Yu stepped out with the main forces, facing a landscape of carnage and ruin. The remains of the beasts were scattered across the ground, piled high against the city walls. The air was thick with the scent of blood and the lingering smoke of dying fires. Soldiers wielding various tools busily dismantled and transported the carcasses of the beasts. Trucks, loaded to the brim, made their way back into the city. This catastrophe was also a golden opportunity, as every part of the beasts was immensely valuable. The meat was edible, the bones could be fashioned into weapons, and the teeth, eyes, and fur were precious ingredients for medicine and alchemy. Excitedly, Qin Yu moved through the battlefield, searching for treasures dropped by the 20-plus beasts he had slain. Carefully, he shifted the remains of a half-destroyed beast and discovered a fist-sized red fruit. It emitted a faint golden glow, standing out vividly in the night. A system prompt appeared. Congratulations, you have obtained a strength fruit. Type, attribute fruit. Quality, common. Description, a fruit from the strength tree. Consuming it will permanently increase the consumer's strength. Qin Yu was delighted, as this was far better than the expensive and side defect-laden strength pills. Without hesitation, he popped the fruit into his mouth and chewed quickly. The sweet and sour taste spread through his mouth, followed by a surge of warmth throughout his body. He felt his muscles tighten slightly, as though infused with new power. Swinging his arm, Qin Yu was thrilled to find that his strength had indeed increased. Even though it was just a common item, it was a significant boost for him. Eagerly, Qin Yu continued his search and soon found a blue speed fruit. Over the next few hours, he discovered 6 strength fruits, 4 defense fruits, 4 speed fruits, and 3 stamina fruits. Beyond these common items, Qin Yu's haul included even greater treasures: a Divine Alchemy manual, a poison recipe, a storage artifact, and a vial of Xianjin powder. The system promptly provided detailed information on the Divine Alchemy manual. Type, technique. Quality, divine. Description, the personal notes of the god of medicine, containing all his experience and techniques in alchemy, pill making, and poison crafting. It enables the learner to create the most perfect works in the world. Note, this is a textbook and does not include specific pill recipes. Following that, the details of the poison recipe were displayed. Stiffness poison recipe. Type, poison recipe. Quality, superior. Description, a poison casually created by a poison master, capable of paralyzing the victim's mind, reducing muscle vitality, and inhibiting blood flow, thereby slowing speed and agility. Standing amidst the battlefield strewn with corpses, Qin Yu looked at the treasures in his hands and felt the new power coursing through him, smiling in satisfaction. This beast tide was both a life-and-death trial and a rare opportunity for him. Qin Yu carefully examined his recent gains, a simple storage ring, which, despite only having a 10 cubic space, was both convenient and practical, a portion of Xian gold powder, a leftover from the god of forging, capable of significantly enhancing the hardness and lethality of weapons. What thrilled him the most were two divine items, a god-tier forging technique and a god-tier alchemy technique, along with a poison recipe and the necessary materials. Additionally, there were fruits that boosted his strength. Although they didn't directly increase his level, Qin Yu could clearly feel the surge in power within him. It's practically overnight wealth. Qin Yu clenched his fist. I need to test my current strength. Humanity had long developed scientific methods to evaluate a warrior's strength, assessing real combat power through a comprehensive evaluation of strength, speed, endurance, and other factors. The testing equipment used by the military was the best choice. The next afternoon, Qin Yu finished practicing the god-tier breathing technique. Since beginning, his cultivation speed had indeed increased significantly, though no new special effects had emerged yet. As for the god-tier forging and alchemy techniques, Qin Yu decided to put them on hold for now. These skills required expensive basic equipment like a forging table and a pill furnace, as well as various raw materials, all of which were not small expenses. He resolved to save enough funds first. For now, enhancing his own strength was the priority. After showering and devouring 2 large plates of exotic beast meat in the cafeteria, Qin Yu headed to the strength testing room. After swiping his ID card, an electronic prompt sounded. Please strike the testing area with your right fist with full force. Qin Yu gathered all his energy, channeling it into his right arm, and punched out. Bang! The device emitted a deep sound. Following the prompts, he completed tests for left fist strength, speed, defense, and several other metrics. Your overall strength evaluation is 0.91 level. Seeing this number, Qin Yu nodded in satisfaction. Although his level was only 0.5, his combat ability could already compete with a 0.9 level warrior. In just over 10 days, a divine skill had completely altered the trajectory of his fate. If I had this strength last year, I definitely could have gotten into university. Thinking about last year's failed college entrance exam still brought a dull ache to his heart. In a world where you could only take the exam once, he might forever be barred from university. Although with a divine skill, university resources were no longer as crucial to him, whether by becoming a strong warrior or advancing through military ranks. There were paths forward. It remained a regret. His phone suddenly rang, interrupting Qin Yu's thoughts. It was a gathering notice from Li Fugawei. The beast tide just ended half a day ago. Why are we gathering again? As soon as he stepped out of the testing room, Qin Yu ran into Company Commander Yu at the corner. She was still wearing her thin military uniform, and despite staying up all night, her delicate face showed no signs of fatigue. Qin Yu immediately straightened up and saluted the seemingly frail but incredibly strong female officer. Hello, Company Commander Yu. The unit has orders. Hurry to the assembly. Company Commander Yu said briefly. Yes. Qin Yu hurried off, and Company Commander Yu walked straight into the testing room. During last night's operation, Captain Yu was surprised to find that he couldn't discern Qin Yu's level. This discovery left him puzzled, prompting him to immediately retrieve Qin Yu's personal records after the beast tide subsided. The data on the screen made Captain Yu frown deeply. Qin Yu's identity seemed ordinary, and his level was shockingly low at just 0.3. This was completely inconsistent with the impressive combat skills he had demonstrated the previous night. Captain Yu inserted his ID card into the detection device, using his officer privileges to access more detailed test records. Soon, a series of numbers flashed across the screen, and one number made his pupils contract 0.91. Meanwhile, at the assembly point, Qin Yu noticed his comrades were all beaming with joy. Curious, he leaned over to a fellow soldier and asked, Hey, what's everyone so happy about? After each beast tide, the unit sells the exotic beast corpses and distributes the proceeds as bonuses, his comrade explained with a smile. Hearing this, Qin Yu's eyes lit up. How much do we usually get? It depends on individual contributions, but at least 10 to 20,000. This amount made Qin Yu gasp. Remembering how he had worked on a construction site for half a year and barely saved 2,000, earning so much from a single beast tide was astonishing. He was already looking forward to the next one. Soon, Li Fugawei came over with a black plastic bag and started calling out names to distribute the money. Zhang Lei, 30,000. Li Ru, 20,000. Qin Yu, 40,000. Qin Yu quickly stepped forward to take the stack of bills Li Fugawei handed him. Li Fugawei patted his shoulder approvingly, saying, Well done. As a witness, Li Fugawei clearly remembered Qin Yu's performance during the beast tide composed, and even able to single-handedly take down a 0.6 level beast, a feat deserving of the highest bonus. Back at the dormitory, a choice box suddenly appeared before Qin Yu. Congratulations to the host for successfully unlocking the pay-to-win mode. Would you like to proceed? There's a pay-to-win mode. Activate it. Qin Yu exclaimed excitedly. The system immediately listed 3 options: Divine Breathing Technique, Divine Forging Technique, Divine Alchemy Technique. Choose Divine Forging Technique. Divine Forging Technique, novice beginner, requires 30,000 coins. That's so expensive. Qin Yu couldn't help but complain, then switched to the Divine Breathing Technique. Divine Breathing Technique, beginner proficient, requires 300,000 coins. 300,000. Qin Yu almost shouted in surprise. Each proficiency level required 10 times the money, and the next stage needed 3 million, an astronomical figure for him at the moment. However, Qin Yu quickly adjusted his mindset. Although he couldn't afford 300,000 right now, he could manage 30,000. After careful consideration, he ultimately chose the Divine Forging Technique. After all, he had already experienced the inconvenience of lacking a suitable weapon in the previous battle. Qin Yu chose the Divine Forging Technique without hesitation, determined to craft a unique weapon for himself. I choose the Divine Forging Technique, confirmed the purchase. As soon as he spoke, his 40,000 instantly shrank to 10,000. Simultaneously, the vast knowledge of forging techniques surged into his mind like a tide. From material selection to forging, shaping, tempering, and inscribing formations, each step contained profound knowledge. Qin Yu realized that to forge a superior weapon, none of these steps could be skipped, especially shaping and inscribing formations, which directly determined the weapon's quality. The art of forging requires both diligent practice and innate talent. Some people spend 3 years without even scratching the surface. Yet, in just a moment, Qin Yu mastered skills that would take others 3 years to achieve, far surpassing them. Such is the power of money. After spending 30,000, Qin Yu still had 10,000 left. He planned to take leave and return home the next day, eager to try his hand at crafting a weapon himself. The next morning, Qin Yu completed his leave paperwork and left the military camp. Though he had only been enlisted for a little over half a month, it felt like a lifetime ago. Just half a month ago, he was weak and uncertain about his future, unable to even protest when a hawk-nosed officer docked his pay. Now, although not yet a master, his future was bright. Given enough time to grow, he was confident he would become the best of his time. Qin Yu first went to the supermarket to buy some meat and vegetables that would aid in his training, then took a bus to a rundown neighborhood. This was his home, surrounded by poverty with not even a decent supermarket nearby. When he first arrived 3 years ago, he silently vowed to lead his family out of there. However, reality had dealt him a harsh blow. He couldn't even support himself, let alone help his family out of poverty. But now, everything was about to change. With newfound confidence, Qin Yu clenched his fists and stepped through the gates of the community. He took out his keys and opened the door to his home. The familiar scent welcomed him. Although modest and worn, the house was clean and cozy. "Who is it?" Hearing the door, a woman emerged from a room. "Mom, it's me," Qin Yu said with a smile, placing the groceries on the table. His mother was surprised to see him. "Weren't you in the army? How come you're back after just half a month?" "The army has monthly leave," Qin Yu explained. "If I don't take it now, I'll miss the chance this month." His mother nodded, concerned. "How are things there? Is it dangerous? Is anyone bullying you?" "The officers and colleagues are nice to me." Qin Yu briefly described his life in the army, omitting his transfer from the patrol team to the front line to avoid worrying his parents. "Oh, by the way, Mom, here's my salary for the half month." Qin Yu took out 2,000 yuan from his bag and handed it to his mother. He didn't give the full 10,000 to avoid raising suspicions or causing his parents to worry he might be involved in something illegal. 2,000 was the typical half-month salary for the patrol team, enough to improve their living conditions. Qin Yu's parents were both ordinary workers with modest incomes. They had borrowed a significant amount of money to support Qin Yu and his younger brother in becoming martial artists, leaving the family in a tight financial situation. "Keep the money for yourself. We have some savings," his mother insisted. Qin Yu persuaded, "I have free meals and accommodation in the army, so I don't need much money. It's useless for me to keep it." With his insistence, his mother finally accepted the money. His father and brother wouldn't be home until the evening, and his mother had to work in the afternoon. After a simple lunch with his mother, Qin Yu went out alone to find a suitable place to forge his weapon. The luxurious building of the Forging Guild towered before Qin Yu. He took a deep breath and pushed open the heavy glass door to step inside. The reception area was spacious and bright, with several attractive female staff members busily working. A girl in uniform noticed Qin Yu and immediately approached with a professional smile. "Hello. Are you here to have a weapon crafted by a forger, or are you interested in joining our guild?" she asked politely. Qin Yu thought for a moment and asked, "How can I join the guild?" "It's quite simple," the girl replied with an unwavering smile. "You just need to pay an annual fee of 100,000. 100,000? Every year." Qin Yu's eyes widened in disbelief, amazed by the high threshold of the forging industry. The girl, accustomed to such reactions, patiently explained, "Yes. However, once you join, you can attend weekly teachings by different master forgers for free, interact with like-minded friends, and most importantly, you can use the guild's forging stations and other tools at no extra cost, with discounts on materials for members." Qin Yu swallowed hard and tentatively asked, "Can I pay to borrow your forging station?" The girl's smile froze for a moment before she shook her head decisively. I'm sorry. Our equipment is only available to members and not for rent to outsiders. All right, I'll think about it, Qin Yu said, turning to leave, contemplating his next move. As he exited the guild building, Qin Yu felt a sense of helplessness. He had no Thingyo forging station, no furnace, no hammer, and even lacked basic materials. His only asset was his skill, but even the most skilled craftsman cannot work without tools. Looking at the little over 7,000 left in his wallet, Qin Yu decided to take a different approach. If he couldn't buy, he would rent. But where could he rent from? A flash of inspiration hit him: weapon stores. These shops usually had their own forging teams and might be willing to rent out equipment. He immediately opened his map app and chose the nearest weapon store. Reality, however, was harsher than he imagined. After visiting 7 weapon stores, Qin Yu faced rejection each time. Some asked him to pay exorbitant tuition fees to become an apprentice, while others flatly refused to allow outsiders into their forging rooms. Each rejection was a blow, but Qin Yu didn't give up. Just as he was about to wait for his next paycheck to try again, a gray marker on the map caught his eye: a weapon shop named Xiaoyu. This means that the Xiaoyu weapon shop has either closed down or gone out of business. Qin Yu pondered that the abandoned forging tools might still be inside the shop. With no other options, he decided to try his luck and immediately took a taxi to the Xiaoyu weapon shop. Pushing open the weathered shop door, Qin Yu was met with an unexpected scene. Inside, a young woman was intently swinging a heavy hammer, repeatedly striking a piece of glowing red-hot iron. She was Xiaoyu, the heir to the shop. After a strenuous forging process, the iron began to take the shape of a sword, but the blade was uneven and far from the standard of a proper weapon. Xiaoyu set down the hammer and glanced around the empty shop. A few weapons, marked with the Xiaoyu logo, were scattered on the shelves, all of them flawed and unsold. Cobwebs in the corners, coated with dust, silently testified to the shop's decline. 6 months ago, her father, a renowned smith, had passed away. Soon after, the shop's smiths were poached by other businesses, and the once thriving Xiaoyu weapon shop was forced to close within a month due to a lack of stock. Determined to preserve her father's legacy, Xiaoyu began to teach herself forging, but unfortunately, her talent was limited, and she hadn't managed to create a decent weapon in half a year. The day after tomorrow was the annual weapon exhibition in Linhai City, a crucial event for weapon shops and the blacksmith guild to showcase their skills. Out of respect for past relationships, the committee had reserved a spot for Xiaoyu weapon shop. This should have been an opportunity for the shop to make a comeback, but it had become a heavy burden on Xiaoyu's shoulders. She could certainly ask other blacksmiths to create exhibits for her. Her father's former colleagues would surely help out of old friendship. However, if the news spread that Xiaoyu weapon shop relied on external help for the exhibition, her father's reputation might be tarnished. Dad, I've let you down. Xiaoyu collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down her face. Just then, a sudden knock on the door broke the silence. Is anyone in there? A man's voice called from outside. Xiaoyu hadn't heard anyone knock on her door for a long time. Wiping away her tears, she quickly walked to the door and straightened her clothes. Standing outside was a young man about 1.8 meters tall, with bright eyes, a warm smile, and an air of unique charm. Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. Such an outstanding appearance would surely be memorable if she had seen him before. This unexpected visitor was Qin Yu. Are you here to buy weapons? Xiaoyu asked instinctively. Our shop is closed. Not to buy weapons, Qin Yu quickly explained. I'm a blacksmith and would like to use your tools and materials. Of course, I'll pay for it. A blacksmith? Xiaoyu became interested. What's your level? Level? Qin Yu was momentarily confused. 0.5. Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. I meant your blacksmithing level. Qin Yu, unfamiliar with the ranking system for blacksmiths, thought for a moment and honestly replied. I'm just a beginner. Xiaoyu felt slightly disappointed but reconsidered. At Qin Yu's age, being a beginner was already impressive. She continued to ask. How many weapons have you successfully forged? What about the success rate and quality? Faced with the barrage of questions, Qin Yu frowned slightly. I'm just borrowing tools. Why so many questions? Realizing his tone was inappropriate as he was asking for a favor, he added honestly. This would be my first attempt. Xiaoyu was taken aback. Claiming to be a beginner without having forged a single weapon? If not for his impressive appearance, she would have suspected he was joking. Seeing her silence, Qin Yu quickly added, I can pay. Do I look like someone who needs money? Xiaoyu frowned at him. How about this? I can provide the tools and materials for free. What's the catch? Qin Yu asked straightforwardly. He understood there was no such thing as a free lunch. First, answer me. Xiaoyu said seriously. Have you joined any other weapon shops or blacksmith organizations? If I had money to join, would I be borrowing things? Qin Yu shook his head. That's good. Xiaoyu blinked. The condition is simple. Use your best skills to forge 2 weapons for me. Although Xiaoyu didn't have high hopes for Qin Yu, she decided to give it a try, having no other options. There was nothing to lose. If he succeeded, great. But if he failed or the quality was poor, she could always hire someone else to create the exhibition pieces. No problem. Qin Yu agreed without hesitation. He initially thought there would be some harsh conditions to meet, but it turned out he just needed to forge 2 weapons. For someone who had mastered divine-level forging techniques, this task was a piece of cake. Casting a glance at Xiaoyu beside him, Qin Yu secretly mused to himself. Huh. A woman with more curves than brains. Xiaoyu led Qin Yu to the forging area. A casting platform made entirely of silver metal stood imposingly, with a high-temperature furnace blazing in front of it. On the left were neatly arranged various metal materials. Although it was Qin Yu's first time seeing these tools, the knowledge of forging instilled by the system made him extremely familiar with them. Moreover, the most valuable forging experiences had already become like muscle memory to him, something even the most gifted individuals would need extensive practice to acquire. Qin Yu selected a piece of the most ordinary iron alloy from the material pile, picked it up with tongs, and placed it into the furnace. Furnace temperature at 1,600 degrees. Duration, 5 minutes. Xiaoyu reminded. Qin Yu glanced at her and silently adjusted the furnace temperature to 1,200 degrees. A 1,600-degree furnace temperature is too high. It will damage the alloy's properties, hindering metal shaping and array operation. All blacksmiths use 1,600 degrees for iron alloys. It's clearly stated in the blacksmith's manual. Haven't you studied it? Xiaoyu retorted. Just because everyone does something doesn't mean it's right. Seeing Qin Yu ignore her advice, Xiaoyu sat down on a nearby stool, annoyed. I want to see what you can forge. She had initially held a sliver of hope, but now she was completely disappointed. Even a novice apprentice knew iron alloys needed heating to 1,600 degrees. If she wasn't curious to see this fraud embarrass himself, she would have kicked him out long ago. Soon, the iron alloy turned red hot, and the hard metal gradually became pliable. Qin Yu placed the scorching iron alloy onto the casting platform, and the moment he gripped the forging hammer, his entire demeanor changed. An almost imperceptible aura, like the morning mist, enveloped him. Xiaoyu sprang from her stool, her mouth agape in shock. You've clearly been through countless battles, and you have the nerve to say this is your first time? Xiaoyu had encountered hundreds of blacksmiths, but only when her father was forging did she feel this peculiar aura. This phenomenon, known as the blacksmith's domain, isn't related to the blacksmith's level but appears when one reaches a profound understanding of the craft. Forging itself is an act of turning the ordinary into the extraordinary, defying the natural order. Only when a creation resonates with its surroundings can it be elevated. Once a blacksmith's domain is present, even a mediocre product becomes a masterpiece, and a rare, exceptional weapon might be born. Xiaoyu's father, a 4th-level blacksmith, had experienced the blacksmith's domain only 5 times in thousands of attempts. Each occurrence left him so exhilarated that he couldn't sleep for a week. He described it as an incredibly wondrous sensation, as if the whole universe was assisting him, and each experience significantly advanced his skills. His words still echoed in Xiaoyu's mind. At this moment, Xiaoyu watched intently, fully absorbed in the remarkable changes within this blacksmith's domain before her. To her astonishment, the young man's domain seemed even stronger than her father's, indicating that his understanding of forging had surpassed that of her father. Amid her shock, a trace of fear crept into Xiaoyu's heart. How terrifying was the talent of this 20-year-old, who had surpassed a 4th-level blacksmith in understanding the craft. He might very well achieve the status of a 6th-level, or even a 7th-level blacksmith in the future. Suppressing her internal turmoil, Xiaoyu focused on observing Qin Yu's forging process. In Qin Yu's world, nothing else existed but the piece of red-hot iron alloy before him. His blood surged through his veins as he lifted the forging hammer high, and the surrounding aura shifted swiftly with his movements. Guided by instinct, every strike Qin Yu made landed at the optimal angle with perfect force, as natural as breathing. With a crisp sound, sparks flew from the iron alloy on the forging table. His movements were fluid and graceful, continuously wielding the hammer to repeatedly beat out the impurities from the alloy. The rhythmic clanging was like an intense symphony, causing the surrounding energy to vibrate. With the final strike, the alloy glowed red and pure, free of any impurities. Qin Yu completed the first step of forging hammer engine just 5 minutes. Next, Qin Yu discreetly retrieved a small bottle of Xianjin powder from his spatial ring and poured it entirely into the alloy. This rare material, obtained during a beast tide, could significantly enhance the weapon's hardness and facilitate the flow of energy within, boosting its lethality. The golden powder melted swiftly into the red-hot alloy, leaving only a faint golden shimmer. With seamless movements, Qin Yu transitioned into the second step shaping. He decided to forge a long blade for himself. Raising the forging hammer, he envisioned the shape of the blade in his mind. With precise control, the blade's form quickly took shape under his skilled strikes. Setting down the forging hammer, Qin Yu picked up a fine-tipped hammer to refine the blade's details. Sharpening, tempering through a series of meticulous processes. An ancient-style long blade, entirely black with golden inscriptions, emerged on the forging table. Its edge gleamed icily, incredibly sharp, emitting a soft hum when lightly tapped, as if surrounded by invisible blade energy. Qin Yu felt quite satisfied with his first creation. The Xianjin powder perfectly compensated for the iron alloy's lack of rigidity while maintaining adequate toughness, achieving a remarkable balance of properties. Beside him, Xiaoyu was utterly dumbfounded, overwhelmed by shock. She tried her best to comprehend, but Qin Yu's rapid forging pace left her in the dust. It was like a university student solving calculus problems before a grade schooler, at a speed faster than a computer. Not only Xiaoyu, but even her father would likely wear the same bewildered expression if he were present. Patiently waiting for the blade to cool, Qin Yu prepared for the final and most crucial step of forging, inscribing the array. If the previous steps were like painting a dragon, inscribing the array was akin to adding the eyes, bringing it to life. In the field of weapon forging, there is a widely recognized standard of evaluation. If the perfection of a weapon is rated out of 10, its appearance, design, materials, and sharpness account for only 5 points. The remaining 5 points depend entirely on the compatibility of the enchantment with the weapon. Each weapon is like a unique entity, with different internal patterns. For this reason, the enchantment must be inscribed personally by the forger, not entrusted to others. Even the most skilled forgers do not dare claim that their enchantments are perfect. Over thousands of years, countless enchanters have explored the limits of perfection, creating a rigorous weapon evaluation system. This system categorizes weapons into 9 levels, each further divided into 4 grades: common, fine, excellent, and supreme. The evaluation criteria are based on the enhancement rate of the enchantment on the weapon. Common grade is 1 to 40, fine grade is 40 to 70, excellent grade is 70 to 100. If the enhancement rate exceeds 100, it is deemed supreme. Above supreme, there is a legendary level called perfect, with an enhancement rate set at 150. This is an aspirational figure. 300 years ago, the demon-slaying blade, forged by 3 level 9 forgers, achieved an enhancement rate of 145 and was hailed as the world's strongest weapon, yet it still did not reach this pinnacle. At this moment, Qin Yu is intently holding a long blade, slowly infusing it with his life force. With closed eyes, he carefully senses the flow of energy within the weapon. After about 10 minutes, he suddenly opens his eyes, grabs a carving knife with his right hand, and begins swiftly etching patterns onto the blade's surface. As the carving knife moves, metal shavings fly, and the enchantment patterns gradually take shape. The blade seems to come alive, its aura climbing sharply, and the surrounding spiritual energy surges. Waves of blade intent ripple outward, shattering a damaged long sword on a nearby shelf. This sudden phenomenon startles Xiaoyu, who takes 2 steps back in shock. What on earth is this guy doing to create such power? When the final stroke is complete, the violent blade intent instantly subsides. Qin Yu exhales deeply, wipes the sweat from his forehead, and says with a hint of pride, "Succeeded on the first try. Forging doesn't seem that difficult." Hearing this, Xiaoyu is left speechless. Clearly, his skills are so refined, yet he pretends to be a novice. What a show-off. After a short break, Qin Yu begins crafting a weapon for Xiaoyu. With his prior experience, and without needing to exert himself fully, his speed increases noticeably. Soon, a long sword and a long blade are finished. "Boss lady, what do you think?" Qin Yu hands the weapons to Xiaoyu. She quickly takes them, and with just one glance, she can't take her eyes off them. Even though Qin Yu didn't use his full strength, these weapons are far superior to ordinary ones. Even under the most critical scrutiny, Xiaoyu could only describe the 2 weapons with one word: perfect. Every detail of the weapons was crafted with exquisite precision, from the smooth lines to the accurate contours, all showcasing exceptional skill. Xiaoyu was deeply captivated, staring at the weapons without blinking until she realized half an hour had passed. She looked around and found that Qin Yu had already left. "Darn it!" Xiaoyu exclaimed, tapping her forehead in frustration. "I forgot to get his contact information, and I don't even know his name. It would be great if I could apprentice under him." She silently regretted, yet felt helpless. As night fell, Qin Yu pushed open the door to his home, and the aroma of food immediately lifted his spirits. On the dining table, steaming dishes were already laid out, and a slender, plainly dressed middle-aged man was sitting beside it. Despite the fatigue etched on his face, he greeted Qin Yu with a warm smile that resembled a blooming old chrysanthemum. "Where did you wander off to this afternoon? Wash your hands and come eat," the man called out. Qin Yu casually replied, "Dad, a friend needed my help with something." Just as he finished speaking, a boy who bore a striking resemblance to Qin Yu rushed out of a room, excitedly shouting, "Brother, you're back." This was Qin Yu's younger brother, Qin Tian, who was in his 2nd year of high school and would be facing the college entrance exams next year. Qin Yu chuckled and asked, "Xiao Tian, how's your energy and blood growth after half a month?" Qin Tian scratched his head, looking a bit dejected. Ever since reaching level 0.7, it's been much harder to improve. Qin Yu understood that this was due to insufficient nutrition. Reaching level 0.7 in his second year of high school was a testament to Qin Tian's exceptional talent, but to continue advancing, his body needed adequate energy. The saying, wealth enables martial arts, poverty leads to literature, is no empty talk. A martial artist who can only rely on ordinary meals is bound to suffer from malnutrition. For someone with average talent like Qin Yu, he had already plateaued at level 0.3. For someone as gifted as Qin Tian, although he could initially rely on his talent to get ahead, he would eventually struggle. Without enough energy replenishment, not only would his weight rapidly decrease, but in severe cases, it could lead to energy and blood dispersal and a regression in level. After pondering for a moment, Qin's father said, "Now that Xiao Yu can earn money, we can borrow a bit more to ensure Xiao Tian gets a medicinal bath once a month." "No need, Dad," Qin Tian firmly said. "I'll work harder. I'm sure I can get into college." Qin Yu quickly interjected, "Leave the medicinal bath to me. Our unit has purchasing channels, and it's much cheaper, just 3,000. Qin's father was overjoyed. "I didn't expect the benefits in the unit to be so good. Let's do that then." Qin Yu discreetly hid his hand behind his back and took out a delicate porcelain bottle from his storage ring. He handed the bottle to Qin Tian with a smile. "A gift for you." Qin Tian opened it and was surprised. "It's a qi-enhancing pill. Isn't one worth over 5,000? Brother, where did you get it?" Qin's father was also taken aback, worriedly asking, "Xiao Yu, you didn't sell your blood, did you?" Qin Yu couldn't help but laugh. "Look at my build. Do I look like someone who sold blood?" The captain saw how hard I was working and got it approved for me in the unit. Qin Tian tried to return the bottle to Qin Yu. "Brother, your energy and blood level is lower than mine. You should take this pill." Qin Yu was amused. "There are plenty of these pills in the unit, and I just took a vitality pill a few days ago, which is even better than this qi-enhancing pill," he explained half-truthfully. The family sat around the steaming dining table, their faces beaming with happiness. The next day, as his brother went to school and his parents went to work, Qin Yu stayed home to focus on his training. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu handed over a meticulously crafted longsword to the staff at the Linhai City Weapons Exhibition. On the third day, Qin Yu returned to his unit. On the same day, the Linhai City Weapons Exhibition officially opened, with the vice president of the Provincial Blacksmiths Association also visiting Linhai City to oversee the event. This series of events seemed to herald some significant changes on the horizon. Linhai City Airport, 5 p.m. A small private plane slowly touched down on the runway. As the cabin door opened, two figures disembarked one after the other. Leading the way was Xiong Ran, the vice president of the Provincial Blacksmiths Association. Despite his short stature, he was exceptionally burly, with muscles bulging on his arms as thick as a bowl, and calloused hands that bore the marks of his long career in forging. His right arm was wrapped in layers of white bandages. Following closely behind was his refined-looking secretary, carrying a brown briefcase. "Boss, the Linhai City Blacksmiths Association has sent someone to pick us up," the secretary said, pointing to the reception staff waiting in the distance. "Get a car from them later. We'll go on our own." Xiong Ran waved his hand firmly. The secretary was already accustomed to this. Every business trip, Xiong Ran would politely decline the local reception arrangements. This rough-around-the-edges man knew full well that once he checked into a hotel, people would swarm him, some looking to make connections, others bearing lavish gifts seeking apprenticeship, and even weapon shops wanting him as their spokesperson. To avoid these social obligations, Xiong Ran had developed a habit of traveling solo, handling his own accommodations. Sitting in the borrowed luxury sedan, the secretary asked, "Boss, the hotel is booked. Shall we head there now?" "It's only 5 o'clock. Going to the hotel is too boring." Xiong Ran rubbed his forehead. The secretary gave a knowing smile. "So, should we go find some fun? What are you thinking?" Xiong Ran gave the back of the secretary's head a light slap. "The Linhai City Weapons Exhibition opens today. Let's go check it out." With one hand on the steering wheel and the other rubbing the back of his head, the secretary complained, "What's so interesting about an exhibition in such a small place? It's all a bunch of junk." Xiong Ran ignored him, and soon the car was parked at the entrance of the exhibition hall. The venue wasn't crowded, with small groups scattered around, eagerly discussing the weapons in various exhibit areas. "I'm telling you, that longsword in the Xiaoyu section is really something." "Xiaoyu? What's Xiaoyu?" "Xiaoyu Weapon Store, you must have heard of it, right?" "Oh, that's Xiaoyu. Didn't it go out of business?" "Yes, it did, but they kept a gem of a weapon. This time, Xiaoyu's booth has only this one weapon, but I dare say it's better than all the others combined here." "You're exaggerating. How can one weapon be worth more than 1,000? Go see for yourself. That weapon is special. It has a unique feel to it. Whether you know about these things or not, you can tell it's extraordinary at a glance." "All right, lead the way. I want to see it." Listening to this debate, Xiong Ran and his secretary exchanged a meaningful glance. The secretary spoke first, her eyes shining with a professional gleam. "Based on my experience, This weapon is likely an ordinary top-tier piece, or perhaps an excellent weapon nearing top-tier status. In this backward place, even excellent weapons are a rare sight. Xiong Ran nodded silently. His secretary was no ordinary expert in the field of weapon forging. Having followed him through countless battles over the years, she had seen thousands of top-tier weapons and had developed an extraordinarily discerning eye. Weapons that barely reached the top-tier threshold might be a onsenadicade find in this small city, but for Xiong Ran's close secretary, they didn't spark any interest. Only those weapons with enhancement rates exceeding 120 were worthy of her detailed examination. After listening to the secretary's analysis, Xiong Ran said expressionlessly, "Seeing is believing. Let's go take a look." The two of them walked into the exhibition hall one after the other, and the scene before them made Xiong Ran frown. All the weapons were encased in bulletproof glass, displayed like works of art. Xiong Ran scoffed. Even at his level, assessing the quality of a weapon required infusing it with energy and feeling it firsthand. This kind of distant exhibition style was, in his view, a desecration of the weapons. They might as well rename this an art appreciation show, where the best-looking weapon wins. Xiong Ran couldn't help but mock. The secretary glanced at the weapons behind the glass cases, sneering. While appearance couldn't fully reflect a weapon's true grade, it did demonstrate the skill of the smith. In her opinion, these weapons were barely passable. The forging standards in Lanhai City are really declining. The secretary sighed, more convinced of her initial assessment. They continued forward and soon arrived at the exhibition hall of Xiaoyu's weapon shop. Unlike the other halls, this one had a single display case in the center, containing a sleek, silver-white longsword. A crowd of admiring spectators surrounded the case. "Wow, this craftsmanship is incredible. The sword is long yet strong, the perfect golden ratio for a longsword. Look at the details, the hilt, the bladithers, not a single flaw. If I could forge a sword like this, my life would be complete." From the crowd came occasional shoving and complaints. "Stop pushing from the back. I'll be done soon. Old man, you've been looking for half an hour. Isn't it our turn?" Young people these days really don't respect their elders. Taking advantage of a gap in the crowd, Xiong Ran and his secretary slipped into the inner circle unnoticed. The secretary remarked, "This is even harder to get into than when we saw that 131 8th tier top weapon." She turned to look at the display case and suddenly froze. After a moment, Xiong Ran showed a look of regret and slowly said, "The craftsmanship of this sword seems decent, but unfortunately, it's made from the lowest grade iron alloy, limiting its potential. Such skill on this kind of material is truly a pity." However, when Xiong Ran's gaze fell upon the long sword, he was instantly captivated. It took him a full half-minute to regain his composure, and with a trembling voice, he gave his most authoritative evaluation. "Exquisite. Perfect." The secretary was stunned, thinking he had misheard. Xiong Ran took a deep breath and spoke again. "The appearance is flawless. Even by the highest standards, this sword has no blemishes. Even the subtle details, often overlooked, are executed to perfection. I've never seen such a work. It doesn't seem crafted by human hands, but rather as if it was formed naturally." Hearing such high praise from Xiong Ran, the secretary finally realized the extraordinary nature of the sword before him. As the vice president of the Provincial Blacksmith Association and an 8th-level master blacksmith, Xiong Ran had never described any weapon as perfect. The secretary immediately felt a burning sensation on his face, as if he had been slapped hard. He had been belittling this small coastal city, believing nothing good could come from it. Reality had given him a resounding slap. Those around did not react particularly to Xiong Ran's evaluation, as everyone present used perfect to describe the long sword. It seemed that apart from perfect, no other word could adequately describe it. The secretary, puzzled, asked, "Haven't you always said that a perfect weapon doesn't exist in this world?" Xiong Ran gazed deeply at the secretary and softly said, "Perhaps, now it does." With that, he suddenly stepped forward and reached out towards the exhibition stand. A nearby staff member hurriedly stepped in to stop him. "Sir, the exhibits are only for viewing," but was cut off by the secretary. The secretary quickly produced a credential and handed it to the staff member, who looked surprised and rushed off to report to the exhibition's chief organizer. In front of Xiong Ran, the bulletproof glass seemed non-existent. With a slight exertion of his fingertips, the glass shattered instantly. Xiong Ran carefully took the long sword from the stand, handling it as gently as if he were cradling a fragile infant. His fingers lightly brushed over the blade, and his eyes meticulously examined every detail of the sword at close range. Xiong Ran had always believed that a perfect weapon did not exist, as he considered blacksmithing an ever-evolving, endless art. For this reason, he disregarded the exhibition rules to examine the weapon up close. At this moment, Xiong Ran's feelings were incredibly complex. On one hand, he hoped the weapon before him wasn't truly flawless, as that would mean the art of blacksmithing had reached its limit. On the other hand, he desperately wished for the weapon to achieve true perfection, as such a piece would propel the entire blacksmithing field forward significantly. Xiong Ran carefully inspected the long sword in his hand, his gaze sweeping over every detail. The sword tip is perfect. The blade is perfect. The sword body is perfect. No matter how closely he searched, this weapon remained immaculate, without the slightest flaw. Even a ninth-level blacksmith couldn't forge such a perfect weapon. After all, to err is human. Beads of sweat formed on Xiong Ran's forehead. Even in his stubbornness, he had to admit that the sword's appearance had reached a state of perfection. He slowly infused his vital energy into the sword through the hilt. As the energy flowed, the runes on the sword gradually lit up, emitting a blood-red glow. When all the runes were fully illuminated, Xiong Ran's eyes widened, and he trembled all over, as if witnessing the most incredible miracle. This is impossible. He suddenly looked up, scanning the bustling crowd around him. The aura of a seventh-level warrior burst forth from Xiong Ran, and he shouted, "Everyone, leave this hall immediately. No one is allowed to approach." Under this powerful pressure, everyone turned pale and backed away repeatedly. At this moment, the chief organizer of the exhibition hurried over. "President Xiong, what are you?" he asked, trembling, unable to withstand the pressure of a seventh-level warrior. Xiong Ran reined in his aura and said in a deep voice, "Prepare an empty room for me." "All right, right away. Please follow me," the organizer hastily replied. At the room's entrance, Xiong Ran turned to his secretary and instructed, "Bring me all the equipment for testing weapon strength." Realizing the gravity of the situation, the secretary didn't dare delay and quickly retrieved a series of testing devices from a spatial ring. "You stand guard outside, and don't let anyone disturb me, including yourself." Xiong Ran gave his final instructions. "Rest assured, boss," the secretary replied solemnly, watching Xiong Ran enter the room and close the door. At 7:40 the next morning, Xiong Ran's secretary stood at the hotel room door, anxious like a cat on hot bricks. He kept checking his watch, pacing back and forth, his eyes occasionally darting to the closed door. "Why isn't he out yet?" the secretary muttered under his breath, sweat beading on his forehead. Xiong Ran was an important guest at a conference. There were only 20 minutes left until the conference began, yet he remained in his room, unsettling laughter occasionally echoing from within. The secretary, though extremely anxious, did not dare to disturb him. Just then, his phone rang, startling him. "Hello," he answered quickly. "Yes, this is Chairman Xiong's secretary." On the other end, a slightly impatient voice said, "Where is Chairman Xiong? The conference is about to start." The secretary swallowed hard, hesitated for a moment, and replied, "Chairman Xiong is experiencing some issues and may not be able to arrive on time." "When do you estimate he'll be here?" the caller pressed. Unable to provide a precise answer, the secretary vaguely replied, "As soon as the issue is resolved, we'll head straight to the conference." There was a brief silence on the other end. Then a middle-aged man with a teasing tone said, "This is Zhang Tianjian. Chairman Xiong is really busy, even on business trips." The secretary was taken aback, then realized it was Mayor Zhang, who had single-handedly repelled the flying ape during the beast tide. He chuckled wryly and explained, "Mayor Zhang, Chairman Xiong really did run into some unexpected problems." Zhang Tianjian paused, his tone slightly dissatisfied. "All right, the conference will delay by half an hour at most. I hope to see Chairman Xiong then." After hanging up, the secretary sighed heavily. He knew Zhang Tianjian might think they were deliberately late, putting on airs. Such a coincidence would indeed be hard to believe. After waiting for over half an hour, the door finally opened. Xiong Ran emerged, holding a sword and brimming with excitement, muttering to himself, "Incredible, truly incredible." The secretary hurried over, reminding him, "Boss, we need to go. The conference is about to start." "Conference? What conference?" Xiong Ran looked bewildered. "The Lanhai City Blacksmiths Association's 5-year goal-setting conference. Did you forget why we're here?" the secretary explained urgently. Xiong Ran suddenly remembered but then waved it off. "Let's not go to the conference. Invite them here instead." The secretary was stunned, cautiously reminding him. Mayor Zhang called earlier to express his dissatisfaction. "If we asked them to come here, wouldn't that be too much?" Zhang Tianjian is the city's mayor, and the Zhang family is a powerful entity. We should avoid conflicts with him. Xiong Ran didn't want to explain further and simply said, "Never mind, I'll call him myself." Meanwhile, backstage at the conference, Zhang Tianjian checked his watch, looking grim. He asked the staff beside him, "Hasn't Chairman Xiong arrived yet?" The staff shook their head. "No news yet." "Should I call the secretary again?" "No need." Zhang Tianjian waved them off, a hint of displeasure in his eyes. Zhang Tianjian, a martial artist at the pinnacle of the 6th level and a 7th-level blacksmith, had meticulously prepared for the upcoming blacksmith conference. He not only invited numerous blacksmith friends, but also used his family connections to bring in several high-level blacksmiths. However, on the day of the conference, the most important guest, Xiong Ran, was nowhere to be seen. Inside the venue, Zhang Tianjian's expression grew increasingly grim. The event was already half an hour behind schedule, yet there was no sign of Xiong Ran. Zhang clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white, with anger simmering like a volcano on the verge of eruption. Tianjin, we should get ready. It's time to start the conference, a friend cautiously reminded him, wary of provoking the visibly tense host. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Tianjin suppressed his anger and said, I didn't expect Chairman Xiong to be so important. Looks like I'll have to invite him personally next time. A friend familiar with Xiong Ran tried to lighten the mood. It's not like old Xiong to be difficult. He probably got held up by something. Let's hope so, Zhang Tianjin replied coldly, just as his phone rang unexpectedly. Seeing the caller ID, Zhang Tianjin answered with barely contained irritation. Chairman Xiong, where are you now? Do you need me to come pick you up? Xiong Ran's voice came through the phone, almost uncontrollably excited. I'm at the exhibition. You all need to come over here. I've discovered something amazing. This statement was like a fuse, igniting Zhang Tianjin's fury. He gritted his teeth and said, Chairman Xiong, the conference is about to start, and as a keynote speaker, you're not only absent, but also asking us to find you? Xiong Ran, however, was unfazed and even more enthusiastic. A conference? Forget the conference. Once you see this treasure, you'll realize how trivial your meeting is. Zhang Tianjin's anger reached its peak, and he said, struggling to control his temper, Fine, wait for me at the exhibition. I'll be right there. With that, he crushed his phone, sending fragments flying. This is too insulting, just too insulting. Zhang Tianjin trembled with rage, his eyes bloodshot. He stormed towards the door but, in his fury, went the wrong way. Tianjin, the door's this way, someone reminded him. Zhang Tianjin ignored them, jumping out of a window instead. Everyone was stunned, with one person exclaiming, jumping out of a window in anger? Isn't that a bit much? Tianjin, where are you going? Someone shouted from the window. The conference is off. I'm going to find Xiong Ran. Zhang Tianjin's voice echoed from a distance. Inside the venue, chaos ensued. Someone asked, is the conference over before it even started? What do we do now? Quick, follow him. We can't let Tianjin and Xiong Ran start a fight in the city. A group hurried after him, leaving behind a room full of clueless blacksmiths still eagerly awaiting the start of the conference. Meanwhile, at the exhibition, Xiong Ran was still caught up in his excitement. His secretary asked cautiously, did Mayor Zhang agree? Of course, he agreed. He said he's on his way. Xiong Ran replied, suppressing his joy. Mayor Zhang is straightforward. I thought I'd have to do some convincing, but he agreed right away. He's someone worth befriending. The secretary chimed in. I thought Mayor Zhang would be too angry to agree, but he's really coming over. He must have a good temper. Both were lost in their misunderstanding of Zhang Tianjin, unaware that a storm was heading their way. Old Zhang, please stay calm and don't start anything in the city. This statement hit the crowd like a thunderclap. Zhang Tianjin's anger was almost palpable, and his fists clenched tightly, veins bulging. The onlookers hurried to catch up to him, fearing that this level 6 martial artist might lose control and wreak havoc in Linhai City. Through gritted teeth, Zhang Tianjin replied, don't worry, I won't take action in the city. But Xiong Ran better give me a reasonable explanation, or this won't end here, and no one will be able to stop me. Hearing the anger in Zhang Tianjin's voice, the crowd dared not say more. Soon, a dozen renowned figures from the forging world arrived at the exhibition site. Seeing them, Xiong Ran's eyes lit up like a child with a new toy, eager to show off. However, before Xiong Ran could speak, Zhang Tianjin coldly interrupted. President Xiong, the meeting is about to start. Are you deliberately causing trouble by calling us here at this time? Xiong Ran, seemingly oblivious to the dissatisfaction, smiled and said, I invited everyone here mainly to help appraise a long sword. A long sword? Zhang Tianjin glanced around the exhibition. Was it found at this exhibition? Xiong Ran calmly nodded. The crowd exchanged puzzled glances. Zhang Tianjin sneered and bluntly stated, Xiong Ran, you can't even be bothered to find a decent excuse. An exhibition of this level won't produce a top-quality weapon in 10 years. What's worth studying among these inferior pieces? The others nodded in agreement with Zhang Tianjin's opinion. How could a small city like this produce weapons worthy of their attention? Seeing the disbelief, Xiong Ran didn't argue. He simply said, don't rush to conclusions. Why not take a look at the sword first? With that, he handed over a long sword wrapped in black cloth. Enough with the theatrics. Zhang Tianjin grabbed the sword and casually pulled off the cloth covering the hilt. The silver-white hilt appeared before them, devoid of any ornate gems, looking quite ordinary. The sight of the hilt made all the forgers scoff. It was made from the cheapest iron alloy. If I'm not mistaken, this is just a level 1 weapon. Zhang Tianjin said coldly to Xiong Ran. Presenting a cheap level 1 weapon was a blatant insult. Xiong Ran didn't respond, only gesturing for them to continue looking. Let's see how you explain this. Zhang Tianjin tore off the remaining cloth and looked down. In that instant, Zhang Tianjin was rendered speechless. The hilt alone didn't impress, but once the entire sword was unveiled, its regal aura set it apart from other weapons and left everyone in awe. The seamless, flowing lines showed no trace of hammering. The sharp tip resembled a venomous snake, exuding an aura of danger. The forgers present instinctively held their breath, captivated by the sword's extraordinary presence. The crowd seemed to be transported into a world of swords. Everyone present held their breath, eyes fixed on the long sword before them. After a long pause, an elderly man with a white beard finally recovered from his shock, his voice trembling with excitement. "I've been forging swords all my life, and I've never seen such a perfect long sword." The higher the cultivation level of those present, the better they could appreciate the sword's extraordinary nature. Zhang Tianjian looked up at Xiong Ran, his pupils quivering with shock. "Is this the perfect sword form that our predecessors have been seeking for thousands of years?" Xiong Ran nodded in confirmation. "If this isn't perfection, then I truly don't know what is. I always thought it was impossible, yet here it is, right before our eyes." Seeing the astonished expressions on everyone's faces, Xiong Ran smirked slightly. "Look at you all, acting like you've never seen the world. It's just a perfect sword form, and you're already losing your composure." At this, everyone looked up at him in unison. "Are you implying there's more to it?" "Indeed," Xiong Ran chuckled. "It's just a perfect sword form. I wouldn't have called everyone over just for that. Quick, infuse it with your energy and blood to test it. But do it slowly, so you don't damage the sword." Hearing the hint in Xiong Ran's words, it was clear that this sword had even more astonishing qualities beyond its perfect form. Everyone understood that for a weapon, nothing was more important than its formation. Zhang Tianjian carefully controlled his energy and blood, transforming it into a thin stream and slowly infusing it into the sword's formation. The formation was like a great river, with the formation patterns connected like lakes. As the energy and blood flowed in, one pattern after another began to light up. When the final pattern was illuminated, revealing the complete formation, everyone was left standing in shock, as if struck by lightning. Even Xiong Ran, who had studied it all night, was once again thrilled to the point of goosebumps. This sword achieved power far beyond a first-level formation with just 8 patterns, while a typical first-level formation required at least 32 patterns. It was a total game-changer. How about it? Was it worth the trip? Xiong Ran broke the silence at the right moment. "Worth it? It's more than worth it, it's a huge gain." Everyone replied in unison. Zhang Tianjian took a few deep breaths to calm himself and asked seriously, "Is this the minimalist formation proposed by Mr. Feng?" As it turns out, Mr. Feng was one of the most outstanding forgers in the past century. In his later years, he proposed the minimalist formation theory, arguing that existing formations were overly complex, with at least half of the patterns being redundant. He believed that only by simplifying formations to the extreme, making every pattern indispensable, could a weapon potentially achieve or exceed a 150 perfect enhancement rate. This theory caused a stir in both the formation and forging communities when it was introduced. But within just a few years, dozens of formation masters had dismissed the theory, claiming that simplification would significantly weaken the formation's power. Since then, the minimalist formation had been regarded as a mistaken theory. "What's the enhancement rate?" Someone eagerly asked the critical question. "Only a 150 enhancement rate could classify a weapon as perfect." 145, Xiong Ran sighed. "With better materials, it could potentially reach the perfect level." The crowd showed signs of disappointment upon hearing this. Although 145 was impressive, it still fell short of the expected perfect level. "Damn alloy," someone cursed, and others quickly joined in, blaming the material. "By the way, did you buy this sword?" Zhang Tianjian suddenly asked. "No." "Great." Zhang Tianjian immediately shouted. "Where's the exhibition manager? I want to buy this sword for 10 million. The words of Zhang Tianjian instantly enlightened everyone present. The exhibition hall buzzed with excitement, and an eager businessman shouted, "I want to buy it too. I'll offer 15 million. No sooner had he spoken than someone else raised the bid. Seeing this, the exhibition manager hurried to the front and loudly explained, "Ladies and gentlemen, please listen. Our exhibition does not have the authority to sell. If you wish to purchase, you need to go to Xiaoyu's weapon shop." Meanwhile, in Xiaoyu's weapon shop, Xiaoyu was intently polishing a piece of iron, the sound of ding ding dang dang echoing around her. A few days ago, Qin Yu had crafted a sword and a saber for her. She sent the sword to the exhibition while keeping the saber for her own study and research. Despite only grasping the basics after these few days of diligent study, her progress was quite remarkable. At yesterday's exhibition, the sword received an unexpectedly positive response. Visitors continuously inquired about it, and many even offered high prices to purchase it, but Xiaoyu politely declined them all. She secretly planned to take this opportunity to reopen her weapon shop. These two pieces, the sword and the saber, she intended to make the centerpiece of her shop, refusing to sell them no matter the price. As Xiaoyu was lost in thoughts of a promising future, a sudden urgent knocking came from the door. She set down her tools and quickly went to open it. Just as she was about to point to the sign on the right saying, "Exhibition weapons are not for sale," she stopped mid-sentence. Her eyes widened as she excitedly exclaimed, Chairman Xiongran, Chairman Zhang. Having grown up under her father's influence, Xiaoyu was well acquainted with the master craftsmen of the province. She immediately recognized the several forging industry leaders standing at her doorstep. She hurriedly invited them in, feeling both surprised and anxious. Zhang Tianjian got straight to the point. Boss, I'll offer 10 million for this sword. Can you sell it to me? 10 million. Xiaoyu exclaimed in shock, as this was an astronomical figure beyond her wildest dreams. Before she could gather her thoughts, another master immediately raised the bid. I'll offer 15 million. Sell it to me, boss. I was the first to offer. Don't you know first come, first served? Zhang Tianjian retorted with dissatisfaction. Stop talking nonsense. Highest bidder wins. That's the rule of society. The other countered without backing down. An elderly master interjected. You all are either level 6 or level 7 warriors. What use do you have for a level 1 weapon? My grandson just reached level 1 this year and needs a suitable weapon. Could you all give me this courtesy, so this sword can serve its true purpose? I have a top-grade level 1 weapon. It's more than enough for your grandson. Let me have this sword, another master quickly said. My grandson wouldn't even look at your lousy sword. The elderly master scoffed in reply. Huh, aren't you the one who can't have children? Where did this grandson come from? Someone suddenly questioned. Hey, being infertile doesn't mean I can't have a big family. The elderly master glared angrily. So you really want to fight me for this sword today? Absolutely, I'm determined to get it. As the argument grew more heated, a businessman suddenly shouted, Stop arguing. Highest bidder wins. I'll offer 20 million. Using money to measure this sword is an insult to its value, a master said disdainfully. I'll offer a top-grade level 8 weapon. I'll offer 2, another quickly followed. The atmosphere became increasingly tense. Whoever could claim this sword would become a Columbus of the forging world, destined for historical renown. With various big shots making their bids, the price of the sword reached an astonishing height. Seeing this, Xiongran regretted it deeply. He could have acquired the sword for a negligible cost. Who would have thought that one phone call would attract so many competitors? Xiongran wished he could smack himself, cursing in his heart. Why can't I keep my mouth shut? As the situation spiraled out of control, Xiongran, thinking quickly, shouted, I was the first to see this sword. I invited you all to admire it. And instead of being grateful, you repay kindness with betrayal. Don't your consciences hurt? He attempted to stand on moral high ground to criticize the others. However, as soon as he finished speaking, someone calmly rebutted. Chairman Xiong, that's not how it works. Sure, you saw it first, but as long as you haven't bought it, it's not yours. As soon as Xiaoyu finished speaking, Xiongran's nose flared with anger. He retorted furiously. That's nonsense. Just because the midwife saw you first, does that mean you should call her your mother? The surrounding crowd suddenly erupted, with people starting to shout out bids. I offer 10 pieces of level 8 top-grade weapons, one voice called out. I offer 1 piece of level 9 top-grade weapon, another person shouted. When the words, level 9 top-grade weapon, reached Xiaoyu's ears, her mind buzzed. A level 9 top-grade weapon was a national strategic asset, almost mythical in value. A casually crafted longsword equating to such a treasure? Xiaoyu felt as if she were dreaming. Just then, Xiongran suddenly raised 3 fingers and shouted loudly. 3 pieces. I offer 3 pieces of level 9 top-grade weapons. In an instant, the noisy crowd fell silent. Even Zhang Tianjian was momentarily speechless, unable to believe his ears. 3 pieces? President Xiong, how much have you embezzled to be this wealthy? Someone couldn't help but ask. Get lost. Xiongran cursed. I earned this through my own skills. Anyone offering a higher price? The crowd was speechless. Although Xiongran appeared tough, his heart was bleeding. 3 top-grade weapons represented his entire fortune. However, thinking of that seemingly perfect longsword and the highly valuable formation it contained, he felt it wasn't too much of a loss. If Qin Yu were present to hear this conversation, he might have been so excited he'd do a handstand split on the spot. Unfortunately, he knew nothing about it. Xiaoyu was completely bewildered. An innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth. The value of 3 level 9 top-grade weapons was too overwhelming for her to accept. After thinking for a moment, she said to the crowd, There's no need to fight over it. I have another one here. You have another sword like this? The crowd's eyes instantly became fervent. Yes. Xiaoyu took out an ancient-looking silver-white long knife. Xiongran took the knife and, after examining it for a few minutes, couldn't help but sigh. A perfect blade shape has also appeared. With the previous impact of the longsword, the crowd wasn't too surprised by the perfection of the blade. They were more concerned about the formation on the knife. When Xiaoyu infused it with qi and blood, causing the formation lines on the blade to gradually light up, everyone became excited again. The second minimalist formation has appeared. With this as a comparison, our research on minimalist formations will surely proceed more smoothly, someone said excitedly. Great, I'll buy this knife. Zhang Tianjian slapped his thigh, eager to say. Others were unwilling to be left out. Why should you buy it? I offer a level 7 top grade. The price instantly plummeted by dozens of times. If there was only one minimalist formation weapon in the world, it could be worth 3 pieces of level 9 top grade. But with the appearance of a second, its value dropped to the level of a level 7 top grade. Like antiques, when the quantity increases, the price drops sharply. The greatest value of this level 1 weapon lies in collection and research, rather than actual use. Seeing that the crowd was about to argue again, Xiaoyu quickly intervened. I don't want your level 8 top grade weapons. Whoever can provide a stable supply source and endorse the weapon store, I'll give you these 2 weapons. Confronted with the formidable power of the level 8 weapon and the mysterious blade and sword, Xiaoyu knew she couldn't hold them on her own. Thinking quickly, she proposed a condition: she was willing to pay any price as long as her goal was achieved. This unexpected proposal left everyone present in silence. It wasn't because the demand was too harsh. Rather, it was surprisingly simple, something anyone there could easily fulfill. Since everyone can do it, Xiong Ran's eyes lit up as he suggested. Why don't we form an organization? The blade and sword belong to the group, and we can study minimalistic formations together. After all, formation research isn't something one person can accomplish alone. The proposal was immediately met with agreement. I agree. So do I. Voices of concurrence echoed, and someone asked, what about the young ladies' weapon shop? We'll all endorse it, they responded in unison. In just a few minutes, the Minimalist Research Institute, dedicated to studying minimalistic formations, was established. The most excited of all was Xiaoyu, who could already envision her weapon shop expanding from the provincial capital to the imperial city, eventually growing into a multinational enterprise. If you're so concerned about the weapon, why not ask its maker? Xiaoyu casually suggested. Xiong Ran, Zhang Tianjian, and others exchanged glances, suddenly realizing this obvious solution. Do you know the craftsmen? They eagerly asked Xiaoyu. No, I don't. Disappointment spread among them. But I watched the entire crafting process. Hope rekindled. Unfortunately, I don't have any contact information. Hope was dashed again. But he's quite handsome, so he should be easy to find. Eyes brightened once more. But I'm face blind and can't remember what he looks like. Spirits fell again. Stop with the althos and buts, someone interrupted impatiently. Just tell us if you can find the craftsman or not. Of course, I can find him. Xiaoyu flashed a sly smile. I've got surveillance footage. Why didn't you say so earlier? Everyone was amused and exasperated. Well, you never asked. Soon, the investigation results came in. Mayor, we've found him. His name is Qin Yu, and he's currently a soldier in the Shiman unit. Let's head to Shiman. With that, everyone sprang into action. Shiman troop. Salute. Greetings, Mayor Zhang. The sentinel's orderly salute echoed. Mayor Zhang nodded slightly and asked, where's your commander? I need to speak with him. Please wait a moment, Mayor Zhang. The sentinel immediately turned to notify the commander. A moment later, Commander Li Feng opened the door to the reception room and was taken aback by the sight. Before him, the vice president of the Provincial Foundry Association, along with the presidents of the foundry associations from Tianshan City and Danyuan City, were gathered there. This unexpected assembly left him bewildered. Zhang Tianjian handed over a photo directly. Commander Li, we're here looking for someone. All right, Mayor, I'll arrange for the soldiers to come over. No need. Xiong Ran suddenly interrupted. We want to meet him personally. The other foundry masters nodded in agreement, further puzzling Li Feng. What kind of person could warrant such a grand gathering of master craftsmen? It was soon discovered that the target, Qin Yu, resided in dormitory 666. Before Li Feng could finish speaking, a group of foundry masters in black suits rushed out eagerly. Ha ha, I want to be the first to meet Qin Yu. With your speed, you'll be eating my dust. Watching their retreating figures, Li Feng helplessly shouted, you're running the wrong way. The dormitory building is to the east. Meanwhile, inside dormitory 666, Qin Yu had just finished a round of training, exhaling slowly. He noticed that his progress with the divine breathing technique had significantly slowed, prompting him to consider his options. He had 2 choices: either increase his training time, which would mean quitting his job, or rely on elixirs for enhancement. The last time he took the troop's reward of a blood-activating pill, it worked well, and he happened to have a Divine Alchemy manual. If he could get the formula, he could make them himself. If only there'd be another beast tied. Qin Yu mused to himself, when suddenly there was a rapid knock at the door. As he opened the door, a round-faced man appeared. Hello, I'm Xiong Ran. And he was abruptly pulled back by Zhang Tianjian. Hello, I'm Zhang. Zhang's introduction was also cut short. Chaos ensued outside the door as a group of robust elders jostled to introduce themselves. The scene made Qin Yu step back in surprise. Despite being over 60, their years in forging had left them strong, and clad in black suits, they looked like a group of mob bosses. Is there something you need from me? If not, I'll just close the door, Qin Yu cautiously asked. The crowd fell silent immediately. Zhang Tianjian stepped forward, holding a sword, and asked, did you forge this sword? Qin Yu's heart skipped a beat. He recalled rushing the job and not paying particular attention. If you're not satisfied, I can forge another one. Can you really make this sword again? Xiongran asked eagerly. With the right materials, I should be able to. The foundry master's eyes lit up with excitement. Witnessing the engraving of a minimalist array firsthand was an incredible opportunity. To the open ground, we'll prepare the materials. Xiongran grabbed Qin Yu and leaped down. In no time, the open ground was filled with rare metals, forging hammers, engraving knives, a forge platform, and a high-temperature furnace, all retrieved from their spatial rings. Seeing this display, Qin Yu couldn't help but feel his own spatial ring was inadequate. Let's begin. All right. Qin Yu's eyes turned focused as he unfolded his mastery in front of the others. The moment the forger's domain unfolded, spiritual energy surged from all directions, converging around Qin Yu like a tidal wave. The concentration was so intense that even Xiongran couldn't help but express his amazement. Zhang Tianjian, standing nearby, nodded in approval, thinking that even some 6th-level forgers' domains might not reach such a level. Qin Yu reached out and picked up a piece of light purple metal, known as the legendary Starfall Oregon. This rare forging material from the heavens above not only had exceptional properties, but also contained extremely complex internal patterns. Even the basic step of purification could stump most forgers. What a bold move, Qin Yu remarked as he placed the Starfall ore into the high-temperature furnace, focusing intently on the subtle changes in the metal under the heat. Watching this, Xiongran couldn't help but smile wryly. Who in their right mind would have a first-level forger work on Starfall ore? He knew well that each piece of Starfall ore had unique patterns and impurities, requiring the forger to precisely adjust the furnace temperature and time based on the real-time changes in the metal. However, for Qin Yu, these were just basic skills. As the metal block glowed red-hot, Qin Yu retrieved it and began repeatedly hammering it on the forge. The purity of Starfall ore was categorized into 4 levels: colorless, red, purple, and gold. What color do you think it'll be? Xiongran raised an eyebrow. Zhang Tianjian looked at him in surprise. You don't seriously think he can forge a colored one, do you? No matter how skilled he is, he's just a first-level forger. He doesn't have enough qi and blood. How about a bet? Xiongran chuckled. I'll wager an 8th-level masterpiece that he can forge it red. Deal. Zhang Tianjian wasn't one to back down. It took me until I was 38 to forge a red Starfall ore, and you think a 20-year-old can do it? You're bound to lose this time. Beads of sweat rolled down Qin Yu's forehead as he poured all his strength into each swing of the forging hammer. The sound of the hammer striking was like muffled thunder, yet it only left shallow dents on the Starfall Oregon. As his qi and blood rapidly depleted, his arms began to tremble slightly, and his clothes were soaked with sweat. This won't do. I need to use that technique, Qin Yu thought to himself. Although he was reluctant to reveal it in front of others, he had no choice now. Divine breathing technique, activate. With the breathing technique in motion, Qin Yu's pores opened wide, frantically absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. A massive vortex of spiritual energy formed around him, drawing in the energy of heaven and earth. Zhang Tianjian watched in shock, a glint of greed in his eyes. What kind of breathing technique is this? It's even stronger than our family's secret technique. If I could obtain it. Save it. Xiongran interrupted nonchalantly. Qin Yu must have a powerful backing. If you try to get that breathing technique, aren't you afraid of provoking the forces behind him? Those words snapped Zhang Tianjian back to reality. Indeed, anyone possessing such a powerful breathing technique must have backing that the Zhang family couldn't afford to provoke. Could it be someone from the imperial city? I must have been greedy. Xiongran chuckled slyly, a glint of cunning in his eyes. He thought to himself, now his reserve of vital energy should be sufficient. He didn't forget to remind. Don't forget the bet. Zhang Tianjian sneered dismissively, huh? Even if your vital energy is enough, without extensive forging experience, there's no way you'll get red. Qin Yu took a deep breath, practicing his breathing technique. As his breath circulated, he felt his vital energy quickly recovering, a warm current spreading throughout his body. He focused his attention on the meteorite ore in front of him, preparing for another round of refining. This time, the furnace temperature was 287 degrees higher than the first attempt. The meteorite ore was known for its exceptional heat resistance, and as impurities decreased, the furnace temperature needed constant adjustment. Qin Yu understood that only through countless rounds of refining could the meteorite ore reveal its most beautiful color. Time ticked by, and finally, it was the 19th round of refining. By then, the impurities in the meteorite ore were less than 1, making it an excellent forging material. The onlooking blacksmiths were amazed, whispering among themselves. He actually succeeded. No wonder he's the genius who invented the minimalist formation. However, they soon found themselves puzzled again. Qin Yu hadn't stopped, seemingly unsatisfied with the current quality. Someone speculated, wait, is he going for the red light? Another blacksmith immediately retorted, impossible. Achieving red light is 10 times harder than before. Even a level 5 blacksmith would struggle. Even if his vital energy is sufficient, he can't force the impurities out of the metal with his strength. Someone worriedly said, being too persistent isn't always good. At this moment, Qin Yu felt unprecedented difficulty. Those tiny impurities were indeed hard to dislodge. But for Qin Yu, this wasn't the limit. He had learned a forging technique called resonance technique in the divine level forging arts, which could expel impurities by causing the metal to resonate. Qin Yu's forging hammer began rhythmically striking the surrounding air, causing air particles to vibrate at a specific frequency. The scene left the blacksmiths dumbfounded. What is he doing? Hammering the air to scare the impurities out. Someone couldn't help but mock. Zhang Tianjian, seeing this, smugly said, looks like he's out of options. Better get ready with the bet. Xiong Ran, however, remained calm, eyes fixed on Qin Yu's actions. It's not over yet. No rush. You don't think just hammering the air will do the trick, do you? Suddenly, someone exclaimed, look at the meteorite ore, it's moving. Everyone focused their eyes, and indeed, the meteorite ore began to tremble slightly, with fine ripples appearing on its surface. As Qin Yu's hammering rhythm quickened, the ore's vibrations grew more intense. In the blink of an eye, the impurities in the meteorite ore were less than 0.5. A blazing red light suddenly burst from the meteorite ore, shooting skyward. The surrounding spiritual energy seemed summoned, rushing into the ore to aid in its final transformation. Everyone watched in astonishment, while Zhang Tianjian muttered in disbelief. How is this possible? No one could have imagined that Qin Yu would actually succeed in crafting a red version of the Starfall Stone. My God, this kid actually did it. Xiong Ran smacked his thigh in regret. If I'd known, I would have bet a 9th level supreme weapon with him. This doesn't make sense. Zhang Tianjian gritted his teeth. It took me until I was 38 to achieve such a feat. How did he manage it so young? Did this kid start practicing forging in the womb? Xiong Ran cast a disdainful glance at Zhang Tianjian. Not everyone is as slow as you. How could an ordinary person like you understand the world of geniuses? At that moment, Qin Yu was wiping the sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand, slightly out of breath. The difficulty of forging the Starfall Stone was indeed beyond expectations. It took 70% of my strength just to turn it red. It seems there's still room for my forging skills to improve. After a brief rest, Qin Yu began the shaping process for the Starfall Stone. With precise hammer blows, a long sword with a crimson hue gradually took form. Now comes the most crucial part, the inscription of the array. Qin Yu carefully observed the intricate patterns within the Starfall Stone, adjusting the formation etched onto the blade. After careful consideration, he selected a formation and began to carve it with focus. The surrounding formation masters watched Qin Yu's every move intently, like students observing a demonstration. Wait! Zhang Tianjian's eyes widened. He's starting with the array patterns? That's completely against the usual order. He had lost count of how many times he'd been shocked today. Normally, you inscribe the main patterns first, then carve the array patterns based on the blood flow routes, Xiongran muttered. To do it this way, you'd either have to be a complete novice or a master with profound understanding of formations. And this is the Starfall Stone, with its complex internal patterns. Even I couldn't predict the array pattern locations in advance. After pondering for a moment, Xiongran tentatively speculated, maybe that's the unique aspect of a minimalist array? As time passed, a clear sword hum suddenly echoed through the area, sword energy radiating as if announcing the birth of the strongest first-level weapon. The forgers snapped out of their contemplation of the formations, all praising the brilliance of the minimalist array. What do you think of this sword? Qin Yu handed the long sword to Xiong Ran, confident in the creation he had crafted with 70% of his strength. Xiong Ran took the sword and quickly moved aside, followed closely by other forgers. Get the equipment to test it. The enhancement rate must be high. With the Starfall Stone paired with a minimalist array, it could reach a perfect level of 150. The equipment's here. Someone hurriedly brought out the testing device. Everyone watched the display screen intently, not wanting to miss this historic moment. As the device operated, the numbers on the screen began to climb steadily. The numbers on the instrument soared rapidly, 32, 69, 101, surpassing the 100 mark without showing any sign of slowing down. At 131, 142, everyone's hearts pounded as they stared intently at the instrument screen. Each jump in the numbers seemed to strike a nerve, causing blood pressure to rise alongside them. When the bright red 149 flashed across the screen, everyone held their breath, faces flushed with excitement. The first perfect-grade weapon was about to be born, and they were all about to witness a historic moment. The numbers on the instrument flickered again, 150. 3 of the forgers were so overwhelmed with excitement that they spat out blood and collapsed, trembling on the ground. The remaining forgers abandoned all pretense of decorum, hugging each other and shouting hysterically. Qin Yu, taken aback by the chaos, stepped back, thinking to himself, are these people crazy? Chief Commander Li Feng also kept a safe distance, not daring to approach the frenzied forgers. He nudged the advisor beside him and whispered, "Go and ask Mayor Zhang if those forgers on the ground need medical attention." The advisor, pale and stuttering, replied, I'm scared, I don't dare go." Li Feng dismissed the concern. "What are you afraid of? Mayor Zhang won't bite you." The advisor lowered his voice, analyzing seriously. "Based on my years of experience, Mayor Zhang might be involved in some cult ritual. Anyone who goes over there might become a sacrifice." Li Feng was momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. Just then, a shout erupted from the crowd. "Look, the numbers are still rising." This exclamation immediately halted the celebration. All eyes turned back to the instrument. 161? The crowd stared in disbelief at the ever-increasing numbers, as if the instrument had no intention of stopping. Someone questioned, "Is this instrument broken?" Everyone turned to the owner of the instrument, who patted it firmly and confidently said, "Impossible. This instrument uses the latest detection technology, with an error margin of less than 1. Your instrument's about to hit 170. That's ridiculous. Just a false alarm." Another person scoffed, "Let me use mine instead." With that, they pulled out their own instrument. 5 minutes later, the new instrument displayed a jaw-dropping 176. "Maybe the instrument isn't the problem. Maybe it's the sword," someone boldly speculated. "From now on, the perfect limit won't be 150. Having been overwhelmed by shocks throughout the day, the crowd quickly accepted this notion. They all turned simultaneously, eyes fixed on Qin Yu, with a glint of greed. Qin Yu, feeling the intense stares, shivered, realizing he might have been swept into an unexpected storm. Have you ever wondered what it's like to be surrounded by a pack of wolves? Qin Yu knows now. The ones surrounding him aren't actual wolves, but a group of influential figures with intense gazes. They all look at him eagerly, as if they've discovered a rare treasure. "Would you like to become my apprentice?" Xiong Ran asked eagerly, his eyes sparkling. "Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Xiong Ran, the vice president of the Provincial Foundry Association and an 8th-level foundry master." An 8th-level foundry master. Qin Yu was taken aback. This is not an ordinary person. In the foundry world, such a title is indeed top tier. But before he could respond, the others quickly joined the fray. "I'm Zhang Tianjian, the mayor of Linhai City. Become my apprentice, and this city will be your playground. I'm the president of the City Foundry Association. How about considering me? Choose me. We look so alike. There must be a master-apprentice fate between us." Voices clamored from all directions. Qin Yu realized that these people weren't here to pick a fight. They were attracted by the powerful weapon he had inadvertently created. Faced with their enthusiasm, Qin Yu had already made up his mind. With the system in hand, he didn't need a mentor. More importantly, he had too many secrets, and once exposed, the consequences would be unimaginable. "I'm really sorry," Qin Yu smiled. "I already have a teacher. His surname is Shi." Upon hearing this, although disappointed, the crowd wasn't surprised. A young man with such achievements must have had guidance from a master. "Is the minimalist array also created by Master Shi?" someone asked. "That's right," Qin Yu replied smoothly. "All my skills were taught by my master. He is elusive, only appearing to guide me in the dead of night." These words added even more mystery to the system, making it impossible for anyone to investigate further. Just as the atmosphere became tense, an elderly, white-haired foundry master suddenly said, "If you can't take me as your master, how about accepting me as your apprentice?" This statement left everyone stunned. A respected elder willing to become an apprentice? Seeing the others considering following suit, Qin Yu quickly intervened. "Without my master's permission, I dare not pass on his skills." This reason was very effective in a world that values the master-apprentice heritage. Although disappointed, the crowd couldn't insist. Finally, Xiong Ran took out a gold-edged, silver-patterned badge inlaid with a ruby and handed it to Qin Yu. "This is the honorary member medal of the Provincial Foundry Association. Please accept it. You won't have any responsibilities, only the benefits of the association." "What benefits exactly?" Qin Yu asked, intrigued. "For example, you can purchase rare materials at a 50 discount and have the same status as an elder within the association. The status of an honorary member in the Forgers Association is incredibly valuable, something many people would do anything to obtain." At this moment, as they looked at this honor being handed over on a silver platter, Li Feng and other members of the unit couldn't hide their jealousy, their features twisted with envy. "All right then." Qin Yu suppressed his inner delight, thinking how perfect it would be if such effortless opportunities with benefits could come his way more often. As if the heavens heard his thoughts, no sooner had he spoken than a dozen presidents and vice presidents of the Forgers Association crowded in, each holding an honorary member badge, eagerly looking at Qin Yu, as if begging him to accept. "Since you all are so sincere." Qin Yu feigned reluctance. The faces of the forging bigwigs immediately lit up with joy, ecstatic at the chance to connect with Qin Yu or the mysterious master behind him. The onlookers were completely dumbfounded. These badges, worth a fortune, seemed to be as common as cabbage before Qin Yu. After bidding farewell to Xiong Ran and Zhang Tianjian, Qin Yu's life returned to tranquility. That evening, Chief Commander Li Feng personally brought Sergeant Zhang and Li Fuguei to his dormitory, after which Qin Yu moved into the officers' quarters. Not only did his monthly salary soar to 30,000, but he was also freed from the tedious task of guarding the city walls. In this luxurious new abode, Qin Yu devoted himself to relentless training. Even his daily meals were delivered to his door. However, this seemingly comfortable life only lasted a few days before he began to feel restless. This can't go on, Qin Yu thought to himself. I need to find a way to hunt exotic beasts. He recalled the commander's parting promise. If you have any issues, come to me. But sending someone to capture exotic beasts in the wild for him to hunt? Qin Yu shook his head, dismissing the idea as too conspicuous. While racking his brains, his phone suddenly chimed. It was a message from Li Fuguei in the group chat. Due to the previous beast tide not being completely eradicated, many exotic beasts were still lurking near the city walls. The unit had decided to take the initiative, with the sergeant leading a team to clear out the remaining threats, and they were recruiting 9 soldiers of level 0.5 and above. Just what I needed. How fortunate. Qin Yu excitedly opened the door, ready to find Sergeant Yu to sign up. To his surprise, standing outside was someone unexpected, the hook-nosed man who had once docked his pay and expelled him from the patrol. Ever since learning that Qin Yu had gained the mayor's favor and was personally respected by the commander, the once arrogant hook-nosed man had been unable to eat or sleep well. He lingered daily outside Qin Yu's dormitory, seeking a chance to apologize. Now, holding a carefully prepared gift, he bowed deeply, humbly saying, Qin Yu, brother Qin Yu, no, Officer Qin Yu. I was blind before. I shouldn't have thrown my weight around. Please forgive me. Upon seeing the face of the hooked-nosed man that he despised, Qin Yu's expression darkened instantly. Memories of being bullied surged back, and the humiliation remained vivid. I remember you were quite good at throwing things, weren't you? The way you threw money was impressive. Why don't you throw something for me now? Qin Yu's gaze was fixed on the gift in the man's hand, his tone as cold as ice. His words struck like a heavy blow, and the hooked-nosed man trembled before falling to his knees with a thud. Please, sir, don't hold it against me. I didn't recognize your greatness. Spare me. Just let me go like a passing breeze. He pleaded, his forehead touching the ground, his voice shaking. Spare you? Qin Yu sneered, a flicker of murderous intent in his eyes. Did you ever think of sparing me back then? If it weren't for luck and the system's help, he would have been long gone, devoured by beasts. Weren't you so high and mighty back then? Kicking me out of the troops for any reason and docking 50 from my 150 salary, did you enjoy spending that money? Qin Yu's voice dripped with sarcasm. The hooked-nosed man frantically kowtowed, blood streaming from his head. Sir, it was all my fault. I'll give you all my savings from these years. Just show mercy. I don't care for your money. Qin Yu kicked him over. Run while you can. If you outrun the law enforcement team, maybe you'll survive. With that, he turned and walked away. Sir, Officer Qin Yu, I was wrong. The hooked-nosed man's face was ashen, filled with regret. Suddenly, his expression turned vicious, and he pulled out a short knife. You forced me into this. If there's no way to live, we'll die together. He lunged at Qin Yu's back. If you're so eager to die, I won't trouble the law enforcement team. Qin Yu calmly turned around. You, a rookie, dare to challenge me in a knife fight? The hooked-nosed man sneered with a twisted grin. Let's find out. Qin Yu seized the moment and punched the man squarely in the chest. A cracking sound echoed as the man's ribs broke, and he flew back like a kite with a broken string. Ow, how are you so strong? The hooked-nosed man looked at Qin Yu in terror as he approached, and he was so frightened he lost control. Spare me. I swear I'll never appear before you again. A scream tore through the night. Qin Yu dropped the short knife, not even glancing at the body on the ground, and headed straight for Captain Yu's office. He knocked lightly on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Captain Yu's voice came from inside. Captain, I'm here to sign up. Qin Yu stated directly. Captain Yu recognized him and frowned. Anyone else can sign up, but not you. Why not me? Captain Yu sipped his tea. Mayor Zhang specifically instructed to ensure your safety. The wild is too dangerous. Qin Yu was prepared. Going out for field practice is my master's idea. I'm sure Mayor Zhang will support it. Hearing this, Captain Yu got up and went out to make a phone call. Before long, Company Commander Yu handed a registration form to Qin Yu. With a serious expression, she said softly, You can join this operation, but there's a condition: you need to change your name and alter your appearance. Qin Yu was taken aback, furrowing his brows. Change my name and appearance? I don't have any enemies. Who would want to harm me? Commander Yu sighed and explained, This is the mayor's request. You've gained too much attention lately. It's better to be cautious. She paused and added, From now on, you'll be called Qin Tian. Qin Yu nodded thoughtfully. Commander Yu seemed satisfied and said, We leave tomorrow morning. Someone will handle your disguise. The next morning, as the sun began to shine on the military camp, a young man with an unfamiliar face appeared at the assembly point, drawing the attention of other soldiers. Hey, brother, which unit are you from? I haven't seen you before, a curious soldier asked. The stranger was none other than the disguised Qin Yu. With a simple smile, He replied, "My name is Qin Tian. I just joined the unit the day before yesterday, been in training, and haven't had the chance to meet everyone." The soldier raised an eyebrow in surprise. "You've got guts, signing up for this operation right after joining. Do you know how dangerous it is outside the city?" Qin Yu maintained his simple smile. "Isn't there a 30,000 bonus for joining this operation? I'm in it for the money." "Man, you're risking your life for money," the soldier said, shaking his head. "What's your level?" 0.6, Qin Yu replied honestly. Laughter erupted around him. 0.6? A rookie trying to join the fun, someone scoffed. "Get lost. This isn't the place for you," another soldier said rudely. "You'll only endanger the team." Facing their mockery, Qin Yu remained silent, though a flicker of impatience crossed his eyes. Finally, he asked, "What level are you guys?" 0.81. 0.85, they answered proudly. Qin Yu smirked. "I thought you'd be stronger." This comment infuriated them. A soldier stormed up to Qin Yu, demanding, "What do you mean by that? Who are you to judge us?" Qin Yu looked at him coldly and said, "I could take on two of you." The soldier was enraged, grabbing Qin Yu by the collar. Qin Yu's eyes flashed coldly as he warned, "Let go, or you'll spend a month in the hospital." The soldier poked Qin Yu's chest dismissively. "Big talk for someone so weak. Show me how you'll make me spend a month in the hospital." Just as Qin Yu was about to teach him a lesson, Commander Yu intervened, shouting, "What's going on? Break military regulations, and you're out." Although Commander Yu was a woman, her authority was unquestionable. The soldier quickly released Qin Yu and sheepishly returned to the formation. Someone protested loudly. "Commander, he's only level 0.6. I don't think he's fit for this operation." Commander Yu responded assertively. "It's not your place to decide." Seeing Commander Yu's anger, the others fell silent. She surveyed them sternly. "For this operation, everyone must follow my orders. Disobey, and you'll face military justice." "Yes, ma'am," they replied in unison. "Good, move out," Commander Yu ordered. The group quickly boarded the military vehicles and headed out of the city. In the vehicle, two soldiers whispered to each other, "Hey, when we're outside, let's teach that cocky kid a lesson." "Yeah, he dared to talk back to us. He must have a death wish," the other responded viciously. Three SUVs sped across the desolate land, with dust kicked up by their wheels swirling in the air. Qin Yu quietly gazed out the window, his divine level breathing technique working steadily within him. Since reaching the introductory stage, this skill had undergone a remarkable transformation, making him exceptionally sensitive to the fluctuations of spiritual energy around him. Any exotic beast or martial artist entering his sensory range would be unable to escape his detection, making him the ultimate human radar. Half an hour later, the outline of the city walls gradually faded into the distance, and the group had fully entered the no man's land. With no reinforcements available, they could only rely on themselves. The vehicles slowed down, and everyone watched the surroundings with vigilance. Suddenly, Qin Yu's body tensed. Simultaneously, the car's scanning radar emitted a piercing alarm. "Stop immediately," Captain Yu shouted. The three vehicles came to an abrupt halt, tires leaving long skid marks on the ground. In the next moment, a loud explosion erupted in front of the convoy, with energy waves sweeping the area, leaving a crater over a meter deep. "What immense power," Qin Yu murmured, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Captain Yu kicked open the car door and shouted, "Stay safe. Everyone disembark." The team quickly moved out, soon discovering the source of the attack. A massive lizard, 3 meters long with menacing fangs and a body engulfed in pale purple flames, was glaring at them from 100 meters away. A blaze fire lizard. A level 3 exotic beast. Captain Yu said gravely, "I didn't expect our first encounter to be with such a formidable creature." She drew her weapon and advanced steadily. "I'll handle the main attack. The rest of you provide support." Everyone nodded repeatedly, feeling secretly relieved. Facing such a level of exotic beast, anyone other than Captain Yu would be courting death. Just then, a rustling sound came from behind them. "Damn, there's another one." Captain Yu's expression changed sharply as she turned to look. Facing two level 3 exotic beasts simultaneously would be perilous, even for her. Fortunately, it was just a juvenile blaze fire lizard behind them, with a strength of about 0.7 level. Captain Yu breathed a sigh of relief and was about to give orders when Qin Yu volunteered. "No need, I can handle it alone." From the moment they stopped, Qin Yu had already sensed the juvenile lizard's presence. While everyone focused on the level 3 beast, he had quietly approached the young lizard. Captain Yu, aware of Qin Yu's true strength, said nothing further. Li Chang and Zhang Rong exchanged a glance, a mischievous glint in their eyes. "Captain, Zhang Rong and I will go help Qin Tian." All right, the two were secretly pleased, thinking the young man was overestimating himself by daring to take on a 0.7 level blaze fire lizard alone. They decided not to intervene easily, intending to teach the youngster, who didn't respect his elders, a lesson. Qin Yu retrieved a long blade, the Xianjin blade, from his space ring, and with a calm demeanor, walked toward the juvenile blaze fire lizard. With his current strength, he didn't need a weapon to deal with a 0.7 level beast. However, this mission was not only about hunting exotic beasts for rewards, but also an opportunity to improve his combat skills. Although the divine breathing technique enhanced Qin Yu's level and vitality, it couldn't grant him the extensive combat experience and skills he needed. To address this shortcoming, Qin Yu decided to suppress half of his strength to hone his skills in actual combat. Confronted with the threat of the blazing fire giant lizard, Qin Yu advanced relentlessly. The pale purple flames on the lizard flickered intermittently before it suddenly launched a blazing fireball. Gripping his Xian gold blade tightly, Qin Yu swiftly dodged and sliced the fireball in two from above. Seeing its attack miss, the blazing fire giant lizard burrowed into the sand. However, this was futile against Qin Yu. The divine breathing technique made him acutely sensitive to the flow of external energy, allowing him to track the lizard's every move. Sensing the lizard approaching rapidly underground like a burrowing dragon, Qin Yu exclaimed, "Got you." He swung his blade behind him, releasing a brilliant golden glow that plunged into the ground. Just as Li Chong was about to mock him, the ground erupted, and the blazing fire giant lizard emerged with a deep gash on its back. Zhang Rong quickly reassured him, "Old Chong, he must have gotten lucky. If he hits it again, I'll eat dirt on a live stream." The lizard spewed flames and burrowed into the sand once more. Qin Yu silently criticized, "Is this guy not very bright?" Swinging his blade again, he forced the lizard out, adding a second gash to its body. This time, Li Chong consoled Zhang Rong, "Old Rong, don't forget to tell me what it tastes like after you eat it. I've always been curious." Zhang Rong replied irritably, "What else could it taste like? It's bitter, that stuff is bitter." Li Chong looked utterly shocked. The repeated failures infuriated the blazing fire giant lizard. Its vertical pupils filled with hatred as it hissed and roared. Just as Qin Yu was about to speak, the lizard charged at him with astonishing speed. "Whoa!" Qin Yu exclaimed, caught off guard as he crossed his arms and retreated. The lizard spun around, its tail glowing white, and struck Qin Yu's arms heavily. Qin Yu was sent flying several meters, his arms quickly swelling with redness. "I was careless," he muttered, chiding himself. Li Chong sneered, "I thought he was strong, but he's nothing special. A rookie is still a rookie." Did he really think hitting twice by luck would let him beat the blazing fire lizard? Zhang Rong chimed in agreement. As the blazing fire lizard charged again, Qin Yu was ready. The runes on his Xian gold blade lit up completely, the piercing blade intent instantly trapping the lizard. Qin Yu stepped forward, his blade intent following relentlessly. Swish, 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 swish. The Xian gold blade danced like a swimming dragon around the lizard, leaving deep, bone-revealing wounds. The lizard's fiery breath and violent struggles only worsened its injuries. A final flash of golden light, and the blazing fire lizard collapsed heavily, lifeless. "Even with my power suppressed, dealing with a 0.7 level beast isn't too difficult. I need to seek out stronger beasts." Qin Yu murmured to himself. A scroll suddenly appeared. "Congratulations on obtaining the 100-blade slash. Type, sword technique. Quality, fine grade. Description, in battle, it can conjure hundreds of blade shadows, delivering formidable power." The death of the young explosive fire lizard completely enraged the adult lizard. It let out an ear-splitting roar, unleashing the terrifying power of a level 3 beast without restraint. Countless fireballs erupted like a divine wrath, sending dust flying, and shockwaves swept the surroundings like a sandstorm. Everyone immediately covered their mouths and noses, quickly retreating. Even Commander Yu, at the peak of level 3, had to avoid its fury. "Qin Tian, watch out!" Commander Yu shouted. The explosive fire lizard burrowed into the ground, charging towards Qin Yu. The ground was scorched by the high temperature, exploding continuously. "Damn, run!" Qin Yu shouted, sprinting towards the off-road vehicle. Li Chong and Zhang Rong stared in shock at the approaching lizard. "He killed your son. It has nothing to do with us," they shouted frantically. "Qin Tian, wait for us." The three of them clumsily jumped into the off-road vehicle. Qin Yu floored the gas pedal, the engine roared, and the car shot forward like an arrow. The explosive fire lizard followed closely, leaving the ground in ruins wherever it passed. "Qin Tian, speed up." Zhang Chong's voice trembled. "The pedal is already floored," Qin Yu said nervously, maneuvering the steering wheel to avoid obstacles. The explosive fire lizard poked its head out, a pale purple fireball forming in its mouth. Zhang Rong was so scared he lost control. "It's catching up, accelerate." Qin Yu felt the heat from behind, desperately pressing the gas pedal. In the nick of time, a large rock shot from afar, striking the lizard's head. Commander Yu had arrived just in time to hold off the lizard. Qin Yu dared not slow down and continued driving the off-road vehicle. Only after covering more than 10 kilometers and confirming their safety did he stop. Zhang Rong and Li Chong got out of the car, trembling, and angrily yelled at Qin Yu. "Qin Tian, we almost died because of you." Qin Yu snapped back, "Shut up. We're here to kill beasts. If you're scared, go back." Li Chong wanted to argue, but faced with Qin Yu's cold gaze, He swallowed his words. Let's wait until Commander Yu deals with the explosive fire lizard. Then we can go back, Zhang Rong stammered. Qin Yu ignored them, taking out his Xianjin knife, and watched the bushes ahead warily. There was a rustling sound from within. Something's up, Li Chong and Zhang Rong realized belatedly. Qin Tian, go check it out, Li Chong ordered presumptuously. Qin Yu glanced at him, then swiftly moved behind Li Chong, kicking him towards the bushes. Just as Li Chong was about to curse, a gaping maw lunged at him. Damn! Although flustered, Li Chong's 0.8 level warrior skills allowed him to roll away in time. It's a 5-step venomous python, highly poisonous and stronger than me, Zhang Rong said grimly. This is trouble. Trouble? You two stay back, I'll handle it, Qin Yu said, walking towards the snake with his knife. Qin Tian, Zhang Rong tried to dissuade him, but Li Chong stopped him. If he wants to die, let him. He doesn't know his limits and thinks he's invincible just because he took down a young blazing giant lizard. Zhang Rong was about to agree, but Li Chong suddenly covered his mouth. Shut up, Li Chong whispered angrily. You're a jinx. In the arena, the 5-step venomous python flicked its scarlet tongue, its sinister eyes fixed on Qin Yu. Poison quickly secreted, filling the venom sacs beneath its fangs. This was the python's deadliest move. Once poisoned, even a warrior a level higher than the python would collapse after just 5 steps. Whoosh, the 5-step venomous python attacked first, its transparent venom shooting toward Qin Yu like a sharp sword. Qin Yu reacted swiftly, swinging his Xian gold blade to block the venom entirely. Though the venom could corrode stones and sand, it was ineffective against the Xian gold blade. Seeing this, the python swept its thick tail, reducing shrubs and stones to dust. Qin Yu leaped into the air, not only dodging the deadly strike, but also seizing the moment to plunge his Xian gold blade into the python's tail. Black venomous blood splattered as the python writhed in pain, its fangs bared in a frenzied attempt to bite Qin Yu. Qin Yu grabbed the 2 fangs, his body surging with energy as his muscles tensed, holding off the python's attack. But just then, the thick tail swept again. Qin Yu knew he was in trouble, but couldn't evade in time. Bang, he was sent flying tens of meters and crashed heavily to the ground. This scene exposed Qin Yu's lack of battle experience. Against such a formidable beast, his weaknesses were evident. Struggling to his feet, Qin Yu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and brushed the dust from his clothes. In the distance, Zhang Rong whispered to Li Chong. That kid probably can't hold on much longer. Should we step in? Li Chong sneered, shouting to Qin Yu. Kid, beg me, and I'll save your life. Hearing this, Qin Yu turned to Li Chong, licking his blood-red lips with a hint of disdain in his eyes. I told you, I can handle it on my own. As he spoke, Qin Yu's energy surged, his body coursing with vitality. His leg muscles tightened, and he shot forward like an arrow, his speed and strength vastly different from before. The 5-step venomous python smashed the boulder before it, opening its gaping mouth to swallow Qin Yu whole. Qin Yu sidestepped, evading the attack, and grabbed the Xian gold blade still lodged in the python's tail. The sound of flesh tearing echoed as he withdrew the blade, severing the python's tail. The massive creature thrashed wildly, its blood staining the sand, causing nearby plants to wither instantly. It's over, Qin Yu declared, turning to face the wounded creature, victory gleaming in his eyes. Li Chong and Zhang Rong watched in shock, muttering in disbelief. He actually killed the 5-step venomous python? How did his strength suddenly increase so much? Either of them alone would have struggled against the python. The weakling they mocked had proven stronger than them. The thought that the real fool was themselves crossed their minds simultaneously. At that moment, a system notification sounded in Qin Yu's mind. Congratulations, you have obtained a pill recipe. Crimson blood pill. Recipe type, elixir. Quality, excellent. Description, consuming it can stimulate internal energy, accelerate cultivation speed, and temporarily boost combat strength. Requires 30 grams of red snake blood, 5 grams of great horned deer teeth, 3 grams of red monkey skull, 5 grams of hair, and 10 grams of red ginseng. The pill recipe Qin Yu had longed for finally arrived, yet he remained calm. Instead, he looked cautiously toward the east, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. There, a colossal and imposing creature, drawn by the battle, was approaching slowly, each step causing the ground to tremble. A massive black bear, 5 meters in length, slowly approached, drawn by the scent of blood in the air. The shaped pattern on its chest was clearly visible in the sunlight, and its golden claws stood out prominently. These sharp claws, half a meter long, glinted with a metallic sheen in the sun. With each step, the giant creature left a massive footprint in the sandy ground, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Li Chong and Zhang Rong exchanged looks, their eyes filled with despair. It's a golden claw bear, they both thought in shock. In the world of mythical beasts, racial advantages were apparent. Just as the eagle tribe could easily hunt rabbits of the same level, the 5-step venomous python they had just killed, despite its deadly venom, was only considered upper level among beasts. However, the golden claw bear stood at the top of the food chain. Its indestructible golden claws, coupled with its incredibly defensive fur, left it with virtually no weaknesses, earning it the title of king among beasts. Although this particular golden claw bear was only at level 0.8, its actual combat strength was around level 1.2. Li Chong nudged Zhang Rong with his elbow, urging in a low voice, "Old Rong, say something." Zhang Rong looked confused. "Say what? Say you'll eat shit live on camera." Li Chong retorted irritably. Zhang Rong immediately shot back. "You're the one who's going to eat shit live. Get to the car and drive." With that, he shouted and sprinted towards the SUV, their only hope for escape. "Don't go there," Qin Yu urgently warned. But it was too late. As Zhang Rong neared the SUV, the golden claw bear also closed in rapidly, moving faster than Zhang Rong. With a flash of its golden claw, it left several deep marks on the SUV, as if slicing through tofu. Roar! The golden claw bear let out an angry roar, its powerful forelimbs slamming into the SUV. The once robust vehicle crumpled like a toy in front of the bear's might. "Look, the gasoline is leaking." Li Chong's eyes gleamed with an idea. "Does anyone have a lighter?" He had a daring plan in mind. Blow up the car to kill the bear. "I do." Zhang Rong quickly pulled out a lighter and threw it forcefully towards the SUV. Boom! The SUV instantly transformed into a powerful bomb, and the resulting shockwave forced Qin Yu and the others to retreat several steps. Did it work? Zhang Rong and Li Chong's faces showed a hint of relief. The explosion had pushed them back from over 10 meters away, let alone the golden claw bear that had taken the brunt of it. Even if it wasn't killed outright, it must have been severely injured. However, Qin Yu's expression grew even more serious. In his perception, the golden claw bear's vital signs were only slightly affected. Not only had it survived the explosion, but it was also almost unharmed. The bear's defensive abilities far exceeded their expectations. Qin Yu looked down at the Xianjin blade in his hand, thinking to himself, "Whether we can kill the golden claw bear depends on you." Although this blade was made from ordinary iron alloy, Qin Yu had added Xianjin powder from the system during its creation, dramatically enhancing its quality. Its attributes and properties far surpassed those of the previous sword made from star meteorite. A few kilometers away, two individuals were closely watching Qin Yu's every move through the leaves of a large tree. "This guy has terrible luck, running into a golden claw bear on his first trip out of the city," one of them remarked. The other chuckled in response. "Blowing up the car was a clever trick, but it's nowhere near enough to deal with a golden claw bear. It seems we have to step in after all." Above the canopy, two figures lay in wait, observing the scene below. These were skilled protectors sent by Zhang Tianjian to secretly guard Qin Yu, codenamed Zhang San and Lao Lu. Their eyes were locked on the battlefield below. As the dust began to settle, Qin Yu charged towards the golden claw bear, wielding his Xianjin blade. "Qin Tian, don't go!" Zhang Rong shouted, but Qin Yu ignored him, quickening his pace. The golden claw bear roared and swung its sharp claws. Although the explosion hadn't injured it, the sudden turn of events had enraged it. It intended to rip everything in its path to shreds. The runes on Qin Yu's Xianjin blade suddenly lit up, and the blade emitted a dazzling light like the sun. As the blade clashed with the claws, a shower of sparks erupted. Both the golden claw bear and Qin Yu were momentarily puzzled. The bear was surprised that a weapon could withstand its claws, while Qin Yu was taken aback by the bear's defense. In the ensuing struggle, Qin Yu was forced back several steps. "I underestimated the golden claw bear's strength," Qin Yu thought to himself. Previously, his Xianjin blade had easily sliced through the scales of the five-step venomous python. But this time his full-force strike hadn't harmed the bear at all. "I refuse to believe your entire body is as hard as your claws." Qin Yu charged again. As he neared the bear, he suddenly ducked and slid beneath it, aiming his blade at a vital spot. A drop of blood splattered on Qin Yu's face, confirming his judgment. The golden claw bear, now enraged, turned with surprising agility and struck at Qin Yu, who hadn't yet risen. In the nick of time, Li Chong and Zhang Rong attacked from both sides, only to be swatted away by the bear. Zhang Rong fell, coughing up blood, and lost consciousness before he could finish speaking. Zhang San and Lao Lu, perched in the trees, continued to watch. "If we let Qin Yu get beaten half to death before stepping in, he'll be eternally grateful," Lao Lu chuckled. "That way, we can forge a strong friendship with him." Qin Yu plunged his Xianjin blade into the sand, coated it with the venom of the five-step venomous python, and drew it out again. He dashed towards the bear. This time, the bear stood its ground, legs tightly closed, clearly remembering the previous encounter. At a critical moment, Qin Yu activated his divine breathing technique, causing his blood to boil and his speed to surge. Both attacked simultaneously. Qin Yu's right arm was slashed to the bone, but his Xianjin blade also pierced the bear's abdomen. Qin Yu silently counted to 5, and the golden claw bear collapsed, its pupils dilating. Zhang San was astonished, and Lao Lu regretted. That Lao Lu, he actually used poison. A system notification sounded, congratulating him on acquiring a divine healing technique. Qin Yu stored it in his spatial ring, and turned to where Zhang San and Lao Lu were hiding. Gentlemen, have you seen enough? Have we been discovered? Zhang San was about to stand up when Lao Lu pulled him back by the corner of his shirt. Shoo! Lao Lu pressed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. We've been concealing our presence the whole time. There's no way that kid could have spotted us. But he clearly just. Zhang San began, confused. You're too naive. Lao Lu interrupted him, frustrated. That kid's bluffing us. He's a real trickster. Qin Yu observed the two pretending to be dead in the sand, secretly amused. Their powerful life force was as bright as two small suns to him, even more intense than Captain Yu's. Gentlemen, Qin Yu said calmly. If you don't come out, my two comrades here might just die. Embarrassed, Zhang San stood up and brushed the sand off his clothes. Relax, we're here on orders to protect you. I figured as much, Qin Yu nodded. Lao Lu instantly appeared in front of Qin Yu. How did you discover us? I just called out randomly. Didn't expect anyone to actually be here. Qin Yu shrugged. Damn, you really are a trickster. Lao Lu gritted his teeth. Help me stop the bleeding first, then save those two. Qin Yu pointed to the injured soldiers on the ground. Despite their banter, these two soldiers never thought of abandoning them to save themselves, a commendable sense of duty. Zhang San immediately stepped forward, channeling the life force of a healing martial artist. Under his treatment, Qin Yu's wounds began to heal visibly. Amazing, Qin Yu exclaimed sincerely, thinking to himself that the effects of divine-level healing must be even more miraculous. After receiving treatment, Zhang Rong and Li Chang stood up with difficulty and thanked the two officers. This place isn't safe. We should withdraw, Lao Lu said, surveying the surroundings. Wait. Qin Yu quickly moved to the corpse of the golden claw bear and skillfully cut off its two clawed paws. He felt a pang of regret looking at the remaining body. While the bear paws were the most valuable, other parts were also worth a lot. Unfortunately, his spatial ring had limited capacity, and he could only take the most precious parts. Half an hour later, they encountered Captain Yu's convoy. Return immediately, Captain Yu ordered decisively. Weren't we supposed to stay for 7 days? Someone asked, puzzled. Captain Yu didn't explain further, turning instead to report to Zhang San and Lao Lu. There's something unusual outside the city. Third and second tier beasts have been found coexisting in the same area. That doesn't make sense, Zhang San frowned. A third-tier beast would never tolerate a second-tier beast in its territory. The proximity of the golden claw bear and the 5-step venomous snake was also too unusual, Lao Lu added. Zhang San quickly contacted their superiors and relayed the orders. The commander has instructed us to immediately halt the operation and prioritize Qin Yu's safety. The convoy returned to the city overnight. The next morning, news arrived. Casualties from the operation had reached 1/10. The beasts outside the city were behaving abnormally, and the troops were placed on alert. These developments did not alter Qin Yu's plans. He took leave from the military, sold the golden claw bear for 100,000 yuan at a weapons shop, and immediately invested 60,000 to advance his divine-level alchemy and healing skills to entry level. With the two divine skills at his command, Qin Yu felt an overwhelming sense of well-being. The moment he activated the divine-level healing skill, his internal injuries from the previous day vanished like melting snow. That's the stuff, he couldn't help but exclaim. The system indicated that mastering divine-level healing could bring the dead back to life and regrow flesh and bones. Qin Yu imagined himself in the future, boldly taunting the beasts on the battlefield. If you're my brother, come and attack me. If you can kill me, I'll admit defeat. Qin Yu retrieved the Qi blood pill formula from his spatial ring and stepped into a quaint herbal medicine shop. The air was filled with the fragrance of herbs, neatly arranged on wooden shelves. The shopkeeper, leisurely sipping tea, promptly set down his cup upon seeing a customer enter and warmly asked, Young man, are you here to buy or sell medicine? Qin Yu glanced around and cautiously lowered his voice. I'd like to buy 300 grams of red snake blood and 55 grams of antlered deer teeth. To protect the secrecy of his formula, he decided to purchase the ingredients in separate transactions, deliberately ordering a few grams more than needed. The shopkeeper swiftly weighed and packaged the items, handing them to Qin Yu. That'll be 14,000 in total, he announced the price. Without hesitation, Qin Yu paid up and left to find another herbal shop. At another store, Qin Yu continued his purchasing. Boss, I need 36 grams of red monkey skull, 60 grams of fur, and 110 grams of red treasure ginseng. Hearing this, the shopkeeper raised an eyebrow in surprise. Are you sure you want to buy 110 grams of red treasure ginseng? Qin Yu asked in confusion. Yes, why? The shopkeeper chuckled knowingly and held up a finger. Red treasure ginseng is a rare herb, and even at its cheapest, it costs 1,000 coins per gram. Qin Yu's expression froze as he mentally calculated. The golden claw bear he risked his life to defeat could only be traded for 100 grams of red treasure ginseng? The sting of poverty struck him again. Seeing his reaction, the shopkeeper inquired, Short on cash? Are you an alchemist? Qin Yu reluctantly nodded. Sort of. The shopkeeper's eyes gleamed with cunning as he lowered his voice. Then I have a way for you to get red treasure ginseng, without money. Qin Yu's eyes lit up with interest. What is it? The shopkeeper mysteriously replied. The young master of Xian herbal shop has a difficult-to-treat illness. They've announced a reward today. Whoever can cure him can take whatever herbs they want from their shop. Whether you can seize this opportunity depends on your skills. Qin Yu was secretly delighted. This was a tailor-made opportunity for him. He thought to himself, there's nothing a divine healing technique can't cure, and if there is, then two will do. Thanks, boss. Qin Yu said as he turned to leave. The shopkeeper hurriedly called after him. Don't you want your red monkey skull and fur? Qin Yu turned back, giving the shopkeeper a look as if he were foolish. If I can't cure the young master, I won't get the red treasure ginseng. Without the red treasure ginseng, what's the use of the red monkey skull? The shopkeeper was momentarily speechless, watching Qin Yu leave. Xian herbal shop is the largest herbal chain in the country, with branches in bustling imperial capitals and small cities like Linhai. The Linhai branch is located on the most bustling street, a two-story building meticulously constructed from Donghai rare wood. The grand golden sign exudes an ancient charm, contrasting sharply with the surrounding modern concrete buildings, showcasing its unique prestige and deep historical significance. When Qin Yu arrived at Xian herbal shop, it was already crowded. Overhearing conversations, he realized many were renowned figures in the local medical community, evidently all there to treat Xian herbal shop's young master. Dr. Wang, even you're here, it seems we don't stand a chance, a middle-aged man sighed. Another chimed in. Brother He, you're the top alchemist in Linhai. I didn't expect this matter to draw even you. Listening to these exchanges, Qin Yu pondered the challenge ahead. Brother Zhang, even a level 4 healer like you is here. Looks like my trip was in vain. Inside Xin herbal shop, the atmosphere was buzzing with voices as regulars gathered in small groups, boasting about their medical skills. Qin Yu quietly slipped into the shop and found a corner to wait patiently. As time ticked by, a sudden weak cough interrupted the chatter. All eyes turned towards the staircase. A young man dressed in luxurious robes descended slowly. He was thin, with dull, swollen eyes, sunken cheeks, and an aura of excessive indulgence. My name is Sun Yoshin, the young man said in a faint voice. Whoever can cure my illness can take any herbs they want from here. Despite his weak tone, his words carried undeniable authority. After all, he was the young master of Xin herbal shop, one of the wealthiest young men in the world. Master Sun, may I ask what ailment you are suffering from? Someone eagerly inquired. A hint of redness crossed Sun Yoshin's face as he awkwardly replied. It's a man's unspeakable ailment. With his appearance of overindulgence, everyone understood. Sun Yoshin had come to Lanhai City to escape the entanglements of numerous childhood friends in the capital. However, the local ladies were even more gentle and irresistible. One morning, he suddenly realized he was feeling weak. I'll go first. A confident elderly man with a white beard declared. I've been practicing medicine for decades, specializing in male issues. Here is a family heirloom pill, Master Sunday. Take it, and you'll surely recover. Others nodded in agreement, clearly recognizing the authority of Dr. Wang in this field. All right, Sun Yoshin took the pill and swallowed it in one go. He circulated his internal energy, quickly absorbing the medicine's effects. His complexion improved slightly, but he still appeared frail. I'll test it out. Sun Yoshin rushed upstairs eagerly, but returned disappointed within seconds. It's not working. Not working. Dr. Wang was incredulous and immediately checked Sun Yoshin's pulse. His expression turned grim, and he muttered, in all my years of practice, I've never seen such a case. I can't treat Master Sun's condition. This statement caused an uproar. The crowd began to murmur. What? Even Dr. Wang's ancestral pill can't cure it. Dr. Wang is the expert in this field. If he can't cure it, we have no chance. It seems Master Sun's condition is quite serious. I knew it. The herbs from Xin herbal shop couldn't be that easy to get. Sun Yoshin was almost in tears. Is it really that serious? Does this mean I'll have no joy for the rest of my life? What's the point of living? At that moment, a commanding voice silenced the crowd. Master Sun, don't worry. If Dr. Wang can cure it, I can too. If he can't, I still can. The crowd turned to see a man in white emerge, exuding an extraordinary aura. Who would be so arrogant as to completely disregard Dr. Wang? Everyone turned towards the voice, and upon recognizing the man's face, they all wore expressions of understanding. Qin Yu looked closely and realized it was someone familiar. Zhang San, a level 4 healing martial artist. Zhang San confidently strode over to Sun Yoshin, his eyes brimming with self-assurance. As a level 4 healing martial artist, he wouldn't claim to cure every ailment, but handling something like kidney deficiency was a piece of cake. Sun Yoshin looked at Zhang San intensely, as if he'd found his last hope. Can you really cure it? Sun Yoshin asked, his voice trembling. No problem at all. Zhang San nodded confidently. I guarantee a quick fix. Your hand. Sun Yoshin asked warily, pulling back slightly. Where are you going to put your hand? Zhang San chuckled mischievously, causing a shiver among the onlookers. Sun Yoshin crossed his arms protectively over his chest, his eyes filled with resistance. Of course, just on your wrist, Zhang San explained. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and quietly put their phones, which had been recording, back in their pockets. Zhang San grasped Sun Yoshin's wrist and began to channel his healing energy into him. Everyone held their breath, waiting for a miracle. However, 5 minutes passed with no change in Sun Yoshin. Why does it seem like there's no effect? Someone in the crowd murmured. Sweat beaded on Zhang San's forehead as he felt the awkwardness. This isn't right. My healing should show results in a minute, he said, testingly asking. Sun, do you feel anything? Sun Yoshin concentrated for a moment. It feels a bit warm. That's it, Zhang San said, regaining his confidence and increasing the flow of healing energy. Half an hour flew by, and Sun Yoshin's arm began to tingle with numbness. Impatience grew in the crowd. Zhang San, can you or can't you do this? If not, step aside and let someone else try. It's been half an hour. It's my turn now. Why all the noise? Zhang San retorted, trying to save face. Sun has already been cured. Cured? Sun Yoshin was overjoyed. Although he didn't feel much difference, he chose to believe Zhang San. Great, I'll go test it out. Sun Yoshin dashed upstairs, but returned dejectedly within seconds. No change, it's failed again. It turned out that Zhang San's healing technique essentially promoted the rapid division of healthy cells to replace damaged ones. But when a certain area's cells were completely exhausted, division was futile, and the healing technique naturally lost its effect. The crowd laughed at Zhang San. Unfazed, Zhang San challenged them. Don't laugh at me if you think you can do better. Go ahead. The crowd fell silent. Though they mocked Zhang San, no one dared question his healing skills. With both Dr. Wang and Zhang San failing, who could guarantee they were better? Who would step up only to embarrass themselves? At that moment, a brazen voice pierced the silence. If you're not skilled enough, don't step up and embarrass our Linhai city. The statement hit like a hammer, belittling both Dr. Wang and Zhang San. The crowd erupted, and all eyes turned to where the voice had come from. This confidence was not unfounded. He Xingxue began studying alchemical formulas at the age of 3, took charge of the alchemy furnace by 5, and achieved minor success in alchemy by 11. Now he is renowned as the Pill King of Linhai City. While he doesn't claim to cure all ailments, treating something as minor as kidney deficiency is a simple task for him. Seeing He Xingxue's assured demeanor, Sun Yoshin felt as if he had grasped a lifeline, with hope rekindled in his eyes. He Xingxue flipped his wrist, retrieving an ancient alchemy furnace from his storage ring, and declared loudly, I will refine the pills right here. No problem, I'll provide the ingredients. Sun Yoshin responded immediately. Precious herbs for vitality enhancement were promptly placed into the furnace. Under He Xingxue's skilled manipulation, a rich aroma of pills soon filled the Xian herbal shop, prompting onlookers to exclaim, the Pill King's skills are indeed exceptional, beyond our reach. Witnessing the Pill King at work is truly worthwhile. Pills are ready. He Xingxue gestured with both hands, and the furnace opened with a roar, revealing 3 milky white pills. Smiling, he explained, these are the revitalized vitality pills, guaranteed to solve Mr. Sun's troubles. Revitalized vitality pills? I've never heard of them, someone in the crowd questioned. He Xingxue was secretly pleased by the question but maintained a calm demeanor as he replied. This pill is a new creation of mine, concocted on a whim today. Judging by its aroma, it should be perfect. His casual creation of a new formula only highlighted his profound expertise in alchemy. Ah, I see, truly the work of the Pill King, the crowd marveled. Zhang San, observing the scene, couldn't help but express admiration and asked, I have a friend who is very interested in this pill. Would the Pill King be willing to part with one? Sun Yoshin, impressed by He Xingxue's prowess, was more hopeful and immediately swallowed one of the pills. As the medicinal power coursed through him, he joyfully ran upstairs. Yet, in just 3 seconds, he returned downstairs, looking disappointed. He Xingxue's expression froze, and the room fell silent. It didn't work? He Xingxue tentatively asked. Seeing Sun Yoshin nod silently, resigned to his fate, He Xingxue paused before explaining. I forgot to mention, the revitalized vitality pills must be taken all 3 at once to be effective. With this explanation, the atmosphere relaxed. No wonder the Pill King refined 3 at once. They need to be taken together, the crowd realized. Still skeptical, Sun Yoshin took the remaining 2 pills. However, the result was the same. Upstairs, 3 seconds, downstairs, and still disappointed. The same formula, the same outcome. No effect. He Xingxue's eyes widened in disbelief, his body trembling slightly. None, Sun Yoshin replied, his face downcast and his voice filled with disappointment. He Xingxue staggered back a step, the arrogance on his face vanishing instantly. Just moments ago, those who had been showering him with flattery now stood silent, not daring to make a sound. Does anyone else have a cure? Feel free to try. Sun Yoshin broke the suffocating silence. But with the experienced physician Wang, the level 4 healing warrior Zhang San, and even the elixir master He Xingxue at a loss. Who could possibly cure this ailment? Everyone present lowered their heads, avoiding Sun Yoshin's hopeful gaze. His expression grew darker as he muttered to himself. Do I really have to return to the capital for treatment? I haven't even had the chance to get to know the lovely ladies of Linhai City. Going back like this, I not only seem like a scoundrel, but also be mocked by my childhood sweetheart for a lifetime. Just then, a young voice emerged from the corner. How about I give it a try? All eyes turned to see a young man stepping forward. At first glance, everyone frowned. This kid seemed too young. Where did he get the nerve? What kind of nobody dares to show off here? He Xingxue scoffed, looking down on him. Get back, don't disgrace Linhai City. To him, if even he, the pinnacle of expertise, had failed, this young upstart stepping forward was nothing short of questioning his authority as the elixir master. A few sycophants immediately chimed in, pointing fingers at the young man. Qin Yu, looking puzzled, immediately retorted with a stern face. If you have the skills, step up. If not, keep your mouth shut. The crowd was rendered speechless, only managing to stammer a few words after a while. You, arrogant, disrespectful to your elders. At this moment, Zhang San's eyes lit up, and he quickly stepped forward. Do you know who he is? Seeing the crowd's confusion, he continued. He's Qin Yu. Qin Yu? The same Qin Yu that Mayor Zhang recently called a prodigy in forging. The crowd began to re-evaluate the young man, buzzing with discussion. He Xingxue sneered, blocking Qin Yu's path. So, you're the forging prodigy Mayor Zhang values. But here, we're dealing with medicine, not forging. Did this prodigy wander onto the wrong set? Or are you planning to replace young Master Sun with an iron part? His words were met with a burst of laughter from those around. Sun Yoshin's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he looked around at everyone, his voice tinged with a hint of hesitation. Well, changing it to iron is not impossible. He Xingxue and Qin Yu stood in the crowd, exchanging glances. Qin Yu stepped forward confidently and said, Forging is indeed my specialty, but I also know a thing or two about medicine. While I can't claim to cure all diseases, treating something like kidney deficiency is well within my capabilities. Sun Yoshin's face showed a trace of impatience, and he raised his voice. All right, stop arguing. You've been hesitating all this time, and now that someone has stepped up, you're still being picky. Is it because you're not the ones affected, so you don't care? He turned to Qin Yu, his tone softening. Qin Yu, right? I trust your medical skills. Unwilling to back down, He Xingxue snorted and took a step back, a hint of mockery in his eyes. I hope your skills are as strong as your words. Qin Yu, unfazed, walked forward and took Sun Yoshin's wrist, beginning to perform a divine healing technique. He Xingxue scoffed from the side. Huh. I thought it was some new method. Turns out it's just a healing technique. Zhang San also looked surprised. He had just proven that the healing technique was ineffective, so why was Qin Yu using it? As everyone was puzzled, they suddenly heard Sun Yoshin let out a satisfied moan. Ah, that feels great. Sun Yoshin's voice was filled with delight. The crowd stirred, and someone exclaimed, What's happening? Look, Sun Gongzi is changing. Sun Yoshin's skin visibly became smooth and rosy. His eyes regained their luster, his sunken cheeks filled out healthily, and even his dark circles rapidly faded. In just a few seconds, Sun Yoshin transformed from a worn-out, indulgent youth into a handsome, healthy young man. Everyone was stunned, and someone murmured in amazement. This isn't just treatment. It's like he's a different person. The speed of recovery is unbelievable. Qin Yu calmly announced, treatment complete. Sun Yoshin eagerly rushed upstairs. The crowd held their breath, and after 3 seconds passed without him returning, they all understood the treatment had succeeded. Qin Yu turned to He Xingxue and said flatly, Don't overestimate yourself if you lack the skills. You're embarrassing us in Linhai City. He Xingxue's face flushed red, as these were the very words he had just used to mock Zhang San, now turned against him. 10 seconds later, Sun Yoshin reappeared, glowing with energy, and excitedly grabbed Qin Yu's hand. Brother Qin Yu, I love you. He felt as if he had returned to his 10-year-old self, full of vitality. Sun Yoshin secretly rejoiced. The legend of the 7 times a night in the capital was back. Just then, He Xingxue suddenly spoke up. Sun Gongzi, I think there might be a misunderstanding. Your recovery is due to my pill-taking effect, though with a slight delay, coinciding with Qin Yu's treatment. This excuse was too far-fetched, and even He Xingxue's sycophants were too embarrassed to speak up. Sun Yoshin's face darkened instantly, and he shouted angrily. Do you take me for a fool? Linhai City's Pill King. In front of the young master of Xinshin Herbal Store, you're nothing. Manager Li, show them out. Manager Li immediately appeared and politely said, Thank you all for coming to help. Our Xinshin Herbal Store has prepared some small gifts for each of you. Please don't forget to take them before you leave. As everyone was about to leave, someone suddenly shouted, Wait, Qin Yu, could you leave a contact? I have a friend who could use some treatment in that area too. Yes, I also have an old friend. Requests started echoing around the room. Qin Yu enjoys making friends, especially with someone like Sun Yoshin. a charming and handsome noble from the capital. They hit it off immediately and quickly exchanged contact information. Sun Yoshin was generous, gifting Qin Yu with boxes of rare items: vivid red snake blood, snow-white antlers from large deer, mysterious red monkey skulls and fur, and precious red ginseng. These treasures, which were rare and invaluable to ordinary people, seemed like trivial trinkets in Sun Yoshin's hands. Qin Yu was overjoyed, but soon faced a sweet dilemma. His spatial ring couldn't hold all these items. Seeing this, Sun Yoshin generously gave Qin Yu a high-capacity spatial ring and even threw in an alchemy furnace. This lavish gesture left Qin Yu speechless. As they parted, they shook hands warmly. Sun Yoshin sincerely said, "Brother Qin, you are like a reborn parent to me." Qin Yu, not to be outdone, replied, "Brother Sun, you are my provider." This exchange of compliments, though exaggerated, reflected their close relationship at the moment. Back in the army, Qin Yu eagerly began to enhance his abilities. He spent 30,000 points to upgrade his 100-blade slash to the beginner level. This skill perfectly compensated for his lack of attack methods against powerful beasts, allowing him to rely on more than just the advantage of the Xianjin blade. Compared to when he first started, Qin Yu had transformed. His personal stats showed significant improvement. Name: Qin Yu. Age: 18. Level: 0.630. Talent: 1.74. Skills: Divine Breathing Technique Beginner, 7. Divine Forging Technique Beginner, 3. Divine Alchemy Technique Beginner, 0. Divine Healing Technique Beginner, 0. 100 Blade slash Beginner, 0. Once a poor boy everyone wanted to bully, Qin Yu had grown into a promising figure watched by many influential people. Yet, he knew this was not enough. "My current strength is still too weak. Relying on others' support is not a long-term solution. Only my own power is truly reliable," Qin Yu resolved. To further enhance his strength, Qin Yu decided to try crafting the red blood pill. He took out boxes of herbs and divided the materials according to the recipe. He knew that with his current talent, it would take at least 50 days of normal training to advance the divine breathing technique to the next stage. But with the help of the red blood pill, his training speed could be multiplied. Carefully, Qin Yu prepared 10 sets of herbs and lit the alchemy furnace. Although it was his first time refining pills, his operations were exceptionally skilled, surpassing many apprentices who had practiced for years. He first poured 300 grams of red snake blood into the furnace, using his qi to precisely control the flame's temperature. Once the water in the blood evaporated, forming a black-red lump, he added red monkey fur. Following the recipe, Qin Yu added various materials step by step, meticulously controlling the heat. Finally, he added the red ginseng, increasing the fire to extract its essence, then simmering it down to form the pill. When the fire in the furnace extinguished, a faint fragrance wafted out. 5 blood-red pills floated in Qin Yu's hand, their surfaces smooth and emitting a unique aroma. This successful first attempt at alchemy filled Qin Yu with anticipation for his future training journey. With 10 sets of ingredients, Qin Yu only managed to produce 5 pills, leaving him deep in thought. A success rate of just 50% clearly indicated that his control over qi and blood wasn't precise enough. Attempting to refine 10 pills at once was indeed ambitious, and even the 5 successful pills were merely passable in quality. Just as he was about to give up, Qin Yu suddenly sensed a change within himself. Closing his eyes to focus, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that his control over qi and blood had become more refined. This unexpected gain brought a sparkle to his eyes. Alchemy is an extremely delicate art. Some high-level pills can fail if the flame's temperature is off by just a few degrees. Refining 10 pills simultaneously required Qin Yu to precisely divide his qi and blood into 10 parts, which inadvertently enhanced his control. This discovery heightened Qin Yu's interest in alchemy. Eager to test the effect of the qi blood pill, he casually picked one up and swallowed it. Moments later, Qin Yu's skin turned a vivid red, making him look like a freshly cooked shrimp. He could clearly feel his qi and blood being intensely stimulated, boiling within, like an engine running at full throttle. Immediately, Qin Yu sat cross-legged and practiced his divine breathing technique. With each breath, his qi and blood compressed and solidified. External spiritual energy continuously poured in through his pores, eventually merging with his qi and blood, joining the surging torrent within him. "It's incredibly powerful," Qin Yu marveled. The effect of the qi blood pill exceeded expectations, increasing his cultivation speed nearly tenfold. At this rate, he estimated that he could achieve a breakthrough in his breathing technique within a month, far surpassing the potency of the vitality pill given by Captain Yu. Despite its impressive effects, the qi blood pill had limitations. Its effect lasted only half an hour, and it required a 2-hour interval before it could be used again, or else his meridians might not withstand the overwhelming impact. Nevertheless, Qin Yu was quite satisfied. He realized that the qi blood pill could not only accelerate his cultivation, but also significantly boost his combat power if used strategically. Over the next couple of weeks, Qin Yu seamlessly integrated his cultivation and alchemy practices. After each cultivation session, he would refine pills, and then return to cultivation once more. As he continuously advanced his skills, his control over his qi and blood became increasingly precise. Now, Qin Yu could consistently refine 7 to 8 qi blood pills per batch, with a noticeable improvement in their quality. His progress in the divine breathing technique had reached nearly 2/5, and his divine alchemy skill had improved to 11. On this particular afternoon at 3 o'clock, Qin Yu completed the refinement of his last batch of pills. Carefully, he placed the pills into a delicate porcelain bottle. With his supply of red snake blood and red ginseng depleted, he had amassed around 200 qi blood pills, enough to sustain his cultivation for a considerable time. As night fell, the clock struck 9. Suddenly, a knock at the door shattered the tranquility of Qin Yu's room. Surprised, as he rarely had visitors aside from the soldier delivering meals, Qin Yu opened the door to find a familiar figure standing there. "Captain Yu? What brings you here?" he asked in astonishment. Qin Yu was contemplating his recent plans inside the room when he suddenly heard hurried footsteps. There was a gentle knock on the door, and the voice of Company Commander Yu was heard. "Commander Yu, please come in." Qin Yu immediately stood up and opened the door. Commander Yu entered the room with a slightly serious expression. Qin Yu felt a twinge of unease, suspecting that there might be a new mission. He quietly considered that he had not yet fully utilized the resources he had recently acquired, understanding the wisdom of not biting off more than he could chew. "Please have a seat. I'll get you a glass of water." Qin Yu gestured politely and then turned to pour the drink. Once they were both seated, Commander Yu began to speak, but it was something Qin Yu did not expect. "Qin Yu, allow me to introduce myself first." Commander Yu took a deep breath. "My name is Yu Rushuang, from the renowned Yu family in the imperial capital. I'm serving as an officer in Linhai City primarily to complete a university internship." Qin Yu's eyes widened slightly, his mind reeling. A top-tier family in the imperial capital? Although he had never heard of the Yu family, any family considered top-tier, there must be a formidable presence. "Commander Yu, why are you telling me this?" Qin Yu asked, puzzled. Yu Rushuang smiled gently. "Because I want to ask for your help." Qin Yu remained silent, waiting for more. "In a few months, it will be time for the college entrance exams," Yu Rushuang continued. "Every year, the top and second-tier families in the imperial capital recruit 50 guardians. Their role is to assist their family's candidates in achieving good results while suppressing rival families' candidates." Qin Yu interrupted abruptly. "Wait, Commander Yu, you're not suggesting I become a guardian, are you? Besides whether I'm strong enough, I've already taken the college entrance exam once." "Don't worry," Yu Rushuang smiled. "The law does state that one can only take the exam once, but the Yu family can secure you a second chance." A hint of interest flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. "And if I become a guardian, what benefits would I receive?" "I only have one nomination for a guardian," Yu Rushuang explained. "Whether you are chosen depends on your own abilities. However, even being nominated comes with some benefits." Yu Rushuang paused, then asked, "Have you heard of the East Sea Province Elite Student Training Camp?" Qin Yu nodded. Last year, a student from his high school had been selected, and the school had celebrated it for an entire month. "I can offer you a spot in the training camp," Yu Rushuang said. "Your performance there will determine if you can become a guardian." "And if I do become a guardian?" Qin Yu pursued. Yu Rushuang considered for a moment. "You will gain the opportunity to retake the college entrance exam and earn the friendship of the Yu family. If you excel in the exam, you can enter the Yu family treasury to select a treasure. Of course, even if you score well, you can choose to decline university offers. That decision is entirely yours." Qin Yu fell into deep thought. With the various divine skills he had mastered, becoming a top-tier powerhouse was only a matter of time, and attending university was not essential for him. However, becoming a guardian might bring the friendship of the Yu family, but it could also invite hostility from other families. What truly tempted Qin Yu was the opportunity to join the training camp and access the Yu family treasury. His eyes glimmered as he weighed the pros and cons of the proposal. The treasure vaults of the top families in the capital are filled with priceless items, yet none of these could sway Qin Yu. Seeing this, Yu Rushuang's eyes gleamed, and she added, "Oh, if you rank in the top 100 nationwide in the college entrance exams, the state will reveal a secret about mythical beasts to you. This is not a reward from the Yu family, but an opportunity you can earn through your own ability." "A secret?" Qin Yu raised an eyebrow, his interest piqued. Since his arrival in this world, he had noticed many differences from his memories, and uncovering the reasons behind these changes had always been his wish. After pondering for a moment, he said, "I've been getting a bit bored here lately. Maybe I should go to the training camp for a change of pace." Yu Rushuang quietly watched Qin Yu, giving him ample time to think. A slight tension hung in the air. Suddenly, Qin Yu broke the silence. "I have one more question." "Go ahead." Yu Rushuang nodded slightly. "Why choose me?" Qin Yu looked directly into Yu Rushuang's eyes. "You're looking for a strong fighter, not a forging genius." Although he had recently gained fame for his forging skills, he hadn't participated in many battles. Yu Rushuang smiled mysteriously. Because you're quite handsome. Qin Yu chuckled at her response. Good taste. When does the training camp start? In 10 days, Yu Rushuang replied seriously. I hope you succeed. With the matter settled, Yu Rushuang hurriedly left, her long legs striding confidently as her high heels clicked crisply on the ground. Choosing Qin Yu wasn't simply because of his appearance. Yu Rushuang could never quite fathom Qin Yu's true strength. Initially, during the Beast Tide, she thought Qin Yu was only at level 0.3, but he effortlessly defeated a level 0.6 mythical beast. Later, she estimated him at level 0.7, only to find he measured at 0.91. The 0.91 level was confirmed by professional instruments, supposedly a sure thing. Yet not long after, Qin Yu managed to slay a golden claw bear with a combat power of 1.2. Although 1.2 wasn't enough to be a protector, Yu Rushuang sensed that this might not even be Qin Yu's limit. Qin Yu was like a deep, unfathomable mystery. Just when you thought you had reached the truth, you realized the truth lay even deeper. With his ambiguous strength, attention from several forging masters, and a rumored elusive mentor, he was the perfect candidate to be a protector. Yu Rushuang's lips curled slightly as she thought to herself, Qin Yu, I hope you surprise me. Meanwhile, Qin Yu contemplated the challenge ahead. The training camp is filled with geniuses, all at least level 1.1, who make exceeding their limits a habit. To stand out among them, I need to raise my level further, he muttered to himself. 10 days should be enough. With that, Qin Yu took out a blood-red pill from his pocket and swallowed it without hesitation. The pill dissolved instantly, releasing a surge of fiery energy throughout his body. Let's hurry over. Officer Qin Yu is practicing his swordsmanship again, a soldier excitedly shouted, drawing the attention of his comrades nearby. What's so interesting about practicing with a sword? Another soldier asked, puzzled. You don't understand, the first soldier explained, his eyes shining with admiration. Officer Qin Yu's sword skills are quite profound. It's said that just watching him can greatly enhance your own abilities. Many officers are watching now. Really? The skeptical voice carried a hint of curiosity. Of course, it's true, the first soldier said confidently. These sword techniques were passed down from Officer Qin Yu's mysterious master. Then let's get over there quickly. Doubt was instantly replaced by excitement, and a group of soldiers rushed towards the training grounds. Scenes like this were unfolding all over the camp. Soldiers called to each other, converging on the training grounds from all directions, as if drawn by an invisible force. And the cause of this phenomenon was simply that Qin Yu had begun his sword practice. This was the 5th day of Qin Yu practicing the 100-blade slash. Every morning at 7, he would appear at the training grounds, beginning his sword training. Initially, only a few soldiers took notice, but soon, an unexpected discovery caused a sensation. A soldier, after watching Qin Yu practice, was amazed to find a new understanding of swordsmanship, with his own sword intent becoming significantly more powerful. Once this news spread, it was like a bomb going off in the calm of the camp, igniting everyone's enthusiasm. As the news spread, the story became more exaggerated. Eventually, almost everyone believed that just watching Qin Yu practice could drastically improve their skills. This belief led to the current situation. Whenever Qin Yu practiced, the entire camp would be deserted as everyone gathered to watch. At this moment, Qin Yu was fully focused, skillfully wielding his Xian gold sword. With a swift motion, 2 afterimages appeared in the air, followed by 3 sword energies shooting out. This was the unique aspect of the 100-blade slash. When perfected, it could unleash 100 sword energies with a wave of the hand. Although Qin Yu was far from reaching that level, producing 3 afterimages was already quite impressive. The dense crowd formed a 50-meter radius around Qin Yu, all holding their breath, afraid to miss any detail. Qin Yu's movements were fluid and graceful, each slash accompanied by a sharp sound, as if tearing through the air. After finishing a set of sword techniques, Qin Yu wiped the sweat from his forehead and checked his progress on his personal panel. 100-blade slash, 11 proficiency. He was pleased. The proficiency of this low-grade technique was increasing much faster than those divine skills. Qin Yu sheathed his sword and left the training grounds to begin a day of cultivation. His schedule was packed, with time allocated for both medicinal cultivation and regular practice. After Qin Yu left, the soldiers outside immediately began to chatter. Why didn't I feel anything? One soldier said, disappointed. That means you lack talent, someone nearby explained. Haven't you heard? Only those with good talent can sense the essence of Officer Qin Yu's sword techniques. Now that you mention it, the first soldier suddenly brightened up. I think I did feel something different. Maybe I just didn't notice it earlier. Looks like you've got some talent too, brother. Haha, we're all little geniuses. Even though watching Qin Yu practice brought no tangible benefits to most, their enthusiasm remained undiminished. Everyone hoped they could be the talented one. Time flew by, and soon there was only one day left until the training camp began. Yu Rushuang handed Qin Yu a plane ticket, instructing, tomorrow morning at 9, take this ticket to the airport and board the special flight to the training camp. Qin Yu nodded solemnly. To attend the month-long training camp, Qin Yu had taken leave from the army. Considering the long separation, he decided to return home to bid farewell to his family. On his way home, Qin Yu thoughtfully bought some medicinal herbs for baths and fresh fruits and vegetables. At home, the family enjoyed a warm and joyful evening, cherishing the rare time together. However, Qin Yu could never have imagined that the next day would bring an unexpected, dazzling debut. He would arrive by helicopter, making a grand entrance under the astonished gazes of all the training camp students. Knowing it would take about an hour to get to the airport, Qin Yu woke up at 6 in the morning to wash up and prepare thoroughly. Yet, despite all his calculations, he couldn't foresee what was about to happen. From 6:30 to 8 o'clock, Qin Yu anxiously waited on the street, but not a single taxi was in sight. Just as he was about to contact the military for help, a long business car quietly pulled up in front of him. The window rolled down slowly, revealing a familiar face, Mayor Zhang Tianjian. Qin Yu. Mayor Zhang asked in surprise, "What are you doing here?" Qin Yu quickly explained his predicament. After listening, Zhang Tianjian cheerfully said, "That's easy. I have some free time. Hop in, I'll give you a ride." Grateful, Qin Yu got into the car and sincerely said, "Mayor Zhang, I'm so lucky to have run into you. Otherwise, I would have been late." "No big deal," Zhang Tianjian replied with a smile. "I just finished a meeting nearby and happened to see you. It's all a matter of fate." Seeing Qin Yu's earnest expression, Mayor Zhang's lips curled into a sly smile. In truth, his presence wasn't due to a meeting. His appearance was thanks to someone named Lao Lu. Just last night, Lao Lu mysteriously approached Zhang Tianjian, asking if he wanted to improve his standing in Qin Yu's eyes. Intrigued, Zhang Tianjian pressed for details. Though no one knew exactly what Lao Lu said, a peculiar policy was issued from the mayor's office after he left, banning any taxis from appearing in the area where Qin Yu lived. Zhang Tianjian seized the opportunity perfectly, appearing like a savior when Qin Yu was most anxious and in need of help. This meticulously crafted plan not only significantly boosted Zhang Tianjian's image in Qin Yu's eyes, but also earned Lao Lu the mayor's favor, while Qin Yu saved on cab fare. It was a masterstroke, a win-win-win. Zhang Tianjian couldn't help but admire the brilliance of the plan. He could almost see the Mayor Zhang favorability 1 sign popping up above Qin Yu's head. "Xiongran, this time I'll show you what it means to have the advantage of proximity." Zhang Tianjian thought happily, his smile growing wider. Zhang Tianjian casually asked, "Do you live around here?" Qin Yu nodded in confirmation. Zhang Tianjian was already well informed about Qin Yu's background, even knowing the age of the neighbor's big white dog. This seemingly casual question was actually part of his carefully crafted plan. "I have a younger brother. He's in his second year of high school," Qin Yu replied honestly. "Which high school?" Zhang Tianjian inquired. "The 20th high school," Qin Yu answered. Zhang Tianjian shook his head slightly, showing a disapproving expression. That the 20th high school doesn't have a very high teaching standard. He squatted down and rummaged through the car for a moment before pulling out a set of keys. "I have a property in the city center that's been vacant for 2 years." Handing the keys to Qin Yu, he added, "The conditions there are much better. Your brother can go directly to the best school in the city, Linhai No. 1 High School. And you don't need to worry about your parents' jobs. The city government will arrange it." Zhang Tianjian's plan was comprehensive. Qin Yu knew this was Zhang Tianjian's way of showing goodwill, but he was happy to accept it. After all, becoming stronger is all about providing a better life for those around you, right? While saying, "This might not be appropriate," Qin Yu swiftly pocketed the keys. Zhang Tianjian, seeing this, smiled with satisfaction. He thought to himself, when dealing with people with kids, target the kids. Those without, target the spouse. And for those without either, target the family. The art of gifting never fails. "Xiongran, let's see how you compete with me now." As they were deep in conversation, the driver suddenly hit the brakes. "Whoa, what's going on, Xiaozhang?" Zhang Tianjian exclaimed. The driver turned back to report, "Mayor, it seems there's an accident ahead, causing a traffic jam." "What? A jam?" Zhang Tianjian was more anxious than Qin Yu upon hearing this. "What are the traffic department people doing?" he cursed, then gave Qin Yu a reassuring look. "Don't worry, with Uncle Zhang here, you won't be late." Qin Yu nodded in understanding, thinking they could always make the plane wait a bit longer. Zhang Tianjian took out his phone and dialed a number. "Bring my private helicopter over. I'll send you the address." "Yes, hurry." Meanwhile, at the airport, at 9 a.m., a young man with dyed blonde hair and flashy attire impatiently asked, "It's time. Why hasn't the plane taken off?" The accompanying teacher explained, "We're still waiting for one more person." "Damn," the blonde-haired youth cursed. Next to him, a heavily made-up woman complained in a sweet voice, "I didn't even get my beauty sleep just to be on time. But we're still delayed." The blonde-haired youth looked at her affectionately and comforted her. "Don't be upset, darling. When that latecomer arrives, I'll make sure they pay." "Really, darling?" the woman asked softly. "Of course," the youth replied confidently. "Unless that person is the mayor's child, I'll make sure they get kicked out of Linhai City." Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Whoa, why is a helicopter landing on the runway?" The blonde-haired youth and others immediately looked out the window. They saw a helicopter boldly landing on the runway, with Zhang Tianjian stepping out first. Damn, why is the mayor here? The blonde-haired youth, Huang Hao, said in shock. Before he could finish his sentence, Qin Yu jumped down from the helicopter. After a brief conversation with Zhang Tianjian, Qin Yu headed towards the terminal. The woman's gaze fell on Huang Hao, and she furrowed her brows slightly, asking curiously, who was that person, to have the mayor personally fly him in a helicopter? Huang Hao shook his head, a hint of confusion in his eyes. I don't know him. I've seen everyone around the mayor. He paused and added, could he be the mayor's illegitimate child? Is there a chance he's also a student heading to the training camp? The woman asked, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. Very likely, Huang Hao said thoughtfully. The mayor can easily secure a spot in the training camp. It turns out, Huang Hao's father is the deputy mayor, and the woman's name is Wu Lily, his girlfriend. The two of them managed to get spots in the training camp thanks to Huang Hao's father pulling some strings. Wu Lily saw Qin Yu walking towards them, and her eyes sparkled with a little plan forming in her mind. Where are you going? Huang Hao asked urgently as she suddenly stood up. Wu Lily smiled slightly and whispered, just going to the restroom. Make it quick. The plane's about to take off, Huang Hao reminded her, a hint of urgency in his voice. Meanwhile, Qin Yu had already boarded the plane. The team leader approached him and asked, are you with the training camp? Yes. Qin Yu replied succinctly. What's your name? Qin Yu. The team leader found his name on the list and checked it off, then urged, find a seat quickly. The plane is about to take off. Okay. Qin Yu replied as he walked into the cabin, casually glancing around. There weren't many students from Linhai City qualified to attend the training camp. There were only about 20 people in the cabin. Most wore the uniform of Linhai No. 1 High School, with only a few wearing clothes from other schools. As Qin Yu observed everyone, they were also curiously watching him. Initially, his classmates were annoyed by his tardiness, but seeing him arrive by helicopter made them suppress their displeasure, replacing it with friendly smiles. Qin Yu had expected these Linhai prodigies to be arrogant and dismissive, but to his surprise, they seemed quite friendly. Just then, he noticed a woman with somewhat affected manners approaching him. This woman was Wu Lily. She planned to feign a fall as she neared Qin Yu, using the opportunity to land in his arms as a pretext for conversation. This was the same trick she used to pursue Huang Hao back in the day. Although she wasn't sure of Qin Yu's identity, the fact that the mayor personally flew him suggested he was someone significant. At least, Huang Hao never received such treatment. Wu Lily was determined to capture Qin Yu's heart and then find an excuse to break up with Huang Hao. She was confident in her charm, believing no man could resist a beautiful woman's advances. As Wu Lily approached Qin Yu, she calculated the distance perfectly, twisted her foot, and with a gasp, fell towards him. However, Qin Yu had disliked Wu Lily from the start. As she neared, he was already prepared to dodge. With a quick sidestep, Wu Lily lost her balance and fell hard to the ground. Wu Lily clumsily got up from the ground, blood trickling from her nose, her face a mixture of pain and embarrassment. The fall had been harsh, and her body was still trembling slightly. Huang Hao witnessed the scene, a flicker of anger in his eyes, mistakenly thinking that it was Qin Yu who had knocked Wu Lily down. Damn it, are you looking to die? Huang Hao suddenly stood up, charging at Qin Yu like a street thug. Qin Yu looked bewildered, but seeing Huang Hao's aggressive approach, instinctively raised his foot to counter. He thought to himself that he only used half of his strength with that kick. Surprisingly, Huang Hao flew backward like a kite with a broken string. Is this guy faking it? Qin Yu wondered. How could someone chosen for the training camp be so weak? Huang Hao struggled to get up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and threatened fiercely. Kid, you're looking for trouble, aren't you? At that moment, the team leader's stern shout interrupted the confrontation. Stop it. Sit down properly, or get out if you want to cause trouble. Huang Hao immediately backed down, muttering, just you wait, kid, before sheepishly returning to his seat. The other passengers on the plane looked at Qin Yu with admiration. They had long been annoyed by Huang Hao, but dared not provoke him due to his father's status. Now, they thought to themselves, no wonder he was sent here by the mayor. He doesn't even care about Huang Hao. After an hour-long flight and a 3-hour bus ride, everyone finally arrived at their destination. Before them lay a lush forest, with wild trees and grass occupying every inch of land. Usually, this place was deserted, inhabited only by exotic beasts. But today, thousands of human elites gathered from all directions, preparing for the most important exam of their lives. The bus has arrived, the team leader announced loudly, handing each person a piece of paper with life and death agreement written in bold letters. Let me make it clear, the teacher said seriously. This training camp is extremely dangerous and might even threaten your lives. Those who regret can choose to go home. Those who don't, sign your names. Who are you trying to scare? Huang Hao sneered, signing his name with a flourish. Wu Lily asked softly. How? Could it really be dangerous? Don't worry, Huang Hao replied confidently. We're not the only ones who got in through connections. If something happens to us rich kids here, can the training camp take responsibility? You're right. You're so smart, darling. Wu Lily looked at Huang Hao with admiration. The others didn't think much about it either, quickly signing their names. For children from ordinary families, this might be their only chance to turn their lives around, and no one wanted to give it up. After collecting the signatures, the team leader gave them a meaningful look and announced the first assessment task. The training camp is at the top of this mountain. You all will depart at 5 p.m. and must arrive before 5 p.m. the next day, or you'll be eliminated. Beasts above level 1.5 have been cleared from the mountain, but many lower-level beasts are still active. You can form teams or go solo. Use any method or weapon. There are no rules here. You just need to reach the training camp entrance alive. The teacher continued. The order of arrival will also count towards your final score, with extra points for the top 50. One last reminder, training camp resources are limited, and with each elimination, the remaining participants get more. So, not only do you have to watch out for beasts, but also for each other. Now you can get off the bus. Good luck. Once off the bus, people began to gather in small groups. Hu Ponzi invited Qin Yu to team up, but Qin Yu politely declined. Old Qin, why don't we join up? Sorry, I've already teamed up with some others, so I won't hold you back, Qin Yu replied with a smile. All right, see you at the training camp. See you at the camp. Qin Yu pulled out his phone and dialed a number. I'm here. Where are you guys? Okay, I'll be right there. It turned out that before the trip, Yu Rushuang had given Qin Yu her sister's phone number. Her sister was also a member of this training camp, and meeting her would help Qin Yu adapt to his role as a protector. Although the Yu family was based in the capital, their family members participated in the East Sea Province training camp. This was because the competition in the capital was too fierce, and even a top-tier family couldn't send all their children to the capital's training camp. In the Yu family, the most talented were guided personally by family elders. First-rate students entered the capital's training camp, while second- and third-rate members were assigned to other provinces' camps. However, even second- and third-rate members of the Yu family could easily outmatch most people present. The last candidate for the guardian role just called me. They'll be here soon. Standing at the entrance of the training camp, a woman bearing a resemblance to Yu Rushuang Yu Lianzhang's sister, Yu Rui turned to her companions and said, "The one from Linhai City?" A man beside her sneered. "What kind of guardian could come from such a backwater place? We might end up having to protect him instead." "Don't say that." Yu Rui's female companion immediately countered. "We should trust Sister Rushuang's judgment." At the training camp entrance, besides the 3 Yu family members, 2 women and a man stood 2 other young candidates. Qin Yu quickly recognized Yu Rui, who resembled Yu Lianzhang, and approached her to introduce himself. "Hello, are you Yu Rui?" "Yes." Yu Rui's eyes lit up upon seeing Qin Yu's handsome face, and she responded with a smile. "You must be Qin Yu. Let me introduce you." She pointed to the girl next to her. "This is Yu Yu, a level 1.3 warrior." "Hi." Yu Yu warmly shook Qin Yu's hand, her eyes shimmering with an unusual light. Although Yu Yu's hand was soft and pleasant to hold, Qin Yu politely withdrew his hand to believe that only his Xianjin blade was a companion worth holding onto. Women? They only slowed down his draw. "This is Yu Xiangming, a level 1.3 warrior." Yu Rui continued with the introductions. Seeing Yu Xiangming's indifferent demeanor, Qin Yu decided not to extend further courtesy. These 2 are Zhang Tianhu and Li Ao, also guardian candidates, both level 1.4 warriors. Wow. Qin Yu was secretly amazed. The training camp's average level was only 1.1. It made sense for the Yu family, coming from the capital, to be at 1.3, but these candidates were exceptionally skilled, a whole 0.3 levels above average. Where did the Yu family find such talents? The selection criteria seemed excessively high. Qin Yu quickly decided, unless asked directly, he wouldn't reveal his level. "Qin Yu, what's your level?" Yu Xiaoming asked, hitting a sore spot. Qin Yu attempted to change the topic. "Actually, a level doesn't fully represent strength. The great physicist Newton once said. What is your level?" Yu Xiaoming pressed, giving him no room to evade. "Almost. Level 0.8. Qin Yu had to confess. "What?" The crowd incredulously asked again. "Almost level 0.8. With that, the 2 candidates burst into laughter. "I thought you'd be a formidable opponent, but you're just a clown," Li Ao mocked. "Has Linhai City fallen so low that even a level 0.8 can be a guardian candidate?" Yu Xiaoming sneered. "You, a level 0.8, think you can protect us level 1.3s? Isn't that laughable? A level doesn't necessarily represent strength." Qin Yu insisted. "How strong can a level 0.8 be?" Yu Xiaoming taunted. "I think you're here just to make things harder for us." "Enough, stop it." Yu Rui hurriedly interjected. Qin Yu could only sigh helplessly and wave his hand dismissively. "All right, I won't hold you back. I'll go on my own. See you at the top," Qin Yu said with a calm smile, turning away with steady steps. Yu Rui opened her mouth to say something, but Yu Xiaoming pulled her back. Smart move on his part. Leaving is just as well to only be a burden. A trace of disdain flickered in Yu Xiaoming's eyes. Beside them, Yu Yu playfully nudged Yu Rui, her eyes twinkling. Even if he's just a 0.8 level and can't be a protector, he's still good looking. Isn't it worth considering? If you like him, you go after him. Don't bother me. Yu Ryue replied with irritation. Then give me Qin Yu's contact info. Yu Yu's eyes lit up with a mischievous grin. Missing out on such a handsome guy would be regrettable for days. Qin Yu had always been a lone wolf. If not for the training camp and college entrance opportunities provided by the Yu family and the influence of Captain Yu, he wouldn't have approached Yu Ryue at all. Since they didn't think much of him, it saved him a lot of trouble. At 5 p.m., the sound of a rallying horn pierced the sky. Hundreds of trainees surged towards the mountain path like a tide, each seeking the best route to the summit. Qin Yu, however, sat leisurely under a large tree, quietly watching the crowd disperse. For him, the 24-hour limit was more than enough time. Waiting a bit longer wouldn't hurt. More importantly, his goal was different, not just to reach the top, but to hunt as many beasts as possible. The training camp had thoughtfully cleared out beasts above level 1.5, making it the perfect training ground tailored for him. Once the crowd thinned out, Qin Yu dusted off his clothes and chose a less traveled path to begin his ascent. Meanwhile, inside the training camp's monitoring room, a burly man in military uniform was watching the screens intently. This was General Shangguan Feng, and the mountain was equipped with hidden surveillance devices everywhere. General Shangguan, are you sure it's not necessary to send protection for these students? A young officer asked cautiously. Shangguan Feng exhaled a ring of smoke, his gaze sharp. On the battlefield, fighting beasts, who will protect them then? But sir, many of them are children of high-ranking officials. If something happens, bang! Shangguan Feng slammed a file onto the table in anger. It's your indulgence that lets these useless ones slip in. The training camp is for geniuses, for the future pillars of humanity. Look at these numbers. Out of 1,200 spots, nearly 400 got in through the back door. The young officer fell silent. Shangguan Feng took a deep drag of his cigarette, his voice heavy. Letting some of these worthless ones perish will teach certain people a lesson. The number of beasts below level 1.5 has tripled. Surviving these 24 hours without real skills is impossible. Shangguan Feng was determined to root out the issue of favoritism, and he was prepared to bear the pressure alone afterward. Qin Yu cautiously advanced while using his Xianjin blade to chop through the underbrush. The dense mountain vegetation was littered with traces left by exotic beasts. Fresh tufts of fur scattered among the bushes, footprints of varying sizes imprinted on the ground, and the air was filled with the beasts' rancid stench. The density of exotic beasts here seems quite high. As expected, this selective assessment won't be easy, Qin Yu murmured to himself. He then began to employ a divine-level breathing technique, carefully sensing the spiritual energy fluctuations around him. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto a large tree 100 meters away. Although the spiritual energy emanating from there was faint, it couldn't escape his keen perception. A low-level exotic beast. With a flick of his wrist, he sent a sharp blade aura slicing precisely toward the target. As he approached to inspect, he found a small green snake, about the size of a bean worm, lying limp on the ground amidst the broken branches. This was a venomous exotic beast known as a thumb snake. These cunning creatures typically hid among leaves, waiting to ambush passing prey. Qin Yu picked up the power fruit that had burst from the thumb snake and immediately consumed it, secretly thankful for his divine-level healing technique that protected him, but he remained vigilant. Over the next hour, Qin Yu became increasingly certain that the danger level of this mountain exceeded expectations. He encountered an exotic beast almost every 10 minutes, a frequency that forced all participants to remain constantly on guard. Upon spotting a team of 5 people in the distance, he promptly changed direction to avoid them. As the instructor had advised, it was crucial to be wary not only of the exotic beasts but also of other participants. After all, resources were limited, and one less competitor meant more rewards. As dusk approached, the most challenging phase of the assessment loomed. Nighttime belonged to the exotic beasts, which were unaffected by the darkness and had their combat abilities enhanced by 20%. Even with Qin Yu's strength, he was reluctant to engage these beasts hidden at night. He found a concealed tree hollow, retrieved food and water from his spatial ring, and after satiating his hunger, he began practicing the divine-level breathing technique to restore his energy. Meanwhile, in the training camp's monitoring room, Shangguan Feng watched the surveillance footage intently, a cigar in his mouth and a serious expression on his face. A young officer reported, General Shangguan, currently 11 students have died, and 73 have been injured. Shangguan Feng frowned slightly, showing some dissatisfaction with the death toll, but said nothing further. Knew the true test was just beginning. As night fell, the mountain echoed with the roars of beasts. In one of the surveillance screens, 7 students were gathered around a campfire, roasting the meat of a freshly hunted exotic beast, with the carcass lying nearby. Watching this scene, Shangguan Feng's lips curled into a cold smile on his eyes. These 7 were already doomed. They made 3 fatal mistakes. Shangguan Feng pointed out the critical errors of these newcomers with a steely gaze from his vantage point. First, they lit a campfire at night. Most beasts are attracted to light, and that bright fire is like an open invitation. Second, they cooked food with a strong aroma. These creatures can detect scents from kilometers away with their keen sense of smell. Third, they failed to clean up the site and themselves after killing a beast. Before he finished speaking, a spine-chilling scream echoed from afar. In just 10 minutes, the 7-member team was devoured by a swarm of 20 beasts. Shangguan Feng unemotionally noted in his logbook, "Death tolls 7," as if merely recording ordinary data. Meanwhile, Qin Yu, hidden within a tree hollow, suddenly became alert. It had only been half an hour, yet the beast's presence was already closing in, despite his efforts to mask his scent with herbs. He didn't rashly draw his sword, but quietly relocated. Throughout the long night, Qin Yu moved between various hiding spots. He never stayed more than half an hour at each location before the beasts would track him down. Thanks to his extraordinary sensory abilities, he always managed to escape just before danger struck. The night was frequently pierced by the screams of other candidates, indicating the rising casualties. With the remarkable recovery and sharp instincts provided by his divine breathing technique, Qin Yu maintained peak condition in this cat-and-mouse game. However, for others, even teaming up wasn't enough. A single lapse in vigilance could lead to a fierce battle. Worse, the noise of fighting would attract more beasts, trapping survivors in an endless cycle of combat. As dawn broke, Qin Yu gracefully descended from a large tree and stretched his weary body. But his expression froze at that moment. Damn it! He quickly drew his Xian gold blade, sensing over a dozen energy signatures closing in from all directions. The strongest among them was at level 1.5, while the others ranged from 1.2 to 1.3. This organized encirclement tactic indicated that the beasts were not only pack animals, but also displayed considerable intelligence. Qin Yu decisively unleashed a blade aura straight ahead. A wolf's howl resounded, followed by the howls of the entire pack. A 1.5-meter-long silver-white giant wolf elegantly emerged from the underbrush, its cold eyes scrutinizing him. Siberian silver wolf. Qin Yu widened his eyes in disbelief. How could a creature native to Siberia appear here? Training camp, control room. In the control room, a young officer's urgent voice rang out. "General Shangguan, the Siberian silver wolf you trained has been released." Shangguan Feng nodded steadily, a hint of coldness in his eyes. Let the Siberian silver wolf add some more intensity to this assessment. "But General," the young officer lowered his voice, "won't the damage be too great? Many have already died last night. Even those who earned their spots fairly aren't a match for the Siberian silver wolf." Shangguan Feng smirked slightly. "Don't worry. The Siberian silver wolves I've trained can use their keen sense of smell to target individuals with the lowest vitality. They'll take care of those who slip through the cracks by pulling strings." He turned to the monitor screen. "Come, switch the feed. Let's watch my precious wolf's first prey." The monitor switched, revealing a giant silver wolf. Opposite it stood a young man holding a golden saber, his expression calm. "What's the name of this unlucky fellow?" Shangguan Feng asked. The young officer quickly ran a facial scan. "His name is Qin Yu, from Linhai City." "Qin Yu." Shangguan Feng recalled for a moment. "I think I saw that name on the list of those who used connections. Are his teammates all dead?" "No, General. He's been alone the entire time." "Alone?" Shangguan Feng raised an eyebrow. Surviving the night alone is indeed surprising. His clothes look pretty tidy. Luck must have favored him last night. Perhaps he has a treasure that conceals his presence. But good luck runs out. However, Qin Yu's next move defied Shangguan Feng's expectations. Faced with the encircling wolves, Qin Yu chose not to flee but instead took an offensive stance. Facing a pack of Siberian silver wolves and thinking of attacking, not running. Remarkable, though foolish. But the outcome will be the same, Shangguan Feng commented with intrigue. Qin Yu, however, smirked inwardly. This is a group of fortune bringers. Letting one go would be disrespectful to the system. He suddenly turned and unleashed a 100-blade slash. 3 sharp blade shadows swept towards the silver wolves behind him. Though one wolf leapt to dodge, it was still struck by the latter 2 slashes, with one cutting deeply into its waist, leaving a wound down to the bone. The silver wolf let out a chilling howl and collapsed to the ground. In the control room, Shangguan Feng frowned. Did the Siberian silver wolf choose the wrong target? With that strike alone, this kid can't be the weakest in vitality. As the trainer, Shangguan Feng was well aware of the combat prowess of each silver wolf, yet he found himself puzzled. Being able to take down a silver wolf in one move, that strength is definitely among the top. Shangguan Feng stood at a vantage point, frowning slightly. With such skill, why would he need to pull strings? Is there still a chance to save this Qin Yu? The young officer quickly calculated and shook his head. "General, the Wolf King is ready to charge. The nearest personnel will take at least 10 minutes to arrive at the scene. Then forget it." Shangguan Feng waved his hand dismissively, his tone indifferent. 10 minutes is enough to die 10 times over. His years of battlefield experience had made him accustomed to the fall of geniuses. In his view, humanity never lacks talent, and the loss of one genius cannot upset the overall situation. In the field, seeing its companion fall and wail in pain, the Wolf King was utterly enraged. Its eyes were bloodshot, silver-white fur bristling, and sharp claws dug deep into the ground. With an earth-shattering howl, the entire wolf pack surged towards Qin Yu like a tide. At this moment, Qin Yu's vitality level reached 0.78, and with the combination of breathing techniques, healing arts, the 100-blade slash, and the Xianjin blade, his combat effectiveness exceeded 1.4. Yet, facing the 1.5 level Wolf King, he still felt immense pressure. The Wolf King launched the first attack, lunging at Qin Yu's throat like a gust of wind. Qin Yu gripped his Xianjin blade tightly and slashed horizontally, but the Wolf King caught it in its jaws, a nearly human-like sneer at the corner of its mouth. Left with no choice, Qin Yu abandoned his blade and faced the other silver wolves barehanded. In an instant, Qin Yu was surrounded. His clothes were torn to shreds, and his exposed abdominal muscles were covered in claw marks. He leapt onto a branch, looking down at the Wolf King. Your strength is impressive, worthy of this move. With that, Qin Yu took out a blood-red pill and swallowed it. Instantly, his vitality surged, his bones cracked audibly, and his wounds healed visibly, leaving no scars. Sensing the threat of death, the Wolf King instinctively retreated, emitting a low whine. Qin Yu sneered. It's over. He appeared before a silver wolf in a flash, and before it could escape, he punched its skull, crushing it instantly. This astonishing display of power terrified the Wolf King, which howled to alert the pack. The wolves scattered in all directions. Qin Yu picked up his Xianjin blade, a cold smile on his lips. I said, the hunting hour has begun. Before the words finished, his figure vanished like a phantom. Oh my! Shang Wanfeng suddenly stood up, the calmness on his face vanished completely. He widened his eyes, murmuring in disbelief. This kid was hiding his strength all along. The young officer was equally shocked, his voice trembling as he asked, General, the Wolf King actually ran away? That can't be true. Didn't you train the Wolf King specifically to get rid of those young masters who used connections? And on its first hunt, it got chased by its prey? Shang Wanfeng slapped his thigh and urgently shouted, Quick, send someone over there. The young officer looked perplexed. General, if nothing goes wrong, Qin Yu probably doesn't need rescuing. Who said anything about rescuing Qin Yu? Shang Wanfeng rubbed his forehead in frustration, anxious. I want you to save the Wolf King. I'm counting on it to clear out those who slipped through the cracks using connections. If the Wolf King dies, think about how much more resources those useless ones will waste. The young officer softly reminded. But General, I'm afraid it's too late. Shang Wanfeng slumped into his chair powerlessly, waving his hand. Forget it. I didn't expect to be outsmarted by a young man this time. But quite a few have died already, so if anyone tries to pull strings again, they'll have to think twice about whether it's worth it. Meanwhile, the Wolf King was racing through the forest, eyes filled with terror. Its instincts screamed, urging it to flee from that terrifying human. Suddenly, a cold voice came from ahead. Running? Can you really escape? The Wolf King's fur stood on end, its limbs dug into the ground, coming to an abrupt halt. It bared its teeth, howling to intimidate its opponent. Qin Yu approached slowly, his voice icy. No need to howl. They're all dead. You'll join them soon, but in another world. The Wolf King took a few steps back, a low growl emanating from its throat. At that moment, a drop of blood fell from Qin Yu's Xianjin blade. As the blood hit the ground, both figures leaped towards each other. Golden light and silver gleams intertwined in the air, rocks shattered beneath them, and grass was swept away by the force of their clash. The Wolf King was forced back in the fierce collision, its silver-white fur gradually stained with blood. In a critical moment, the Wolf King howled to the sky, its muscles swelling, body size suddenly increasing. It burned 3 drops of essence blood from its beast heart, its aura surging instantly. Sensing the threat, Qin Yu quickly retreated. However, the Wolf King didn't press its advantage and instead turned to flee. It understood that survival tactics were meant for survival, not for a desperate fight. So it was just a bluff. Qin Yu shouted, Can you withstand my 3,000 yuan power? 100-blade slash. In the end, the Wolf King could not escape Qin Yu's grasp. When the Xianjin blade pierced its heart, the Wolf King's eyes were filled with confusion and regret. It wondered why. Why was this seemingly weakest prey so powerful in battle? But the Wolf King no longer had time to ponder this question. Its life ended, along with its final doubts, forever. With a howl of confusion and regret, the Wolf King departed from this world. Qin Yu exhaled deeply, his fingers trembling slightly as he grasped the scroll drifting from the Wolf King's body. As it glowed, a system notification chimed. Congratulations, you've acquired the Divine Formation Technique. Divine Formation Technique. Type, Magic Art. Quality, Divine. Description, this book draws from the 4 great ancient formations, combining the world's array techniques, and contains the most advanced formation experiences and methods. Mastery of it could slay gods. Note, this book is for instructional purposes only, providing experience and techniques without specific formation strategies. Qin Yu frowned slightly, murmuring to himself, Another divine skill, but like the alchemy technique, it only provides techniques, not the formulas. It seems to set up formations. I'll need to acquire formation blueprints like alchemical recipes. I'll have to hunt more beasts. He shrugged, feeling a renewed motivation for hunting beasts. Scanning the surroundings, Qin Yu quickly approached the remaining silver wolf corpses. Let's see what treasures these guys have dropped. A translucent fruit appeared before him, and Qin Yu tossed it into his mouth without hesitation. Speed fruit, nice. He chewed while continuing his search. Purple gold mysterious iron, a crafting material. Bran flour, an alchemy ingredient. Qin Yu muttered to himself while storing these treasures in his space ring. He consumed the fruit-type items immediately, while carefully storing the crafting and alchemy materials. After a round of searching, Qin Yu felt a bit disappointed. There are no books or scrolls. It seems the treasures dropped also have levels. He contemplated. For me, the most valuable now are various divine skills. Reaching this point has been mostly thanks to divine skills. Next are techniques like the 100-blade slash, which, though not high in rank, suit me perfectly at this stage. Suddenly, Qin Yu slapped his forehead. Wait, there's still one more. He hurried back to the initial battle location and indeed found the silver wolf he had severely injured but not killed, lying there on the brink of death. Time to send you off. Qin Yu raised his blade, and with a flash of white light, a scroll materialized before him. Great stuff. Qin Yu's eyes lit up as he quickly grabbed it. Congratulations, you've acquired the smoke and cloud shadow step. Type, footwork. Quality, excellent. Description, like mist and rain, the footwork leaves no trace. Mastery can create countless illusions, making it hard to distinguish between real and fake. Awesome. It's an excellent grade technique, one level higher than the 100-blade slash. Qin Yu excitedly stored the scroll and swiftly left the area. At dawn, everyone began their mountain ascent, and Qin Yu couldn't lag behind. He leaped through the forest, moving swiftly. The effect of the scarlet blood pill lasted half an hour, and he had used about 5 minutes to kill the Wolf King. For the next 25 minutes, Qin Yu was nearly invincible on this mountain, not needing to worry about any beasts, taking them down as they came. While leaping, Qin Yu suddenly heard two familiar voices. He paused, a dangerous smile forming on his lips. Could it be them? Not far away, Wu Lily was crying and complaining. Didn't you say this place was safe? I shouldn't have followed you to this awful place. It's all your fault. Huang Hao leaned against a large tree, his eyes filled with resentment, his body trembling with anger. Both were in terrible shape, their clothes torn and full of scratches and holes, with bloody wounds on their faces, arms, backs, and chests, looking utterly miserable. Wu Lily continued to nag. I'm going to die here, and it's all your fault. Call your dad right now and have him fly here to pick us up. Shut up, Huang Hao roared. Wu Lily looked aggrieved. You dare to yell at me? I'm about to die here, and you're yelling at me. Men are truly worthless. We're breaking up. Breaking up. Huang Hao sprang to his feet. Seeing Huang Hao's anxious reaction, Wu Lily smiled smugly to herself, thinking, still got you wrapped around my finger? Breaking up. Huang Hao grabbed Wu Lily's hair and violently slammed her head into the nearby tree. Wu Lily screamed, her head instantly covered in blood. Huang Hao's eyes were bloodshot as he roared. You think you can break up with me, you bitch? You think you're someone important? Without me, you're just a bar girl, you're nothing. Huang Hao grabbed Wu Lily by the hair and slammed her head against the tree trunk. Each impact was accompanied by a dull thud, and Wu Lily's screams echoed through the forest. You worthless woman. Huang Hao snarled through gritted teeth. If it weren't for your good service, what makes you think you could come here with me? Do you know who I am? How dare you complain to me? His eyes were bloodshot, his face twisted in a terrifying rage. You're my woman, and you dare to flirt with other men? Who gave you the guts? Wu Lily trembled all over, her voice weak as she defended herself. No, I didn't. Huang Hao let out a cold laugh, a vicious glint in his eyes. Still denying it? You think I'm a fool? The plane's bathroom is at the back, yet you ran to the front. Just because Qin Yu was sent by the mayor? Just because he's better looking than me? He leaned close to Wu Lily's ear, his voice low and threatening. You little flirt, trying to make a fool out of me. Even if I kill you, no one would dare intervene. Wu Lily clutched her head, screaming and pleading. I was wrong. Huang Hao, please forgive me. A crazed look flickered in Huang Hao's eyes as he whispered, I'm done with you. When I get back, I'll send your whole family to join you. And that Qin Yu, along with those idiots who wouldn't team up with me. You all deserve to die. Your whole families deserve to die. He laughed hysterically, applying more force. Wu Lily struggled desperately, but she couldn't budge Huang Hao. With each thud, Wu Lily soon stopped moving. Huang Hao tossed Wu Lily's lifeless body aside like garbage, spitting disdainfully at the corpse. Just then, a sigh came from behind him. Ah! Huang Hao shivered and turned abruptly. When he saw who it was, he froze, his voice trembling. Qin Yu, what are you doing here? Qin Yu had just finished killing the Wolf King, and a heavy aura of death surrounded him. His face was speckled with blood, his clothes tattered, making him look like a vengeful spirit from hell. This bloodthirsty presence made Huang Hao retreat in fear. Qin Yu sighed again, a hint of mockery in his tone. It's amazing a useless person like you has survived this long. Huang Hao leaned against the tree that had just been used to kill Wu Lily, holding a trembling short knife, stammering. What? What do you want? Qin Yu looked at Huang Hao with amusement, slowly closing in. Nothing much, just happened to pass by and heard someone call my name, so I came to check. But I didn't quite catch what you said about me earlier. Huang Hao swallowed hard, forcing a smile. I said you're better looking than me. Qin Yu let out a cold laugh. Did that even need saying? He continued to approach, expressionless. Anything else? Huang Hao shook his head repeatedly, his voice trembling even more. No, nothing else. As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of gold crossed Huang Hao's vision. The world around him began to spin, and Qin Yu's voice echoed in his ears. I just didn't hear clearly. I'm not deaf. Then, Qin Yu took Huang Hao's spatial ring and vanished in an instant. Qin Yu continued his ascent to the mountain peak. As the altitude increased, the mountain's area gradually decreased, and the likelihood of encountering others rose. Sure enough, within less than 5 minutes, Qin Yu was forced to stop again. Hiding in the shadows, he internally complained. The odds of running into people are ridiculously high. The Yu family of 3 stood in tattered clothing, covered in wounds, looking utterly defeated beside 2 fallen guardians. Opposite them, 4 young men wielding weapons wore sinister grins, their eyes filled with arrogance and disdain. Zhou Hu, you're truly despicable. Yu Rui shouted with gritted teeth, blood dripping from the corner of her mouth. Attacking us while we're poisoned. If you have any honor, fight us after we've detoxified. Zhou Hu and his comrades burst into laughter as if they'd heard the world's funniest joke. Yu Rui, are you a child? Zhou Hu sneered. I went through a lot of trouble to poison you with the qi and blood-scattering powder, just to strike when you're down. So it was you who poisoned us. Yu realized, gritting his teeth. You really are despicable. Despicable? Zhou Hu laughed smugly. Thanks for the compliment. I paid a hefty price to buy off your guardian, Li Ao. And this qi and blood-scattering powder was painstakingly developed by our family elders. How else could your antidote have no effect? Yu looked in shock at Li Ao on the ground, asking, Li Ao was your man? Then why kill him? Zhou Hu sneered. If he can betray you, he can betray me. Besides, if he were alive, I'd still have to pay him. Yu Xiangming, furious, threatened. Zhou Hu, does your Zhou family really want to go to war with my Yu family? Zhou Hu scoffed. Others might fear your Yu family, but not us. And if we leave you here forever, how would your family know it was me? Besides, do you think 3 second-rate disciples are worth your family taking a stand? Yu Xiangming gritted his teeth and stepped forward to shield Yu Rushuang and Yu. I'll hold them off, you 2 run. No, the 2 women said in unison. We can't leave you here to die alone. Our Yu family motto is to never abandon or give up. If we go together. Zhou Hu sneered. How touching. But don't worry, none of you are leaving. He turned to the 3 guardian candidates beside him. Deal with the man. As for the 2 women, he gave a lecherous smile. Tie them up for me. Don't even think about it. Yu Rui yelled, pulling out a weapon to end her own life. Even if I die, you won't defile me. Zhou Hu sneered and appeared instantly in front of Yu Rui, grabbing the weapon just before it pierced her throat. You're too slow with your qi and blood scattered. He snatched the weapon away, greedily eyeing Yu Rui's body. As Zhou Hu's thoughts turned vile, his hand unconsciously reached for a certain area. However, the expected soft touch never came. To his surprise, he looked down to find a golden blade in his grasp. Following the blade's handle with his eyes, Zhou Hu's pupils constricted sharply. Somehow, an unfamiliar man had appeared there without him noticing. The stranger smiled and said, Brother, you can't just touch this woman. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to explain it to my captain. Before he finished speaking, Zhou Hu was sent flying like a broken kite, crashing heavily to the ground. Caught off guard, Zhou Hu was sent flying. His body traced an arc in the air, but fortunately, he was caught by a guardian, preventing an embarrassing fall. Who are you? Zhou Hu landed firmly on his feet, his eyes blazing with anger as he stared at Qin Yu. How dare you meddle in the affairs of the Zhou family? Seeing Qin Yu's figure, the tense faces of the 3 Yu family members relaxed. Yu Rui urgently shouted, Qin Yu, run. Go back and tell my sister that the person who tried to kill me is Zhou Hu. Zhou Hu's gaze sharpened, and he immediately ordered the 3 guardians beside him, don't let him escape. No problem. The 3 guardians exchanged disdainful glances. They moved like phantoms, forming a triangular formation around Qin Yu in the blink of an eye. Qin Yu, we'll cover you to break through. Yu Rui grabbed her weapon, her tone resolute. Qin Yu lightly patted her shoulder, his tone easygoing. They're just clowns. I'll deal with them. Ha ha ha, the 3 guardians laughed harshly. You're still talking tough when you're about to die. The grating laughter only strengthened Qin Yu's resolve. He slowly sheathed his Xianjin blade and calmly glanced at the 3 of them. Are you coming at me one by one, or all at once? Feeling belittled, one of the guardians became furious. You're not worth the 3 of us attacking together, he said, charging at Qin Yu with a short blade gleaming coldly. Brave, Qin Yu merely raised his right hand, waiting for the right moment. Slap. The crisp sound of a slap echoed in the silent air. Everyone stood frozen, incredulously watching as the guardian was sent flying by a slap, crashing heavily into a distant tree. As he struggled to get up, he spat out 5 bloodied teeth. The scene fell into a stunned silence. No one dared to move. One person had managed to intimidate the entire crowd. Qin Yu turned to the 3 Yu family members, his tone still calm. You're saved. No one doubted his strength anymore, sending a 1.4 level warrior flying with a slap clearly demonstrated near 1.6 level power. But then he shifted his gaze to Yu Xiangming, his tone becoming playful. But why should I save you? Yu Xiangming's face froze, regret washing over him. Yu Ru and Yu Yu quickly pleaded on his behalf. Qin Yu. Yu Xiangming just has a big mouth, but he's not bad at heart. Qin Yu looked at Yu Yu with indifference. I didn't say I'd save you either. Yu Yu's face flushed with embarrassment, wishing he could disappear. Yu Ru didn't dare speak again, fearing Qin Yu might say, I didn't say I'd save you either. Noticing Yu Ru's unease, Qin Yu patted her shoulder reassuringly and gave her a calming look. For Captain Yu's sake, I'll definitely get you out of here. Thank you. Yu Ru stammered her gratitude. You're welcome. Yu Yu cautiously asked. Qin Yu, what do you mean by this? Qin Yu was secretly pleased, waiting for this moment. Saving you isn't free. For Captain Yu's sake, I can't just let you die here. Qin Yu pretended to ponder for a moment, a shrewd glint in his eye. How about this? You give me 100,000, and he gives me 200,000. A fair deal, right? At that moment, Qin Yu was calculating all the skills he needed to upgrade. Practicing on his own was too time-consuming, so he had to resort to this strategy. 200,000. Yu Xiangming's face changed dramatically, his voice trembling. You might as well just kill me. Now it was Qin Yu's turn to be confused. He remembered Sun Yoshin casually giving away medicinal herbs and space rings worth millions without batting an eye. Yet these scions of top families in the capital were acting like 200,000 was a life-or-death matter? Seeing this, Yu Ryue helplessly explained. Although we come from prestigious families, we're not valued within them, and the resources we get are extremely limited. Then you can at least manage 150,000, right? Your life must be worth at least that much. Qin Yu relented a bit. 80,000. That's all my life is worth. Yu Xiangming gritted his teeth. 120,000, and that's my final offer. 90,000 at most. I really can't do more. After some intense bargaining, they finally settled on 100,000. What about me, brother Qin Yu? Yu Yu asked timidly from the side. You just need to give 50,000. Yu Yu's eyes lit up, and she agreed without hesitation. She saved 50,000 without saying another word, a real bargain. Soon, Yu Xiangming reluctantly handed over 100,000, and Yu Yu obediently gave 50,000. Including Qin Yu's original assets, he now had 200,000 in cash. System, activate the Peidoan mode. Qin Yu thought to himself. Choose the Cloud Shadow step. After spending 30,000, the Cloud Shadow step instantly upgraded to the beginner level. Qin Yu felt his body lighten, and the entire technique was imprinted in his mind. At that moment, Zhou Hu, who had been ignored all this time, could no longer hold back his anger and roared. Fine. Discussing terms to save people right in front of me. You really think I'm invisible? All 3 of you come at me. I'll make sure none of you leave alive. This blatant insult infuriated the 3 of them. They moved swiftly, surrounding Qin Yu in an instant. You think you alone can take on the 3 of us? Swish, swish, swish. 3 sharp blades simultaneously aimed at Qin Yu's vital points. However, Qin Yu stood his ground, unmoving, letting the weapons pierce through. Is that it? The 3 were just beginning to feel smug when Zhou Hu suddenly shouted. No, it's an afterimage. Before the words finished, Qin Yu's voice echoed from all directions. A flash of golden light, and one enemy's chest was already pierced. The remaining 2 were terrified, just about to retreat, when they saw Qin Yu's figure flickering amidst rolling clouds, as fast as lightning. They couldn't even clearly see Qin Yu's movements before their bodies were marked with several wounds. Another flash of golden light, and bloodlines opened on their necks simultaneously, and they fell to the ground with a thud. Seeing this, Zhou Hu's face changed drastically, and he turned to flee without hesitation. Qin Yu blocked Zhou Hu's path, his Xianji knife dripping with blood. Zhou Hu was so terrified that he stumbled backward, his face as pale as a sheet. Weren't you planning for us all to die here? Zhou Hu asked, his voice trembling as he discreetly retrieved a pill from his spatial ring. Whatever benefits the Yu family offered you, my Zhou family will double, no, tenfold. Qin Yu seemed not to hear him, advancing step by step. Seeing that bribery was futile, Zhou Hu quickly switched tactics, threatening. Let me tell you, I'm a member of the Zhou family. If you kill me, they won't let you off. Qin Yu paused, a hint of contemplation in his eyes. An elite family from the imperial capital, huh? I really don't want to offend them. Hearing this, Zhou Hu felt a wave of relief wash over him, thinking there might be room for negotiation. However, just as he was about to speak, A flash of gold crossed his vision. Zhou Hu's eyes widened in disbelief as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Looking at Zhou Hu's body, Qin Yu murmured, I don't want to offend the Zhou family right now, so I'll have to silence you permanently. He swiftly removed Zhou Hu's spatial ring. Feeling his energy rapidly diminish, the effect of the Qi Shui Dan has worn off. With his hands in his pockets, Qin Yu approached the 3 Yu family members. I'm off. See you at the mountaintop. Wait a moment, Yu Xiangming called after him, his face full of embarrassment and shame. We've been poisoned, and our qi and blood are dispersing. If we encounter any more beasts, we're done for. Qin Yu turned back, feigning realization. Sorry, I forgot about that. Thanks for the reminder. Since you're poisoned, why not just cure it? Yu Ryue shook her head, disappointed. The antidote pills from our family don't work on this poison. We can't neutralize it for now. Let me try. Qin Yu offered. You can detoxify? Yu Ryue asked, surprised and hopeful. I have some knowledge of healing arts, Qin Yu replied. Yu Xiaoming couldn't help but mock. Healing arts? Then don't bother. If the antidote pills from the family don't work, don't expect miracles from healing arts. Ignoring him, Qin Yu took hold of Yu Ryue's wrist. Startled, Yu Ryue flinched. What are you doing? Yu Yu immediately stepped in to protect her sister. Let go of Ryue. Come at me if you must. Don't move. Qin Yu commanded sternly, channeling his divine healing technique. A warm current flowed through Yu Ryue's meridians. The Zhou family's qi and blood dispersal powder was indeed potent, and it took Qin Yu a full minute before signs of qi and blood movement appeared in Yu Ryue. 5 minutes later, Qin Yu withdrew his hand. Yu Ryue was delighted to feel her strength returning. The poison is gone, and my long-standing internal injuries seem to have healed as well. Yu Xiangming's face was metaphorically slapped once again. Yu Yu eagerly approached Qin Yu, extending her small, fair hands with a cheerful smile. Please, either hand will do. If hands aren't suitable, anywhere else is fine too. Qin Yu gently shook his head and held up 5 fingers. Yu Yu's smile froze. Well, what do you mean? 50,000. Qin Yu replied succinctly. Yu Yu's face fell immediately, her eyes shimmering with tears. This costs money too? She exclaimed, her voice full of disbelief. Qin Yu impatiently urged. Make up your mind quickly, my time is precious. His tone carried a hint of arrogance. Yu Yu glanced furtively at the small stash in her spatial ring, her tear-filled eyes looking at Qin Yu. Her voice trembled as she asked, Brother Qin Yu, can I pay with something else? Qin Yu replied coldly, I only recognize money in this life. Unwilling to give up, Yu Yu continued to plead. Can you give me a discount? I don't have that much money. Her voice was full of supplication. At this point, Yu Ryue joined in. Qin Yu, we're all friends here, can't you give us a break? Qin Yu pondered for a moment, then waved his hand as if reluctantly conceding. All right, 3,000. Suddenly, Qin Yu turned his gaze to Yu Ryue. By the way, you need to settle the treatment fee from earlier. Yu Ryue was incredulous. I have to pay too. Qin Yu nodded firmly. 3,000. Yu Xiangming was the first to take out 3,000 and handed it to Qin Yu. However, Qin Yu shook his head. 3,000 isn't enough for you. You need 5,000. Yu Xiangming asked in confusion. Why? They're all 3,000. Why do I have to pay 5,000? Qin Yu explained slowly. Because, for now, we're not friends. Yu Xiangming, fuming, said. Then I won't get treated. Qin Yu nonchalantly replied. All right. If my weak strength affects the whole team's climbing pace, I'll be very guilty and remorseful. Yu Xiangming finally gave in, crying as he took out his last 12,213 from his spatial ring. This is all I have left. His voice was filled with despair. Looking at this poor, fleeced lamb, Qin Yu felt a twinge of guilt. All right, since you're so sincere, I'll give you a discount. With his pockets full of cash, Qin Yu contentedly set off on his climb. It wasn't until noon that he leisurely reached the mountaintop, where quite a few people had already gathered, including the Yu family trio who had arrived before him. The 3 of Yu Ryue approached, with Yu Yu's eyes filled with resentment and Yu Xiangming glaring with naked hostility. Qin Yu, why are you so late? Yu Ryue asked. Qin Yu explained. I ran into quite a few beasts along the way, so it took a bit longer. Yu Xiangming couldn't help but scoff. Huh. People who like to scam others don't have good luck. Qin Yu retorted indifferently. True. But now I'm very rich. Yu Xiangming's face turned stiff. More and more people gradually arrived at the peak. Among them was Hu Fatty, whom Qin Yu knew. The chubby fellow looked rather miserable, having had a tough time getting to the top. By 5 in the afternoon, about 700 people had gradually gathered. Shang Wanfeng led a few people out from the training camp, scanning the sorry-looking crowd with a satisfied expression. Shang Wanfeng's voice was strong and resonant as he said, Congratulations to all of you geniuses for passing the assessment. From now on, you are officially part of the training camp and will undergo a month-long training here. He continued with introductions. Now let me introduce the trainers in our camp. The forging instructor, Fong Ka, elder of the Provincial Forging Association, a level 7 forging master. A round of enthusiastic applause followed. Formation instructor, Mo Fong, vice president of the Chanshan City Formation Masters Association, a level 7 formation master. Another round of enthusiastic applause ensued. Standing on the steps in front of the training camp entrance, Shang Wanfeng surveyed the students with a piercing gaze. His voice boomed across the square. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce the top-notch faculty of this training camp. As Shang Wanfeng introduced them, four impressive instructors appeared one by one. The alchemy teacher, Liu Bei, a 7th-level alchemy master and an elder of the Provincial Alchemist Association. The healing teacher, Zhu Wu, a 7th-level healer, standing tall and composed. The combat skills teacher, Xiang Kaiyu, a 7th-level warrior with eyes like lightning. And the exotic beast encyclopedia teacher, Wu Di, also a 7th-level warrior and a tenured professor at Donghai University. The students erupted into enthusiastic applause, especially those from ordinary backgrounds, their eyes shining with excitement at being so close to such a powerful faculty lineup for the first time. Shang Wanfeng raised his hand to signal for silence and continued. In addition, the training camp has prepared a large spiritual gathering array and ample cultivation aid pills for you. Rare forging metals, expensive alchemical ingredients resources you seldom see are plentiful here. He suddenly emphasized, however, these resources are not free. You need to exchange them for points within the camp. With enough points, everything here is within reach. Without enough, even a meal might be a problem. How do we earn points? Someone asked eagerly. Shang Wanfeng explained, there are many ways to earn points. Completing tasks assigned by the camp, hunting exotic beasts and turning in their bodies, even cleaning can earn you points. Additionally, each teacher has the right to distribute 50 points daily. Serving the teachers or gaining their favor can earn you some points as well. After explaining, Shang Wanfeng looked around. Any more questions? No. When can we go in? Someone asked impatiently. Not so fast. There are 2 lists to announce, Shang Wanfeng said as 2 staff members brought out a list. The first list is the top 50 students to arrive at the camp. The list was unfurled, and the top 10 names stood out. First, Sheng Wanyun. Second, Zhuge Yi. Third, Ouyang Xiaoyan. Fourth, Ouyang Song. Fifth, Sheng Wangu. Sixth, Zhuge Tianxiao. The top 10 were dominated by the Shangguan, Zhuge, and Ouyang families, with the rankings interwoven, indicating fierce competition among these teams to reach the top. Are these families that strong? Qin Yu asked curiously. Yu Revua explained, the Shangguan, Zhuge, and Ouyang families are the top noble families in the capital. Even your Yu family can't compare? Yu Revua nodded, acknowledging. The Yu family, though among the top-tier families, is relatively weaker in comparison. The Shangguan, Zhuge, and Ouyang families are the real top-tier families. Take Shangguan Yun, for instance. He ranks only 2nd or 3rd tier in the Shangguan family. Yet he's already at level 1.5. Level 1.5 isn't even top tier. The foundation of these top families is truly frightening. Qin Yu murmured to himself. Yu leaned in and asked, Qin Yu, your strength shouldn't be any less than Shangguan Yun's, right? Qin Yu shook his head, explaining, when I saved you, I had taken a pill to boost my strength. Normally, I'm not that strong. Hearing this, Yu Xiangming's eyes lit up as he thought to himself. No wonder he was so powerful then. It was because of the pill. He also had similar pills but couldn't use them due to poisoning at the time. However, such pills, while boosting strength temporarily, can severely damage one's meridians and even affect the foundation of cultivation. It should never be used unless absolutely necessary. Yu Xiangming couldn't hide his delight. To him, nothing was more satisfying than discovering that Qin Yu wasn't as formidable as he seemed. However, the expressions on Yu Ryue and Yu Yu's faces grew serious. Seeing Qin Yu's exhausted state, Yu Yu was filled with guilt. To save us, he didn't hesitate to damage his meridians to forcibly increase his power. I was mad at him for charging so much before, but I was really too harsh. Yu Yu walked over to Qin Yu and gently comforted him. Shangguan Yun and the others practice an ancestral breathing technique. Their cultivation speed is indeed several times faster than ours. But if you could learn that breathing technique, with your talent, you'd definitely surpass them. All right, Qin Yu replied briefly. As the leaderboard fully unfolded, Qin Yu noticed the names of the 3 Yu family members appearing in the 43rd, 44th, and 45th positions. Clearly, despite the unexpected setbacks, their performance was still commendable. Shangguan Feng loudly announced the reward rules. First place receives 50 points. Second to 10th place, 20 points. 11th to 50th place, 10 points. Upon learning that he could earn 10 points just by joining the camp, Yu Xiaoming immediately boasted. Brother Qin Yu, if you ever need points, just come to me. 1 point for 10,000, a real bargain. Qin Yu couldn't be bothered with such trivial boasting. Just then, Yu Yu offered. Qin Yu, I'll give you 5 points, free of charge. No need, thank you. Qin Yu politely declined. Hey, Yu, don't undermine me. Yu Xiaoming complained unhappily. At that moment, Shangguan Feng continued. The second leaderboard is based on climbing performance. This news instantly caught everyone's attention. As the second leaderboard unfolded, the rankings were Qin Yu, Shangguan Yun, Ouyang Qiaoyan, Zhuge Yi, Shengwan Gu, Zhuge Tianqiao? Yu Xiaoming's mind went blank the moment he saw the leaderboard. Qin Yu not only took the top spot, but also left the geniuses of the three top families behind. It completely overturned his perception. After several instances of being proven wrong, Yu Xiaoming finally learned his lesson. He took a deep breath, tightly covered his mouth, and silently vowed never to say another word to Qin Yu. Yu Yu, on the other hand, cheered excitedly, as if she had taken first place herself. Qin Yu merely smiled faintly. Just a stroke of luck. He knew that his first-place finish was likely due to having slain a large number of beasts. When Shangwan Xiu announced the same reward rules as the first leaderboard, Qin Yu turned and patted Yu Xiaoming on the shoulder, joking, "Brother Xiaoming, if you need points, come to me. 1 point for 5,000, quite a deal." Yu Xiaoming turned red and looked away, unwilling to speak further. As the leaderboard continued to unfold, cheers of surprise and excitement erupted around them. The only exception was Shangwan Yun, whose face was dark and sullen. To him, being surpassed by Ouyang Xiaoyan or Zhuge Yi was acceptable since they all had similar training resources. But being overshadowed by an unknown newcomer was hard to swallow. "Report, I have an objection," Shangwan Yun suddenly shouted. Shangwan Feng cast a cold glance at him. "The leaderboard rankings are fair and just. If you don't accept it, you can leave the training camp." Shangwan Yun clenched his fists but ultimately didn't dare say anything more. The entrance of the training camp was bustling with excitement as new recruits eagerly prepared to embark on their forging journey. Just as Shangwan Feng was about to lead everyone inside, he was interrupted by a loud shout from the forging instructor, Feng Ka. "Hold on a minute." Feng Ka cleared his throat and scanned the crowd. "May I ask who is Qin Yu?" This unexpected question made the Yu family trio look at Qin Yu in surprise. Qin Yu understood immediately, guessing it was likely related to the minimalist array, so he raised his hand and replied, "That's me." In an instant, all eyes were on Qin Yu. Feng Ka swiftly appeared in front of him. The slender old man with white eyebrows and a white beard looked much older than Xiong Ran. "You're Qin Yu? The one from Linhai City?" Feng Ka confirmed repeatedly, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Qin Yu nodded helplessly. "If you're referring to the minimalist array, then yes, that would be me." Feng Ka raised his eyebrows and quickly covered Qin Yu's mouth, lowering his voice. "Don't mention that term in public. It hasn't been made public yet." He glanced around before hoisting Qin Yu over his shoulder. "This isn't the place to talk. Let's go to my office." "Teacher Feng, I can walk myself." Qin Yu's voice trailed off, leaving a group of stunned newcomers behind. Shangwan Feng cleared his throat to break the awkward silence. "Everyone, you can enter the training camp now." The crowd finally snapped back to reality and hurried into the camp. Inside the forging room, Feng Ka shook Qin Yu's hand enthusiastically. "Qin Yu, you can't just teach Xiong Ran the minimalist array. That guy is bragging all the time about leading forging into a new era. He even formed some minimalist research institute with Zhang Tianjian and the others, constantly meeting to study." "How are they progressing?" Qin Yu asked curiously. "I heard they've already cracked the first-level minimalist array and are preparing to study the second level." Feng Ka's tone had a hint of dissatisfaction. "I wanted to join, but they collectively refused me." Qin Yu inwardly remarked. "You're not just slightly interested, you're clearly quite envious." Feng Ka spoke earnestly. "Qin Yu, the minimalist array is destined to lead humanity to prosperity or decline." Feng Ka gently persuaded. "If Xiong Ran and his group monopolize everything, it would be detrimental to future development without any competition." Qin Yu feigned confusion. "So, what are you suggesting?" Feng Ka's eyes lit up, and he chuckled. "Why don't you teach me the formation technique? With my connections, I can quickly assemble a team that rivals the Minimalist Research Institute. I've even thought of a name: the Minimalist Formation Anti-Monopoly Research Institute. What do you think?" Qin Yu pondered. The first-level minimalist formation had already been deciphered, and once published, it would lose its value. It was better to make good use of its remaining worth now. Besides, once Feng Ka's team was established, it would definitely compete with Xiong Ran. Whether competition was beneficial for development was another matter, but it was certainly advantageous for Qin Yu to exploit. Once he upgraded to the divine casting technique and mastered the second-level minimalist formation, he could profit from both sides, selling to the highest bidder. The fierce competition that would ensue was exactly what he desired. Thinking of this, Qin Yu beamed. "Teacher Feng Ka, that's absolutely fine." Feng Ka was overjoyed. "Since you're willing to share the minimalist formation with me, I won't be stingy either. From now on, the 50 points I can freely allocate each day will all go to you." Qin Yu promptly demonstrated the process of inscribing the minimalist formation to Feng Ka. Feng Ka was over the moon, immersing himself in it, and continuously exclaiming, "It's so ingenious and perfect. No wonder Xiong Ran wouldn't let me take a peek." Seeing this, Qin Yu quietly withdrew, deciding it was best not to get involved in the conflicts among these big shots. He reminded, "Teacher Feng Ka, I'm leaving now. Don't forget the 50 points each day." At the service center, he found the Yu family trio waiting at the entrance. Yu waved from afar. "Qin Yu, over here." Why haven't you guys gone to claim a dorm? Qin Yu asked. Yu Riyue explained. Yu Yu wants to be next to your dorm, so we're waiting for you. Yu Yu blushed. I just thought since we know each other, it would be good to be close for support. What did teacher Fong Ka want with you? He just wanted to ask me a few questions, Qin Yu replied truthfully. Yu Xiaoming was about to make a joke, but then remembered a previous incident and fell silent. The process of obtaining their identity tokens was quick, and soon the four of them were heading towards the dormitory area. As they walked, Yu Riyue explained, breakfast is free in the training camp, and lunch and dinner cost 1 point each. Cultivating in the spirit gathering formation and attending lectures cost 1 point per hour, while unknown tutoring with a teacher costs 10 points. Prices for other items vary with their value. Just then, 3 people approached. The leader wore a gold-trimmed robe, had a strong build, a stern expression, and exuded an intimidating aura. Are you Qin Yu? He asked from above. Qin Yu nodded, wondering why so many people were seeking him out. The man spoke coldly. I don't know what trick you used to rank above me, but in the final arena, I will defeat you fair and square to prove to everyone that I am the strongest. Qin Yu looked puzzled. Who are you? That's Shangwan Yun. Yu Yu whispered, a hint of caution in her eyes. Qin Yu suddenly understood, his gaze falling on the proud young man standing ahead. He politely said, all right, do your best. His tone was casual, almost indifferent. With that, he led the 3 Yu family members away, their steps light as if the conversation had been insignificant. Shangwan Yun stood there, veins bulging on his forehead, fists clenching involuntarily. Qin Yu's nonchalant attitude clearly showed he didn't take him seriously. Especially the words, do your best, felt like a blatant insult to Shangwan Yun. A top-tier family genius, one of the highest ranked in the training camp, and I need to try hard against you? Shangwan Yun's anger simmered. Does he really think Qin Yu is stronger than me? Yun, are you all right? Someone beside him asked cautiously, noticing his unusual demeanor. Shangwan Yun gritted his teeth, a fierce glint in his eyes. At the arena match in a month, I swear I'll beat that kid so badly he won't know how to live. After they had walked some distance, Qin Yu frowned and asked, is that guy a bit off in the head? Yu Riyue chuckled softly, explaining, Shangwan Yun is extremely arrogant. He probably challenged you because you took the top spot on the rankings from him. Qin Yu shrugged, a hint of helplessness on his face. I used to think characters like that only existed in novels. Who knew I'd actually encounter one in real life? The training camp's dorms were all single rooms. Though not luxurious, they were compact and well-equipped, with each room having a bathroom and shower. The 4 of them casually picked a row of adjacent dorms. Qin Yu chose the room on the far right. Yu Xiaoming immediately took the far left. Yu Yu picked the one next to Qin Yu, leaving the last for Yu Riyue. Let's tidy up a bit, then go for dinner, Yu Riyue suggested. The dorms were clean and needed little tidying. After quickly organizing their beds, they headed to the cafeteria together. They paid 1 point at the entrance, entering a space reminiscent of a buffet. Qin Yu hadn't had a proper meal since he started climbing the mountain, and his stomach was empty. He grabbed a tray and headed straight for the meat section. To his amazement, all the meat was exotic beast meat, available without limit. Qin Yu's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, wow, the claw of a spirit-tailed eagle, that's a rare delicacy. Oh my, the brain of a red spirit monkey, that's a real tonic. The fire dragon bull's whip, they say eating just one keeps you active for a whole year. Qin Yu was like a kid in a candy store, wanting to try everything. He wasn't alone. Others around him wore similar expressions of surprise. Who would have thought the training camp would offer such lavish ingredients? Clearly, they spared no expense. Armed with tongs, Qin Yu piled his tray high, trying every dish. Finally, he returned to the table with nearly 10 plates of exotic beast meat. The Yu family trio was stunned by the mountain of food Qin Yu had brought back. Yu Riyue kindly reminded him, Qin Yu, can you really eat all that? Even though it's unlimited, wasting food will cost you points. Don't worry, I'm afraid it won't be enough. Qin Yu replied confidently, eyeing their trays. Yu Riyue and Yu Yu had only picked 2 small plates each, mostly filled with spiritual herbs and fruits. Qin Yu thought to himself, it's understandable. Girls usually worry about gaining weight. However, when he glanced at Yu Xiaoming's tray, he was surprised. Yu Xiaoming had chosen similar items to the girls. Yu Xiaoming, are you eating so little? Qin Yu asked out of curiosity, with no particular intent in his tone. However, to Yu Xiaoming, the question took on a different meaning. As is widely known, the higher a warrior's talent, the greater their appetite. Qin Yu's remark was like a sharp sword striking at Yu Xiaoming's weak spot. Eating less means lower talent. Who could tolerate such blatant provocation? Yu Xiaoming felt a surge of energy within him, igniting a fire of determination in his eyes. He stared intently at Qin Yu, like a warrior about to step into the arena. However, this was merely an appetizer. The real contest had yet to begin. Qin Yu let out a soft, oh, seemingly indifferent to the turmoil within Yu Xiaoming. He sat down gracefully and began to eat heartily. This dismissive attitude only fueled Yu Xiaoming's competitive spirit even more. Qin Yu, this time I will definitely surpass you. Yu Xiaoming vowed silently. He quickly finished the spiritual herbs and fruits on his plate and rushed to the meat section. In no time, he returned with 11 plates piled high with fish and meat. Yu watched in astonishment and couldn't help but ask, "Can you really handle all that?" Yu Xiangming glanced at her with pride and declared, "Never question a man's capabilities." With that, he began to devour the food. Qin Yu also glanced at Yu Xiangming, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Thanks to mastering a divine breathing technique, he could rapidly absorb the energy from food, allowing him to eat so much. He hadn't expected Yu Xiangming's appetite to surpass his own. Never judge a book by its cover, Qin Yu thought to himself. However, Yu Xiangming underestimated the immense energy contained in the exotic beast meat. By the time he swallowed the fourth plate, he felt a dull pain in his stomach. But seeing Qin Yu still eating heartily, he gritted his teeth and continued to eat. By the seventh plate, Yu Xiangming was trembling from being so full. Meanwhile, Yu Riyue and Yu had finished their meals and were leisurely playing on their phones. Yu Xiangming, suppressing his discomfort, asked quietly, "Riyue, little fish, would you like to try some of this exotic beast meat? It's really delicious." Both women declined in unison. "No, I've been allergic to exotic beast meat since I was a child. No, eating exotic beast meat affects my figure." Yu looked at Yu Xiangming suspiciously. "You aren't struggling to finish it, are you?" Yu Xiangming forced a smile that was more of a grimace. "Of course not. I just think it's a pity for you to miss out on such tasty exotic beast meat." With that, he shakily picked up a deer leg and bit into it. After finally clearing another plate, Yu Xiangming felt that if he ate another bite, his stomach might explode. Just then, Qin Yu put down his utensils and wiped his hands. "Although I'm not full yet, since you all have finished eating, I shouldn't keep you waiting. Let's go," Qin Yu said calmly. Yu Xiangming, stubborn as ever, replied, "It's fine, we can wait for you." He shook his head, drenched in cold sweat, and struggled to stand. At that moment, a middle-aged man wearing a chef's hat appeared behind Yu Xiangming. "Student, wasting food results in a penalty of losing points." "No problem, I'll take the penalty." Yu Xiangming took out his identity token. "All right, that's a 5-point deduction." 5 points. Yu Xiangming recoiled as if shocked, his voice rising sharply. To him, not full yet. How could I waste food? "Riyue, could you go get me some digestive pills?" In the end, this stubborn man gritted his teeth and forced the last piece of meat down. "Riyue, little fish, don't walk so fast, come help me." Yu Xiangming, with his stomach bulging, waddled painfully in the direction of the dormitory. Back at the dorm, Qin Yu eagerly took out 2 spatial rings. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he anticipated the moment of surprise, like opening a mystery box. These rings had belonged to the late Huang Hao and Zhou Hu. With their owners deceased, the protective barriers on the rings had dissipated. Qin Yu first opened Huang Hao's spatial ring. As his consciousness delved in, a broad smile spread across his face. Wow, over 200,000 in cash. He carefully extracted 2 large stacks of bills, inwardly acknowledging the old saying, "Crime does pay." However, when he poured out the ring's other contents, his expression soured. Black stockings, white stockings, lace, bikinis, and some sticky, unidentified substances spilled onto the floor. Disgusting. Qin Yu wrinkled his nose in distaste, quickly returning the items to the ring. Considering the potential for tracking marks, he decisively tossed the ring into the trash. Next, Qin Yu opened Zhou Hu's ring. Soon, he was surrounded by about 80,000 in cash and a collection of bottles and jars. He scrutinized each item carefully. "This bottle should contain healing pills, useless to me, so I can sell it. This one is a cultivation aid, far less effective than the red blood pill, worthless." Finally, Qin Yu's gaze fell on a small bottle with a label that read, "Qi and blood dispersal powder." He cautiously opened the cap, dabbed a bit on his fingertip, and brought it to his nose. It was colorless and odorless. He tasted a little, feeling a slight ripple in his qi and blood, which quickly subsided. Even the Yu family trio fell to this stuff. It must be potent. Too bad there's no formula. Qin Yu swiftly transferred the useful items to his own spatial ring. At this moment, his assets approached 550,000, enough to upgrade a skill from beginner to proficient. However, he hadn't decided which skill to enhance, so he shelved the idea for now. The next morning, the training camp buzzed with activity. Those without points scrambled to accept tasks, while those with points headed straight for the spirit gathering array to cultivate. However, Qin Yu chose a different path, left the camp, and headed directly to the mountains where beasts above level 1.5 roamed. To him, the spirit gathering array and expert guidance were less appealing than the allure of those untamed beasts. Qin Yu spent the entire day battling in the mountains. When he returned, laden with spoils, the sun was setting. Although he hadn't acquired any divine spells, he did find an intriguing item, a clown mask. This high-quality artifact could conceal his aura and block others' detection. Back at the training camp, Qin Yu headed straight for the task hall. "Where can I sell beast corpses?" he asked. The staff member smiled and replied, "You can sell them right here. Just lay the beast remains on the ground, and we'll evaluate their worth." "All right." Qin Yu emptied a pile of beast parts from his spatial ring. Antlers, tiger teeth, tiger claws, venomous snake fangs and sacks, various bird feathers and talons all bloodied and heaped on the floor. Due to the limited capacity of his spatial ring, Qin Yu could only bring back the most valuable parts of the beasts. The staff stared in astonishment at the chaotic pile of remains, momentarily at a loss for words. Qin Yu stood by, anticipation written on his face as he awaited their appraisal. For the first time in years of work, Qin Yu encountered such a shocking scene. Other students in the mission hall were also frozen in place, staring in disbelief at the sight before them. The pile of beast remains was massive, exuding a pungent stench, with blood pooling into rivers on the ground. The staggering amount suggested the remnants of at least 100 beasts. Breaking the silence, Qin Yu was the first to speak, his voice tinged with curiosity. Can't these be exchanged for points? The staff members snapped out of their daze and quickly replied, yes. Of course, they can be exchanged. It's just, there are so many. We need some time to sort and assess their value. Qin Yu nodded understandingly. No problem. Take your time. I'll go grab some food first. With that, he turned and left, leaving a room full of dumbfounded people behind. That night, a legend about the beast hunter began to spread through the training camp. The next day, Qin Yu returned with another large haul of beast remains, as if this had become his routine. Despite not being particularly lucky and only acquiring a true spirit gathering array and some miscellaneous materials, he maintained an astonishing hunting efficiency. The description of the spirit gathering array appeared in his mind. Setting up this array would gather surrounding spiritual energy, increasing its concentration within the array. This excellent great array was undoubtedly a valuable find. On the third day, when Qin Yu appeared in the mission hall once more, everyone's gaze was different. Some had come early just to catch a glimpse of this abnormal hunter. Conversations buzzed around him. Is that him? The psycho who can't sleep without a massive hunt every day? Yeah, that's him. He looks so clean-cut. You'd never guess. Don't be fooled by appearances. I heard the cleaning lady found strange things in his trash bags. Like human heads? Not exactly, but they were filled with all sorts of stockings and bikinis, and they were all used. Oh my god, that's just creepy. Amidst the chatter, Qin Yu impassively completed his task submission, seemingly oblivious to the whispers around him. On the fourth day, Qin Yu noticed a significant decrease in the number of beasts on the mountain. The initial wave of hunting, combined with many students going out to hunt for points in recent days, had caused a sharp decline in the beast population nearby. However, his luck turned, and he found a book titled Thunder Fist, a fine-grade martial art. The description of the martial art flashed in his mind. As still as a mountain, as swift as thunder. When executed, the fist carries the roar of wind and thunder, and upon striking the target, it delivers an electric shock and paralyzing effect. Although its grade was not as high as the Misty Cloud step, it compensated for Qin Yu's lack in close combat. Meanwhile, the higher-ups at the training camp began to take notice of Qin Yu's unusual performance. How are the kids doing lately? Shengwan Feng inquired. The young officer reported, everyone's very motivated, especially Shengwan Yun, who's training the hardest. Shengwan Feng nodded with satisfaction, but the young officer continued. However, the forging instructor, Feng Ka, gives all his 50 points to Qin Yu every day, causing discontent among the other students. Why? Shengwan Feng asked with a frown. It seems that on the first day Feng Ka found Qin Yu, they reached some sort of agreement. Could Qin Yu have given Feng Ka some benefit? Shengwan Feng shook his head, dismissing the notion. Feng Ka's integrity is well tested, and Qin Yu, being a kid with no background, couldn't offer Feng Ka anything of worth. Should we talk to Feng Ka about it? Shengwan Feng pondered for a moment and then shook his head again. It's the teacher's prerogative to give points to whomever they choose. We can't interfere. By the way, what's Qin Yu been up to these past few days? Killing beasts. Killing beasts. That kid doesn't even need points. Why is he killing so many beasts? Shengwan Feng was puzzled. The young officer leaned in and truthfully reported the rumors circulating in the training camp to Shengwan Feng. After listening, Shengwan Feng gasped, muttering, wow, are young people these days really this extreme? On the fifth day, Qin Yu roamed the hunting grounds for a whole hour without seeing a trace of any exotic beasts. Just as he sighed to himself, he finally encountered one. Although it was just a routine kill, it brought him an unexpected Surprizia golden, ancient-looking alchemy recipe. At first, Qin Yu didn't pay much attention to it. After all, he had already acquired several ordinary recipes over the past few days. However, as he unfolded this recipe and read the name, his pupils suddenly contracted deadly poison, qi and blood dispersal powder. This was a perfect grade recipe with astonishing effects. It could cause the target's qi and blood to disperse within an hour, and only higher-level healing methods could resolve it. This made Qin Yu wonder whether this poison was originally part of the system, or if it was a more advanced version created because he had acquired the qi and blood dispersal powder earlier. But that was not important now. What mattered was that this recipe was of perfect grade, just below the divine grade. Apart from the divine grade spells he mastered, this was the first time he had acquired such a high-level item. As he carefully studied the recipe's description, Qin Yu's gaze lingered on a key piece of information. During the poisoning period, only higher-level healing methods are effective. The implication of this made him excited since this poison was perfect grade. Didn't it mean that only divine grade healing methods could cure it? If that were true, besides his divine healing spell, who else in the world could detoxify it? He checked the required materials: 5 grams of azure dragon scales, 3 grams of nether colorful bird feathers, 5 grams of evil wind snow viper venom sacs, and 5 grams of supreme flame infant snake fangs. These unfamiliar names gave Qin Yu a headache, but suddenly, he remembered the azure scale he obtained 2 days ago. He took out the palm-sized scale, which shimmered with a faint azure light. It was indeed an azure dragon scale. This piece weighed at least 50 grams, more than enough. Qin Yu smiled with joy. Now he only needed to gather the remaining 3 materials. He immediately returned to the training camp and headed straight for the alchemy room. He recalled that Shangguan Xiu had mentioned there were many rare herbs available there, and with his ample points, he should have enough to exchange for the materials he needed. As he pushed open the door to the alchemy room, a faint aroma of herbs greeted him. Inside, a few students were diligently concocting potions under teacher Liu Bei's guidance. Seeing Qin Yu enter, Liu Bei habitually said, "Please swipe your points first, student." "Teacher, I'm not here for a lesson," Qin Yu quickly explained. "I want to exchange some points for herbs." Ruby Eye asked, "What kind of herb do you want to exchange, and how many grams?" 30 grams of feathers from the Yuming, Kaiwan bird. Qin Yu hadn't finished speaking before Ruby Eye interrupted him abruptly. "What kind of bird's feathers did you say?" Ruby Eye widened his eyes in disbelief and rubbed his ears. "The feathers of the Yuming Kaiwan bird. Don't you have them here?" Qin Yu repeated seriously. Seeing the sincerity in Qin Yu's eyes, Ruby Eye realized he wasn't joking. "Do you know what level of magical beast the Yuming Kaiwan bird is?" Qin Yu shook his head. "It's said to be a demon that escaped from the depths of hell, with the power of a level 7 magical beast from birth. Even if we had it here, your points would never be enough." "Damn, a level 7 magical beast." Qin Yu gasped, realizing the materials were even rarer than he had anticipated. Their conversation immediately caught the attention of the surrounding alchemy apprentices. "Oh my god, isn't that the super abnormal beast hunter?" "Yeah, it's him, the most handsome guy in the training camp. He usually dissects magical beasts in the mountains, and now he wants to take on a level 7 beast? Is he really crazy or just out of his mind? You don't get it. Thrill seekers love to push their limits." The whispers spread around. "What about the venom sac of the evil wind snow serpent and the fong of the supreme flame infant snake?" Qin Yu asked tentatively. Ruby Eye chuckled. "Those items can only be seen at auctions, and their prices are astronomical." Leaving the alchemy room, Qin Yu was not discouraged. He already had a plan to acquire these materials. System, activate the cache mode. Qin Yu thought to himself. Please select the cache target. Divine level forging technique. To upgrade from entry level to proficient, it will cost 300,000. Confirm. With the successful upgrade, countless forging techniques flooded Qin Yu's mind. He smirked slightly and headed straight for the forging room. Inside the forging room, Shangguan Yun was wearing a 3rd-level blacksmith badge while guiding other students. He had been here for the past couple of days, not for points, but to boost his reputation. It frustrated him whether it was his ranking, family background, or skills. He was a standout in the training camp. He should have been the center of attention, but a super abnormal beast hunter had stolen his spotlight. What made it even harder to swallow was that this unexpected rival was Qin Yu, who had once surpassed him on the leaderboard. To reclaim his reputation, Shangguan Yun volunteered to assist teacher Fong Ka as an aide. His exceptional forging skills quickly spread within the forging community. Shangguan Yun firmly believed that it wouldn't be long before his fame would overshadow Qin Yu. Qin Yu would only surpass him this once in his lifetime. Qin Yu stepped into the forging room, his eyes scanning the space but not finding Fong Ka. Instead, he saw Shangguan Yun standing nearby, guiding other students. "Where's teacher Fong Ka?" Qin Yu asked. Shangguan Yun looked up at the sound of Qin Yu's voice, his eyes lighting up with excitement. He thought to himself that becoming Qin Yu's teacher would be a significant win. "Teacher Fong Ka is occupied with important research, so I'm in charge here now." He straightened his posture, deliberately showcasing the level 3 Forging Master badge on his shoulder. "If you're looking to learn forging, I can teach you." "No need. I have something to discuss with teacher Fong Ka. Can you call him for me?" Shangguan Yun chuckled and shook his head, adopting the air of a personal assistant. "Teacher Fong Ka is working on critical formations. You can't just see him whenever you want. Tell me what you need, and I'll pass the message when he comes out." Qin Yu took a step back and suddenly raised his voice. "Interested in learning the level 2 simplified formation?" "What are you doing, Qin Yu?" Shangguan Yun was startled by the sudden shout and was about to intervene when an eager voice came from the inner room. "Who's talking about the level 2 simplified formation?" Fong Ka rushed out, looking as eager as a rabbit. Shangguan Yun, thinking Fong Ka was angry, quickly said, "Teacher Fong Ka, I'll get rid of this shouting troublemaker right away. How could you think of driving Qin Yu away? Feng Ka scolded him instead, then turned to Qin Yu with a beaming smile. What did you just say? I didn't quite catch it. I said, are you interested in learning the level 2 simplified formation? Feng Ka's eyes lit up. This isn't the place to talk. Let's discuss it in my office. Watching Feng Ka's enthusiasm toward Qin Yu, Sheng Yun was filled with jealousy. He had never even been inside Feng Ka's office. At that moment, Feng Ka suddenly turned to him. What's your name again? Sheng Yun's face fell. Shang Guan. Oh, Sheng Guan. Feng Ka waved dismissively. Make sure no one disturbs us, including you. Teacher, my name is Sheng Yun. Sheng Yun's heart sank as he watched them walk away. Once again, he found himself on the losing end. In the office, Qin Yu got straight to the point. Last night, my elusive master paid a visit. Feng Ka's expression shifted upon hearing this. He had heard from Xiong Ran about Qin Yu's mysterious master, but hadn't expected the master to come and go from the camp unnoticed. Considering that the camp was not only staffed by ordinary teachers, but also experts like Shangwan Feng, the master's abilities must be formidable. The thought made Feng Ka shiver, and he resolved to maintain a good relationship with Qin Yu. My master saw that I was doing well with the level 1 simplified formation, so he taught me the level 2 simplified formation. Qin Yu continued. Feng Ka's eyes gleamed with excitement. A newly acquired level 2 formation could potentially allow him to surpass Xiong Ran and the others. Hee. Qin Yu, no need to keep us in suspense. Just tell me what you want. Qin Yu smiled in response. Qin Yu stepped into the forge room, his eyes sparkling with wisdom. He took out a carefully prepared piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Feng Ka, who was busy at work. Feng Ka glanced over the contents. Feathers of the netherworld rainbow bird, the poison sac of the evil wind snow viper, and the poisonous fang of the supreme flame infant snake. His brow furrowed. Young friend Qin Yu, Feng Ka said with a hint of helplessness in his voice. These items are quite expensive. Qin Yu's lips curled into a meaningful smile. If the level 2 minimalist formation were to be made public, your name would surely be immortalized as a milestone. His voice was full of temptation. And if you want to surpass Xiong Ran and the others, this is a rare opportunity. Haven't you also organized a research group? Splitting the costs shouldn't be too much, right? Feng Ka's old face flushed slightly with embarrassment. He awkwardly explained. I've been stuck in the training camp these days, and the Minimalist Formation Anti-Monopoly Institute hasn't been established yet. Seeing Feng Ka's reaction, Qin Yu feigned disappointment and sighed. Well, if you can't accept the price, I'll just have to give President Xiong a call. I'm sure he'd be interested. No, wait. Feng Ka quickly stopped Qin Yu, who was about to leave. These materials are hard to get, but not impossible. Give me a week, and I'll gather them for you. A glimmer of satisfaction flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. Great. Then we'll exchange the level 2 formation for the materials when the time comes. Deal. They exchanged knowing smiles, each feeling they had gained the upper hand. After leaving the forge room, Qin Yu lost interest in going hunting and headed towards the dormitory instead. His mind kept circling around one pressing question: how to secure the urgently needed funds. He recalled the perfect quality of the toxic blood dissipation powder and his own entry-level divine alchemy skills. Even with extraordinary skills, Qin Yu didn't believe that an entry-level ability could produce perfect-grade pills. He estimated he needed to upgrade his divine alchemy skills by 2 levels to have a chance at success. Advancing from entry-level to proficient required 300,000, and from proficient to mastery required 3 million. Qin Yu pondered anxiously about where he could find the 3.3 million needed. At that moment, he happened to run into Yu Ryue and Yu, who were carrying large bags. Hey, Qin Yu, what a coincidence, Yu Ryue greeted warmly. Aren't you out hunting beasts today? Qin Yu shook his head. No, the beasts are almost wiped out. Yu bounced over to Qin Yu, wearing a simple floral dress, her slender legs wrapped in sexy black stockings. Qin Yu, do you think this dress looks good on me? Qin Yu glanced briefly and replied perfunctorily. It looks good. Where have you been? Yu Ryue explained. There's a small market over there where many people are exchanging treasures for points. Yeah, I exchanged just 1 point for all this, Yu boasted, showing off her bags. Qin Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. Of course. Why didn't I think of that? I can exchange points for money. He had plenty of points, with nearly 400 in his identity token. Even at 1 point per 10,000, he could exchange them for 4 million. Where's this small market? Qin Yu asked eagerly. Over there. Yu pointed in a direction. Qin Yu took a few steps, then turned back. I have another question. Why don't you put the things you bought in a space ring? Isn't it heavy to carry? Ha, typical guy. Yu Ryue laughed. Carrying them gives a real sense of accomplishment. Meanwhile, Feng Ka found Xiong Ran. Old Xiong, I finally found you. Feng Ka, weren't you at the training camp? Why are you back? Xiong Ran asked, puzzled. Feng Ka explained. I ran into Qin Yu at the camp. He asked me to see if you'd be interested in a level 2 minimalist formation. Level 2 minimalist formation? Xiong Ran's eyes widened. Of course I want it. They had almost cracked the level 1 minimalist formation and were just waiting for the right time to announce it to the world. But they had made no progress on the level 2 because they lacked direction. Feng Ka handed Xiongran a note. Qin Yu said to gather the materials on the list within 5 days. He'll give you the level 2 minimalist formation after the training camp ends. No problem. Xiongran agreed readily. Feng Ka added. All phones were collected before entering the camp, so don't call Qin Yu. Also, he's keeping a low profile there, so don't seek him out. Just give me the materials once you have them. Xiongran looked at Feng Ka suspiciously. You're not planning to keep it for yourself, are you? Ridiculous. What would a forger like me do with that stuff? Feng Ka retorted angrily. I'm just joking. Why are you getting mad? Xiongran chuckled. I'll contact my sources and try to gather the materials as soon as possible. After Xiongran left, Feng Ka breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, this is a win-win-win situation. A top-grade level 1 longsword for just 3 points. Level 2 healing pills, 3 for a point. Level 1 defensive inner armor for 5 points. The shouts echoed one after another, resonating through the narrow paths of the training camp market. Qin Yu strolled among the stalls, his eyes sweeping over the dazzling array of treasures. There were all sorts of magical artifacts, pills, and talismans, each showcasing the extraordinary backgrounds of the sellers. He couldn't help but think to himself, indeed, those who come to the training camp come from well-off families. The saying rich in martial arts, poor in literature is spot on. After making a round, Qin Yu noticed that most people were exchanging various treasures for points. However, buyers actually spending points were few and far between. Most were just there for the spectacle. In the training camp, points were the hard currency, whether it was using the spirit gathering array, consulting renowned teachers, or daily meals. Everything required points. Although the training camp offered various tasks to earn points, including basic chores like cleaning and scrubbing toilets, those born with silver spoons clearly disdained such work. Thus, exchanging treasures for points became the easiest method. Qin Yu's eyes lit up as he realized his own market potential. He found an empty spot, sat down, and took out a wooden board, immediately drawing the attention of those around him. Ever since he entered the market, some had been observing him secretly. Qin Yu didn't mind. He even thought this attention was good for business. People around began to whisper, isn't that the super freaky beast hunter? Could he be selling those beast parts? I bet he's going to sell some kind of stockings. I heard he had 50 points before joining the camp, and now he probably has 150. They say he has some deal with the forging teacher, Feng Ka, earning 50 points daily. Oh my, isn't he loaded? Even if he's a freak, I'd love to be spoiled by him. At that moment, Qin Yu hung up a sign he had written. Points for sale, 20,000 for 1 point. 50,000 for 3 points. 100,000 for 7 points. First come, first served, until sold out. This move was like dropping a boulder into a calm lake, causing an uproar in the entire market. All the vendors hurriedly packed up their goods and rushed over. The previously orderly market descended into chaos. Hey, check out my top-grade flying sword. How many points can I get for it? This is my family's secret technique. Can I exchange it for 5? No, 3 points? Can I trade my stockings for a point? I'll take them off right now if you agree. Facing the chaotic scene, Qin Yu stood up and pointed to the small wooden sign, loudly saying, everyone, please quiet down. I only accept cash. Prices are on the board, no haggling. Line up if you want to buy, one at a time. I'll buy 7 points. Here's 100,000. Give me 50,000 worth. My child hasn't eaten for 2 days. Luckily, I found a few space rings while climbing. Boss, here's 200,000. Give me 14 points. Qin Yu's stall was incredibly popular, and he was busy for an hour straight before finally having a chance to catch his breath, waving his hand to indicate a pause in sales. The points for today are sold out. Folks, you can disperse. Qin Yu announced loudly, prompting a wave of disappointed sighs. Come on, boss. I haven't bought any yet, someone in the crowd shouted anxiously. Boss, will you be back tomorrow? Another voice inquired. A seductive woman pushed her way to the front, batting her eyelashes as she said, Boss, if you sell me some points, I'll do anything you want. Qin Yu's eyes inadvertently swept over a muscular man picking his nose, and he felt a sudden chill. He took a deep breath and raised his voice. The points for today are sold out. Everyone, see you next time. With that, he swiftly squeezed out of the crowd and hurried away. Back at his place, Qin Yu couldn't wait to count today's earnings. I'm rich. I'm rich, he muttered to himself excitedly, his eyes curving into crescents. He carefully arranged stacks of cash neatly on his bed, calculating in his mind. In just 1 hour, he had made over 4 million. The efficiency of this money-making method was faster than robbing a bank. Qin Yu took a deep breath and silently recited, System, activate the spending mode. The system immediately responded, Please choose your target for spending. Divine Alchemy skills. Qin Yu chose without hesitation. The system prompted, Upgrading Divine Alchemy skills from beginner to proficient will cost 300,000. Confirm. Upgrade successful. Without pausing, Qin Yu continued, Spend more. The system prompted again, Upgrading Divine Alchemy skills from proficient to mastery will cost 3 million. Confirm. Upgrade successful. As the system's prompt ended, Qin Yu felt countless alchemy skills flooding into his being. He beamed with a bright smile and murmured to himself, "It's done. Everything's ready, just waiting for the materials from Fangka." After dinner, with nothing better to do, Qin Yu strolled around the training camp. He noticed that everyone around him seemed busy, while he felt momentarily at a loss for what to do. Before he knew it, he found himself at the entrance of a massive spiritual energy gathering formation, where the spiritual energy around him had thinned out. Peering through the entrance, he could vaguely see many people, both men and women, sitting inside with their eyes closed, meditating. "Since I'm here, might as well give it a try," Qin Yu thought, stepping inside. A staff member approached him immediately. "Student, practicing for 1 hour costs 1 point. How long would you like to practice?" Qin Yu thought for a moment and replied, 2 hours. After paying 2 points, the staff member asked again, "Would you like any auxiliary cultivation pills?" "What kinds do you have?" Qin Yu asked curiously. The staff member patiently explained. "These pills cost 1 point each and can increase efficiency by 30. These cost 2 points and can increase it by 60. And these cost 3 points each, doubling the efficiency." Without hesitation, Qin Yu declined. "No, thanks," thinking to himself that these effects were far inferior to the red blood pill. Entering the formation, Qin Yu immediately felt his vision become clearer and his thoughts sharper. He took a deep breath, letting out a contented sigh. The concentration of spiritual energy here is incredible, totally worth the point. He quickly found a less crowded corner, took a red blood pill, and sat cross-legged to begin his practice. In the high-concentration spiritual energy environment, the operation of his divine breathing technique became smoother. The surrounding spiritual energy was drawn in, forming a torrent that surged into Qin Yu's body. Just then, not far from Qin Yu, a striking woman suddenly opened her eyes. Frowning, she murmured, "What's going on? Why did the spiritual energy concentration suddenly drop?" This was Ouyang Xiaoyun, ranked 3rd on the leaderboard and the strongest member of the Ouyang family this time. Sensing the rapid depletion of spiritual energy, Ouyang Xiaoyun scanned the surroundings, her gaze finally settling on Qin Yu. She covered her mouth in surprise, murmuring, "At this rate, won't his meridians burst? General, there's trouble. Something's wrong with the spirit gathering array." A young officer burst into the room, interrupting Shang Wanfeng's leisurely cigar break. Reclining in his chair, Shang Wanfeng waved dismissively. "What's the issue? Another leak? Just have the array department fix it." The officer quickly brought up a dynamic chart of spiritual energy readings and pointed to the upper right corner. "It's not a leak, sir. The data shows the concentration of spiritual energy is dropping rapidly. The array department has checked. There's no problem with the array itself. Then there must be too many practitioners. Have them spread out," Shang Wanfeng replied nonchalantly. "No, General." The officer swallowed nervously. "There's only one person left in that area. The problem is, he's absorbing the energy too quickly." With that, he projected an image of Qin Yu cultivating in front of Shang Wanfeng. Recognizing the figure, Shang Wanfeng sat up abruptly, almost dropping his cigar. "It's that kid again." The officer continued. "If we don't stop him in time, the surrounding energy levels will keep dropping, potentially causing a spiritual storm. This could not only damage the foundation of the spirit gathering array, but also harm other students' meridians." Moments later, inside the spirit gathering array. "Hey, wake up!" Qin Yu slowly opened his eyes, finding himself surrounded by several staff members. He blinked in confusion. "Is my time up already? It felt like I just started. Give me another 10 hours," he said, confidently handing over his ID token. The staff member smiled apologetically. "You've misunderstood. Your rapid absorption of spiritual energy has severely disrupted the balance within the array. To ensure its normal operation, we have to ask you to leave." "What? But I paid for this." Qin Yu barely had time to argue before he was carried out, bewildered. "Your 2 points will be refunded to your account," a staff member called after him. Brushing the dust off his clothes, Qin Yu stormed off. "If they won't let me use their spirit gathering array, I'll just make my own. It'll be even better." Thinking of the true spirit gathering array he had acquired, Qin Yu decided to seize this opportunity to test it out. He immediately headed to the array room to purchase materials like spiritual paper, spiritual ink, and cinnabar, then quickly returned to his dorm. Back in his dorm, without hesitation, Qin Yu spent 30,000 points to upgrade his divine array crafting skills to entry level. As a wealth of knowledge flooded his mind, he picked up a cinnabarladen brush and began drawing complex symbols on the spiritual paper. Following the instructions for the true spirit gathering array, he carefully placed the symbols in their designated spots, soon surrounding himself with spiritual paper. The final step, adding spirit stones to activate it. Qin Yu took out a pile of spirit stones from his space ring. In this world, spirit stones didn't exist. Arrays operated solely on ambient spiritual energy and the practitioner's own essence. Qin Yu's spirit stones were obtained from defeating beasts. He meticulously selected 3 of the largest, highest quality spirit stones, each glowing with extraordinary energy. The higher the quality of the spirit stones, the stronger the array, Qin Yu muttered to himself. After arranging the spirit stones, Qin Yu took a deep breath, determination flashing in his eyes. If they won't let me use the spirit gathering array, I'll make my own. This time, I'm going all out, and no one can stop me. With that, he infused his essence, activating the array. The crimson spiritual energy spread rapidly like a spider web, linking the scattered array patterns into a massive whole. Suddenly, the sky turned dark and stormy, with flashes of lightning and claps of thunder, as if foretelling some ominous event. Shang Wanfeng set down his still-smoking cigar and frowned as he gazed out the window. At the same time, teachers such as Liu Bei, Mo Fong, Zhu Wu, Xiang Kaiyu, and Wu Di also paused their work and looked out the window with puzzled expressions. "What's going on?" they asked in unison, a sense of unease hanging in the air. The next moment, a blinding pillar of light shot up from Qin Yu's room, piercing the clouds. In the command center, a sharp alarm blared, echoing in every corner. "Alert! Alert! Abnormal spiritual energy fluctuations detected. Probability of a spiritual energy storm at 67. An electronic voice urgently announced. Shang Wanfeng stood up abruptly and demanded, "What's happening?" "We don't know yet. We're trying to find out." A staff member responded anxiously. The alarm grew more piercing, and the electronic voice continued. Probability of spiritual energy storm rapidly increasing. 81, 90, 95. Shang Wanfeng felt the spiritual energy around him depleting at an alarming rate. He made a quick decision and ordered, "Everyone stop training immediately, take shelter in the nearest building, and initiate the Level 1 emergency protocol." Everything happened too suddenly. The alarms continued to shriek. "Alert! Alert! Spiritual energy storm has formed. Current impact radius is 3 kilometers. 3.3 kilometers. Shang Wanfeng kicked open a window and leaped out. When he saw the source of the spiritual energy convergence, his pupils dilated in shock, and he froze in midair. Meanwhile, chaos ensued everywhere. In the forge room, Shang Yun was demonstrating the latest forging techniques to an awestruck audience. Suddenly, the sword in his hand, glowing with spiritual light, lost its luster and cracked. Shang Yun's arm trembled slightly as he stared at his work in disbelief. In the alchemy room, the flames in the furnace went out of control, causing batch after batch of pills to explode. Smoke billowed, and debris flew everywhere. In the array room, all formations instantly became chaotic, tangled like a mess of threads. Fortunately, Teacher Mo Fong acted quickly to barely stabilize the situation. "Stay here, I'll go check it out," he instructed, then hurried out. In the giant spiritual array, all the trainees opened their eyes, puzzled. "What's happening? Why is the spiritual energy in the gathering array so thin?" someone whispered. "I feel like the energy is being forcibly drawn away by something," another replied. Noticing the anomaly, staff hurriedly turned the array's power to maximum. The array struggled to operate, with 2 forces pulling at the spiritual energy, as if in a tug-of-war. Suddenly, the gathering array emitted a deafening boom and was completely destroyed. All the teachers rushed out of their rooms to join Shang Wanfeng. They stared in shock at the towering spiritual energy tornado nearby, at a loss for words. Shang Wanfeng asked with difficulty, "What is that? How did it form?" Faced with this phenomenon beyond their understanding, everyone fell silent. Even with their vast knowledge, they seemed unable to explain it. The tornado was a manifestation of a spiritual energy storm, with something at its eye ravenously absorbing the energy. Spiritual energy naturally flows from areas of high concentration to low concentration. Once the nearby energy is depleted, distant energy rushes in like a tidal wave, creating the spiritual energy storm. Everyone stared in awe at the massive spiritual energy tornado in the distance, struck by its terrifying power. A cultivator gravely explained, "We don't know what's absorbing the energy at the eye of the storm, but if we don't stop it soon, the storm's impact will only grow." Upon hearing this, Shang Wanfeng said with determination, "Let's get over there and see if we can stop this storm." "Yes," the others agreed in unison. Their blood surged with energy as they sped like arrows towards the tornado. Meanwhile, in the training camp, a disaster was brewing. The moment the formation was activated, Qin Yu regretted adding those 3 top-grade spiritual stones. The enormous energy of the stones overwhelmed the small capacity of the true spirit gathering formation, akin to installing airplane engines in a car and firing them all at once. The powerful force sent the car spiraling out of control. The true spirit gathering formation was like that out-of-control car, with Qin Yu as its driver. The formation frantically absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy, causing the room's energy concentration to skyrocket. What was once a thin, transparent mist condensed into a dense fog, and then into a viscous liquid that enveloped Qin Yu. Each drop of this liquid contained immense spiritual energy. Absorbing just one nearly burst Qin Yu's meridians. As energy poured uncontrollably into the confined space, the air grew thicker. When Qin Yu attempted to escape, he found himself trapped by the resin-like liquid, gradually engulfing him. Qin Yu struggled like a drowning man, to no avail. Just as he thought he might become the first human to drown in spiritual energy, a piece of spirit paper, unable to withstand the immense energy, ruptured. A chain reaction ensued, shattering all the spirit papers. The formation vanished, and the highly compressed liquid exploded without restraint. The terrifying force obliterated nearby dormitories, causing even Shangguan Xiao and the others to instinctively step back. White mist, centered on Qin Yu, spread in all directions, enveloping the entire training camp in a concentration of spiritual energy far exceeding the past. Shangguan Feng stood dumbfounded at the sight of half the dormitory area leveled, feeling as if they'd been hit by a bomb. When he saw the source of the white mist, Qin Yu, gasping on the ground, he felt his anger rise. Qin Yu, it's you again. Shangguan Feng angrily demanded. Are you making bombs? Will you only be satisfied when you blow the training camp sky high? Qin Yu knew he was in deep trouble this time, and remained silent with his head down. At this moment, the formation teacher, Mo Feng, was drawn to a luminous green stone. What's this? Mo Feng picked up the stone, examined it closely, and his expression changed dramatically. What? Terrifying spiritual energy. Mo Feng's hand trembled as he held the stone, speaking with excitement. Could this be the spirit stone described in ancient texts? Mo Feng explained. Spiritual energy is colorless and odorless, but when its concentration reaches a certain level, it produces white energy. As the concentration increases, it forms a pale blue liquid. But legend has it that when the concentration reaches its limit, it forms a solid known as a spirit stone. On this planet, spiritual energy has existed for thousands of years, yet no one has ever discovered a spirit stone. Mo Feng felt the immense surge of spiritual power in his hand and was overwhelmed with excitement. This could very well be the legendary spirit stone, a significant discovery that might alter the entire landscape of the cultivation world. Just then, Shangguan Feng's voice interrupted Mo Feng's thoughts. What on earth are you doing? Shangguan Feng's brows were furrowed, his tone filled with displeasure and suspicion. To him, Qin Yu was like a ticking time bomb. First, he eliminated Shangguan Feng's meticulously trained pack of Siberian wolves, then entered into an inexplicable deal with Feng Ka, severely disrupting the camp's scoring system. This afternoon, he almost caused a problem with the spirit gathering array, and now he nearly leveled the entire training camp. Faced with Shangguan Feng's inquiry, Qin Yu appeared somewhat innocent. He explained, you wouldn't let me use the spirit gathering array in the camp, so why can't I make my own? It was just a momentary loss of control that caused this accident. Shangguan Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. You said you made a spirit gathering array? Qin Yu nodded, looking calm. Shangguan Feng felt like he was about to cough up blood from frustration. He angrily asked, what kind of spirit gathering array can drain the spiritual power of half a mountain? What kind of array can cause such a massive spiritual energy storm? What array explodes with more force than a missile? Qin Yu shrugged, explaining, I just added 3 small stones, and I didn't expect the array to go out of control. Shangguan Feng was furious. Even if you added a nuclear bomb, it wouldn't be this outrageous. At this moment, Mo Feng pushed past Shangguan Feng and looked at Qin Yu warmly. He held a stone that had just been blown away by the explosion and asked, Student, is this the stone you were talking about? Qin Yu immediately recognized the high-quality spirit stone and confirmed with a nod. Yes, that's the spirit stone. Upon hearing this, Mo Feng burst into laughter, gesturing excitedly as if he had been sealed away for 500 years and finally saw the light of day again. Ha 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 ho ho ho. This is indeed a spirit stone, just as the ancient text described. Spirit stones can greatly enhance the power of formations. I never imagined a small spirit gathering array could unleash such terrifying power with the addition of a spirit stone. My lineage of formation arts is about to have a renaissance. After calming down, Mo Feng eagerly grabbed Qin Yu's hand and asked, Student Qin Yu, where did you obtain this spirit stone? Seeing Mo Feng's interest in the spirit stone, Qin Yu decided to keep the fact that he had a stash of them a secret. He replied, my master gave it to me. There were 3 stones in total, each extremely precious. Mo Feng looked at Qin Yu imploringly. Could you leave this spirit stone with me for a while so that I can study it thoroughly? Qin Yu's lips curled into a slight smile, pretending to be in a difficult position. Since the teacher likes it, I wouldn't mind giving it to you, but the spirit stone is incredibly valuable, and I would have a hard time explaining it to my master. Hearing this, Mo Feng was so excited he almost jumped up. He quickly rummaged through his storage ring and finally took out an ancient scroll. Student Qin Yu, I can trade you this treasure. Shangguan Feng, witnessing this, exclaimed in surprise. Mo Feng, you're actually taking out that scroll? Even when the president asked for it back then, you refused. Are you really going to trade it for this stone? Mo Feng snorted. What stone? You have no idea how important this spirit stone is to the world of formations. Besides, I risked my life to get this scroll. I can give it to whomever I want. Although Qin Yu did not know what the scroll was, he could tell it was an extraordinary treasure. Even the president wanted it. Qin Yu couldn't help but be curious. Mo Fong handed the scroll to Qin Yu and explained, I obtained this scroll by accident while repairing a formation at a celestial rift. A celestial rift? Qin Yu asked, puzzled, as he had never heard of such a term. Shangguan Feng explained, it's a rift connecting to another world, rumored to be the origin of exotic beasts, but it's all sealed by formations now. Qin Yu was surprised. There are places like that on this planet? Mo Fong nodded slowly, recalling, that year, a rift appeared in the seal, and my master received orders to lead our entire sect to repair it. This scroll floated out of the rift right before my eyes. It's something from another world. Qin Yu solemnly accepted the scroll and slowly unfolded it, only to frown immediately. The scroll was blank, a book with no words. He looked at Mo Fong, wondering if the old man was trying to deceive him. Mo Fong coughed, slightly embarrassed, and said, I haven't figured out the scroll's mysteries yet, but there's no denying it's a treasure. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed in Qin Yu's mind. Perfect grade sword technique discovered, 7-star blade slash. Would you like to add it to your personal panel? In Qin Yu's vision, countless golden characters and illustrations appeared on the ancient scroll. Qin Yu was shocked, thinking to himself, it's a perfect grade sword technique. Just as Mo Fong was about to elaborate on the scroll's value, Qin Yu suddenly tucked the scroll into his chest and looked sincerely at Mo Fong. Teacher Mo Fong, I trust you. That spirit stone is yours. Mo Fong frowned. Do you really believe this blank scroll is a treasure? Aren't you afraid I'm deceiving you? It's not the scroll I trust. Qin Yu replied with a bright smile. It's you, teacher. You're my teacher. How could you deceive me? These words warmed Mo Fong's heart. Being trusted so deeply by a student filled him with a sense of warmth. Qin Yu, I didn't expect you to have such faith in your teacher, Mo Fong said sincerely. Although this scroll is a treasure, its purpose is still unknown. Trading it for your spirit stone is indeed advantageous for me. You're too kind, teacher. Qin Yu waved his hand dismissively, feeling a tinge of guilt. After all, trading something with little cost for a spirit stone worth a fortune would make anyone feel a bit uneasy. After a moment's thought, Mo Fong solemnly declared, from now on, I'll give you my daily 50 points as well. Qin Yu's eyes lit up. Points were real wealth. Then I'll gratefully accept. No, you cannot. Shangguan Feng's voice suddenly interjected. He explained sternly, the resources in the training camp are fixed, and points must align with them. If points are overly concentrated in one person's hands, other students will lack points. If we forcibly increase points, it will lead to resource shortages. Mo Fong was immediately displeased. Who I give my points to is my right, isn't it? But you can't give all your points to one person. Why can Fong Ka give all his points to Qin Yu, but I can't? Am I not as good as Fong Ka? It's not about scarcity, but about inequality. Shangguan Feng was momentarily speechless, silently lamenting how challenging it was to be a camp leader. Finally, after Qin Yu promised to sell most of his points to other students, Shangguan Feng reluctantly agreed. The crisis was averted, and the training camp began its rebuilding efforts. Qin Yu voluntarily offered 100 points as compensation for the dormitory collapse. With everyone working together, the training camp returned to its usual calm in just one day. Although the spirit gathering array was damaged, no one blamed Qin Yu. After the spiritual energy storm, the concentration of spiritual energy in the training camp had increased tenfold, even more concentrated than the original array. Everyone was seizing the opportunity to absorb this rare, free spiritual energy. Meanwhile, the 7-star saber slash had appeared on Qin Yu's personal panel. However, since it was an external technique, he couldn't use the system's Peidoan mode and had to practice it bit by bit. As a mastery-level sword technique, the 7-star blade slash is one of the most elite in the world, and Qin Yu is devoted to mastering it. With a talent 2.6 times that of an average person, his learning speed is like a wild horse galloping forward, making rapid progress. For 6 consecutive days, Qin Yu practiced the 7-star blade slash tirelessly. The sound of his sword cutting through the air echoed through the forest, and the leaves rustled in the strong wind. Finally, on the morning of the 7th day, with a thunderous roar, Qin Yu reached the entry-level stage of the 7-star blade slash. Overjoyed, Qin Yu immediately demonstrated it in the forest. The black gold sword in his hand sliced through the air, executing a 7-star blade slash in an instant. The sword light streaked across the night sky like a meteor, and a golden sword shadow several meters high shimmered among the trees. Wherever it passed, sturdy trees were cut down, rocks and soil surged like waves, leaving a deep, bottomless sword mark on the ground. The sword energy even tore a vacuum in the air. This power is far stronger than the 100-sword slash, Qin Yu exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. At that moment, Qin Yu's phone rang, interrupting his thoughts. He pulled out his phone and saw that it was a call from Fong Ka. Hello? Qin Yu, where are you? "I've brought back all the materials you wanted." Feng Ka's voice came from the other end of the line. Qin Yu's face lit up with joy. "I'll be right back." He quickly put away the black gold sword and dashed back to the training camp. Upon returning to the camp, Qin Yu immediately left 3 second-level simplified formations for Feng Ka as a token of gratitude and took a pile of precious materials back to his dormitory. Looking at the materials he had long awaited, Qin Yu couldn't help but murmur, "Finally, you're here." Carefully, Qin Yu took a tiny amount of each material to practice, considering the high level of the toxic blood qi dissipation powder. Even with his mastery-level alchemy skills, he couldn't guarantee success. He took out the alchemy furnace, sat cross-legged, and practiced breathing techniques with his eyes closed. Once he reached his optimal state, he began the alchemy process. "Control the fire, control the fire, control the fire," Qin Yu muttered, fully focused on regulating the flame inside the alchemy furnace. However, just as he was about to succeed, a minor mistake caused the flames to surge, turning all the herbs into ashes. The first attempt was a failure. Undeterred, Qin Yu took a deep breath, resumed practicing his breathing technique to recover. The second attempt, failure. The third attempt, failure. Despite repeated failures, Qin Yu's confidence remained unshaken. He continuously improved his technique, getting closer to success each time, but always falling short at the last moment. Glancing at the dwindling supply of herbs, Qin Yu realized the complexity of creating the blood qi dissipation powder was far beyond his expectations. Although all attempts ended in failure, Qin Yu gained valuable insights. Through repeated practice, his control over qi and blood became increasingly adept. "I have a feeling I'll succeed next time," Qin Yu encouraged himself. However, the N1th attempt also ended in failure. Just as Qin Yu was about to give up, a miracle occurred. He carefully collected the white powder from the furnace into a small porcelain bottle, his face beaming with triumph. After consuming 2/3 of the materials, Qin Yu finally succeeded once. This success greatly boosted Qin Yu's confidence. With the first successful experience, his technique became more refined, and his success rate gradually increased. After 3 days and nights of relentless effort, Qin Yu finally exhausted the last bit of materials. Now, he held a small porcelain bottle tightly in his hand, containing a precious tenth of the blood qi dissipation powder. Eager to test its effects, he hesitated as he was about to remove the stopper. "If I get poisoned, my divine healing skill will activate automatically, making it impossible to test the efficacy," he murmured to himself. "I need someone else to help test it." As Qin Yu pondered, a long unseen figure appeared in his mind. "It's decided, Yu Xiaoming." A sly glint flashed in Qin Yu's eyes, a meaningful smile curling at his lips. Knock, knock, knock. The sound at the door shattered the dorm's silence. Yu Xiaoming reluctantly opened the door, only to be greeted by Qin Yu's signature smile. Instinctively, Yu Xiaoming tried to close the door, but Qin Yu swiftly caught the doorframe. "Don't be in such a rush to close the door. I need to talk to you," Qin Yu said, flashing what he thought was his most charming smile, his eyes gleaming with mischief. Yu Xiaoming eyed Qin Yu warily. "Get lost. That grin of yours spells trouble. You tricked me out of all my savings, and now I'm broke." Qin Yu quickly clarified. "Don't get me wrong. I'm not here to ask for money. I'm here to give you some." Yu Xiaoming was taken aback, wondering if he had misheard. Qin Yu continued, "Aren't we friends? I thought about it, and it wasn't right to borrow so much from you." Yu Xiaoming's eyes lit up as he extended his hand. "At least you have some conscience. Give me the money." Qin Yu changed his tone. "Hold on. Since we're friends, could you do me a small favor?" He pulled out a small porcelain bottle. "This is my latest concoction, qi and blood dispersal powder, and I'd like you to test its effects." Yu Xiaoming's expression darkened, and he cursed as he tried to close the door. Qin Yu quickly shouted, 10,000. When there was no response from inside, he raised the offer, 30,000. "If not, I'll find someone else." The door opened a crack, and Yu Xiaoming peeked out. "Pay up first." "Deal." Qin Yu placed a small pinch of white powder into Yu Xiaoming's hand. Yu Xiaoming suspiciously asked, "This stuff isn't dangerous, right? I won't just cough up blood and die, will I?" Qin Yu assured him it was completely safe. Yu Xiaoming wanted to ask more, but Qin Yu interrupted. "Are you in or out? If not, I'll find someone else." "Wait." Yu Xiaoming gritted his teeth, steeled his nerves, and inhaled the qi and blood dispersal powder. In less than a second, Yu Xiaoming felt his energy dissipate like a deflated balloon. He breathed a sigh of relief. "I'm not dead. Your stuff works well, even better than the original." Qin Yu nodded in satisfaction. "It was worth the effort I put in," Yu Xiaoming urged. "All right, now give me the antidote." Qin Yu chuckled. "The antidote costs 50,000. "What?" Yu Xiaoming's face turned furious. "You're despicable. I'll fight you." Seeing Yu Xiaoming truly enraged, Qin Yu quickly calmed him down. "Just kidding. Let's go see the healing instructor for the antidote." "Get lost. That costs points." Yu Xiaoming weakly punched Qin Yu while shouting angrily. "I'll cover the points and give you an extra 1,000 as compensation," Qin Yu promised. Yu Xiaoming instantly brightened up. "Really? Let's go. Although he didn't understand why Qin Yu didn't just provide the antidote, the thought of earning another 1,000 made Yu Xiangming dismiss any further questions, and he eagerly followed Qin Yu, fearing he might change his mind. The two quickly found the healing instructor, Zhu Wu. After the recent spiritual storm incident, Zhu Wu had taken an interest in this student named Qin Yu. Winning the favor of both teacher Fang Ka and teacher Mo Fang is not something an average student can achieve. Qin Yu explained the situation briefly to Zhu Wu, a hint of pride in his eyes. Raising an eyebrow, Zhu Wu asked curiously, "You can refine medicine too?" With a humble smile, Qin Yu replied softly, "I know a little." Zhu Wu adopted a serious expression and cautioned, "A person's energy is limited. Trying to learn forging, arraying, and medicine refining simultaneously might lead to being a jack of all trades and master of none." Qin Yu nodded in agreement, thinking to himself, without the Peidoan system, that might indeed be the case. Zhu Wu extended his hand and said, "Pay 3 points, and I'll help you clear the poison." Sure, Qin Yu readily paid the points, secretly anticipating. According to the system, only a god-level healing ability can neutralize this poison. It's time to test that claim. Zhu Wu gently held Yu Xiangming's wrist, his fingers emitting a green, healing light. He thought, just a novice's casually made poison. It should be cleared in 3 seconds. 5 seconds later, Zhu Wu withdrew his fingers. Qin Yu eagerly asked Yu Xiangming, "How do you feel?" Yu Xiangming shook his head in confusion. "I don't feel anything." "Teacher Zhu Wu, when are we starting the treatment? I need to get back to training." Zhu Wu was taken aback. He grasped Yu Xiangming's wrist again, frowning. "Strange, there's still no energy flow in the meridians. I underestimated this poison." Zhu Wu tried the healing technique again, pouring abundant energy through Yu Xiangming's meridians. After a moment, he confidently said, "Try to manipulate your energy. The poison should be gone." Yu Xiangming followed the instructions, but soon realized he couldn't control his energy at all. He looked at Zhu Wu with a mix of frustration and disbelief. "Teacher, are you sure this is working?" Zhu Wu raised an eyebrow, speaking sternly. "Never ask a man if he's capable. Now sit down." He stepped back, a serious look crossing his face. "I didn't expect this poison to be so troublesome." Zhu Wu's aura intensified, his eyes glinting green. Healing skill, nature's revival. A soft green light enveloped Yu Xiangming, and Qin Yu could sense a vast life force emanating from him. The energy was so potent that even the wooden floor sprouted fresh green shoots. Qin Yu was astounded. This healing technique is truly formidable. If it can't counter the poison, then this poison is my ultimate trump card. Moments later, Zhu Wu withdrew his energy. Yu Xiangming stood up, feeling invigorated, his skin smooth and youthful. "How is it?" Qin Yu asked nervously, unsure whether his poison could withstand such a powerful healing technique. Just as Yu Xiangming was about to speak, his expression froze. In the next instant, he grabbed Qin Yu by the throat, shouting angrily, "Qin Yu, what did you give me? Why is there still no energy in my body?" Zhu Wu's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice filled with skepticism. "Even my nature's revival had no effect." Zhu Wu carefully examined Yu Xiangming's meridians, his brows furrowed in concentration. He paced back and forth in front of the patient, looking gravely concerned. This situation was something he had never encountered before. It defied scientific explanation. Yu Xiangming was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. He clung to Zhu Wu's leg, his voice tinged with desperation. "Teacher, we spent points on this. You must cure me." Zhu Wu stumbled slightly from Yu Xiangming's grip and quickly said, "Let go of my leg first, so I can think of a solution." Standing nearby, Qin Yu secretly chuckled. He had intended to tell Yu Xiangming that the poison, qi and blood dispersal powder, only lasted for an hour, after which the qi and blood would naturally recover. However, seeing Zhu Wu's reaction, he decided to remain silent. This was a perfect opportunity to test the poison against Zhu Wu's full treatment efforts. Zhu Wu stopped pacing and sighed deeply. A determined look flashed in his eyes as he said to Yu Xiangming, "It seems we need that person to come over. You all wait here. I'll step out for a moment." He gave Yu Xiangming a reassuring look. "Don't worry. I will cure you." After Zhu Wu left, Yu Xiangming turned to Qin Yu with a fierce glare. "What exactly is that poison?" he asked through gritted teeth. Qin Yu replied honestly, "Qi and blood dispersal powder." Yu Xiangming didn't believe him and retorted sarcastically, "Teacher Zhu Wu is a level 7 healer. How could he not resolve a mere qi and blood dispersal powder?" Qin Yu shrugged and casually fabricated. Maybe there was some unusual reaction during the concoction. He patted Yu Xiangming's shoulder. "But don't worry, if Teacher Zhu Wu can't solve it, I'm still here." "Yeah, right." Yu Xiangming looked at Qin Yu with disdain. "If Teacher Zhu Wu can't solve it, you think you can?" Qin Yu couldn't be bothered to respond and turned his head away. Soon, Zhu Wu's voice came from outside the door. "I'm telling you, that kid is strange. I even used the all things revitalization, yet he couldn't gather any qi and blood." Another voice replied, "That is indeed quite unscientific." Qin Yu recognized the voice as belonging to Liu Bei, the potion's master. He thought to himself that healing was divided into two systems. One like Zhu Wu's, where healers practiced healing arts that could either cure or fail, simple and straightforward. The other like Liu Bei's, where potion masters could concoct various healing elixirs tailored to specific ailments, offering more flexibility, especially against poisons. The two teachers entered the room. Liu Bei first observed Yu Xiaoming closely, then took a few drops of blood for testing. Frowning, he said, "The blood indeed contains toxic elements that hinder qi and blood coagulation. But don't worry too much. I happen to have an elixir that should counteract this poison." Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaoming breathed a sigh of relief. Liu Bei took out a pill and handed it to Yu Xiaoming. "Take this pill, and let Teacher Zhu Wu use his healing art to help you absorb it quickly. In no time, the poison should be resolved." "Thank you, teacher." Yu Xiaoming eagerly swallowed the pill. Zhu Wu generously cast the all things revitalization once more. After the treatment, everyone watched Yu Xiaoming intently, waiting for the result. "How do you feel?" Qin Yu asked, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Yu Xiaoming shrugged, disappointment written all over his face. "Not much better. Still no qi and blood." The two teachers' expressions darkened instantly, exchanging troubled looks. Meanwhile, Qin Yu couldn't help but let a faint smile slip. "Impossible," Liu Bei muttered to himself, a sharp glint in his eyes. He slowly drew a short knife, stepping towards Yu Xiaoming as if he intended to personally dissect and study this peculiar case. Qin Yu was about to use a divine healing technique on Yu Xiaoming when Liu Bei grabbed his hand. A gleam flashed in Liu Bei's eyes as he made a small cut on Yu Xiaoming's hand with a short knife. "I need to collect more samples to study with my colleagues," Liu Bei explained, his voice filled with the excitement typical of a researcher. Yu Xiaoming, pale and weak, asked, "What about me?" Zhu Wu comforted him, saying, "We'll figure something out for you." With that, the two teachers began to discuss quietly. Yu Xiaoming sat weakly beside Qin Yu, glaring at him resentfully. "You've really landed me in trouble this time." Qin Yu patted Yu Xiaoming's shoulder and said in a deliberately relaxed tone, "Don't worry, I've got you covered with detoxification." "You have a detox pill?" Hope flickered in Yu Xiaoming's eyes. "No, but I've got a healing technique. I'll give you a discount, just 30,000 per session." Qin Yu joked with a smile. "Get lost." Yu Xiaoming snapped, turning his head away in frustration. As Qin Yu pretended to leave, Yu Xiaoming quickly grabbed his sleeve. "Wait, give it a try, but if it doesn't work, I'm not paying." "No problem." Qin Yu swiftly grasped Yu Xiaoming's wrist and began using the divine healing technique. He thought to himself, "I need to hurry, or the effects of the deadly qi blood disperse powder will wear off soon." As Qin Yu's energy entered his body, Yu Xiaoming felt a noticeable change. The toxins seemed to be dissipating rapidly. 5 minutes later, the first trace of qi and blood was reborn in Yu Xiaoming's meridians. He looked at Qin Yu in disbelief. A poison that even the teachers couldn't handle had been neutralized by Qin Yu. "Time to pay up, cutie." Qin Yu laughed, extending his hand. Regaining his strength, Yu Xiaoming clenched his fist, a glint of mischief in his eyes. "Pay up? Money that reaches my hands never goes back." With that, he turned and ran. "You little rascal." Qin Yu chuckled and caught up with him in an instant. The sounds of scuffling echoed, accompanied by Yu Xiaoming's cries. Moments later, Yu Xiaoming lay bruised on the ground, trembling as he handed over 20,000 yuan. "You still owe me 10,000. I'll give you another 20,000, and we'll call it even," he mumbled. Hearing the commotion, the two teachers hurried over. "What happened? Why is he on the ground?" Zhu Wu asked in confusion. Qin Yu explained, "I've healed him. He wanted to test if his strength had returned, so we sparred a bit." He turned to Zhu Wu. "Teacher, could you use my points to treat his external injuries?" "Wait." Liu Bei asked urgently. "You cured this student?" Qin Yu nodded slightly. Zhu Wu immediately checked Yu Xiaoming's wrist, surprised. "His qi and blood are stable and strong. How did you do it?" Qin Yu, prepared for this question, explained, "The poison Yu Xiaoming ingested is a modified version of the qi blood disperse powder by my master. Naturally, my master also taught me how to neutralize it. I sought out the teachers mainly to test the effectiveness of this powder. Sorry for the trouble." The teachers, instead of being angry, were full of admiration. Liu Bei, a bit embarrassed, asked, "Qin Yu, would you mind sharing the formula for this poison?" Qin Yu shook his head firmly. "This formula is my master's secret for survival, and I cannot share it." "No worries, that was greedy of me," Liu Bei conceded. "But if I manage to deduce the formula from the blood sample, I hope you won't hold it against me." Qin Yu smiled gently and said, "The poison only lasts an hour. After that, it disappears automatically. The blood sample you collected is already free of poison." "Only an hour?" Yu Xiaoming, still on the ground, suddenly realized and shouted, "Qin Yu, you jerk, give me back my 20,000. Qin Yu quietly laughed to himself, knowing Yu Xiaoming had unknowingly done him a favor. Not only did he leave Yu Xiaoming with 10,000, but he also transferred 5 points as a testament to their friendship. Although points could be exchanged for money, Qin Yu felt less guilty about giving points than cash. In the final phase of the training camp, Qin Yu's life settled into a busy and rhythmic routine. Every morning, he dedicated himself to practicing the seven-star sword technique, his training clothes soaked with sweat, as the blade gleamed in the morning light. In the afternoons, he learned combat techniques from his newfound treasure mentor, Xiang Kaiyu. Xiang Kaiyu's lessons completely transformed Qin Yu's understanding of combat. Under his guidance, Qin Yu finally grasped why his previous battles always seemed to require so much effort for little gain. There were secrets in the transitions between moves, and the power from the hips was crucial during slashes. This enlightening realization made Qin Yu notice how his past fighting style was as reckless as schoolyard brawling. In the evenings, it was Qin Yu's business time. To improve efficiency, he established a comprehensive points reservation and sales system, enlisting the help of the affordable secretary, Yu Xiangming, to handle bookings. While others charged between 5,000 to 10,000, Yu Xiangming's fee of just 1,000 made Qin Yu quite satisfied with the cost-effectiveness. This side business significantly boosted Qin Yu's points income, with projections of earning millions by the camp's end. Time flew by, and only 5 days remained until the end of the training camp. The upcoming all-participants competition and comprehensive ranking were tied to extra points for college entrance exams, suddenly intensifying the camp's atmosphere. Everyone was intensifying their training, and even Qin Yu's points business became more bustling. One afternoon, after finishing his combat skills class, Qin Yu returned to his dorm to find a well-dressed young man sitting by the door. 10 space rings glistened on his fingers, and his jade pendant and blue-patterned white boots spoke of wealth. Yet beneath this rich exterior was a frail and weary face, with sunken cheeks and vacant eyes that immediately suggested excessive indulgence. "Brother Sun, what are you doing here?" Qin Yu recognized the former money tree, Sun Yoshin. At the sound of his voice, Sun Yoshin sprang up, clutching at Qin Yu like a lifeline. "Good brother, I've been thinking about you day and night, and I finally found you." Seeing Sun Yoshin's unsteady state, Qin Yu quickly helped him inside and poured a glass of water. He remembered that after his last treatment, Sun Yoshin had been glowing with health and wondered why he had become so weak again. In just a month, Sun Yoshin's health had deteriorated significantly. Standing in front of Qin Yu, he looked pale and exhausted, forcing a bitter smile. "Even the strongest body can't handle 7 times a night. Brother, help me out here." Without hesitation, Qin Yu activated his divine healing technique. As gentle energy flowed in, Sun Yoshin's pallor gradually turned to a healthy flush. He exhaled deeply, straightening up with renewed vigor. "I feel alive again. The confident Sun is back." Eagerly, he handed Qin Yu a spatial ring. "Inside are the herbs you wanted last time, along with some rare ones. Use them as you need, and let me know if you run out." "Are you sure about this?" Qin Yu protested even as he slipped the ring onto his finger, internally marveling at Sun's generosity. Not everyone in the capital could match such magnanimity. "How did you get in here?" "The training camp isn't open to outsiders," Qin Yu asked curiously. Sun Yoshin grinned smugly. "There's nowhere the young master of Xinshin Herb Store can't go. But honestly, getting treatment from you is just a side quest. I've got some business to handle." "Judging by your expression, the business is the real reason you're here, isn't it?" "Did you know? In a few days, a top-tier genius is visiting the training camp," Sun Yoshin whispered conspiratorially. Qin Yu nodded knowingly. "On the 29th day, a top genius is coming to inspire the students with their prowess. It's meant to motivate everyone to strive harder." He paused, then asked pointedly, "Is it a woman?" "How did you know?" Sun Yoshin looked surprised. "With your behavior, even a blind man could guess." Sun Yoshin eagerly elaborated. "Her name is Xie Shirin, hailed as a onsen 4,000 years beauty. I'm here just to catch a glimpse of her." "The young master of Xinshin Herb Store going to such lengths to meet someone?" Sun Yoshin sighed, his expression darkening. "It's because that old man from Tiannan Mountain came and beat up my grandfather, warning me to stay away from Xie Shirin." "Tiannan Mountain?" Qin Yu's interest was piqued. "It's a small sect with just 4 members, and Xie Shirin is the youngest disciple," Sun Yoshin explained. "But don't underestimate them. They have 1 9th level and 2 8th level warriors. They're formidable." He gritted his teeth. "They say it's better to destroy 10 temples than a single marriage. Yet that old man insists on breaking us apart. Does Xie Shirin like you?" "Oh well." Sun Yoshin scratched his head sheepishly. "I believe she'll eventually fall for my irresistible charm." Watching Sun Yoshin's lovesick expression, Qin Yu chuckled inwardly. A hopeless romantic and a bit delusional, but amusing nonetheless. However, more than Xie Shirin's beauty, he was intrigued by her capabilities. He wondered how he measured up against these top-tier geniuses, a question he had long awaited to answer. Time flew by, and soon it was the 29th day. The morning sunlight spilled over the training grounds as Sun Yoshin eagerly dragged Qin Yu there early. "Isn't Xie Shirin coming in the afternoon? Why are we here so early?" Qin Yu asked, puzzled. Sun Yoshin confidently replied, "Of course, to get a front row spot. My darling Shirin is so popular, if we don't come early, How can we secure the front row? Qin Yu rolled his eyes. I think you're the only one who cares in the entire training camp. Humph. That's because you haven't seen Shireen's unparalleled beauty. She's a rare beauty that appears only once every 4,000 years, Sun Yoshin retorted dismissively. You can wait here by yourself. I'm going to practice my sword skills. Qin Yu found an open space and carefully practiced the 7-star sword technique. By the afternoon, the training grounds became lively as more people arrived. Qin Yu and Sun Yoshin sat in the front row of the audience seats. Sun Yoshin took out a banner and flashing signs he had prepared in advance, boldly displaying the words, "Love you, Shireen," resembling a large fan meet. Bro, hold a sign with me. Sun Yoshin generously handed 2 signs to Qin Yu. No thanks. Qin Yu turned his head away, pretending not to know him, thinking, this is too embarrassing. Soon, the Yu family trio arrived. Yu Ryue greeted Qin Yu. Qin Yu, you're here early. She then noticed Sun Yoshin with the sign and asked in surprise, Sun Yoshin, why are you here? Weren't you at the Imperial Capital training camp? Sun Yoshin gestured for silence and whispered, Shoo, I snuck out, don't tell anyone. If my dad finds out, he'll kill me. You know each other? Qin Yu asked curiously. We're classmates. Yu Ryue explained. Yu squeezed in and asked, Sun Yoshin, why are you here? Sun Yoshin proudly held up his sign. Of course, to follow my darling Shireen. Yu looked puzzled and bluntly asked, aren't you impotent? Even if you win CS Shireen over, what's the point? Sun Yoshin's face darkened. Then he gave a sly smile. Little Yu, do you want to verify whether I am or not? Get lost. Yu rolled her eyes. Stop arguing, the teachers are here. Qin Yu suddenly reminded them. Everyone's attention turned to the entrance. Shangguan Feng walked in, accompanied by a tall, graceful woman. Although she wore a light black veil, obscuring her full appearance, her figure alone revealed she was a beauty. Oh, look, that's my darling Shireen. Sun Yoshin frantically waved his sign, shouting excitedly. Qin Yu discreetly moved away, trying to distance himself from Sun Yoshin. Shangguan Feng stepped onto the podium and addressed the crowd. Tomorrow marks the end of the training camp. Each of you emerging from this camp is a prodigy of the East Sea Province, the future elite of humanity. He then continued. However, I hope you don't become complacent because of your skills. The world is vast, and there are many stronger than you. Always remember there's always someone better. Today, we have invited Xie Shireen to inspire you to forge ahead. The boys in the audience erupted into a frenzy of cheers at his words. Shangguan Feng turned to Xie Shireen and asked, Shireen, do you have anything to say? Xie Shireen gently shook her head and simply replied, No, senior. Let's get started. All right. Shangguan Feng nodded in agreement. Xie Shireen gracefully moved to the center of the training grounds, and all eyes were on her, eagerly anticipating the upcoming performance. Feng Ka and a few other instructors released 3 beasts into the training arena, prompting Qin Yu to mutter to himself, starting off with 3 level 1.8 beasts. That's quite a challenge. In the arena, the 3 massive beasts formed a triangular formation around Xie Shireen, their eyes blazing with anger at being forcibly brought there by humans. One of the beasts, as robust as a hunting dog, let out a deep growl, and in an instant, all 3 launched a fierce attack on Xie Shireen. In the audience, many people were on edge for Xie Shireen, with someone even shouting, Be careful, miss. However, Sun Yoshin wasn't worried at all. He continued to play the role of a devoted admirer, cheering loudly for Xie Shireen. Qin Yu leaned back in his seat, watching the battle intently. He was curious about how Xie Shireen would handle such a dire situation. To everyone's surprise, Xie Shireen faced the 3 ferocious beasts without a hint of panic. Her gaze was calm and her movements unhurried. She gracefully retrieved 3 silver spikes from her storage ring and tossed them lightly into the air. Astonishingly, the silver spikes exploded in midair, like guided missiles, each targeting one of the beasts. Almost simultaneously, 3 piercing sounds were heard as the silver spikes struck the beasts' heads, bringing them down instantly. The battle was over almost as quickly as it began, leaving some spectators bewildered about what had just happened. A collective gasp echoed through the audience, and even the seasoned Qin Yu was taken aback. He knew that with his current strength, handling 3 level 1.8 beasts with such ease was beyond him. However, he quickly regained his composure, reminding himself that he'd only been practicing the divine breathing technique for a little over 2 months and had made significant progress. Turning to Sun Yoshin, Qin Yu asked, What was the deal with those silver spikes? Sun Yoshin proudly explained, That's the art of object manipulation, a unique skill of Shireen's sect. Her ability to effortlessly take down the 3 beasts is largely due to this incredible skill. Object manipulation. Qin Yu's eyes lit up. That sounds powerful. He wondered if his system had a similar skill available. Amidst the audience's amazement, Xie Shireen went on to defeat 2 more level 1.9 beasts and a level 2 beast, showcasing her formidable strength. Based on her performance, Qin Yu estimated her true combat power to be at least above level 2.2. The art of object manipulation was indeed tricky, and Qin Yu couldn't think of an effective countermeasure for it just yet. After her demonstration, Xie Shirin gracefully exited the arena, not sparing a glance at Sun Yoshin. Qin Yu patted Sun Yoshin's shoulder, jokingly saying, "Buddy, I think you don't stand a chance." Yet, Sun Yoshin seemed unfazed, confidently replying, "You don't get it. Shirin's too shy to look at me. My efforts are paying off." With that, he hurriedly followed after her. Watching Sun Yoshin's retreating figure, Qin Yu shook his head with a wry smile. He then pondered the significance of the event, realizing that everyone seemed motivated by some unseen force, diving more intensely into their training. This is what top-tier strength among peers looks like. Qin Yu felt the powerful energy within him and resolved, "Give me another month, and I'll surpass you." As night fell, the final day of the training camp quietly approached. The next morning, the ultimate challenge, the arena battle, officially began. The competition is divided into two stages. The first stage is a 5-person battle, and the second stage is an unknown duel among the top 10. In the first stage, 755 participants are divided into 151 groups, with 4 arenas hosting the contest simultaneously. Qin Yu is placed in the 21st group. He is not familiar with his 4 opponents and assumes they are not particularly strong. Half an hour later, the announcement comes. Group 21, please proceed to Arena 1. Qin Yu calmly walks to the arena. The referee asks if they are ready, and all 5 respond affirmatively. At the referee's signal, the other 4 participants purposefully surround Qin Yu. "He's the strongest. Let's team up to take him down first, then compete for the final 2 spots," one opponent whispers. Qin Yu's reputation precedes him, making him a target, but he remains unfazed. Sheep flock together, but a tiger walks alone. "Come at me together. It'll save time," Qin Yu says confidently, with lightning flickering around his fist. The 4 opponents attack simultaneously: cross slash, earth dragon dive, heavenly palm, sun and moon whip. A blinding flash of lightning appears before them as Qin Yu shouts, "Thunder punch." In an instant, all 4 opponents are incapacitated. The referee announces, Qin Yu advances, the other 4 are eliminated. After the first round, 302 participants should have advanced, but due to some groups having only one qualifier, only 281 move forward. The second round consists of 56 groups, with 1 participant getting a bye. Qin Yu checks the groupings and finds himself in the 18th group. Nearby, Yu Xiaoming excitedly exclaims, "I got a bye." Yu sighs, "Too bad it's only the second round. It'd be better if it were in the 3rd or 4th round." "Yeah, keep dreaming," Yu Xiaoming replies smugly. After the second round, Qin Yu and all 4 members of the Yu family advance smoothly. Ultimately, 102 participants qualify, with the 3rd round divided into 20 groups, and 2 participants getting a bye. Upon seeing the new groupings, Yu Xiaoming laughs with excitement. "Haha, I got another bye? This must be rigged." Yu and Yu Ryua look at him enviously. Qin Yu is placed in the 10th group, facing formidable opponents: Ouyang Xiaoyan, ranked 3rd, and Zhuge Tianxiao, ranked 6th. This group promises to be the most intense matchup of the round. Yu, with a distraught expression, says, "Oh no, I'm grouped with Shang Yun. It's a disaster. Shang Yun has ruthlessly eliminated all opponents in the previous rounds." Yu Ryua asks, "Qin Yu, how are your opponents?" Qin Yu calmly replies, "Mine aren't too troublesome. Ah, I'm so jealous of you guys." Yu continues to lament. Soon after, Shang Yun inexplicably approaches, drawing everyone's attention. "Qin Yu." A sudden shout broke the calm of the training camp. Qin Yu turned around, frowning slightly, and looked in the direction of the voice, puzzled. "What's going on?" he wondered to himself. "What kind of mischief is this guy up to now?" He saw Shang Yun striding over, eyes gleaming with a challenging light. Stopping in front of Qin Yu, he smirked confidently and said, "I hope you won't get eliminated this time, because I want to defeat you myself." Qin Yu couldn't help but smile at this overly dramatic declaration, which was so characteristic of Shang Yun. Just as he was about to respond, Yu tugged at his sleeve. "Qin Yu, I need to ask you a favor." Yu pleaded, pointing to herself. "This is my friend. Could you go easy on her in the competition later?" Seeing the earnest look in Yu's eyes, Qin Yu's heart softened. He turned to Shang Yun with a slight smile. "Brother Shang, could you do me a favor and take it easy?" Shang Yun snorted, "Are you begging me?" Unfazed, Qin Yu's smile grew even brighter. "If we happen to meet in the next round, I'll give you a chance to advance too." Everyone present was taken aback by his words. Even the Yu family trio thought Qin Yu's statement was rather arrogant. After all, in the training camp, Shang Yun was acknowledged as the strongest. Although not as famous as Qin Yu, his prowess was unquestionable. Shang Yun was also stunned by this remark. He stared at Qin Yu for a moment before saying, "I hope your skills are as sharp as your tongue." With that, he turned and walked away, adding as he left, "For your sake, I won't eliminate that girl." "Qin Yu, thank you so much." Yu jumped up excitedly, trying to hug Qin Yu. Qin Yu deftly stepped back, avoiding the embrace. He pretended to be serious and said, "Ha! Women only slow me down when I'm drawing my sword." Just as Shang Yun left, Zhuge Tianxiao approached. "Brother Qin, I'm here to propose a collaboration." Qin Yu was a bit surprised. Normally, Zhuge Tianxiao should team up with Ouyang Xiaoyan to deal with him. Why the sudden change in the script? Seeing Qin Yu's confusion, Zhuge Tianxiao explained, "My Zhuge family excels in divination. I just did a reading for myself, and the only path to survival leads through you, Brother Qin." Amused, Qin Yu joked, "That's impressive. Can you predict when our national soccer team will win the championship?" Zhuge Tianxiao looked puzzled. "What?" Qin Yu waved it off. "Never mind. If you don't want to be eliminated, just stay out of my way when I strike." "Thank you, Brother Qin, for your mercy," Zhuge Tianxiao said respectfully, clasping his hands. After Zhuge Tianxiao left, the Yu family trio immediately gathered around. "Are you grouped with Zhuge Tianxiao?" Yu Riyue asked urgently. Qin Yu nodded, adding, "And Ouyang Xiaoyan too." "My goodness, doesn't that make your group even scarier than mine?" Yu Yu exclaimed. Yu Riyue agreed. "You just said it wasn't difficult, but your group is the toughest." Qin Yu remained relaxed. "Tough? I think it's manageable." After the third round ended, 38 contestants advanced. Surprisingly, the favorite to win, Ouyang Xiaoyan, was eliminated unexpectedly. The fourth round was divided into 7 groups, each with 3 participants. Once this round concluded, the top 10 of the tournament would be determined. "The groupings have been updated." Yu Xiaoming suddenly shouted excitedly. "Haha, I'm the real chosen one. I gotta buy again. I'm in the top 10. Hearing this, everyone around looked at him enviously, wishing they could tear him apart. Advancing to the top 10 after just one match was unbelievably lucky. Damn lucky charm. Yu Yu and Yu Ryu sighed simultaneously, knowing the remaining opponents were beyond their ability to handle. Qin Yu also glanced at his group. When he saw a familiar name, a smile curled at his lips. "Shang Yun, I didn't expect to actually run into you, but I'll keep my promise." Qin Yu stood on the stage, a slight smile on his lips, his eyes sparkling with confidence. Shang Yun sneered coldly, his eyes filled with disdain. "I never said I'd go easy on you. Your ranking ends here." "Then let's see." Qin Yu assumed a battle-ready stance, his muscles tensed. At that moment, the referee frowned, looking around in confusion. "Why are there only 2 of you on stage? Where are the other 3? Below the stage, a young man shouted in exasperation. "Referee, I'd just get beaten up anyway, so I forfeit." Immediately, a girl raised her hand to indicate, "I'd rather concede gracefully than get bruised and battered." "Count me in," a third person quickly agreed. The referee shook his head helplessly and announced, "All right, Qin Yu and Shang Yun advance. The rest are eliminated. Next group, please step up." Shang Yun was displeased upon hearing this. "Referee, we haven't even fought yet." The referee explained, "This is a 5-tot-wall match. The other 3 forfeited, so you automatically advance. Get off the stage and don't waste time." Unwilling to let it go, Shang Yun pointed at Qin Yu, attempting to save face. "Next time we meet, I'll beat you until you're picking your teeth up off the ground." Qin Yu was not to be outdone and immediately retorted, "Bounce back. Bounce back again." Shang Yun refused to back down. "Bounce back is ineffective." Qin Yu continued the banter. "Bounce back, ineffective, ineffective." Shang Yun was getting anxious. The referee couldn't take it anymore and shouted angrily, "Get off the stage." Qin Yu chuckled to himself and slowly walked off the stage. He knew well that to deal with someone acting childish, you had to use childish methods. The final round ended with Yu Riyue and Yu Yu both getting eliminated as expected. The top 10 names were then announced. Qin Yu, Shang Yun, Shang Gu, Zhuge Yi, Zhuge Tianxiao, Ouyang Song, Ouyang Meng, Yu Xiangming, Feng Wen, and Tang Fei. The system automatically matched opponents. Qin Yu's opponent was once again Zhuge Tianxiao, a poor soul who couldn't escape his fate. This time, Yu Xiangming wasn't so lucky and couldn't skip a match. His opponent was a competitor named Tang Fei, and they were evenly matched. All 5 rounds were held on Ring 1, and the audience gathered excitedly, eager to enjoy the spectacle. In the first match, Zhuge Yi faced Feng Wen. Zhuge Yi won easily, as expected. In the second match, Shang Yun faced Shang Gu. Surprisingly, Shang Gu conceded, allowing Shang Yun to advance effortlessly. In the third match, Ouyang Song faced Ouyang Meng. Once again, it was disappointing as Ouyang Meng also chose to concede, and Ouyang Song advanced smoothly. The audience buzzed with discussion and sighs. Is this the finals, and they're just conceding without a fight? Well, what can you do? They're all from the same group and won't waste each other's strength. The next match will be interesting, Thuffa Beast Hunter against Zhuge Tianxiao. I wonder who will win. Is there even a question? It has to be Zhuge Tianxiao. He's from the Zhuge family, with countless techniques. Even his breathing technique is different from ours. What's Qin Yu going to fight him with his head? Idiot. Did you leave your brain at home, or forget your eyes? Ouyang Xiaoyan was taken down by Qin Yu. Can Zhuge Tianxiao do better? Exactly. Now I'm just curious how many moves Zhuge Tianxiao can last. Amidst the chatter, the referee's voice boomed across the venue. For the fourth match, please welcome Qin Yu and Zhuge Tianxiao to the stage. Zhuge Tianxiao, dressed in a yin-yang robe, walked onto the stage with an imposing presence. Qin Yu, though dressed plainly, exuded an undeniable charm. The two exchanged a glance and assumed their battle stances, ready for an intense showdown. Notably, Qin Yu's divine breathing technique has reached the third stage of proficiency. The new feature developed in the second stage allows him to sense the fluctuations of spiritual energy around him, and naturally, the third stage has brought about new abilities as well. This new feature subtly enhances Qin Yu's charisma, making him appear more handsome, trustworthy, and approachable in the eyes of others. As a result, he has recently shed his former reputation as a weirdo. How could such a charming young man possibly be a freak? As soon as Zhuge Tianxiao took the stage, he unleashed a powerful surge of energy, consuming his vitality as if it were limitless, causing his robes to flutter dramatically under the impact of his aura. As a member of the Zhuge family, even if he knew defeat was certain, he couldn't back down without reason. It was not just about his pride, but also the honor of his family. Referee, are you ready? Qin Yu asked. I'm ready, he replied. Wait a moment. Zhuge Tianxiao raised his hand to stop them, asking for more time. As he spoke, his aura intensified again, and even the audience could feel the pressure. Everyone was bewildered by Zhuge Tianxiao's actions. The match hadn't even started, yet he was exhausting his energy like this. Was it some secret technique of the Zhuge family? Even Qin Yu couldn't figure out what Zhuge Tianxiao was doing. However, Qin Yu wasn't worried, for he believed that any struggle was futile in the face of absolute strength. Soon, Zhuge Tianxiao's aura quickly diminished. He raised his hand and said, I'm ready. Everyone watched in anticipation, speculating about what secret weapon Zhuge Tianxiao might use. Even the referee was intrigued. All right, the match begins. But before Qin Yu could take a step, Zhuge Tianxiao shouted again. Wait a moment. What's the matter now? Asked the referee. I have exhausted my vitality completely, so I forfeit. Zhuge Tianxiao declared with righteous conviction. As a member of the Zhuge family, he couldn't surrender without cause. But this time he had a reason that wouldn't disgrace his family. The divination had shown no chance of winning, and Zhuge Tianxiao wasn't foolish enough to rush into a beating. Getting hit is painful. Zhuge Tianxiao walked off the stage with a swagger, leaving Qin Yu, the referee, and the audience all in bewilderment. No one had expected such a move from him. Just then, someone in the audience shouted, What a waste of our emotions, get him. The crowd responded in unison, charging towards Zhuge Tianxiao. Even Shengwan Xiao, who didn't stop them, said angrily, These kids are treating the training camp assessment like a joke. If they don't want to be beaten by Qin Yu, let others give them a beating instead. Soon, the training ground echoed with Zhuge Tianxiao's cries for help. Order was restored, and everyone began to look forward to the fifth match. Although Yu Xiangming and Tang Fei were not among the top fighters, they were stronger than most in the training camp. The match promised to be an exciting clash. Fifth match, please welcome Yu Xiangming and Tang Fei to the stage, the referee announced. A young man with disheveled clothes, covered in dust, and blood on his lips limped onto the stage. I'm Tang Fei, and I forfeit, Tang Fei declared, then furiously cursed. When they were beating Zhuge Tianxiao, I was just watching from the side. Then some jerk kicked me from behind, throwing me into the chaotic crowd, and I got beaten up. Before he could finish, Tang Fei spewed another mouthful of blood, unclear whether from the beating or his anger. Everyone was speechless, thinking, Brother, your match is next. Instead of preparing, you were watching the commotion. Who else would get beaten if not you? Yu Xiangming thus stumbled into the top 5 in a daze. The top 5 list is out. The examiner's voice echoed across the training grounds. Qin Yu, Shengwan Yun, Zhuge Yi, Ouyang Song, and Yu Xiangming. A buzz of discussion erupted from the crowd. This list once again highlighted Yu Xiangming's incredible luck having advanced to the top 3 after just one match, marking one of the most extraordinary advancements in the history of the training camp. The first round of duels began quickly. Qin Yu's match against Zhuge Yi was swift and decisive. Zhuge Yi, having learned from his cousin Zhuge Tianxiao's mistakes, refrained from using any tricks. After a few simple exchanges, he conceded voluntarily, showcasing the Zhuge family's trait of accurately predicting outcomes and losing the will to fight when victory seemed impossible. Next was the match between Shengwan Yun and Ouyang Song. Although Ouyang Xiaoyun, the strongest from the Ouyang family, had already been eliminated by Qin Yu, Ouyang Song was still a formidable opponent. However, he was clearly outmatched by Shengwan Yun. This duel, too, ended without much suspense, with Shengwan Yun winning easily. The final contenders were down to 3, Qin Yu, Shengwan Yun, and Yu Xiangming. Due to numerous complaints from students about potential insider dealings given Yu Xiangming's suspiciously frequent buy, Shengwan Feng decided to personally oversee the final draw. Shengwan Feng reached into the draw box and pulled out a slip of paper with Yu Xiangming written on it. He paused momentarily, then nonchalantly announced, Qin Yu has been drawn, so Shangwan Yun and Yu Xiangming will compete next. With that, he hurriedly disposed of the evidence. No need, I concede, Yu Xiangming said straightforwardly. For him, reaching this point had already exceeded his expectations. Reflecting on the hardships since joining the camp, being scammed of his savings, falling ill, working odd jobs, and enduring others' criticisms, achieving this result left him content. All right, Shangwan Feng proclaimed loudly. Please welcome Qin Yu and Shangwan Yun to the stage for the final match. The crowd erupted with excitement. Previous matches had seemed rather uneventful, but this final showdown was eagerly anticipated. Both competitors had performed exceptionally well today, and it was anyone's guess who would emerge victorious. Some recalled Shangwan Yun's illustrious reputation in the training camp, his record of issuing challenges in the martial arena, facing numerous opponents in succession, and remaining undefeated even when outnumbered. Such a track record truly earned him the title of the top fighter in the training camp. In the final match, even though Shangwan Yun was severely poisoned and his strength greatly diminished, he still managed to defeat 5 opponents in a row through sheer willpower, gaining fame and establishing himself as the top contender in the training camp. At this moment, Shangwan Yun stood facing Qin Yu. On the stage, Shangwan Yun stretched his limbs, his eyes flashing with intense fighting spirit. Qin Yu, let's begin. If I win this match, I'll be the true #1 of the training camp. Shangwan Yun provocatively gave a thumbs up before turning it downwards. Qin Yu remained expressionless in the face of such provocation. Suddenly, Shangwan Yun's aura surged, and a powerful pressure spread outwards. Surprised? I still have some strength left, Shangwan Yun said with a slight smile. This time, victory will be mine. The audience was stunned. Zhuge Yi immediately analyzed. This aura far exceeds level 1.6. Shangwan Yun might have already touched the threshold of level 1.7. Level 1.7? Impossible. I'm only at level 1.3. This time, Shangwan Yun is sure to win. Don't jump to conclusions. My brother Qin Yu is not simple either. Exactly. Qin Yu is so handsome. How could he lose? Who truly thinks Qin Yu can win? On the sidelines, a young officer complimented Shangwan Feng. General, it seems your Shangwan family is set to claim the training camp championship. Shangwan Feng merely smiled calmly. Do you think breaking through to level 1.7 is enough to surpass Qin Yu? Just watch. The result will soon be clear. Qin Yu, give it your all. Shangwan Yun shouted loudly. Are you sure you want me to use my full strength? Of course. A victory without full effort is meaningless. Qin Yu turned to the referee. Can we start now? The referee, realizing he hadn't announced the start, hurriedly confirmed both participants were ready and shouted, "Match start." Before the words had fully left his mouth, Qin Yu had already vanished. In the next instant, Shangwan Yun was sent flying by a powerful force. A crescent of crimson gold energy appeared, striking Shangwan Yun and exploding with a loud bang. The shockwave knocked him unconscious on the spot. Before losing consciousness, Shangwan Yun's only thought was, lost again. Standing on the stage, Qin Yu slightly bowed. Sorry, I still didn't use my full strength. If I had, it might have cost you your life. If he hadn't held back, that 7-star forged blade slash could have cleaved Shangwan Yun in two. The scene fell into a deathly silence. Everyone seemingly frozen, not a sound to be heard. Everyone was left speechless, staring in shock at the arena. What had just happened was as quick as lightning, almost unbelievable. Shangwan Yun, the prodigy who had shown 1.7 level strength and was deemed unbeatable by almost everyone, was suddenly knocked out in the blink of an eye. Qin Yu seemed to vanish into thin air, and then a crescent-shaped golden flash appeared, sending Shangwan Yun flying like a kite with a broken string. From the start of the match to Shangwan Yun losing consciousness, the entire process took only a few seconds. The audience didn't even have time to react before the match was over. Even Shangwan Feng showed a look of surprise. He had originally thought that Shangwan Yun was no match for Qin Yu, but he hadn't expected Shangwan Yun to be unable to withstand even a single move. Clearly, he had underestimated Qin Yu's strength. Referee, announced the result. Qin Yu's voice broke the silence, snapping everyone back to reality. The referee finally came to his senses and hurriedly announced. In this match, Qin Yu is the winner. With the result announced, the final assessment of the training camp officially concluded. However, at this moment, the trainees felt no joy in graduation. Instead, they all wore serious expressions, burdened by pressure. The scene of Qin Yu defeating Shangwan Yun in an instant was too shocking, far more impactful than Xie Shirin's performance the previous day. While Xie Shirin was indeed formidable, possibly even stronger than Qin Yu, she was one of the most outstanding geniuses of the human race, far above ordinary trainees. But Qin Yu was different. He was right beside them, using the same resources and practicing the same techniques. Qin Yu's overwhelming strength starkly contrasted with their own weakness, prompting each person to question themselves. Am I not trying hard enough? Shangwan Xiu stood up and announced, your final rankings are being compiled and will be released at 8 p.m. Tomorrow, the training camp will arrange for you to head to the nearest airport. I hope you continue to strive forward after you return. Yes. Thank you, teacher. Thank you, camp leader. The trainees responded in unison. And so, life at the training camp came to an end. Qin Yu sat in the dining hall with Yu Xiangming, Yu Riyue, and Yu Yu, enjoying their last meal at the camp. Once we leave the camp, we won't get to eat this delicious food anymore. Qin Yu lamented. Yu Riyue laughed and said, "You're the biggest winner of this training camp. Are you really worried about the food?" Pointing at Yu Xiangming, Qin Yu said, "I'm not the biggest winner. This guy is, having fought just one match and ended up third." Yu Xiangming suppressed his joy, pretending to be calm as he shook his head. The final ranking is based on overall performance in the camp, initial ranking, and final ranking. My third place is inflated, and my comprehensive ranking probably won't be that high. Yu Yu pouted and said, "Your third place isn't just inflated, it's all hot air." Everyone burst into laughter. Yu Riyue raised her drink and said, "Qin Yu's first place is definitely secure. Congratulations in advance on becoming the guardian of our Yu family." They clinked glasses in celebration, and Qin Yu joked, "I fought so hard for first place just to be a workhorse for your Yu family." Yu Xiangming said, "Boss, when it comes to the college entrance exam, I'll be counting on you." Qin Yu laughed, "Don't worry, with your daily rate of just 1,000, I'll at least get you to third nationally." "Yeah, right, keep dreaming." Yu Xiangming playfully scolded. At 8 p.m., the final rankings were finally announced. Everyone held their breath, eagerly awaiting their results. As expected, Qin Yu stood out in the training camp and topped the rankings. Yu Xiangming finished with a satisfactory 7th place, while Yu Yu and Yu Riyue ranked 26th and 28th, respectively, earning them extra points for their college entrance exams. With the month-long training camp successfully concluded, Qin Yu's skills saw a significant improvement. He not only mastered the advanced level of the smoke and shadowless step, but also elevated the 7-star blade strike and toxic blood dispersal powder to perfection. Remarkably, he also amassed over 10 million in cash. Understanding the importance of cultivation speed, Qin Yu unhesitatingly invested 3 million to advance the divine breathing technique to the 4th stage of mastery. He also upgraded his Xianjin blade to a 2nd-level weapon, significantly enhancing its power. The following morning, the area in front of the west gate of Linhai City was bustling. 50 buses were neatly lined up, each filled with nearly 50 high school students in uniforms. "Rest assured, Director Gao, we have cleared all 2nd-level and above exotic beasts within a 30-kilometer radius of the city," reported Li Feng, the chief commander of the troops, to the director of the Education Bureau. The Education Bureau director saluted Li Feng and said solemnly, "Commander Li, thank you for the troops' hard work during this period. This outing concerns the safety of 2,500 students, and we must ensure everything is foolproof. This outing is a mandatory wilderness survival training for 2nd-year high school students, designed to allow these greenhouse flowers to encounter exotic beasts up close in a protected environment, preventing panic in future dangerous situations." Qin Yu recalled his own experience in the 2nd year of high school, when he spent 3 days outside the city, witnessing teachers capturing, demonstrating, and ultimately handling weak exotic beasts. Li Feng solemnly promised, "This time, our troops will dispatch 100 2nd-level warriors, 5 3rd-level warriors, and 1 4th-level warrior to accompany you. In case of danger, please notify the troops immediately and release a signal flare. Our fighter jets and top combat forces will arrive within 10 minutes." The Education Bureau director nodded in satisfaction and added, "With over 100 teachers and school leaders, the children's safety should be assured. Everything is for the hope of the future." Li Feng stated, "Commander Li, we'll be on our way then. Safe travels." Li Feng watched as the convoy slowly departed. Meanwhile, in a valley overgrown with wild grass, a massive exotic beast emerged from a cave. This creature, resembling a wild ape with wings on its back, was the 6th-level exotic beast known as the flying ape, which had appeared in a recent beast tide. Even more astonishing, an old man in a black robe was sitting cross-legged atop the flying ape's head. "The plan is about to begin," the old man's hoarse and unpleasant voice echoed. The flying ape roared in response. The old man seemed to understand the flying ape's meaning and slowly said, "You need to attack the city wall. Don't fight to the death. Just keep Zhang Tianjin occupied. Leave the rest to me." A trace of fear flashed in the flying ape's eyes, clearly remembering the man who once severely injured it with a single sword strike. Despite this, it nodded heavily. "Go." The old man let out a piercing laugh. "Hee hee. Only blood pills refined from the blood of young people will allow me to control more exotic beasts." As the old man's laughter faded into the distance, the surrounding wild grass began to tremble, and the sand rose. Countless exotic beasts emerged from the weeds, sand, and crevices, densely packed and terrifying. "Tonight, after dark, will be a feast of slaughter." Hee hee. The old man's laughter echoed in the valley, foretelling an impending disaster. Qin Yu stepped out of the airplane cabin into the twilight of Linhai City. The clock pointed to 5 p.m., and he decided to report to Commander Yu first. After taking a taxi to the familiar military camp, he arrived to see the setting sun casting its glow over the training field, with soldiers making their way to the dining hall. Feeling the pangs of hunger, Qin Yu was about to join them when a piercing alarm shattered the calm evening. The sound reminded him of the night when the last beast tide attacked. Back just in time for such a gift, Qin Yu smirked. My sword is itching for action. The soldiers quickly headed to their designated assembly points. Despite Qin Yu's elevated status and strength, he chose to rejoin platoon leader Li Fugui's team, as it was Li Fugui who had helped him during his most challenging times. Li Fugui was in the middle of a speech but paused when he saw Qin Yu, then greeted him with a smile. Qin Yu, when did you get back? Just arrived and heard the alarm, so I rushed over. Qin Yu explained. What's happening? It seems the beast tide is back, but it's smaller than last time, Li Fugui replied. Great, perfect for some practice. Qin Yu chuckled. Meanwhile, inside the command center, Li Feng gripped a satellite phone with a tense expression, his hand trembling slightly. The sudden arrival of this beast tide was suspicious. After a month of extensive clearance, the surrounding area should have had few beasts left. What was more unsettling was the timing too. 500 students had left in the morning, and now the beast tide appeared at night. This coincidence gave Li Feng a bad feeling. The only relief was that the direction of the beast tide did not overlap with the students' route. Li Feng silently prayed for the call to connect quickly, hoping nothing had gone wrong. After 2 rings, a deep voice answered. Li Feng's heart eased slightly as he briefly stated, This is Li Feng. There's a small beast tide at the city wall. How are things on your side? The other party, surprised, repeated beast tide, before confirming that everything was normal with no signs of a large-scale beast presence. Just as Li Feng was about to relax, an urgent voice came through the receiver. Look over there. What is that? Beasts. When did they appear? Quick, stay alert, protect. The call suddenly cut off, leaving only a busy signal. A drop of cold sweat trickled down Li Feng's forehead. His worst fear was happening. The students are in danger. Organize a rescue immediately. Initiate Plan A, he ordered loudly, and the command center erupted into chaos. At that moment, a voice reminded him. Commander, the beast tide is expected to arrive within an hour. Sending a large number of experts to rescue the students now could leave our forces vulnerable. Could this be a diversion by criminals? This concerns the safety of 2,500 students. We can't afford to gamble, Li Feng said after a moment of contemplation. Even if it's a feint by the enemy, we must take it seriously. However, we can't deploy all of our top forces. We can send some second and third level officers to provide support. As soon as he finished speaking, he picked up the phone on the desk and dialed Zhang Tianjin's number. Meanwhile, Qin Yu stood on the city wall, gazing into the distance. The wall was already lined with heavy machine gun positions, and cannons were being swiftly installed. He took out his Xianjin knife and gently wiped it, a glint of battle spirit flashing in his eyes. This time, I'm going to fight to my heart's content. Suddenly, the military broadcast echoed throughout the base. Due to 2,500 students being ambushed in the wild, we urgently need to recruit level 2 to level 3 fighters to provide support. Interested officers, please gather at the military airport immediately. 2,500 students. Qin Yu's pupils constricted as he suddenly recalled that the sophomore class was undergoing survival training in the wild. Xiao Tian is in danger. He almost instantly dashed down the city wall. Make way, make way. Qin Yu pushed through the crowd, heading straight for the military airport. Upon arrival, he shouted, I'm signing up to rescue the students. What level? The officer in charge asked succinctly. Level 2, Qin Yu replied. Although his actual combat strength was around level 1.9, with the consumption of the Qi Shui Dan, he was capable of handling level 2 beasts. The officer handed him a registration form. Sign your name and head directly to the helicopter in the back. This operation is led by 3 level 4 fighters. The difficulty is unknown. The primary mission is to protect the students. Qin Yu quickly signed his name and boarded the helicopter, which already had 3 others seated. As the aircraft took off, 2 fighter jets roared past on either side, breaking the sound barrier with a deafening noise. Those are for clearing airborne beasts, the pilot explained. In less than 10 minutes, they saw the camp below, engulfed in flames and surrounded by a dense horde of beasts. The beasts had encircled the camp in a ring, with teachers and military personnel fighting desperately on the outermost line of defense while the students huddled together by class in the center. Don't be afraid. Help is on the way. Qin Tian tried to reassure the panicked students. Class leader, there's a beast tied on the city walls too. They're struggling to hold on, a girl cried. Seeing a teacher get their throat torn by a beast and fall, the defensive line kept shrinking. Qin Tian gritted his teeth and shouted to his classmates. The teachers can't hold on much longer. We can't just sit here and wait for death. Who's with me to fight our way out? We're as good as dead anyway. Might as well fight. Another class leader immediately responded. Yeah, let's take on the beasts. More and more students echoed. Under Qin Tian's call, the combat students charged toward the perimeter to support the teachers, while the healing students prepared to treat the wounded from the rear. Soon, over 2,000 students, filled with fervor, launched a counterattack against the beasts. What brave little fellows! Blood pills made from this kind of blood must be delicious. The old man in a black robe sat cross-legged atop the hill, watching the fierce battle below. His pale tongue licked his cracked lips, and his eyes gleamed with greed. When prey is cornered, it often unleashes extraordinary strength, but it's merely a struggle before death. He sneered, and then ordered into the darkness behind him. Second-level beasts, attack. Let's bring this victory sooner. Before he finished speaking, pairs of beastly eyes glinted coldly in the shadows, filled with madness and bloodlust. With the second-level beasts joining the fray, the battlefield's danger level soared. Even the teachers, who were second-level warriors, struggled to cope despite being able to handle numerous first-level beasts. Meanwhile, on a helicopter, Qin Yu was making final preparations for the upcoming battle. He took a red blood pill and put on a clown mask obtained from the training camp of special equipment to conceal his aura and identity. "Why are you wearing a mask?" his comrade on the helicopter asked curiously. "I like being mysterious," Qin Yu replied briefly. The pilot, with a serious expression, warned, "This beast tide is unusual, likely orchestrated by the Beast Heart sect." He explained that this anti-human organization could control beasts, granting these already powerful but mindless creatures intelligence and tactical awareness, effectively doubling their threat level. Qin Yu discreetly retrieved a specially crafted pill from his spatial ring and tucked it into his sleeve. This pill contained a deadly toxin, the blood chi dissipation powder, designed to disperse into the air when crushed, similar to a firecracker mechanism. As the helicopter descended to the designated height, Qin Yu leaped out without hesitation. On the ground battlefield, Qin Tian was leading students to support the teachers. He slew a small beast rat with a single sword strike, and the teachers allowed the students to join, cautioning them, "Stay behind me and be safe." The tide of the battle seemed to turn until a second-level beast named Sand Shark suddenly erupted from the sand, tearing through the defensive line. Fortunately, a fourth-level warrior was there to temporarily stabilize the situation. But everyone knew that without reinforcements, it was only a matter of time. Just then, the roar of a helicopter broke through the sky, a beacon of hope illuminating the desperate battlefield. "Reinforcements are here." The news reignited the weary warriors' fighting spirit. A loud voice came through the loudspeaker. "Hold on, we're just the advance team. The main force is on its way. Stay vigilant, everyone." Qin Tian's voice echoed across the battlefield. The current support is indeed like a drop in the bucket. Every second before the main force arrives could be a turning point between life and death. No sooner had these words been spoken than a massive second-level beast broke through the defense line, knocking down the teacher in front. The teacher's fall was like the first domino, exposing the entire defense line to the overwhelming beast tide. Countless beasts swarmed forward, crazily assaulting this weak point. Qin Tian swung his sword, fighting back with all his might. Just as he repelled one beast, another lunged at him, biting his ankle fiercely. The intense pain forced him to kneel on one knee. In this critical moment, a giant python as thick as a water tank pushed aside the surrounding beasts, rolling toward them. The classmates wanted to help, but they were all entangled by the beasts, unable to break free. Qin Tian found himself completely isolated. The python rapidly closed in, its heavy scales scraping against the ground with a terrifying sound. Its gaping maw was large enough to swallow a full-grown bull, and two arm-thick fangs gleamed with a cold light. Even though cold sweat soaked his clothes, Qin Tian tightly gripped his long sword. Even if he couldn't save himself, he would at least leave a mark on the python. The python suddenly leapt forward, its foul stench assaulting his senses. Qin Tian closed his eyes, thrusting his sword forward. At that moment, his mind went blank, devoid of the life flashing before him scenes often depicted in movies. However, the anticipated pain never came. When Qin Tian opened his eyes, he saw a golden blade wedged in front of him, firmly holding the python's head in place. Though small compared to the python's maw, the knife remained unmoved, no matter how the python struggled. Looking along the knife's handle, a figure wearing a clown mask stood out conspicuously. On this bloody battlefield, the mask seemed jarringly out of place. "If you don't have the strength, don't act recklessly," came a cold voice from beneath the mask. With a sweep of the golden knife, a blinding golden light flashed in the dark night, instantly cutting down dozens of beasts, including the python. Warm beast blood splattered onto Qin Tian's face, and he finally realized he was saved. Qin Yu sheathed his Xian gold knife and picked up Qin Tian, retreating to the rear. He knew that even with his strength, he couldn't single-handedly annihilate these hundreds of thousands of beasts. To break the stalemate, he needed the power of everyone. System, activate the Peidoan mode. Qin Yu quickly decided, spending 3.3 million to upgrade the divine healing technique to mastery. This was his strategy to turn every warrior into an infinitely full health, full mana fighter. To achieve mass healing, Qin Yu took out a basic-level radiation therapy book from his space ring. Usually overlooked, this skill became crucial at this moment. With the support of the mastered divine healing technique, even the lowest-level skill could unleash game-changing power. After spending 330,000 to upgrade radiation therapy to proficient level, Qin Yu casually set Qin Tian down and sat in the center of the encirclement. The show was about to begin. On the hillside, the old man in a black robe watched the approaching rescue helicopters with a sinister laugh. The blood of these powerful warriors will make the perfect final ingredient for my potion, he said, snapping his fingers and commanding. Release them all. It's time to close the net. As his words echoed, dozens of glowing beast eyes slowly opened in the forest behind him. Although their numbers were few, each creature exuded an overwhelming aura of power. They were all level 3 and level 4 beasts, with even 2 level 5 beasts radiating terrifying pressure among them. In the center of the battlefield, Qin Yu sat cross-legged, forming hand seals to activate a divine healing technique. Radiant healing, he called out, as a circle of emerald healing light spread from him. The light first enveloped the injured Qin Tian. This feels amazing, Qin Tian exclaimed. The warm healing energy flowed through him, rapidly stopping the bleeding from his ankle wound, and the flesh regenerated visibly. Within seconds, his injuries were completely healed. On the other side of the battlefield, Lao Lu moved swiftly through the crowd. As a level 4 warrior sent by the military, he, along with 5 other level 3 warriors and 100 level 2 warriors, was protecting the evacuating students. In this prolonged battle, Lao Lu shouldered nearly half of the defensive burden. Whenever a gap appeared in the protective circle, Lao Lu was the first to arrive, intercepting with his blade before rushing to the next breach. His body was covered in scars from the relentless fighting, and his clothes were torn to shreds. To maintain his combat strength, he had to burn his blood essence, overextending his potential. Lao Lu, let me take over here. You're at your limit, a newly arrived level 4 warrior urged. No way. Lao Lu shook his head firmly. The beasts are getting stronger, and you can't hold all these breaches by yourself. But if you keep burning your blood essence, you'll ruin your foundation. It's fine, Lao Lu grinned. Once the other 2 level 4 warriors arrive, I can take a breather. Right now, holding the line and protecting the students is what matters most. Before he could finish speaking, a green light suddenly enveloped Lao Lu. He fell silent, eyes wide as he felt the profound changes within his body. His depleted energy was instantly replenished, his meridians refilled, external wounds healed rapidly, scabs fell away to reveal new skin, and even old internal injuries began to mend. In just a few breaths, Lao Lu was restored to his peak condition, leaving him speechless with shock. If it weren't for his tattered clothes and the persistent roars of beasts around him, Lao Lu might have thought he was experiencing a hallucination. The miraculous green light not only healed his injuries instantly, but also filled him with an unprecedented surge of strength. Nearby, a 4th-level warrior, though uninjured, also felt his blood boiling and his fighting spirit soaring. This radiant treatment not only healed wounds, but also enhanced combat abilities. I'm back, Lao Lu laughed wildly, drawing his weapon and charging into the battlefield like an agile monkey. Wherever the green light shone, the warriors' cheers echoed. The strength is back. Unbelievable, my wounds are fully healed. Move aside, I want to slay 10 more beasts. Even a throat bite heals instantly, it's invincible. Once the fighters realized they wouldn't die from injuries, the battle turned utterly frenzied. Some even recklessly plunged into the beast horde, slashing wildly. Although these daring warriors were often torn apart instantly beyond the help of even the strongest healing arts, it did nothing to dampen their morale. With relentless attacks, the beast tide began to retreat. It wasn't until someone stepped outside the green light's range that the beneficial effects vanished instantly. Get back here. You have to stay in the green. I love the green. The crowd quickly retreated to the healing zone. Qin Tian watched in shock at the mysterious figure with the clown mask, who had single-handedly turned the tide of battle. When 2 4th-level warriors arrived overhead in a helicopter, they were completely stunned. Expecting to witness a brutal defeat, they instead saw the beasts as the ones being slaughtered. This is called dangerous? It's the beasts that are in danger. These people are unstoppable. Do they care nothing for their own lives? Oh my god, that guy is chasing a beast while dragging half his guts. Look over there, Lao Lu is taking on 2 4th-level beasts alone. When did he become so strong? The black-robed elder on the hill suddenly stood up, incredulous at the shift in battle. Even sending in 5th-level beasts hadn't turned the tide as he'd hoped. Through the beast's eyes, he quickly identified the source of all Thiza healing-type warrior. Such a large-scale healing. Let's see how long you can last, the elder scoffed, still unwilling to act directly. The Beast Heart sect had survived by keeping its members hidden in the shadows. However, Qin Yu's divine breathing technique restored energy far beyond the rate of blood loss, continuously and endlessly. Not just for half a day, even sustaining it all day was no issue. 5 minutes later, when the black-robed elder realized the flying ape couldn't hold Zhang Tianjian, and the ground battle was decisively turning due to the healing, he finally lost his patience. If you're courting death, I'll oblige. With those cold words, the elder's figure vanished from the hilltop, leaving only a wisp of black smoke trailing into the air. To deal with a healing-type warrior, proximity meant certain death. The old man in the black robe transformed into a wisp of black smoke, swiftly weaving through the beast horde. His movements were so elusive that even the fourth-level warriors like Lao Lu couldn't detect his presence. However, this eerie black mist couldn't escape Qin Yu's keen senses. What immense vitality! Qin Yu felt the rapidly approaching force, surpassing that of Lao Lu and the others. Without a doubt, this was the assassin sent by the Beast Heart sect. Facing an opponent whose strength far exceeded his own, Qin Yu forced himself to remain still, like a statue. His fingers subtly moved to grasp a specially crafted poison hidden in his sleeve, a pill coated with a deadly vitality-dispersing powder. Silent beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. This pill would determine his life or death. The old man maneuvered through the beast horde, positioning himself behind Qin Yu. Qin Yu's aura was perfectly concealed by a clown mask, making him appear formidable in the old man's eyes due to his enduring vitality. The old man decided on a surprise attack, offering Qin Yu no chance to react. Yet every move was within Qin Yu's sight. Just as the old man's bony claw was about to reach Qin Yu's head, a firecracker-like object exploded in his face. What is this? Alarm bells rang in the old man's mind. In the next moment, his once mighty vitality dissipated like a deflated balloon. His bony claw weakly tapped Qin Yu's head, producing a crisp sound. Qin Yu slowly turned around, his voice cold beneath the clown mask. You hurt me. My vitality? The old man retreated in terror, frantically swallowing antidote pills. What did you do to me? Don't bother struggling. This poison can't be cured. The old man roared in madness. Impossible. I'll kill you. Have you torn apart by beasts? Before he could finish, a golden mystical blade pierced through his chest, and a black mist of blood seeped along the blade. Without the protection of his vitality, he was as fragile as any ordinary human and quickly died. With the death of the black-robed old man, the beasts under his control scattered in all directions, and the massive beast horde quickly collapsed. Just as Qin Yu was about to hunt the remaining beasts, a scroll materialized on the old man's corpse. This surprised Qin Yu, as he had never encountered such a phenomenon when defeating others like Huang Hao and Zhou Hu in the training camp. Could it be that members of the Beast Heart sect had already mutated, becoming akin to the beasts? He picked up the scroll and immediately received a system notification. Congratulations, you've obtained the sacred art of object manipulation. This is a perfect level skill that allows you to resonate your internal vitality with external spiritual energy to control objects freely. Thank you, system. I love you. Qin Yu thought with delight. Happy New Year, everyone. Qin Tian's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched the scene unfold before him. The mysterious figure, wearing a clown mask, reached out over the corpse, and a scroll materialized in his hand. Such an astonishing feat left Qin Tian in awe. Was this the world of the powerful? He scrutinized the back of the clown-masked man, feeling a strange familiarity, as if he resembled someone he knew. Yet reason told him that person couldn't possibly be here, nor possess such incredible strength. Senior, Qin Tian began to express his gratitude, but the masked man had already turned and vanished into the celebrating crowd before Qin Tian could finish his sentence. Meanwhile, Qin Tian remembered the beast tide that erupted near the city walls that night and couldn't help but worry about his brother's safety. However, he had more urgent matters to attend to at the moment. System, spend 330,000 to upgrade the Holy Object Manipulation technique to proficient level. Qin Yu silently commanded while pursuing a beast. The system quickly confirmed, upgrade successful. Immediately, with a flick of his fingers, the Xianyuan gold blade transformed into a beam of golden light, piercing through the head of a beast. He swiftly collected the dropped items into his spatial ring. When he attempted to stand on the returning Xianyuan gold blade, his weight caused it to plummet to the ground. It seems flying on a sword is out of the question. Qin Yu sighed, realizing that the level of his holy object manipulation technique wasn't high enough yet. Under the cover of night, Qin Yu navigated the perilous wilderness, using the clown mask to conceal his aura and the heightened perception afforded by his divine breathing technique. The upgraded holy object manipulation technique allowed him to control 5 items within a 50-meter radius, significantly enhancing his hunting efficiency. He skillfully used the spirit stones he carried, sharp-edged, densely packed stones that were deadly when launched at high speed. By dawn, Qin Yu returned to the military camp. After a night of intense battle, he gained a new divine skill, God-tier cultivation technique. This skill included methods for cultivating 8,888 types of rare treasures, and might even produce rare heavenly treasures. However, with no seeds or land available, this skill was temporarily useless, and Qin Yu decided to put it aside for future study. After confirming his candidacy with Yu Rushuang, Qin Yu began preparing for the upcoming college entrance exam in over a month. With his current strength equivalent to a level 1.9 martial artist, he was considered a top practitioner in the Yu family. However, facing top talents like Xie Shirin Heiden without relying on elixirs still seemed like a daunting challenge. The use of elixirs is prohibited in college entrance exams to prevent those with mediocre talents from using powerful pills to gain admission to universities, thereby wasting educational resources. Although Qin Yu currently lacks strength, he is confident that he will break through in a month. As Qin Yu advanced to mastery in the divine breathing technique, his cultivation speed skyrocketed. He set up a spirit-gathering formation in his room, took a scarlet blood pill, and devoted himself entirely to training. Time flew by, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. With only 10 days left until the college entrance exams, Qin Yu entered the Linhai City Forging Association. "Hello, how can I assist you?" a staff member politely inquired. Qin Yu handed over a badge, and the staff member immediately recognized it, their expression shifting from indifferent to extremely respectful. "Honorable honorary member, how may I serve you?" "Give me a private forging room, and no interruptions," Qin Yu instructed concisely. "Of course, please follow me." The staff member led the way, secretly observing this young and handsome honorary member, thinking to themselves, "Impressive." Inside the forging room, Qin Yu retrieved a large amount of rare metals from his spatial ring. He intended to craft a lightweight inner armor and 10 dragon-piercing cones for himself. While the college entrance exams didn't restrict equipment, excessive weight could hinder speed. Qin Yu decided to travel light, wearing only inner armor and carrying the Xianjin blade and dragon-piercing cones. After a month of practice, Qin Yu could control 6 weapons simultaneously, and the dragon-piercing cones were the perfect match for the Saint weapon manipulation technique. Once the equipment was forged, Qin Yu immediately assessed his strength, level 2.31. He was quietly satisfied, aiming to push to level 2.4 in the final 10 days. Meanwhile, at the rift in the sky, black mist spread, and dark clouds gathered. Countless formations emitted a faint glow, guarding this mysterious place. Many legends surrounded the rift, but everyone agreed that endless demons and disasters lurked on the other side. At this moment, a group of powerful individuals with varying hair colors stared into the abyss below. Suddenly, a sound of something breaking through the air echoed, and the war god of Daxia, clad in black armor, emerged from the rift. Strong figures from other nations quickly activated formations to seal the rift. "How did it go?" a fair-skinned man asked in Daxia's language, as everyone gathered around. "Mission accomplished," the Daxia war god replied, producing a brilliantly colored egg, its intricate patterns glowing and dispersing the surrounding dark mist with a gentle power. Everyone's eyes lit up, marveling at this legendary salvation artifact. The Daxia war god put away the sacred egg, announcing his intention to take it back to Daxia for incubation. This statement immediately sparked strong opposition from the others. Representatives from various countries vied for the artifact's ownership, leading to a chaotic scene. "Silence!" the Daxia war god erupted with formidable presence. "I brought the artifact out, so I should take it." "You couldn't have exited the rift without us," someone retorted. "Then let's settle it with strength," the Daxia war god responded assertively. Someone suggested, "We are too powerful, and the destruction could be immense. Let's have the younger generation compete." Agreed, the Daxia war god consented. Coincidentally, Daxia's annual college entrance exams are approaching. You can send your juniors to participate, and the winner takes the sacred egg. Everyone agreed with enthusiasm. Although the exams were held in Daxia, the outcome depended on quality, not quantity. Each country had immense confidence in their younger generations. An elderly man with white eyebrows and a strong build slowly broke the silence in the room. "Shireen, I called you here today to discuss a significant matter." Xie respectfully cupped her hands and listened attentively. "Please go ahead, master." The old man's voice was steady and powerful. "You need to prepare with all your might for the upcoming college entrance examination." Xie looked up, a trace of confusion in her eyes. "Master, you might be mistaken. I've already been guaranteed admission and don't need to take the exam." The old man calmly picked up his teacup, took a sip, and explained slowly. "Yesterday, countries around the world jointly acquired a precious artifact. Every nation covets it and wishes to claim it as their own." Xie Yin's eyes lit up with sudden understanding. "So, this time, will there be foreign prodigies participating in the exam?" The old man nodded slightly. "Correct. The country whose candidate becomes the top scorer will claim the artifact. All of our nation's top prodigies will be entering this battlefield." "I understand, master. Do you have any other instructions?" Xie earnestly inquired. The old man set down his teacup, a slight smile appearing on his face. "Haha, don't be hasty, young one. Let me explain the exam's key points to you." He cleared his throat and continued. "The college entrance exam consists of 2 parts. The first part tests the candidate's actual combat abilities, forming the first ranking list, which accounts for 30 of the final score. The top 500 on the list receive full marks, so you should conceal your true strength, aiming only to be among the top 500. Xieshirin pondered. Master, how much strength should I display? The old man considered for a moment. Last year's 500th place was at level 1.84. With many foreign prodigies and guaranteed talents like you participating this year, the level is bound to rise significantly. I predict it will reach around level 2. To be safe, show a strength of 2.1. Understood, Master. Xieshirin nodded solemnly. The old man continued. The second part is the crux of the exam. Candidates will enter a secret realm called the Second World through a space-time gate. Points are earned by defeating beasts in the realm, and by defeating other candidates, you can acquire half of their total points. Defeated candidates will be eliminated. Xieshirin listened intently, asking, Master, what should I be cautious of? The old man advised earnestly. When encountering foreign prodigies, pursue them with all your might. When meeting our nation's prodigies, join forces and avoid internal conflict. Ordinary candidates can be defeated for points. I understand. Xieshirin responded firmly. Meanwhile, the Shangwan family, Zhuge family, Yu family of the imperial capital, Long family of Jiangnan, and countless other ancient and elite families were simultaneously gathering their youngest members. They emphasized, this exam is crucial. Conceal your strength in the first stage, and go all out in the second. Our country must win. Understand. Understood. The younger generation responded in unison. Such scenes played out across the nation, as hundreds of originally guaranteed prodigies re-entered the examination battlefield. Undoubtedly, this year's college entrance exam would be the toughest in history. 10 days flew by, and the annual grand event of the college entrance exam officially commenced at 8 a.m. today. The candidates not only represented the future of the nation, but also bore the hopes of all humanity. Hence, the exam garnered immense attention each year. Students from the first grade of elementary school to the fourth year of university were required to watch the live broadcast. Additionally, the military, prominent families, graduate warriors, and even many foreign forces closely monitored the exam's progress. The number of viewers watching the live broadcast of the college entrance examination quickly surpassed 400 million, even exceeding the popularity of the Spring Festival Gala. On this day, people across the nation eagerly anticipated which prodigies might emerge in Daxia. In the live chat, commenters from various countries shared their thoughts. A user claiming to be from Sakura country provocatively remarked, your so-called prodigies aren't even fit to carry our shoes. If our geniuses competed, they'd sweep the top 10 spots. Immediately, another user retorted, where did this fool come from? Your Sakura country is about to be overrun by beasts, yet you have time to chat here. Bring on your geniuses, and we'll crush them. Then, a user claiming to be from Stick country joined the fray. Sakura country might not stand a chance against you, Daxia, but we from Stick country definitely can. In fact, your Daxia war god is actually ours, and we're about to claim him. Despite these provocations, Daxia's netizens remained remarkably composed, choosing not to engage. They understood well that shamelessness knows no bounds. They wouldn't actually trace the comments back to fight, unless these so-called geniuses showed up at the examination halls to be truly challenged. At precisely 8 a.m., thousands of cities across Daxia began their strength assessments. Qin Yu stood in his familiar exam hall, placed last due to his connections. Yet he wasn't concerned, sitting calmly in stark contrast to the anxious students around him. Glancing at a trembling boy next to him, Qin Yu thought to himself, still too young. The exam hall's broadcast announced, candidate number 1, Lin Xiaoxiao, please enter the testing room. As the first student entered the testing room, the overall leaderboard began displaying candidate information and results. First place, Imperial Capital, Wang Ergu, level 0.97. Wang Ergu's name barely held the top spot for a second before being overtaken. First place, Jiangnan, Songsan, level 1.13. The leaderboard refreshed every second, and the livestream audience buzzed with excitement. This is intense. The best part every year is watching the levels rise. It's like breaking records. Then, something unexpected happened. A candidate claiming to be from Sakura country suddenly appeared at the testing site. Go ahead, test and announce to all of Daxia that Sakura country is here. Shortly, the candidate emerged from the testing room, and the leaderboard updated. First place, Sakura country, Gangmin Pianzu, level 1.87. The sudden appearance of this name left everyone stunned. What's going on? How did someone from Sakura country appear? Level 1.87 could rank in the top 500 last year. Is this a challenge? Where are the prodigies of Daxia? General Li Yidan requests to join the fight. Sakura country's netizens were thrilled. See? Our great Sakura empire can send anyone to crush Daxia. However, the leaderboard quickly updated again. First place, Stick country, Kim Doan, level 1.91. Stick country's netizens erupted. Haha, our Stick country also has prodigies in the exam. Can Daxia really compete? In the livestream chat, Sakura and Stick country users were unusually active, while Daxia's netizens patiently awaited further developments, confident that their nation's prodigies would eventually emerge to silence these boastful claims. What are you so proud of? The champions of Daxia haven't even stepped up yet. In the live stream, Daxia's netizens were fired up, fervently voicing their opinions in the comments. They firmly believed that a high rank didn't necessarily equate to great strength. Some proudly declared that Daxia had already mastered the level 1 simplified formations and had surpassed other countries in weaponry. However, netizens from Bangzi and Sakura countries were extremely arrogant. They taunted, "No matter what you say, the first place belongs to us, Bangzi country. Our Sakura country only sent one person, and they crushed your countless students from Daxia. None of you can compare." These remarks made Daxia's netizens blush with frustration and start to doubt, is Daxia really capable? Although they continued to argue, their confidence was shaken. Everyone kept their eyes glued to the leaderboard, hoping for Daxia's champions to reclaim the top spot. Suddenly, the leaderboard refreshed. The first place changed. Everyone excitedly looked, but when they saw the country of origin, they were instantly disappointed. The first place was Tom Harley from Eagle Country, with an impressive level of 1.93. Next, the leaderboard rapidly shifted, with the first place changing hands frequently. Competitors from Bear Country, Elephant Country, and more began dominating the top 10. The live stream comments were in an uproar, with foreign netizens growing increasingly aggressive. Despite their numbers, Daxia's netizens struggled to hold their ground. At that moment, a commanding voice resonated. "You family, do these people think Daxia is without capable individuals?" The speaker was Umo, the current head of the Yu family, known for his formidable strength. A handsome young man stepped forward respectfully, saying, "Master, please allow me to compete and put these barbarians in their place." This was Yu Kaifeng, one of the 3 great champions of the Yu family. While Yu Riyue and others attended training camps, Yu Kaifeng was personally trained by the former head and the elder, making significant progress in his abilities. Umo nodded, advising, "Go, but only aim for the top spot. Don't exert your full strength. Your goal isn't this leaderboard's first place, but to be the top scorer in the college entrance exam. Exposing your strength too early makes you a target." Yu Kaifeng earnestly replied, "I understand." The leaderboard refreshed again. First place, from the imperial capital, Ouyang Yuan, level 2.05. Second place, from Jiangnan, Long Mo, level 2.05. Third place, from the imperial capital, Yu Kaifeng, level 2.04. In an instant, Daxia reclaimed the top 3 spots on the leaderboard. Simultaneously, many families began their counterattacks. Daxia's netizens were overjoyed, cheering in the comments. Finally, Daxia's champions are showing their strength. We were just too lazy to act, but when we do, none of you can compete. Daring to be arrogant on our turf, we'll teach you a lesson in no time. However, some noticed the difficulty of this year's college entrance exam. These levels are insane. Last year, anyone above 1.9 was given direct admission. The toughest exam in history, brutal. Some began taunting the previously arrogant countries. Where are the people from Sakura and Bangzi countries? Why aren't they speaking up? Come on, let's chat. The leaderboard continued to change, with competitors from various countries taking turns at the top. The hype around Daxia's college entrance exam soared, with a massive influx of foreigners joining the live stream, skyrocketing the viewership to 1 billion. During this time, Xie Shirin also completed her test, but her ranking wasn't at the top, hovering between the 100th and 200th place. Notably, the top champions from Sakura, Bangzi, Eagle countries, and Daxia Shangwan, Ouyang, and Zhuge families also had relatively low rankings, seemingly conserving their strength for the final college entrance exam showdown. In this highly anticipated exam, true prodigies often remain hidden. Those aiming for the top prize deliberately keep a low profile, waiting for the crucial moment to make a striking impact. Meanwhile, intelligence agents from various countries are racing against time to gather detailed information on the top 100 students. This intelligence is vital for the contestants, much like Xie Shirin's mastery of object control. If opponents are unaware, they will be caught off guard, but if they know in advance, they can prepare accordingly. By evening, as most of the exam venues concluded their tests, the rankings began to stabilize, with the top 500 positions showing little change. At this moment, netizens from Sakura country could no longer contain their pride. Haha, the first place is still ours, Sakura country. So many people from Daxia participated, yet none of them could compete. It feels so great to take the first place on Daxia's turf. Netizens from other countries joined in, launching fierce criticisms against Daxia. These individuals, usually suppressed by Daxia's netizens, finally found an opportunity to retaliate. In response to the mockery, Daxia's netizens defended themselves with reason. We're only 0.01 points behind the second place. In terms of skills, combat techniques, strategies, and equipment, what does Sakura country have to show? Your country is almost overrun by beasts, yet you still boast? However, Sakura country's netizens repeatedly asserted, "But the first place belongs to us, Sakura country." This statement thoroughly infuriated Desia's netizens. With the major exam venues in the capital, Magic City, and Jiangnan concluded, and smaller locations unlikely to produce top contenders, surpassing the 2.28 level seemed like a distant hope. Just as everyone was losing hope, the rankings suddenly updated. First place, Linhai City, Qin Yu, 2.41 level. This news instantly electrified the entire internet. Desia's netizens erupted in joy. I knew it. There's no way outsiders could swagger on Desia's turf. The true masters always make their move last. 2.41 level, leading by 0.13 points. Who exactly is this Qin Yu? Speculation about Qin Yu's identity spread rapidly. Intelligence agents from various countries immediately launched urgent investigations. Meanwhile, UMO from the Yu family pondered. Why does the name Qin Yu sound so familiar? The head of the family, we know this Qin Yu. Yu Xiangming's eyes sparkled with excitement, and his voice trembled slightly. Although he had long known that Qin Yu was extraordinary, the rankings before him still left him astonished. The number 2.41 kept echoing in his mind. Even the three young talents of the Yu family, hailed as top prodigies, would pale in comparison to Qin Yu. At this moment, Yu Xiangming, Yu Yu, and Yu Ryua all thought of one phrase. A master is right beside me. Their expressions were a mix of surprise, awe, and a hint of regret. Umo raised an eyebrow and curiously asked, you know him? What is Qin Yu's identity? Yu Xiangming took a deep breath and solemnly said, he is our family's protector. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire Yu family courtyard fell into silence. The air seemed to freeze, and everyone's eyes were fixed on Yu Xiangming. This person is our family's protector? Yumo's eyes gleamed with insight as his mind raced. To become a protector indicates that this person is unaffiliated with any sect. To cultivate so rapidly without ample resources and to surpass other prodigies, how terrifying must his talent be? In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through Yumo's mind. If they could recruit such a free-spirited prodigy. Meanwhile, in a certain classroom, Qin Tian's body shook violently as he stared intently at the rankings on the screen, unable to speak for a long time. His female deskmate excitedly hugged him, exclaiming, Class President, look! The national first place is from our Linhai City. It's such a pride for us. The female classmate continued enthusiastically. I wonder which school this senior comes from. With such strong abilities, we've never heard of him before. Could he have been hiding his strength all along? Suddenly, she turned and asked, Class President, why aren't you saying anything? I remember your brother is also named Qin Yu, right? Qin Tian smiled wryly and shook his head gently. It must be someone with the same name. My brother has already taken the college entrance exam. Just as Qin Yu reached the top of the rankings, Zhang Tianjin's phone rang. The first call came from the head of the Zhang family, filled with urgency. Tianjin, do you know Qin Yu, the top of the rankings? Can you recruit him for the Zhang family? I am willing to take him as my disciple personally. Zhang Tianjin replied in a serious tone. The head of the family, Qin Yu already has a master. A sigh could be heard from the other end. Ah, that's truly unfortunate. You must maintain a good relationship with Qin Yu. His talent is extraordinary. Don't worry, head of the family, Zhang Tianjin assured. After hanging up, Zhang Tianjin exhaled slowly and murmured to himself. Qin Yu, oh Qin Yu, you've hidden yourself so well. Thinking of the unfathomable master behind Qin Yu, Zhang Tianjin couldn't help but gasp. Zhang Tianjin didn't know when Qin Yu became an apprentice, but he clearly remembered that during last year's college entrance exam, Qin Yu's strength was less than 0.3. To increase his power to 2.4 in just 1 year, such a terrifying rate of improvement could take 3 episodes of a science documentary to explain. Zhang Tianjin's mind raced, and he was certain Qin Yu must have mastered even more formidable combat techniques. With this thought, he quickly took out his phone and confidently placed a bet of 1 million on Qin Yu on a betting platform. The atmosphere was tense the next morning at the temporary residence of the Sakura Nation delegation. The team leader was furiously questioning the intelligence officers. A whole night, and all you have is this? Are you just sitting around doing nothing? The intelligence officers looked aggrieved, explaining, it's mainly because Qin Yu has been too low-key. Other than participating in the Donghai province training camp and taking first place, there's no trace of him. That's nonsense. The leader erupted, slamming the table in anger. Someone that strong couldn't possibly be unknown. Did he suddenly become powerful out of nowhere? The intelligence officer cautiously suggested, could it be that Xia erased Qin Yu's previous traces? The leader ignored the suggestion and continued to roar. Why haven't you figured out his combat style? Didn't you bribe the training camp students? We did, but the intelligence officer hesitated. But what? But Qin Yu either defeats his opponents in one move or they simply surrender, so it's impossible to discern any particular style. Bang! The leader slammed the table again, causing the room to shake. At that moment, a young student stepped forward confidently, saying, Don't worry, teacher. No matter how formidable Qin Yu is, he can't withstand the 7 of us brothers. The leader's gaze fell on the 7, his expression softening. These 7 were the true trump card of the Sakura Nation. Although their individual levels weren't outstanding, the strongest being only level 2.2 and the weakest at level 2, they could perform a special combination technique that even a level 2.6 warrior would struggle to resist. Be careful, the leader advised. The teleportation during the exam is random, so don't get eliminated before you even regroup. The leading student thumped his chest in assurance. Don't worry, teacher. Our combat skills may be average, but our escape abilities are top-notch. Among these millions of candidates, no one can catch the 7 of us. The leader nodded in satisfaction, giving his final instruction. Remember, as soon as you enter the second world instance, put on your masks. They will conceal your presence and allow you to sense each other, making it easier to regroup. Understood, the 7 replied in unison. Meanwhile, Qin Yu was also making his final preparations for the upcoming exam. At exactly 8 o'clock in the morning, he stepped into the spatial array. After a brief disorientation, Qin Yu found himself in a dense forest. This was the exam site, the second world secret realm. Not bad, Qin Yu thought to himself, relieved. Last time, I was teleported to a desert and got eliminated in half a day. There are definitely more beasts here than in the desert. He quickly retrieved a clown mask from his spatial ring and put it on. Just then, a small drone quietly appeared above him. This was one of the thousands of drones Xia had deployed in the second world secret realm to live stream the exams of the various prodigies. Qin Yu glanced at the drone hovering above him, a slight smile playing on his lips. He quickly adjusted his mask, feeling secretly pleased. Good thing I moved fast. If the cameras caught a glimpse of my stunning face, countless girls might be tossing and turning tonight, unable to sleep. Meanwhile, Qin Tian was glued to the screen, staring intently at the figure wearing a clown mask. The name, Qin Yu, was clearly labeled in the top right corner, and that familiar silhouette sent a jolt through him. Too many coincidences usually point to the truth. But he quickly dismissed the thought. Not only has my brother already taken the college entrance exam, but his abilities alone couldn't possibly reach such astounding levels. This realization left Qin Tian deeply puzzled. Back in the examination room, Qin Yu was experimenting with a captured beast. With a swift motion, the beast vanished as if erased by some mysterious force. The system notified him of earning 10 points, but nothing else. What a pity, Qin Yu sighed. But soon his attention was drawn to the rich spiritual energy surrounding him. The concentration of spiritual energy here was perfect for cultivation. Without hesitation, Qin Yu began drawing a spirit gathering array on the ground. At that moment, at least 400 to 500 million viewers were watching the top-ranked contestant live, dumbfounded as he sat cross-legged within the array, beginning to cultivate. What is this guy doing? Cultivating during the college entrance exam. While others are desperately hunting beasts for points, he's just sitting there meditating? What good is last-minute cramming at a time like this? The audience was abuzz with discussion, but Qin Yu had his own strategy. The exam lasted 7 days, and instead of frantically hunting beasts now, it was more efficient to hunt other examinees on the last day. Moreover, being in the top 100 meant having one's location marked on the map, which in this treacherous exam environment was akin to courting death. Qin Yu opened the virtual map, carefully observing the blinking markers. At the map's edge was a shrinking danger zone, a mechanism forcing all examinees toward the center. Once he confirmed his position was relatively safe, he closed his eyes, focusing on absorbing the abundant spiritual energy around him. While Qin Yu was deep in cultivation, prodigies from other countries revealed their true abilities, causing dramatic shifts in the leaderboard, turning the entire exam into a stage for a battle of the gods. It wasn't until 5 p.m. that Qin Yu emerged from his cultivation state. The quality of spiritual energy here is even better than the scarlet blood pill. A day's cultivation here is equivalent to 2 days normally, he thought with satisfaction, feeling the power coursing through him. Checking the leaderboard, he saw the first place had reached 100,000 points. Only 100,000, Qin Yu thought dismissively. By the last day, defeating just one opponent can earn tens of thousands of points. True strength is what matters. With that, he returned to the spirit gathering array to continue cultivating. However, Qin Yu's actions caused a stir online. Netizens from Xia were outraged. Cultivating at such a critical moment? If Xia loses, can he bear the responsibility? Others noted. All the contestants from Sakura country wear masks, and so does Qin Yu. Could he have been bribed? Traitor. Unaware of the online uproar, Qin Yu remained focused on his cultivation, fully immersed in his practice. It wasn't until the morning of the third day that Qin Yu slowly opened his eyes. As he felt the surging energy and vitality within him, a confident smile appeared on his lips. I should be at level 2.5 now, and with my advanced skills like Smoke and Cloud Shadow Step, 7-star Blade Slash, and Sacred Object Control, there's probably no one here who can match me. Qin Yu thought to himself. Since that's the case, it's time to make a move and earn some points. He quickly opened the leaderboard, his eyes scanning the rankings like lightning. First place, Imperial Capital, Shangwanlei, 1.23 million points. Second place, Bear Country, Petrov, 1.18 million points. Third place, Eagle Country, Peter, 1.16 million points. Fourth place, Imperial Capital, Siesharine, 1.15 million points. Fifth place, Sakura Country. Qin Yu took a quick look and noticed that the Great Xia occupied 4 of the top 10 spots and half of the top 20. Great Xia has always been a strong nation in martial arts, and now that it's on home turf, it's not surprising to see such an advantage, he mused. Shangguan Lei from the Shangguan family is currently leading, but the gap with other contenders isn't big. Perhaps defeating one more opponent could propel someone from 10th to 1st. The competition is fierce, and I can't fall behind. Muttering to himself, Qin Yu had already made up his mind. If the opportunity arose, he would also aim for the top spot, not for vanity, but because he had bet 2 million on himself on a certain platform last night. Winning the top spot would yield 10 times the profit. After confirming on the map that the danger zone was still far away, Qin Yu took out his spiritual pen. He decided to draw 28 formations here, connected end to form a sealed circle. The outermost layer was an illusion formation, and within it were 2 killing formations. His plan was that once a beast entered the illusion formation, it would unknowingly be led into the killing formations, ultimately becoming points for Qin Yu. This is much more efficient than slaying them one by one with a blade, Qin Yu thought with satisfaction. Without delay, Qin Yu began setting up the formations. Meanwhile, the online community was buzzing with chatter. Is Qin Yu crazy? How many beasts can one formation kill? Do they really think the beasts will just walk into the formations on their own? Qin Yu's long been bought by Sakura Country. First, he mindlessly trains, and now he's setting up the most useless formations. He's a disgrace to Great Xia. Despite the outside chatter, Qin Yu remained unfazed. He knew that these 28 formations needed to be placed in specific locations to form a complete grand formation. Each stroke in the drawing of the formations had to be precise, demanding the utmost skill from the creator. Completely focused, Qin Yu meticulously drew each formation pattern. Time flew by, and it wasn't until 8 p.m. that he completed the last formation. He then infused his energy, activating all 28 formations simultaneously, creating a formidable, thunderous pressure. Qin Yu took out 3 ordinary spirit stones to power the formations. Now, there's only one step left. Qin Yu thought to himself. With the formations set, he needed to wait for beasts to enter. However, he knew that while beasts weren't highly intelligent, they wouldn't blindly walk into danger unless there was an irresistible lure. And Qin Yu had just such a lure. With a flip of his hands, a crystal-clear fruit appeared in his palm, releasing a strong fragrance that filled the entire area of the grand formation and quickly spread further. This fruit was called the Beast Tide fruit, and as the name suggests, its appearance could trigger a massive beast tide. The aroma of the mythical fruit acted as an invisible lure, spreading across miles. Qin Yu casually tossed the fruit to the ground and swiftly maneuvered between the tree trunks, disappearing in an instant. In no time, the entire area was filled with the resonating roars of beasts, as if the forest itself was trembling. Meanwhile, the live stream chat was buzzing with activity. Viewers were discussing the possibility of using a formation to kill the mythical beasts when suddenly a comment grabbed everyone's attention. Look, Qin Yu's score just changed. This message was like a bombshell, igniting the live stream. Countless spectators hurried to check the leaderboard for Qin Yu's name. Rank 10,943,325, Linhai City. Qin Yu, 103 points. However, this was just the beginning. Qin Yu's score began to skyrocket like a runaway horse. 541 points. 1,038 points. 10,086 points. Within minutes, his score broke the 10,000 mark and continued to climb at an astonishing rate. The speed of this growth left all viewers dumbfounded. Even slaughtering 1,000 pigs couldn't be this quick. Qin Yu's ranking shot up like a rocket, visibly climbing at an incredible pace. Into the top 10 million, top 5 million, top 1 million, top 50,000. Each second brought a dramatic shift in his ranking, the speed leaving everyone speechless. This incredible news spread like a virus across the internet, drawing countless netizens to swarm into Qin Yu's live stream. The viewer count quickly surpassed 1 billion, reaching a fever pitch. What's going on? Is Qin Yu cheating? No way. This Qin Yu must be cheating. How else could his score rise so fast? Don't speak nonsense if you don't understand. Qin Yu spent 8 hours setting up a formation, so this isn't surprising. Even with a formation, this effect is unreal. Our white elephant nation's cheats aren't this impressive. It must be a trick from Xia. Points magically increasing? Xia can't handle losing. From Sakura Nation to Stick Nation, Eagle Nation to Bear Nation, all eyes were fixed on this sudden development. Leaders from various countries exchanged bewildered glances, while intelligence personnel were at a loss. They had assumed Qin Yu was out of the race and had let their guard down, yet the unfolding events defied their expectations. As everyone struggled to come up with a plausible explanation, the live stream suddenly took a dramatic turn. The screen revealed Qin Yu's meticulously arranged formation, surrounded by a dense swarm of mythical beasts, surging toward the formation like a tidal wave. In the distance, more beasts were pouring in, raising dust and shaking the ground, a scene as spectacular as the legendary beast tides. Witnessing this, everyone was rendered speechless. The scene shattered their perceptions, simply unbelievable. Qin Yu's score continued to rise unabated. In less than an hour, he broke the 100,000 points barrier. At this rate, by tomorrow morning, he could surpass 1 million, catapulting himself into the top tier of the college entrance exam rankings. The primary difference between the second world and the real world is that once a mythical beast is killed in the real world, it disappears completely. In the second world, however, they quickly respawn in the same spot. It's like an endless stream of low-level monsters in an online game, continuously regenerating. And the newly respawned beasts are inevitably drawn to the lure of the beast-attracting fruit, repeating the fate of their predecessors. Therefore, as long as the danger zone hasn't arrived, this grand formation can continuously provide Qin Yu with an endless supply of points, like a perpetual point harvesting machine. Qin Yu walked towards the center of the danger zone with a satisfied smile, thinking to himself, the formation is so effective, it would be a waste not to build more. In the dense forest under the cover of night, two figures dashed forward like arrows released from a bow. The person ahead wore a ghostly mask, small in stature, and fled in panic like prey being hunted by a predator. This was the 7th-ranked individual from Sakura Nation, known for having the weakest strength among those capable of performing a combined skill. Hot on their heels was a strikingly handsome man in azure armor, exuding an imposing aura with lightning crackling around him. He was Shangwan Lei, who held the top spot on the leaderboard and had widened the gap with the second place significantly that day. Shangwan Lei had his eyes fixed on the plump prey in front of him. His father, Shangwan Peng, was a household name in Xia, renowned as a legendary war god and the acknowledged top fighter of the era. Under the family's dedicated cultivation, Shangwan Lei's current prowess had surpassed his father's youthful peak, making him even more formidable. This chase between prodigies naturally attracted countless spectators, none more anxious than the leaders of Sakura Nation. Although the 7th was not top tier in strength, he was an indispensable part of the 7-person combination skill. If he were eliminated, Sakura Nation's strongest trump card would be snuffed out in its infancy. Damn it! Why did the weakest 7th have to encounter the strongest Shangwan Lei? The leader of Sakura Nation muttered, eyes glued to the live broadcast, heart pounding. A subordinate quickly reassured, "Boss, don't worry too much. The 7th has trained in desperate escape techniques. No matter how strong Shangwan Lei is, it will be hard for him to capture him." "Let's hope so." The leader sighed, feeling uneasy. After all, no one knew what other hidden techniques Shangwan Lei might possess, and they could only pin their hopes on the 7th. Suddenly, lightning flashed. Shangwan Lei let out a soft shout. His pupils sparkled with electric arcs, and he transformed into lightning particles, appearing instantly before the 7th. With a grip in the air, a lightning whip formed in his hand, striking fiercely at the 7th. The 7th was startled by the sudden attack and hastily stopped. However, the lightning whip was too fast, and he could only muster all his energy to punch back. Bang! The lightning whip shattered on impact, but the 7th was sent flying several meters, hair singed, and crackling with residual electricity. Shangwan Lei sighed softly. A rabbit caught by an eagle has only one path to death. Stop struggling. I can let you be eliminated with dignity. The 7th sneered, unhesitatingly activating his escape technique while stalling for time, saying, "You have a saying in Xia, 30 years on the east bank, 30 years on the west bank." The next moment, a mist of blood rose from the 7th's body. Blood escape. Shangwan Lei's pupils contracted, and he rapidly sent out dozens of electric arcs. However, they were a moment too late, and all that remained where the 7th once stood was a dissipating blood mist and a crater left by the lightning strike. "Shangwan Lei, when I regroup with my brothers, I will seek revenge for today?" "Ha ha ha!" The 7th's voice echoed, fading into the distance. Bang! Shangwan Lei angrily punched a nearby tree, causing its trunk to shatter and splinters to fly. Damn! I should have kept my mouth shut. Those 200,000 points just slipped away. As Shangwan Lei departed, the tree exploded into pieces, scattering debris everywhere. The leader of Sakura Nation, witnessing this, finally relaxed his tense nerves, a hint of relief flashing in his eyes. If they could evade Shangwan Lei's pursuit, they would be temporarily safe. Meanwhile, Old 7's form materialized in midair, spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Damn Shangwan Lei," he muttered through gritted teeth. "I'll make sure you pay back double for this." After steadying himself, Old 7 cautiously surveyed his surroundings. A dense fog enveloped everything, and distant beastly roars echoed. He frowned, puzzled. There shouldn't be such a foggy area in the second world's secret realm. He pulled out an electronic map to check his location, only to find the device completely non-functional. Alarm bells rang in his mind as he cautiously proceeded forward. Suddenly, the fog before him parted like a curtain, revealing a 1,000-meter deep cliff. The biting mountain wind howled past, stinging his cheeks under the mask. Yet instead of panicking, Old Seven smiled knowingly. He calmly took a step forward, and the expected sensation of falling didn't come. His foot landed on solid ground. The surrounding scene changed once again, confirming his suspicion it was an illusion array. Showing off your skills, Old Seven chuckled. Among the prodigies of Sakura Nation, his combat prowess might not be top-notch, but when it came to array mastery, he dared claim second to none. Viewers in the live stream could only see Old Seven trapped in some kind of array, unable to see the specifics inside. The leader of Sakura Nation leaned back in his chair, nonchalantly saying, Old Seven has some bad luck, escaping a chase only to fall into an array. But, he smirked, if these examinees arrays can trap Old Seven, the array genius, I'll eat my hat live on camera. By the way, who set up this array? It was Qin Yu, whose points skyrocketed earlier. Oh him. The camera is too close to see all the beasts surrounding the array. Once Old Seven breaks the array, Qin Yu's 8 hours of effort will be wasted. Old Seven quickly drew a rune to break the array, infusing it with his energy to activate it. However, this array-breaking formation, akin to a computer virus, was instantly shattered by the surrounding illusion array, like a virus intercepted by antivirus software before even downloading. Interesting. Old Seven's eyes glimmered with determination. The person who set this up has some skill. But he carefully sensed the array's operation, striding forward. An unmanned array like this, once the core is found, will inevitably collapse on its own. The formation point is set here. Lao Chi was confident, his gaze sharp. With a swift motion, he grabbed a slender, oval object. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a 5-step snake. Before he could react, the snake bit his lip. Damn it! Lao Chi cursed, exerting force with his fingertips to instantly kill the snake. He quickly channeled his energy to expel the venom from his body. However, doubt crept into his mind. This was supposed to be a place where spiritual energy converged, yet the formation point was nowhere to be found. Lao Chi fell into deep thought, then suddenly had a revelation. This is an illusion formation. He realized that his perception had been affected by the formation. Closing his eyes, he silently recited in his mind, don't trust what you see. Use experience to determine the location of the formation point. If it were me, where would I place it? Meanwhile, the leader of Sakura country was watching the screen intently, his expression grave. Lao Chi was seen stepping deeper into the illusion formation, stopping just before reaching the killing formation. The leader breathed a sigh of relief, only to see Lao Chi casually kill another 5-step snake and continue forward with his eyes closed. Damn it, stop! The leader shouted angrily, pounding the table, puzzled as to why Lao Chi couldn't break the illusion formation. At this moment, a subordinate suggested, Boss, could it be that Lao Chi thinks breaking just the illusion formation is too easy and wants to break all the formations at once? The leader was taken aback, considering the possibility. He was just about to say, no matter how skilled, he shouldn't be careless. He must be severely punished when he returns, but stopped mid-sentence. On the live feed, Lao Chi stepped into the killing formation and was instantly shredded by countless sword energies. Lao Chi, eliminated? The leader murmured in disbelief. He had evaded the strongest opponent, Shangwan Lei, only to fail in the area he was most skilled in, formations. Sakura country's strongest card was torn apart before it could even be played. The room fell silent. Anyone daring to speak now would face the leader's overwhelming wrath. While Qin Yu was in the midst of creating his second large formation, he suddenly noticed something unusual. His points on the leaderboard skyrocketed by over 200,000 in an instant, reaching a total of 400,000. This leap propelled his ranking into the top 1,000. Could someone have accidentally walked into the formation? Qin Yu couldn't help but smile, though he quickly suppressed his amusement and continued focusing on his work. Meanwhile, the live stream outside was buzzing with excitement as viewers speculated about the sudden increase in Qin Yu's points. This is unbelievable. There's no way he could gain points this fast just by defeating beasts. I just checked, and it's true. He's in the top 1,000 now. I heard his formation took out a contestant from Sakura country. This news triggered a strong reaction from the Sakura country audience. Nonsense. How could our country's prodigy fall to an unmanned formation? Exactly, their skill level is nearly at 2. How could they be killed by a formation? These people from Daxia sure know how to exaggerate. Someone shared a video link, showing the masked contestant from Sakura country walking unwittingly into the illusionary formation, only to be swiftly eliminated by the killing formation, like a mindless beast. This scene left the Sakura country audience red-faced. Their pride and joy, a carefully selected contestant with a skill level above 1.9, was taken down so effortlessly by an unmanned format. Iona deep humiliation. Qin Yu spent the entire day setting up 2 new formations. With 3 formations running simultaneously, his points steadily increased. Soon, his score surpassed 3 million, placing him in the top 100, with his location now visible on the map. However, with his intimidating skill level of 2.4, no one dared to challenge him for now. By the fourth day of the competition, as more contestants were eliminated, points began to concentrate among the stronger participants. Shang Wanlei's points surged from over 1 million on the morning of the third day to 6 million in just a day and a half. At this point, defeating a single prodigy could earn someone over 1 million points. Qin Yu glanced over the leaderboard, quickly scanning the top competitors. Shang Wanlei from the Imperial Capital 6.11 million, Peter from Eagle Country 5.41 million, Xie Shirin from the Imperial Capital 5.34 million, Petrov from Bear Country 5 million, Okamoto Masatata from Sakura Country 4.8 million, and his 3 million points placed him at 47th. All big targets, Qin Yu mused, licking his lips as he prepared to select his next target. Just then, his electronic map showed 3 contestants from Elephant Country rapidly approaching him. These 3 were ranked 60th, 85th, and 93rd. They approached in a triangular formation to encircle Qin Yu. But Qin Yu was not one to sit idly by. Grabbing his Xianjin blade, he charged directly at the strongest of the 3. Regroup. The target has spotted us, shouted the Elephant Country contestant. However, Qin Yu was faster, and in a blink, he had turned the tables, surrounding them instead. You are the ones surrounded now, Qin Yu stated coldly as a brilliant golden light rapidly expanded in the man's eyes. As the golden red blade arc swept across the sky, the man from Baixiang Country's pupils contracted sharply. Wherever the blade passed, grass and trees were severed, and the air was filled with an overwhelming sense of pressure. His skin began to tingle with pain, instinct urging him to retreat, yet his battle-hardened instinct screamed a warning. Retreating now would mean certain death. Ganji's shield, he shouted, enveloping himself in a shimmering aura of 7 colors. This was his ultimate defensive technique, fusing elements from the sacred waters of the Ganges into his body, creating a barrier that could resist poisons and weapons alike. However, this proud defense crumbled under Qin Yu's casual strike. The blade sliced through the colorful shield, leaving a deep wound from his chest to his thigh. He was sent flying like a broken kite, crashing heavily into a massive tree, leaving a human-shaped dent in its trunk. If not for the specially crafted inner armor absorbing much of the impact, this blow would have immediately knocked him out of the competition. Witnessing this, his 2 companions turned and fled without hesitation. If their leader was so easily wounded, staying would be suicidal. I told you, you're already surrounded. Qin Yu's calm voice echoed as he disappeared using his smoke cloud step technique. Moments later, his points on the leaderboard surged by over 3 million, catapulting him to 3rd place. Meanwhile, other competitors' scores also soared, with Shang Wanlei reaching 7 million and Peter from Eagle Country close behind. Fortune favors the bold, Qin Yu sighed. Indeed, taking down opponents is the fastest way to climb the ranks. As he checked the electronic map for his next target, he noticed an intense battle nearby between Xie Shirin, whom he had encountered before, and Petrov, the 5th-ranked prodigy from Maoxiong Country. Such clashes between top talents were rare, as evenly matched opponents rarely settled their fights quickly. Even if one emerged victorious, they would be gravely injured and vulnerable to others. Sure enough, Shang Wanlei, Peter from Eagle Country, and Okado Masanobu from Sakura Country, along with dozens of other strong contenders, were converging on the battlefield. How could Qin Yu miss out on such an impending melee? Smoke and shadow step. With a flicker, Qin Yu vanished, leaving behind several afterimages. Yura, you crazy woman, if we fight to the death, it'll only benefit others in the end. What's the point? Petrov said, dodging agilely while retreating quickly. Behind him, Xie Shirin pursued relentlessly, surrounded by 4 silver, cone-shaped weapons that glinted ominously. Fight to the death? With you? You're not even close to being worthy. Xie Shirin sneered confidently. A flicker of anger crossed Petrov's eyes. How dare she, a fellow prodigy, underestimate him like this? Trapped by this madwoman, he couldn't escape. It was better to end this quickly and teach her a lesson. If you want to die, I'll oblige. Petrov spun around, rapidly flinging dozens of shurikens. This was his proud secret weapon technique, honed by a clandestine organization in the Bear Kingdom. By the age of 12, he had mastered various hidden weapons and assassination methods. Now, he had grown into a fearsome assassin, whose hidden weapons had claimed the lives of many stronger martial artists. If not for the importance of this exam, the Bear Kingdom would never have exposed such a skilled assassin to the public eye. Faced with the whistling projectiles, Xie Shirin remained composed. 3 silver cones darted like swimming dragons, precisely knocking down all the hidden weapons, producing a series of crisp metallic collisions. This was her confidence in pursuing Petrov. Her object manipulation technique naturally countered hidden weapons. Under her control, the speed of hidden weapons was rendered useless. Even if some slipped through, they would be directly controlled by her technique. After deflecting the hidden weapons, the 3 silver cones shot straight at Petrov. Suddenly, a cloud of smoke rose around him, and he vanished. As a top-tier assassin, his greatest strength wasn't his assassination skills, but his nearly perfect ability to conceal himself. He could skillfully use shadows to move freely within blind spots, like a venomous snake waiting to strike with lethal precision. The silver cones missed and quickly returned to form a defensive circle around Sieshireen. She held her breath, focusing intently on sensing every subtle movement around her. No fluctuation in blood and energy. He must still be nearby. Hidden in the shadows, Petrov had completely restrained his aura, blending seamlessly with the environment. As he patiently waited for his prey to reveal a weakness, he suddenly felt a light tap on his back. Hey, buddy, playing hide and seek. Shoo. Petrov instinctively gestured for silence. Don't talk. He stopped abruptly, realizing something was wrong. He turned around in shock to see a person wearing an exaggerated clown mask, staring at him motionlessly. Petrov's pupils contracted violently, his face full of disbelief. As an assassin highly sensitive to fluctuations in aura, he couldn't comprehend how this clown had approached him so silently. Even now, he couldn't sense any aura from the figure, a level of stealth even he couldn't achieve. Petrov staggered in confusion, not yet understanding the situation, when suddenly a flash of cold light pierced his chest as the Xianjin blade found its mark. "You, how is this possible?" Petrov's eyes widened in disbelief, and his body slowly dissipated. Looking at those eyes filled with unwillingness, Qin Yu thought to himself that if this were the real world, this guy would surely turn into a vengeful ghost seeking revenge. The system notification sounded, cementing Petrov's points. Qin Yu gained nearly 3 million points, catapulting him to the top of the leaderboard. "I've found you." A clear voice broke the silence as a silver light shot through the air. Sieshireen's silver daggers aimed for Qin Yu's vital points, but he deflected them to the ground with a swift motion. "Who are you? Where's Petrov?" Sieshireen asked warily, eyeing the unfamiliar figure before her. "Petrov has been killed by me," Qin Yu replied calmly. Sieshireen noticed the mask on his face, and her expression turned furious. "A person from Sakura Nation? You took Petrov's points, so leave yours behind." Without checking the rankings or map, Sieshireen didn't realize the person in front of her was Qin Yu. She flicked her wrist, sending 3 silver daggers whistling through the air, distorting it as they passed. "That depends on whether you have the skill." Qin Yu drew the Xianjin blade, not holding back just because she was from Daxia. On the battlefield of the college entrance exam, everyone was an enemy. Clang, clang, clang. The clear sound of metal clashing echoed. The silver daggers were all deflected, some sustaining damage, while Qin Yu's Xianjin blade remained unscathed. Sieshireen frowned, clearly not expecting his weapon to be so formidable. She drew a pale blue longsword and simultaneously controlled 4 silver daggers to orbit around her, launching a fierce attack on Qin Yu. 7-star forged blade slash. Qin Yu struck first, the fiery golden sword light cutting down with unstoppable force. Sieshireen agilely rolled away, but it was exactly what Qin Yu anticipated. Before she could regain her stance, the Xianjin blade was already before her. Hastily, she raised her sword to block, yet the sharp blade still left a bloody mark on her snow-white collarbone. The audience in the live stream barely had time to appreciate the scene before it was censored. Sieshireen, both embarrassed and angry, sent 4 silver daggers hurtling toward Qin Yu's back. At that moment, Qin Yu had an idea. Although he had mastered the art of controlling objects, he wasn't sure how to maximize its power in close combat. The experienced Sieshireen could be a valuable source of insight. He casually knocked away the daggers behind him, deliberately leaving an opening. Sieshireen, however, did not rush to attack, but instead quickly distanced herself. After the earlier exchange, she realized close combat was not her strength and relied on her object control technique for long-range attacks. But Qin Yu was not an opponent like Petrov. With his smoke and cloud phantom steps and the Joker mask's ability to conceal his presence, getting close to her was a simple task. 4 silver ingots surrounded Qin Yu, leaving no room for escape. A glint of coldness flashed in Sieshireen's eyes as she waved her hand, and the ingots simultaneously lunged at Qin Yu's vital points from all directions. "No matter how skilled you are with a blade, you can't block this attack," Sieshireen sneered, her lips curling into a cold smile. The ingots pierced Qin Yu's body without resistance, but to Sieshireen's surprise, his figure began to dissipate like smoke. "Not good, it's a shadow." Sieshireen's pupils contracted sharply as she quickly drew her sword and retreated. "Think you can escape?" Qin Yu's voice echoed beside her, as he suddenly appeared in front of her and swung his blade down. At that moment, a sly smile appeared on Sieshireen's lips. A flash of golden light emanated from her hand, and a binding rope shot out like a serpent, instantly ensnaring Qin Yu tightly. "Didn't expect object control to be used this way. I've learned something new," Qin Yu thought with a hint of delight despite being immobilized by the rope. He had always used object control for attacks, and only today realized its synergy with the binding rope. Sieshireen's hair fluttered, and a jade hairpin, controlled by her object control technique, flew through the air, aiming directly at Qin Yu's forehead. "You're out," she declared confidently. Yet, just as the hairpin was about to touch Qin Yu's forehead, he softly uttered, Stop. The hairpin halted, frozen a centimeter away from his forehead. What's happening? Xie Shireen desperately tried to urge her object control, but the hairpin remained motionless, as if transformed into a massive mountain. Release. With another gentle command from Qin Yu, the binding rope obediently loosened and coiled into his hand. Qin Yu had employed a more advanced holy object control technique, seizing control of Xie Shireen's artifact. Xie Shireen involuntarily stepped back, her eyes filled with fear of the unknown. The uncanny reversal with just 2 words left her deeply unsettled. This rope is quite impressive. It's mine now, Qin Yu remarked, admiring the exceptional quality of the binding rope before storing it in his space ring. What did you do? Why can't I control my binding rope anymore? Xie Shireen demanded, unwilling to accept defeat. Go ask Sun Yoshin. The answer you seek is with him, Qin Yu replied, seizing the opportunity to create an opening for his friend. His points surged by another 3 million, reaching 12 million, securing his position at the top of the leaderboard. This dramatic turn of events caused a sensation both within and outside the second world, leaving everyone speechless with shock. A few minutes earlier, the chase between Xie Shireen and Petrov had captured the attention of countless onlookers. In a spacious conference room in the capital of the Great Xia, dozens of top-tier experts were intently watching the live broadcast of the high-stakes exam. Sitting in the center seat, the war god of Great Xia, Shangwan Peng, commented with a smile that Xie Shireen is really bold, eager to confront Petrov even before reaching the finals. An elderly man with white hair slowly spoke. Petrov's main attack method is his unpredictable hidden weapons, which would even trouble Shangwan Lei. However, Xie Shireen's object-controlling technique can counter Petrov's hidden weapons. Heaven blesses Great Xia. Petrov, being the top expert from the Bear Nation, is not easily dealt with. Acting now is indeed a bit rash, another expert interjected, his eyes fixed on the screen. Everyone held their breath, afraid to miss any detail. In the live broadcast, after their initial probing exchange, Xie Shireen had a slight advantage. However, Petrov suddenly vanished, eluding even the drones used for the broadcast. The atmosphere in the conference room became tense, and someone murmured, "This concealment technique has evaded all eyes." Experienced, Xie Shireen immediately surrounded herself with 4 silver spikes, warily scanning her surroundings. The elder analyzed. On the surface, neither has gained the upper hand, but in the long run, Shireen is at a disadvantage. She has to stay vigilant for Petrov's ambush, and maintaining such focus will tire her over time. Shangwan Peng sighed. As the saying goes, 1,000 days a thief, but not 1,000 days to guard against one. If she shows any weakness, Petrov will surely seize the opportunity to strike. We can only hope Xie Shireen quickly discovers Petrov's hiding spot. Suddenly, the room erupted in exclamations. Look, Petrov has been eliminated, someone shouted, pointing at the leaderboard. Everyone hurriedly looked, seeing Petrov's name grayed out. What's going on? Xie Shireen didn't make a move, someone asked in confusion. Look at the top of the leaderboard, and you'll understand, another person replied with a smile. Everyone's gaze shifted upward, revealing that Shangwan Lei, who had been consistently at the top, had dropped to second place. Above him, 2 striking characters stood out. Qin Yu. It was Qin Yu who defeated Petrov. All present exchanged glances, eyes filled with unexpected joy. The name Qin Yu was not unfamiliar to them. In the strength test, Qin Yu had impressed everyone with an astonishing score of 2.4, drawing the attention of many big names. However, they hadn't placed much hope in Qin Yu. Everyone thought Qin Yu was just a flash in the pan, but the news of him defeating Petrov, the top fighter from the Bear Nation, sparked a wave of excitement in the conference room. With Petrov out, the rest of the Bear Nation is no threat at all, an attendee exclaimed, pounding the table in excitement. What's even more worth celebrating is that we have this exceptionally talented young man, Qin Yu, another chimed in. Now, with 3 of the top 5 being from Daxia, it's a great omen for us. As everyone was basking in joy, a sharp voice suddenly pierced through the jubilant atmosphere. On the live stream, Qin Yu was seen engaging in a fierce battle with Xie Shireen. What is going on? The smiles in the conference room froze instantly. Someone analyzed with distress. Qin Yu doesn't know the special purpose of this exam. To him, it's just a regular selection where everyone is a competitor. But why is Xie Shireen attacking him? Because Qin Yu is wearing a mask, Xie Shireen mistook him for someone from the Sakura Nation. As soon as this was said, the room erupted with angry curses. Those damned little devils, wearing masks, someone gritted their teeth. If this affects Daxia's chance to obtain the sacred artifact, I'll go and blow up the volcano tonight. As the battle continued, Qin Yu's skills amazed everyone. His smoky cloud step and 7-star blade strike forced Xie Shireen into retreat. Shangwan Peng calmly analyzed. This Qin Yu is indeed remarkable, but there are many flaws in his fighting. He can't seize the fatal opportunity, otherwise Xie Shireen would have been defeated already. Suddenly, Xie Shireen's binding immortal rope tightly ensnared Qin Yu. Shangwan Peng sighed inwardly. acknowledging that although Qin Yu's overall strength surpassed Xie Shirin's, this battle seemed to be ending. From the perspective of Daxia's interests, Qin Yu's unpredictability made him more valuable than Xie Shirin. However, the change in the scene caught Shang Wanpeng's attention. Xie Shirin's jade hairpin halted in front of Qin Yu's forehead, and the binding, immortal rope loosened. Just as everyone was raising their glasses in celebration, a flash of golden light appeared, and the live stream abruptly ended. The staff quickly switched to Qin Yu's live stream channel, but the screen only showed Qin Yu standing there alone, with Xie Shirin's figure nowhere to be seen. The conference room fell into a deathly silence, with no one daring to speak. The moment Xie Shirin was eliminated, the hearts of countless admirers seemed to shatter into a million pieces. Across the campus of the Imperial Capital University, cries of despair echoed everywhere. Oh my god, Shirin has been eliminated. How will I survive? Damn Qin Yu. He doesn't know how to cherish beauty at all. Qin Yu, you scoundrel, I will never forgive you. Is anyone up for a trip to Linhai City to avenge our goddess Shirin? I'm in, count me in. 1. 10,086. Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa in the capital, Sun Yoshin clutched his tablet, sobbing uncontrollably. Woo, my dear Shirin has been eliminated by my good friend. His emotions were a tangled mess. On one side was the goddess he had admired for over a decade. On the other was the person who had saved his life. He couldn't afford to offend either. Suddenly, Sun Yoshin's phone rang. He glanced at the screen, his eyes widening and his breath quickening. Oh my god, he couldn't believe he was receiving a call from this number in his lifetime. Sun Yoshin slapped himself hard to ensure it was real. Shirin called me right after being eliminated, could it be? Sun Yoshin's eyes lit up with excitement as a thought crossed his mind. A woman only calls the one she loves most when she's upset. Shirin must really love me. With trembling hands, Sun Yoshin answered the call. Before he could utter the comforting words he had prepared, Xie Shirin's voice came through directly. Sun Yoshin, what is the answer I'm looking for? Sun Yoshin was so excited that his breathing was heavy and his face flushed. Shirin is actually talking to me at length, haha. Hello, Sun Yoshin, are you there? Xie Shirin's voice came again. I'm here, Shirin, what did you ask? Sun Yoshin replied hastily. I asked you, what is the answer I'm looking for? Sun Yoshin was puzzled. What answer? The guy in the clown mask said that the answers I want are with you, Xie Shirin explained. Forget it. It's hard to explain over the phone. Are you free now? I'm waiting for you at the Wanxing restaurant. I'm free. I'm absolutely free. Sun Yoshin was so excited that he almost had a nosebleed. The sudden date brought an overwhelming sense of happiness. Although he didn't fully understand the situation, Sun Yoshin had a vague idea that Xie Shirin's warmth toward him was related to Qin Yu. Could it be that Qin Yu eliminated Xie Shirin to create an opportunity for me? Sun Yoshin was so moved that he was almost in tears. This guy is really something. If he had the authority, Sun Yoshin would have given Qin Yu half. No, the entire Xian herbal store to repay his kindness. At the same time, the moment Shang Wanlei saw Xie Shirin engage in battle with Petrov, he headed in her direction. But halfway there, Shang Wanlei suddenly stopped. The electronic map showed that Qin Yu had already reached the area where the two were fighting. 2.4 level combat strength, I wonder if it's reliable, Shang Wanlei muttered. Suddenly, the marker representing Petrov disappeared from the map. Petrov died so quickly? Shang Wanlei quickly opened the leaderboard and indeed saw himself in second place, with Qin Yu's name above him. Looks like he stole Xie Shirin's kill. To Shang Wanlei, Qin Yu must have finished off Petrov just as he arrived, likely because Petrov was already severely injured. Upon seeing this, Shang Wanlei immediately turned off the electronic map. Petrov had already been eliminated, making it pointless to go there. He decisively changed direction, speeding toward the center of the map. Along the way, Shang Wanlei furrowed his brows, a persistent question circling in his mind. What exactly is the Eagle Nation plotting? This time, the Eagle Nation had sent 100 prodigies, yet aside from Peter in the top 10 rankings, the rest seemed to have vanished into thin air. Despite hunting down numerous prodigies, Shang Wanlei hadn't encountered a single person from the Eagle Nation. This unusual phenomenon only strengthened his belief that the Eagle Nation was secretly planning something monumental. Meanwhile, Qin Yu sheathed his glistening Xianjin blade, his dark eyes scanning the surroundings like an eagle. The fierce battle among the three of them had undoubtedly attracted many opportunists hoping to pick up scraps, unaware they had long been within Qin Yu's sensory range. Although these individuals weren't top 100 contenders, they could still provide valuable points, serving as post-battle snacks. With a slight smile, Qin Yu tapped his foot, and his figure vanished instantly. The next moment, screams echoed through the surrounding forest, like a bloody symphony. In just a few minutes, Qin Yu's score surged by another 2 million, bringing his total to a staggering 14 million, twice that of the second place. Such an astounding score would undoubtedly attract more reckless challengers. Qin Yu, unperturbed, drew a spirit-gathering array on the ground, continuing his cultivation while awaiting the next wave of targets to present themselves. On the 6th day of the exam, at 3 in the afternoon, Qin Yu had just dealt with an overconfident group of 10 and was about to resume his cultivation when he heard faint cries for help in the distance. Boss, help! The voice sounded familiar. Before Qin Yu could ponder further, a figure fell from the sky, landing with a thud. It was none other than Yu Xiangming. Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback, his first thought being, how is this guy not eliminated yet? Seeing Qin Yu, Yu Xiangming, as if seeing his savior, urgently shouted, Boss, help! The little devils are after me. Qin Yu glanced toward the forest, spotting a dozen masked individuals from Sakura Nation swiftly retreating through the trees. Huh, they sure can run fast. Qin Yu sighed, having initially thought his score would see another significant boost, only to find these Sakura Nation individuals so timid. I'm not even the final boss. Why run when you see me? I'm quite approachable. Turning to Yu Xiangming, Qin Yu asked, who brought you here, and where are they? Seeing Qin Yu's confident gaze, Yu Xiangming retorted defiantly, how are you so sure someone else brought me? Couldn't I have come here on my own? Huh. Qin Yu gave him a disdainful look. With your mediocre skills, you think you could escape from so many little devils? Yu Xiangming was left speechless, and Qin Yu continued, with your score, do you think the little devils would even bother with you? Yu Xiangming had no answer. Qin Yu added another blow. Do you think everyone is as idle as you? They're all here with a mission and wouldn't waste time on you. Yu Xiangming tried to argue but was cut off by Qin Yu's, you think you're worthy? Which utterly crushed him. Please, please stop. Yu Xiangming finally broke down, tearfully begging. Haha, brother Qin, you really have a knack for predicting things. A figure slowly approached, catching Qin Yu's attention. The person had long black hair and held a black and white feather fan, looking quite scholarly. If it weren't for the disheveled state of his clothes, which looked as if they'd been through a 3-day ordeal, Qin Yu might have mistaken him for a sage. Are you Zhuge Shinshuan? Qin Yu asked first. The person's eyes lit up. Oh, brother Qin, do you recognize me? I didn't expect my reputation to be so widespread. Haha. Qin Yu quickly clarified. Don't misunderstand, I don't know you. It's just something I saw on the electronic map. Yu Xiangming, standing nearby, hurriedly broke the awkwardness and introduced. This is Zhuge Shinshuan, the most outstanding talent of the Zhuge family this time. His ability in divination is unfathomable. He once did a reading for me that was incredibly accurate. Haha, I just know a thing or two, Zhuge Shinshuan said humbly. Seeing the puzzled look on Qin Yu's face, Yu Xiangming directly suggested, Brother Zhuge, how about you do a reading for me right here, to show my boss your skills? Then I shall oblige. Zhuge Shinshuan agreed, then took Yu Xiangming's hand, carefully examining the palm lines. His eyes suddenly crossed, and he spoke in a calm tone. Your father is a man, and your mother is a woman, isn't that right? Yu Xiangming froze for a second, then replied excitedly. That's correct. Qin Yu. Zhuge Shinshuan continued. Everyone in your family has 2 arms and 2 legs, right? Yu Xiangming was thrilled. Absolutely right. Qin Yu. I also discovered a coincidence. Zhuge Shinshuan, still cross-eyed, glanced at Yu Xiangming with a smile and said, the divination shows that your father and mother got married on the same day. Is that right? Yu Xiangming trembled with excitement, regarding Zhuge Shinshuan with awe. Completely accurate. My goodness, you're spot on. Qin Yu. Qin Yu stared at Yu Xiangming and asked seriously, has your brain been kicked by a beast? How did you know? Yu Xiangming looked at Qin Yu in surprise. I never told anyone about that. Qin Yu patted Yu Xiangming's shoulder and suggested, after the college entrance exams, remember to visit a neurologist. No need. Zhuge Shinshuan suddenly interjected confidently. I've already done a reading for Yu Xiangming, and the hospital can't help him. Yu Xiangming. Qin Yu sighed. You two are truly a pair of brilliant minds. Not quite. Zhuge Shinshuan humbly replied. Wulong was the title of my ancestor. Though I am known for my divination, I am still somewhat lacking compared to my ancestor. If Brother Qin insists on calling me something, you can call me Little Wulong. Qin Yu felt out of place in the wind. I often feel too normal to fit in with you guys. Yu Xiangming explained. Zhuge Shinshuan and I were transported to the desert area of the second world. After seeing you dominate the leaderboard, we rushed to seek your support, but we ran into an ambush on the way. Seeing Yu Xiangming, Qin Yu suddenly remembered that he had the role of a protector for the Yu family. He patted Yu Xiangming's shoulder and said with a smile, the boss will lead you to victory. Zhuge Shinshuan reminded, we should get going. In half an hour, the danger zone will close in. Really? Qin Yu quickly opened the electronic map and saw that the danger zone was indeed close. He noticed that, aside from himself and Zhuge Shinshuan, all the top contenders had already gathered in the final area. Tomorrow marks the last day of the college entrance exams. The final battle is about to begin. Elite talents from various countries have gathered, and the air is thick with tension. Qin Yu, accompanied by 2 companions, hurried towards the final arena, eager to witness the upcoming team battle spectacle. At that moment, Shangguan Lei found himself alone, surrounded by the elite of the Eagle Nation. More than 20 Eagle Nation elites encircled him, led by Peter, who wore a cunning smile. Shangguan Lei. We didn't even need to lure you in. And yet here you are. Unfazed, Shangguan Lei was instead filled with fighting spirit. Looks like I was right. The Eagle Nation's people are indeed here. Peter sneered dismissively. Oh, Shangguan Lei, you truly don't grasp the gravity of this situation. For you, our country's top formation masters studied for 10 days and nights. Shangguan Lei's eyes narrowed, and he instantly transformed into lightning, attempting to retreat. But Peter's voice rang out. Trying to run now? It's too late. Activate the formation. The ground trembled violently, and a massive, intricate formation rose up instantly. A pale yellow mist emerged in front of Shangguan Lei, and a harsh corrosive sound was heard as his special armor made contact. Looking around, the yellow mist had formed a complete encirclement, and Shangguan Lei realized there was no escape. Unwilling to back down, Shangguan Lei once again turned into lightning, charging straight at the Eagle Nation elites. If I can't escape the formation, I'll take you down with me. Despite Shangguan Lei's aggressive advance, the Eagle Nation elites maintained their amused smiles, as if watching a trapped beast. Thunder Fist. Shangguan Lei threw a punch, his fist crackling with electricity, exuding an imposing aura. However, his fist passed right through Peter's body without any resistance or sound. The figures of the Eagle Nation elites slowly dissipated and regrouped not far away. An illusionary formation. Shangguan Lei frowned. Though powerful in combat, he was clueless about formations. Feigning calm, he boldly declared, I'll stand right here and see who dares to sneak attack me. Laughter erupted from all directions. Peter leisurely remarked, My dear friend, haven't you realized you're already poisoned? Suddenly, Shangguan Lei felt his vitality draining, his legs weakened, and his body grew limp, sweat beading on his forehead. He struggled to control his body, and his once strong frame could no longer support his armor's weight, causing him to collapse heavily to the ground. The Eagle Nation elites closed in, and Peter smugly proclaimed, Shangguan Lei, while your combat skills are formidable, you're far behind when it comes to poisons. At that moment, Shangguan Lei suddenly erupted with energy, surrounded by lightning, showing no signs of weakness. His muscles bulged, and he aimed a punch directly at Peter's face. Yet again, his fist struck nothing, and Shangguan Lei's eyes widened in disbelief. The mocking laughter grew louder. Shangguan Lei, your acting is so poor. Maybe you should study drama in your next life. Peter's voice echoed from all around. Shangguan Lei's vision began to blur, and his earlier outburst had drained his last reserves of strength. He struggled to draw a long knife, planting it in the ground to support himself. Peter of the Eagle Nation, I won't let you off when I get out of here. Shangguan Lei gritted his teeth as he spoke. Peter silently appeared behind Shangguan Lei, a confident smile on his face. Do you really think you have a chance to get out? He asked. Peter kicked Shangguan Lei to the ground, sending dust flying as Shangguan Lei curled up in pain. Standing over him, Peter coldly commanded, Get started, and make it quick. We have just one day. One of his accomplices confidently replied, No problem, 5 hours will be enough. The 5 quickly surrounded Shangguan Lei, skillfully setting up a complex formation. Shangguan Lei struggled to lift his head, a hint of wariness in his eyes. What are you planning? He wondered to himself. If they just wanted to eliminate him, a single strike would suffice. Why go through all this trouble? Peter leisurely sat beside Shangguan Lei, a playful smile on his face. Do you think our mission is to become the champion and seize the sacred artifact? Gasping weakly, Shangguan Lei managed to squeeze out a few words, Isn't it? Peter sneered, a touch of pride in his voice. Of course not. Let me tell you the truth. Sakura Country, Stick Country, White Elephant Country, and over a dozen others are all working for us. Any country that obtains the sacred artifact will obediently hand it over to us. Shangguan Lei's eyes widened in disbelief. Peter continued, Our true goal is to kill you, to prevent another war god from emerging in Daxia. Shangguan Lei stifled his pain and let out a cold laugh. That's impossible. No matter how severe the injury in the second world, you'll be transported out unharmed. That's correct. Peter's eyes glinted with malice, his voice low and threatening. But what if we make sure you never leave this world? What? Shangguan Lei's heart trembled, a wave of indescribable fear surging through him. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room of the real world, Shangguan Peng sat sternly, his brow furrowed. He unconsciously rubbed his right eye, muttering, What's going on? My right eyelid keeps twitching today. An elderly man nearby overheard and teased, the mighty war god of Daxia, believing in such superstitions? Forcing a smile, Shangguan Peng turned to the staff and instructed, Switch the live feed to Shangguan Lei. Why hasn't his score changed? The screen switched to show Shangguan Lei with Peter and the other prodigies. The old man continued his jest. Looks like young Master Shangguan has caught a big fish. Taking down this group of prodigies from Eagle Country should put him back on top. Shangguan Peng confidently responded, Eliminating them all is unrealistic, but taking out half is doable. Just as he finished speaking, Shangguan Lei suddenly turned and ran on the screen. Run? That's not like him. Shangguan Peng was puzzled. then noticed a strange yellow mist rising in front of Shangwanlei. He's walked into an ambush. On the electronic map, Shangwanlei and Peter's positions were marked in the same area, and the situation looked grim. Qin Yu frowned in thought. They hadn't seen a single person from the Eagle Nation before, so they were likely all gathered there. What should we do? Should we rescue Shangwanlei? Someone asked. We must, Qin Yu said decisively. Shangwanlei is strong. With him, our chances of winning the championship will significantly increase. As soon as he finished speaking, one of the prodigies from the Great Xia was already eager to act. I'll scout ahead, he declared, and rode off toward the area shrouded in yellow mist. As he approached, the yellow mist grew denser, like an impenetrable wall obscuring everything inside. The prodigy reached out to test it, and as soon as his fingertips touched the edge of the mist, a piercing scream rang out. Ah! He quickly withdrew his hand, but the pain persisted like a relentless parasite. Looking down, he saw his fingers being corroded at a visibly rapid pace, like melting wax. The others gathered around at the sound, and a quick-witted prodigy immediately drew a short knife, severing the finger, and then used healing magic to restore the wound. The prodigy, now pale, looked at the yellow mist with fear. If he had charged in completely, he would likely be a skeleton by now. What kind of sinister thing is this? It's terrifying, someone exclaimed. Forget rescuing Shangwanlei. Getting through this barrier alive is a challenge in itself. Does anyone know how to break through this mist? The question hung in the air, and silence followed. After a long pause, someone tentatively suggested, what if we use healing magic while pushing through? Would that work? This suggestion was immediately dismissed. The healing magic can't keep up with the mist's corrosive power. It's not feasible. Silence fell once more. Suddenly, someone clapped their hands and exclaimed excitedly, I know what this is. All eyes turned to him, waiting for an explanation. I read about it in an ancient text, he explained. When the water of the yellow springs evaporates, it forms a highly corrosive yellow mist, known as the breath of the yellow springs. With a specific formation, it can be guided to the surface. In times without walls, it served as a natural defense barrier. I see, someone realized. If the breath of the yellow springs is guided by a formation, then destroying the formation will bring down the barrier. Exactly. Those knowledgeable about formations immediately stepped forward to study how to dismantle it. At this moment, Qin Yu and his group, guided by the electronic map, arrived at the gathering place of the Great Xia prodigies. Hello, everyone. Zhuge Shinsu rushed forward confidently. I, little Wulong, can tell you've encountered some trouble, right? The crowd glanced at Zhuge Shinsu before returning to their tasks. Everyone knew he was the least capable fortune teller in the Zhuge family. However, someone noticed Qin Yu. A mask? Someone from Sakura Nation? They asked, puzzled. Don't misunderstand. Zhuge Shinsu quickly explained. This person is Qin Yu, the one who defeated Petrov and claimed the top spot on the leaderboard. At the mention of Qin Yu, the crowd's attention instantly focused on him. Their expressions varied. Qin Yu's arrival caused quite a stir. A few people stopped what they were doing and glared at him with hostility. Clearly, Xie Shirin had quite a number of supporters. In response to the questioning, Qin Yu retorted without hesitation. It was Xie Shirin who thought I was too handsome and willingly gave me her points. His words only added fuel to the fire. The group was instantly enraged, their faces flushed with anger. You think you're worthy? Wearing a mask like some little devil, probably too scared to show your face, someone mocked. Qin Yu sneered. I'm too handsome. Taking off my mask might blind your dog eyes. Who are you calling a dog? They shouted angrily, their fists clenched tightly. Sensing the rising tension, someone quickly attempted to mediate. The finals are approaching. We're all from Daxia. Let's not let small matters disrupt our unity. However, the attempt to calm things down was ineffective. One person stepped up to Qin Yu, jabbing a finger at his face. A small matter? As fellow Daxiao people, why could he eliminate Shirin? If I don't get an explanation, anyone else can deal with this formation. Just as others were about to intervene, Qin Yu moved with lightning speed, drawing his Xianjin blade and slashing the man's throat. The man stared in disbelief before slowly fading away. Qin Yu's points surged again. Qin Yu, have you lost your mind? Why attack your own people? The crowd was terrified, retreating in shock. Qin Yu replied coldly. First, don't point your finger at me. Second, Xie Shirin attacked me first. It was self-defense. Third, I'm here for the exam. Everyone is my enemy. A hint of menace flickered in his eyes. If you're not convinced, feel free to try me. Everyone instinctively stepped back, the air thick with tension. But that man was our best at formations. Without him, who can break this formation? Someone asked, voice trembling. Yeah, Qin Yu, you killed him. You have to take responsibility. If the mission fails without Shangwanlei, can you handle it? Another added. The Xianjin blade flashed with a golden light, silencing the chatter instantly. Qin Yu stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, asking calmly. Are you trying to break the formation to clear this yellow spring mist and save Shangwanlei? Yeah, it's called yellow spring mist, not yellow fog. You bumpkin. Someone couldn't resist mocking, but shrank back when faced with Qin Yu's icy stare. Yes, that's exactly what we're planning, someone hurriedly responded, fearing Qin Yu might resort to violence again. Qin Yu approached the formation, speaking evenly. It's just a formation, breaking it is simple. The crowd scoffed, clearly skeptical of Qin Yu's claim. Only Yu Xiangming had confidence in Qin Yu. Recalling how a spirit-gathering formation Qin Yu casually set up nearly blew their training camp sky high. Qin Yu, if you can break this formation, we'll overlook the previous incident. If not, you owe us an explanation, someone proposed. No problem. Qin Yu agreed, but instead of looking at the formation, he reached towards the yellow spring mist. Someone considered warning Qin Yu, but recalling his earlier arrogance, they held their tongue. Let him suffer a bit. That'll teach him some humility, they thought to themselves. As Qin Yu extended his hand into the mist, a sharp pain surged through him. However, his divine healing skill automatically activated, isolating him from the yellow spring mist. The crowd held their breath, waiting to see what would happen next. Everyone was watching Qin Yu intently, anticipating his screams once he touched the yellow spring's aura. However, Qin Yu merely frowned slightly, maintaining his usual composure. A disdainful smile appeared on his lips as he remarked, "From the way you all talked about it, I thought the yellow spring's aura was something formidable. Is this all it can do? No need to break the formation, I can just walk right through." The crowd of prodigies exchanged incredulous glances, watching the scene unfold with disbelief. Qin Yu's hand remained within the yellow spring's aura, yet he was unharmed. Some doubted whether the aura had weakened and, summoning their courage, stepped forward to touch it, only to let out a piercing scream. "Don't touch it. The yellow spring's aura is even stronger than before." Once again, all eyes turned to Qin Yu, as if he were some kind of anomaly. Qin Yu sighed helplessly. "You all are too weak. I'll go in and rescue Shangwan Lei myself." "Wait," someone urgently called out. "There are not only prodigies from Eagle Nation inside, but it's also full of traps and mechanisms. You're walking into your death." Before the words had fully left their mouth, Qin Yu had already passed through the yellow spring's aura and vanished from sight. "It's over. Another one's been captured by Eagle Nation," someone said regretfully. With the top-ranked individuals already captured, who among those remaining was the strongest? Unconsciously, everyone glanced at Zhuge Shunshuan, but quickly looked away, clearly not hopeful. Let's continue breaking the formation. The group refocused on the task of dismantling the array. Meanwhile, deep within the formation, Shangwan Lei was facing a life-or-death crisis. As the surrounding formation grew more complete, he could feel himself being gradually consumed by this world. He struggled to muster the last bit of strength to resist, but he couldn't move a finger, as the force rising from the ground held him firmly in place. Peter stood nearby, seeing through Shangwan Lei's thoughts, and sneered, "Don't expect anyone to save you. The yellow spring's aura, the killing array, the illusion arena, one can break through these 3 layers of protection. As for your father, we've stationed dozens of experts at the entrance to the second world. Even if he overturns the entire imperial capital, he won't get in." These words shattered Shangwan Lei's last hope, the light in his eyes quickly dimming as his integration with the world accelerated. Just as Peter was about to wear a victorious smile, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching, accompanied by a disdainful voice. "With such a poorly constructed illusion array, full of flaws, you think you can trap me?" Peter turned around in disbelief, only to see a figure approaching slowly. Who are you?" "Eh, the one who's here to take your life." The atmosphere in the conference room was as heavy as iron. The elder's face was grave, his brow furrowed as he slowly delivered his analysis. "This formation is extremely malicious. If I'm not mistaken, it can merge a person with the second world's secret realm. Simply put, it means a person would be forever trapped in the second world, unable to return to reality. For us, this is tantamount to death." Before he finished speaking, Shangwan Peng abruptly stood up, his eyes blazing with anger. He punched the wall, creating a large hole, and then shot out like a streak of light. His roar echoed behind him. "Damn, Eagle Nation. If anything happens to my son, I'll make sure all of you pay with your lives." The others exchanged glances, quickly realizing the situation. "Follow him," someone shouted. In an instant, several more large holes appeared in the conference room walls as figures flickered, all in pursuit of Shangwan Peng. Shangwan Peng's speed was as fast as lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived at the entrance to the second world's secret realm in the imperial capital. However, dozens of people were already there, waiting in formation. The leader, upon seeing Shangwan Peng, wore a slight, disdainful smile. "Well, if it isn't the war god of Daxia, Shangwan Peng, what brings you here? Get out of my way." Shangwan Peng roared, his aura surging like a tidal wave as he punched forward. The opposition was clearly prepared, unleashing a powerful force to neutralize Shangwan Peng's attack. "Shangwan Peng, what are you doing? Why are you attacking us unprovoked? Is this how Daxia treats its guests?" The opponent immediately assumed the role of a victim. Veins bulged on Shangwan Peng's forehead, his presence becoming even more terrifying. The pressure of the Daxiao war god bore down on the opposition like a tangible force. he coldly declared. I'll give you 3 seconds to decide. Either move aside or die. Faced with Shang Wanpeng's pressure, the faces of those opposite him turned pale, yet none retreated. They were prepared to risk everything, even their lives, to prevent Shang Wanpeng from entering the second world. The Eagle Nation was already troubled by one Daxia war god. If a second appeared, they feared being trampled by Daxia. Even if humanity was to be consumed by beasts, the Eagle Nation was determined to maintain its position as the leading nation. A dozen individuals rallied their strength, fiercely resisting Shang Wanpeng's onslaught. Someone shouted, Shang Wanpeng, this exam concerns the fate of dozens of countries and must be conducted fairly. We will not allow you to disrupt its fairness. In that case, you can all die. Shang Wanpeng's eyes filled with murderous intent as he was about to unleash his fury. That was when others from the conference room finally arrived. Stop, Shang Wanpeng. Calm down, this won't solve anything. The elder urgently grabbed Shang Wanpeng's arm, earnestly trying to dissuade him. Seeing someone intervene, the foreigners breathed a sigh of relief. A direct confrontation with Shang Wanpeng would likely result in casualties. The title of Daxia's war god was not just for show, but earned through blood and battle. Shang Wanpeng turned to the elder, his eyes filled with urgency. Elder Ming, something has definitely happened to Ale. I must go in. Elder Ming nodded gravely. I understand, but we can't act rashly here. Elder Ming earnestly advised Shang Wanpeng, his brows furrowed with concern. Your battle will not only cause massive casualties among civilians, but could also disrupt the entrance to the Second World Secret Realm due to intense spatial fluctuations. Have you considered these consequences? Shang Wanpeng clenched his fists, his face filled with helplessness and urgency. He asked anxiously, then what should we do? Elder Ming pondered for a moment and proposed a compromise. We'll hold them off for you. You should head to the nearest city immediately and enter the secret realm from there. Each city has a sub-entrance modified by spatial arrays. It might take some time, but it's the best option we have right now. As Shang Wanpeng was about to leave, someone suddenly shouted, wait, the situation has changed. Look at the leaderboard. Peter from the Eagle Nation and other talents have been eliminated. Startled, Shang Wanpeng quickly checked the leaderboard. Indeed, Peter's name had turned black. He couldn't help but exclaim, it's Qin Yu again. This guy is something else, solving a big problem for us. The Shangwan family owes him a favor. Someone reminded, look, the live broadcast is back on. Shang Wanpeng hurriedly entered Qin Yu's live stream. On the screen, Qin Yu was leisurely stretching and dragging Shang Wanlei's leg, walking step by step towards a barrier filled with the aura of the Yellow Springs. Shang Wanpeng's expression changed drastically, and he instinctively shouted, stop, that's the aura of the Yellow Springs. Even a level 5 warrior can't pass through with just their body. However, Qin Yu couldn't hear his warning. Everyone watched in astonishment as Qin Yu dragged Shang Wanlei through the Yellow Springs aura unscathed. Shang Wanpeng's eyes widened as he muttered to himself, how? How did he do that? Even as the foremost person in Daxia, he couldn't comprehend Qin Yu's abilities at that moment. Realizing their plan had failed, those who had been obstructing Shang Wanpeng began to retreat quietly, hoping to escape. Though Shang Wanpeng's eyes remained on the live broadcast, he coldly ordered, detain all the team leaders and talents sent by the Eagle Nation, and don't let a single one escape. The people from the Eagle Nation panicked. Someone protested loudly. Shang Wanpeng, on what grounds are you detaining us? We're guests of Daxia. Do you want to start a war between the two nations? Another person threatened, don't touch me, or you'll regret it. As Shang Wanpeng walked away, he replied coldly, if the Eagle Nation isn't afraid of dying, then go ahead and try. Those who resist will be killed without mercy. The scene shifted to the live stream, where Qin Yu tossed Shang Wanlei to the ground like a dead dog and said casually, it's not that difficult. The people from the Eagle Nation are quite friendly. Even when I hit them, they don't fight back. The crowd exchanged glances, unsure how to respond. Shang Wanlei secretly complained in his heart. Of course they didn't fight back. You took them out with one move. Zhuge Shinsu hurried over, proudly declaring, I was right. Only you could break this predicament. But no one paid him any attention. Except for Yu Xiangming. Everyone was concerned about Shang Wanlei's condition. Someone asked, what's wrong with Shang Wanlei? Qin Yu explained, he seems to be poisoned. He's conscious, but has no strength. Everyone offered to treat Shang Wanlei, and hope filled his eyes. However, Qin Yu stopped them, saying, no need. Just send Shang Wanlei out, and he'll recover. As he spoke, Qin Yu handed a dagger to Yu Xiangming, pointing at Shang Wanlei's neck. Right here, stab down. Yu Xiangming and the others were stunned, and Shang Wanlei was terrified. Someone asked, puzzled, Qin Yu, what do you mean by this? Qin Yu looked at the person with confusion, thinking, I've made it so obvious, and you still don't get it? He explained, I want Yu Xiangming to earn points. He's currently too far from the top 3. Everyone suddenly understood. You want Yu Xiangming to reach the top 3? Qin Yu nodded. Yes, otherwise why would I drag him out? It would be easier to kill him inside. Upon hearing this, Shang Wanlei felt utterly hopeless. The crowd continued to plead for his life. I think Shangwan Lei can still be saved. There's no need to kill him so quickly. Shangwan Lei's eyes lit up with a sliver of hope again. But Qin Yu shook his head, insisting. Treating him would waste your energy. It's better to just send him out. Shangwan Lei's hope was dashed once more. Someone argued, but Shangwan Lei is strong in battle. He could be helpful in the upcoming fights. Qin Yu remained unmoved. I can handle the upcoming battles alone. Besides, if Shangwan Lei survives, he'll be Yu Xiangming's biggest obstacle to reaching the top 3. Yu Xiangming felt both exhilarated and nervous at these words. As for Shangwan Lei, the last glimmer of light in his eyes was extinguished completely. Shangwan Lei left with great reluctance. His brows were furrowed, and disbelief was written all over his face. Who would have thought that he would be eliminated for being too strong and having too many points? Clenching his fists, he silently vowed that if given another chance, he would keep a low profile and avoid drawing attention. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaoming was looking at Qin Yu with gratitude. His eyes sparkled with excitement, and his voice trembled slightly as he said, "Boss, you're so good to me. Meeting you is the luckiest thing that's ever happened to me." Qin Yu quickly waved his hand, explaining, "Don't get me wrong. Captain Yu told me that if I made a significant contribution to your family during the college entrance examination, I could choose a treasure from your family's vault. I figured that getting you into the top 3 nationally would count as a significant contribution." Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaoming's expression froze, as if doused with cold water. At this moment, a cautious voice emerged from the crowd. "That's harsh, dude. Qin, what are your plans now?" Everyone held their breath, fearing Qin Yu might suddenly decide to offer them all to Yu Xiaoming. After all, even the prodigies from Eagle Nation couldn't last a moment against Qin Yu, and they had no doubt about his strength. Qin Yu glanced around at the tense faces and chuckled inwardly. He never had such intentions. The reason he had Yu Xiaoming eliminate Shangwan Lei was because he had saved Shangwan Lei, and without him, his situation could have been worse. These people had no grievances with Qin Yu, so he wouldn't make enemies without reason. Checking the time, Qin Yu noted it was 7 p.m., with the final battle starting around noon the next day. He calmly said, "What to do now? Since there's nothing else, let's cultivate." Cultivate. The crowd exchanged puzzled looks. They had expected Qin Yu to lead them to defeat the Bear Nation or the Sakura Nation. Someone couldn't help but think, right, the spiritual energy here is so abundant. Isn't it a waste of time not to cultivate? There's plenty of time to cultivate outside. The college entrance exam only lasts 7 days, and cultivating here would be a waste. Despite their doubts, no one dared to oppose Qin Yu's decision, awkwardly agreeing. Indeed. Seeing everyone agree with a smile, Qin Yu generously drew a spirit-gathering array large enough to accommodate everyone. As soon as the array appeared, those knowledgeable in formations widened their eyes in amazement. "Oh my god, why is your spirit-gathering array so effective? How did you complete the core of the array with just a few strokes? How can an array be drawn like this? It's mind-blowing." Someone looked at Qin Yu eagerly, pleading, "Qin, can I study this array?" Qin Yu waved his hand casually. "Go ahead, just don't break it." "Don't worry," the person quickly assured. Seeing a few people suddenly become intrigued, the others curiously stepped into the spirit-gathering array. As soon as they entered, they felt the powerful convergence of spiritual energy and couldn't help but exclaim, "Is it really this strong? Holy crap, it really is this strong. This is better than the spirit-gathering array in my family. Amazing." Eagerly, everyone sat cross-legged and quickly entered a meditative state. Time flew by as the sun set and rose again. The morning sunlight streamed through the gaps in the leaves, falling on Qin Yu's face. He slowly opened his eyes, glanced at the electronic map, and sneered, "These guys are really impatient." Qin Yu stood up and woke everyone. Still immersed in the wonderful experience of cultivation, they reluctantly opened their eyes. "What's up? Isn't the final battle at noon?" "This cultivation session was amazing. Qin, could you help improve my family's spirit-gathering array sometime?" I haven't had enough practice yet." Everyone was talking excitedly, clearly satisfied with the results of their cultivation. Qin Yu's voice broke through the tense atmosphere. "Everyone take a look at the map. We've been surrounded." "Surrounded? Which country dares to do that?" The group was shocked and crowded around the electronic map. As they saw the situation on the map, curses erupted. "Damn those bastards. Why are they always targeting us?" The electronic map clearly showed that countries like the White Elephant Nation, Sakura Nation, and others were strategically positioned around them, with Sakura Nation even slowly approaching. Qin Yu explained with a smile, "It's because we're too strong. They only have a chance to win if they eliminate us first." With that, he pulled out the Shinjin blade, spun it twice in the air, and headed towards Sakura Nation. "Let's start with Sakura Nation. Who's with me?" The others stood up, their eyes filled with a murderous look. "How can we miss out on fighting those little devils? My blade is itching for action. Leave none alive." Meanwhile, in the live stream, nearly 2 billion people worldwide were watching the impending group battle. This was the first ever inter-country battle in the history of Daxia's college entrance exams, and the live stream chat was flooded with comments. Before the contestants even clashed, netizens were already fiercely debating online. Go Daxia, go Qin Yu. Haha, the first to go down is Sakura Nation. Let's see if their netizens dare to be arrogant now. Fools, it's clearly our Sakura Nation that's going to wipe out Daxia. Our Okamon Tadashi is currently ranked second on the leaderboard. How dare you Daxia be so cocky? Haha, hilarious. You're only second because Shangwan Lei, Peter, Xie Shirin, and Petrov have all been eliminated. Otherwise, with Okamon Tadashi's skills, he wouldn't even deserve second place. Shocking. I just realized that Shangwan Lei, Peter, Xie Shirin, and Petrov were all eliminated because of Qin Yu. Be confident, drop the I just realized. If Qin Yu takes down Okamon Tadashi too, then the original top 5 will have all fallen to him. He's definitely the leaderboard Terminator. The battle between Daxia and Sakura Nation was imminent. As soon as the fight began, Qin Yu immediately targeted the strongest opponent in the other team. He executed a seamless combo, starting with the Shadowless Step, followed by a control maneuver using object manipulation and binding immortal rope, and finally, the 7-star sword strike to finish them off. This smooth combo easily completed a decapitation operation. Meanwhile, in Sun Yoshin's secret hideout, Xie Shirin was glaring at the TV, breathing heavily. Damn liar. That's not word of law at all. That's object manipulation. How does he know object manipulation? It's supposed to be our sect's secret technique. Next to her, Sun Yoshin was tightly bound with ropes, his face swollen from a slap, and his mouth stuffed with a smelly sock. Hearing Xie Shirin's angry outburst, he mumbled indistinctly. Shirin, I really don't know the answer to your question. Can you please untie me? Xie Shirin casually picked up a whip and lashed it across him. Snap. You vile person, trying to lure me into your schemes. Do you think I'm so easy to deceive? Didn't you like playing with bondage? Aren't you enjoying it now? Sun Yoshin whimpered in response. I like bondage, but not this kind. Shut up, Xie Shirin said angrily. After the exams, I'll use you to trade with Qin Yu for the binding immortal rope. If he doesn't agree, I'll finish you off. Sun Yoshin could only continue to whimper. I underestimated this. As the fierce conflict between Daxia and the Sakura Nation erupted, prodigies from other countries quickly flooded the battlefield, causing the final showdown to occur earlier than anticipated. The battlefield descended into chaos, with colorful spells weaving through the air and screams echoing all around. Attack Daxia first. We're in this together, shouted a foreign prodigy. Yoshi. Okay, Aish. The prodigies from various countries responded enthusiastically. Facing the onslaught, a prodigy from the Daxia camp sneered dismissively. Do you really think a bunch of rats can defeat a cat? Daxia brothers, let's take them down. On the edge of the battlefield, a self-proclaimed god of a prodigy pretended to calculate on his fingers, taunting the enemy. Your forehead is dark. You're destined for a bloody disaster tonight. Meanwhile, Yu Xiangming hid in a corner outside the battlefield, trembling all over. He thought to himself, damn it, not a single one of these freaks is below level 2. I'm just a weakling at level 1.5. How am I supposed to stand among them? The battle raged on for a full hour, and the fierce clashes reduced the trees within 100 miles to dust. Fireworks erupted, leaving the land scarred. When the smoke finally cleared, only one person remained standing: Qin Yu. Qin Yu sheathed his Xian gold blade, glanced at his staggering score of 80 million points, and a smile tugged at his lips. The second place had only a little over 20 million points. Qin Yu's score was 4 times that. He gestured to Yu Xiangming, who immediately emerged from behind a tree and ran over, obsequiously asking, Boss, what are your orders? Kill me, Qin Yu said nonchalantly. What? Yu Xiangming was stunned. Qin Yu explained, if you kill me, you'll instantly gain 40 million points. I'm ranked first, and you're second. I promise to get you into the top 3, and I will. Tears welled up in Yu Xiangming's eyes as he heard this. Boss, you're so good to me. No sooner had he spoken than the scenery around Qin Yu began to shift rapidly. After a dizzying whirl, he found himself back in the real world. The first thing he noticed was the sudden drop in the concentration of spiritual energy around him. Suddenly, a microphone was thrust into Qin Yu's face. A reporter eagerly asked, Qin Yu, I'm Li from Linhai City TV. As the top scorer of this year's exam, how do you feel? What impact do you think the strength of foreign prodigies has on the future of humanity? Why did you choose to wear a clown mask though you have a particular affinity for it? Why did you let Yu Xiangming kill you at the last moment? Was there some secret deal? As the top scorer, what advice do you have for next year's candidates? Overwhelmed by the swarm of reporters, Qin Yu felt a wave of discomfort. He realized that his opportunity to take the exam had been gained through the back door, and exposure would surely lead to trouble. He moved the microphone away from his face, covered his clown mask with one hand, and pushed through the crowd with the other, shouting, Make way, make way. Zhang Tianjian was already prepared, and, with a gesture, a large group of soldiers surged forward to escort Qin Yu out of the scene. As Qin Yu hurried away, he suddenly caught a familiar voice amidst the noise. Brother. Instinctively, Qin Yu looked over and saw Qin Tian standing not far away with a group of classmates, smiling at him. Even though he was wearing a mask, at such a close distance, Qin Yu knew he could no longer hide from Qin Tian. Qin Yu only glanced over briefly without stopping, and left the scene directly. Zhang Tianjian had been waiting outside for quite some time. When he saw Qin Yu approaching, his face broke into a warm smile. He quickly stepped forward, giving Qin Yu a friendly pat on the shoulder, his voice full of admiration and excitement. My dear Qin, you've really put Linhai City on the map. My phone hasn't stopped ringing these past 3 days, Zhang Tianjian said, his eyes gleaming with pride. Qin Yu responded with a slight smirk and a teasing tone. Mayor Zhang, after all I've done for the city, shouldn't I get a scholarship or something? Zhang Tianjian immediately replied with enthusiasm. Absolutely. Qin Yu's eyes lit up as he half-jokingly said, 1 billion or 2 would be fine, though I wouldn't mind if you gave more. Hearing this, Zhang Tianjian's expression froze, leaving him momentarily speechless. Seeing this, Qin Yu pressed on. So, when will I get it? Zhang Tianjian remained silent, his gaze evasive. Qin Yu raised an eyebrow, a hint of dissatisfaction in his voice. Why aren't you saying anything? Are you backing out? Zhang Tianjian chuckled awkwardly, quickly changing the subject. Where to next? Let me give you a ride. Qin Yu shrugged, a trace of disappointment in his tone. If you don't want to give it, then don't. You agreed so readily just now. I thought you were serious. Talking about billions like it's nothing. Do you hear yourself? Zhang Tianjian inwardly grumbled, forcibly steering the conversation elsewhere. To the military base or home. It'll drive you. Home, Qin Yu said. My brother recognized me, so I need to explain things to my family. All right, Zhang Tianjian nodded, turning the car towards the city center. On the way, Zhang Tianjian reminded him. In the coming days, many university recruitment offices will visit your home. You should choose your university carefully. Qin Yu asked curiously. Do you have any recommendations, Mayor? Zhang Tianjian thoughtfully replied. Domestically, Imperial University is definitely the top choice. It's unrivaled in every aspect. As for abroad, both Eagle Country and Cherry Blossom Country have good options, but I suggest you stay in the country. Qin Yu nodded thoughtfully. I understand. People from different backgrounds might not share the same goals. Shangguan Lei is the best example of that. I'm glad you get it, Zhang Tianjian said with relief. In a few days, someone from the capital will take you to a place. What place? Qin Yu asked, puzzled. Zhang Tianjian smiled mysteriously. I don't know myself. I'm not qualified to know those secrets. In previous years, only the top 100 in the college entrance exam and warriors above level 8 had the clearance to learn about that secret. Qin Yu's interest was piqued by Zhang Tianjian's words, and he began to speculate about this mysterious place. As the car slowed down, it eventually stopped in front of a luxurious apartment building. Qin Yu casually invited. Would you like to come up, Mayor? Sure. Zhang Tianjian agreed readily. Qin Yu suddenly changed his tone, becoming distant. Since you're busy, I won't keep you. Come by next time when you're free. Zhang Tianjian looked confused. I said I could come up. Qin Yu shut the car door with a playful tone. Mayor Zhang, drive safely. Goodbye. Sitting in the car, Zhang Tianjian felt a bit helpless. If you don't want to invite me, just say so. You sounded so sincere earlier. I thought you really wanted me to come up. The car started and quickly disappeared into the night. Qin Yu stood in front of the luxurious building in the city center, watching the car fade away with a faint, wry smile. He took a deep breath, contemplating how to explain everything to his parents. As the night deepened, Qin Yu turned and headed towards the apartment building, filled with both apprehension and anticipation. Qin Yu arrived at his doorstep and knocked on the door. The sharp knocking sound echoed through the hallway. With a creak, the door slowly opened, revealing a group of strangers staring intently at Qin Yu. Startled, Qin Yu instinctively said, Sorry, I might have the wrong place. Just as he was about to turn and leave, the group surged forward like a tide. Leading the group was a burly man with a bushy beard. He grabbed Qin Yu's right arm and declared in a booming voice, Qin Yu belongs to our Donghai province and should be admitted to Donghai University. Before he could finish, a muscular man had already wrapped himself around Qin Yu's left leg, loudly retorting, Nonsense. Only our Imperial Capital University can truly harness Qin Yu's talents. Immediately after, a bald man squeezed in front of Qin Yu, grabbing his collar. You're talking nonsense. Imperial Capital University is too far from home, and Donghai University lacks resources. Our Magic City University is the best choice for Qin Yu. Before Qin Yu could react, another man tugged at him from behind. Come on. Those universities have too many exotic beasts, too dangerous. Our desert university, with its harsh environment, is the safest place for Qin Yu to train. Surrounded by men from all sides, Qin Yu's expression grew increasingly grim. He took a deep breath and shouted angrily, Let go of me. Don't touch me. Intimidated by his sudden outburst, the 4 men stepped back in unison. Seizing the moment, Qin Yu pointed at the man behind him and coldly said, You're out. The rest, come inside with me. With that, He slammed the door, leaving the Desert University representative outside. Once inside, Qin Yu was greeted by a throng of reporters with cameras. He frowned and said with displeasure, "Didn't I say no interviews? How did you all end up at my house?" A reporter quickly explained, "We're from Daxia Television. After every college entrance exam, we must interview the top scorer. Please cooperate, Qin Yu." Qin Yu recalled the mandatory interviews with top scorers he had to watch from elementary through high school. He remembered one year when a top scorer claimed his strength came from eating 3 pounds of cilantro with 2 bowls of sweet tofu pudding every day. That year, Qin Yu nearly overdosed on cilantro and now shudders at the sight of sweet tofu pudding. Truly a traumatic experience. Realizing he was now a top scorer himself, Qin Yu smirked mischievously. "All right, let's get this over with. I'm busy." The cameraman quickly started the camera, and the reporter adjusted his outfit, flashing a professional smile at the lens. "Hello viewers. I'm here at the home of this year's top exam scorer, Qin Yu." The camera turned to Qin Yu, and the reporter's expression froze. Qin Yu, why are you wearing a mask again?" Qin Yu calmly replied, "I'm afraid if people see how handsome I am, the whole country will fall in love with me." Everyone laughed awkwardly. Qin Yu sure knows how to joke. The reporter forced a smile and whispered, "Could you take the mask off?" "No," Qin Yu insisted. "Taking it off might cause unnecessary trouble." The reporter sighed helplessly. "All right, let's move on to the QA session." The reporter eagerly approached Qin Yu, impatiently asking, "Qin Yu, how did you train to reach a strength of 2.4 at the age of 18? Qin Yu corrected him without expression, "I'm 19 years old now." The reporter laughed awkwardly and quickly corrected himself. "Oh, sorry, Qin Yu. How did you train to reach a strength of 2.4 at 19? Qin Yu remained silent, a sly look flashing in his eyes. Seeing this, the reporter pressed on. "Qin Yu, why aren't you speaking?" Qin Yu chuckled inwardly but said, "I need to come up with a suitable reason to fool you all." The reporter was amused and praised him. "Haha. Qin Yu, you really have a sense of humor." Qin Yu's eyes twinkled as he had a sudden inspiration and said seriously, "I've got it. Before training every day, eat a bowl of sweet tofu pudding with 2 sweet rice dumplings, and finally drink some juice from a can of herring. If possible, add a pickled puffin. This will effectively speed up your training." He thought to himself with satisfaction. This recipe, carefully crafted with cultural differences in mind, is sure to make every student miserable. The pain I endured must be repaid double. The reporter was wide-eyed and incredulous. Eating this can really improve training speed? Of course, Qin Yu replied confidently. The reporter asked, "Qin Yu, do you know the principle behind this?" Qin Yu put on a professional demeanor and explained seriously. "According to my research, the sweet elements in the tofu pudding and rice dumplings react with the stinky elements in the herring to create unsaturated fatty acids, which promote brain development and naturally increase training speed." He added, "This method worked for me, but I can't say if it will work for others." "Got it," the reporter stammered. "Why wise, I understand." Qin Yu saw through the reporter's expression and teased, "Looking at your face, you clearly didn't understand." The reporter laughed awkwardly. Qin Yu waved it off. "It's okay if you don't get it. Just follow the steps." The reporter forced a smile and said, "All right, okay." Then, he had an idea. "Could you show the students watching on TV the effect after eating?" Qin Yu was taken aback but reluctantly agreed. "I can, but I'm actually hungry, and there's no sweet tofu pudding or..." Before he could finish, the reporter pulled out a steaming bowl of sweet tofu pudding from his bag and asked with a smile, "Qin Yu, why are you shaking?" Qin Yu asked incredulously, "You carry sweet tofu pudding around for interviews?" The reporter replied smugly, "No need to praise me. It's just basic skills for a reporter." As he spoke, he magically produced 2 fragrant sweet rice dumplings. Qin Yu retorted, "Which ear of yours heard me praising you?" The reporter was unfazed and continued, "It's all for the sake of the interview." "What was the other ingredient?" Qin Yu sighed in relief and said with a smile, "Canned herring, which you probably don't have." "It's understandable. No normal person would carry herring, such a bio." Before he could finish, the reporter handed him a can, eyes full of, "Don't worry, I have everything you need." Qin Yu was speechless and had no choice but to eat the strange food combination. After finishing, he burped and nonchalantly said, "That was a big meal. I'm so full." Then he changed the subject. "By the way, which university's admissions office are you from?" The reporter persisted, "Qin Yu, our interview isn't over yet. Qin Yu, where are you going?" However, Qin Yu had already taken the opportunity to make his escape, leaving only the sound of his hurried footsteps behind. Qin Yu slammed the door shut, cutting off the noisy crowd of reporters outside. He turned to face the people inside, a confident smile playing on his lips. "All right, let's move on to the next phase. Which schools are you from?" The atmosphere in the room instantly became tense as representatives from various university admissions offices eagerly introduced themselves. "We're from the Imperial Capital University Admissions Office." "We're from the Magic City University Admissions Office." "We're from the Donghai University Admissions Office." We're from the world's safest university, a Desert University admissions office. Hearing this, Qin Yu frowned slightly. Didn't I just kick Desert University out? The representative from Desert University quickly explained. We sent 5 people this time. You only kicked one out. Before anyone else could speak, the Donghai University representative hurriedly said, Qin Yu, let me tell you about the advantages of our school. Our university. No need for introductions. Qin Yu interrupted, casually sitting on the sofa with a nonchalant expression. Name your price. Everyone looked at each other, somewhat puzzled. Name, our price. Qin Yu stated bluntly. Whoever offers the most scholarship can have me. This Ancient Century super genius. The starting bid is 1 million. Let the auction begin. The room fell silent. Everyone stunned by this unexpected demand. Donghai University broke the silence first. I'll offer 100,000. Qin Yu looked at him incredulously. The starting bid of 1 million means the minimum is 1 million. What do you mean by offering 100,000? The elderly admissions officer from Donghai University looked aggrieved. But the school's maximum scholarship is 100,000. Qin Yu gently encouraged him. Rules are dead. People are alive. Young man, you need to learn to be flexible. All right, I'll consult with the school leadership, the Donghai University representative said helplessly. Seeing this, the Magic City University seized the opportunity. Their admissions representative waved grandly. Qin Yu, if you come to Magic City University, we'll offer you a scholarship of 1,000,001 cent each year. Seeing Qin Yu's expectant look, he quickly corrected himself. Just kidding. We'll offer 1.5 million. All right, 1.5 million once. 1.5 million twice. Qin Yu pretended to be an auctioneer. Not to be outdone, the Imperial Capital University said, we'll offer 2 million. 2 million once. Qin Yu was about to continue when Desert University suddenly interjected. We'll offer 3 million. Qin Yu was just about to announce when he suddenly remembered something. Wait, Desert University isn't qualified to bid. The Desert University representative was confused. Why not? Our university is the safest in the world, built in a barren desert where even beasts can't survive. Before he could finish, another Desert University admissions officer quickly covered his mouth. Stop talking. Qin Yu sighed, asking seriously, what is the purpose of us warriors? Of course, it's to eliminate beasts and protect humanity. Everyone answered in unison. Qin Yu clapped his hands. Exactly, so your university is disqualified. If I can't slay beasts and rid the world of evil during university, what's the point of my existence? To be honest, I feel uncomfortable if I don't kill a few beasts a day. At this point, Qin Yu seemed to radiate a sacred light, moving everyone present. Such a high level of life awareness, always remembering the duty of a warrior. Even when choosing a school, he seeks a place where he can slay beasts at any time. If all warriors had this awareness, how could beasts not be eradicated? The people from Desert University hung their heads in shame, realizing how far their school's philosophy was from the true spirit of a warrior. I always took pride in our school's reputation for safety, until today when a conversation with my classmate Qin Yu opened my eyes. It turns out that over the years, Desert University has been consuming resources without fulfilling its responsibilities as a martial arts university. This realization left all of us deeply ashamed. Qin Yu's high awareness sparked a fierce competition for enrollment. Magic Capital University was the first to offer a scholarship of 3 million. Immediately followed by Imperial Capital University with 5 million. The bidding between these top institutions escalated. Magic Capital went up to 8 million and Imperial Capital to 10 million. Amidst this intense rivalry, a representative from East Sea University suddenly burst in, breathlessly exclaiming, Qin Yu, our East Sea University is willing to offer 1.5 million in scholarships. Ultimately, Imperial Capital University secured the talented Qin Yu with an astounding offer of 25 million. As the representatives from each school departed, the once noisy hall fell silent. Qin Yu's parents beamed with pride, their eyes filled with admiration for their son. Our Qin family has finally produced a talent. Qin Yu's father couldn't help but exclaim. Qin Yu smiled awkwardly and tentatively asked, aren't you curious about how I suddenly became so strong? Before his parents could respond, Qin Tian interjected, I'm curious. He looked at Qin Yu in confusion. When did you come back? And how did you get here faster than me? Silently cursing Zhang Tianjian, Qin Yu replied nonchalantly. You were just too slow. Did you take a detour? Qin Yu's father gently patted Qin Tian on the shoulder and said sternly, have you completed today's training? Go back to your room and continue. After Qin Tian left, he turned to Qin Yu with a softened expression. You don't need to explain to us. Your mother and I are ordinary people. We don't understand the affairs of martial artists. We only know that your achievements make us very proud. Feeling a warmth in his heart, Qin Yu was relieved he didn't have to make up excuses. All right, I'll go have a word with Xiao Tian. With that, he headed to Qin Tian's room. His mother asked gently from behind, what would you like for dinner? I'll make it for you. Just some home-cooked dishes. Qin Yu replied without turning back. Entering Qin Tian's room, Qin Yu quietly closed the door. Before he could speak, Qin Tian eagerly bombarded him with questions. Brother, how did you suddenly become so strong? Was the masked man who saved me that day you? How can you take the college entrance exam twice? Instead of answering directly, Qin Yu mysteriously said, sit down and meditate. You'll find out soon enough. Though puzzled, Qin Tian obediently sat cross-legged. Qin Yu placed his palm gently on his brother's back and began guiding him through the entry-level technique of a divine breathing method. Under Qin Yu's guidance, Qin Tian successfully completed a full cycle. He looked at his brother in amazement. What kind of breathing technique is this? It can increase training speed by dozens of times. Qin Yu vaguely replied. I stumbled upon it by chance. No wonder you've become so strong suddenly. Qin Tian realized. Enough chatter. Qin Yu interrupted. Keep practicing and try to memorize the path quickly. Okay, brother. Qin Tian immediately focused and continued his training. The room was filled only with the steady sound of their breathing, and a faint aura of spiritual energy lingered in the air. After 3 days of intense training, Qin Tian finally grasped the basics of the divine breathing technique under the careful guidance of Qin Yu. Before leaving, Qin Yu stood in the courtyard and earnestly advised, train well. I have to make a trip to the capital, and I'll check your progress when I return. Don't worry, brother. Qin Tian's eyes glimmered with determination. I'll aim to become a level 1 warrior before you get back. Not long after, several military personnel in black uniforms arrived in a military helicopter in front of Qin Yu. One of them held a clipboard and spoke sternly. Qin Yu, this mission is top secret. Please sign this confidentiality agreement. During this time, you are prohibited from contacting the outside world and must hand over all communication devices. No problem, Qin Yu replied, signing his name on the agreement without hesitation. After more than 5 hours of travel, Qin Yu arrived at a desolate area on the outskirts of the capital. Many familiar faces had already gathered there, and they greeted Qin Yu warmly upon his arrival. Brother Qin, you're here too. Brother Qin, you must visit my home next time. Brother Qin, I didn't expect you to look so handsome without the mask. As Qin Yu responded to each greeting, Shang Wanlei approached him and sincerely said, Qin Yu, thank you for saving my life last time. It was nothing, Qin Yu replied with a smile. Do you know what secret is being unveiled this time? Shang Wanlei shook his head. All I know is that it involves exotic beasts. Even my father couldn't tell me the specifics. This surprised Qin Yu, as he hadn't expected that even a war god couldn't disclose the secret to his own children. Suddenly, a cold gleam flashed, and a flying sword stopped just an inch from Qin Yu's neck. Xie Shirin approached angrily. Qin Yu, give me back my immortal binding rope. What immortal binding rope? Qin Yu feigned ignorance. Don't accuse me falsely, or I'll sue you for slander. He thought to himself, there's no way I'm giving back such a treasure. Just as Xie Shirin was about to lose her temper, the ground suddenly trembled. The earth beneath the crowd slowly parted, revealing a deep cavern with a circular elevator rising from it. Everyone descended in the elevator to a depth of 500 meters underground. A middle-aged man in a research coat greeted them at the elevator entrance, explaining, this depth is sufficient to withstand any attack, including nuclear weapons. It's the ideal doomsday shelter. He smiled slightly. I'm your instructor for this mission. You can call me Dr. Xie. As they moved through the corridor, a magnificent hall unfolded before them. The hall was filled with various mysterious creatures, eliciting gasps of amazement. Oh my gosh, isn't that the legendary holy angel? This creature's aura is terrifying. Could that be extraterrestrial life in the container? Dr. Xie coughed lightly to signal for silence, then solemnly announced, you are all top achievers from the college entrance exams and represent humanity's future elite forces. Now, it's time for you to learn the secrets of this planet. In a special class, Dr. Xie stood at the podium, his eyes scanning the curious faces in the audience. Clearing his throat, he began, you all probably know that thousands of years ago, there were no exotic beasts or warriors on this planet. But do you know how these exotic beasts came to be? A student eagerly raised their hand and answered, was it caused by nuclear radiation and biochemical research leading to animal mutations? Dr. Xie shook his head slightly, a mysterious smile on his face. No, the truth is far more complex. Exotic beasts are not native to our planet, and the art of breathing wasn't invented by humans either. His words shattered the audience's understanding like a sledgehammer, sparking gasps and whispers throughout the classroom. Dr. Xie went on to explain, the current situation is all due to a spatial rift known as the Horizon Rift. Both exotic beasts and breathing techniques originated from it. He looked around the room. Many of you practice advanced breathing techniques, right? Seeing several students nod, Dr. Xie asked, did your elders tell you that these advanced techniques were improvements made by your ancestors? Isn't that the case? Someone asked, puzzled. Dr. Xie chuckled softly. Of course not. Humans lack the ability to modify breathing techniques. The advanced techniques you practice came from the Horizon Rift. Your ancestors were simply strong enough to claim them. A student raised a question. Are there warriors on the other side of the rift as well? Dr. Xie turned to point at a specimen behind him that resembled a human. This is a human from that world. They are powerful and call themselves the divine race. Their breathing techniques are known as divine breathing techniques. His words were like a bombshell, causing an uproar in the classroom. In the corner, Qin Yu's mind was blank, like it had exploded. Divine breathing techniques? He pondered. Could the system be from that world? When I become stronger, I must see the horizon rift for myself. Dr. Xie's voice pulled Qin Yu back to reality. This human was a peak-level 7th grade warrior. Can you guess what it cost us to kill him back then? An 8th grade warrior? Someone tentatively suggested. Dr. Xie shook his head. Think bolder. 3 8th grade warriors. To everyone, this seemed overwhelmingly advantageous. But Dr. Xie still shook his head and slowly held up 9 fingers. 9 8th grade warriors? Someone exclaimed. No, Dr. Xie denied. Could it be a 9th grade warrior? Someone asked incredulously. A 9th grade warrior represented the pinnacle of power in this world. Using them against a 7th grade warrior seemed like overkill. Only Qin Yu frowned. No one understood the terrifying nature of divine breathing techniques better than he did. The ability to maintain a full state no matter how much energy was expended made one godlike on the battlefield. If the opponent learned a divine healing technique, they would be an invincible warrior with unlimited health and energy. Complemented by advanced skills, their combat power would be unmatched. Although Qin Yu didn't know the full extent of a 9th grade warrior's strength, if the opponent was determined to escape, even a 9th grade warrior might not be able to stop them, let alone kill them. As Qin Yu had anticipated, Dr. Xie shook his head again and directly said, "We sent 3 9th grade warriors." 3. The classroom erupted in astonishment. Sending 3 9th grade warriors, that's overkill, someone remarked. Dr. Xie sighed and slowly uttered 3 words, all dead. What? The class didn't immediately grasp Dr. Xie's meaning, and a deathly silence fell over the room. The shocking news of the deaths of 3 9th-level warriors, who perished alongside a 7th-level peak warrior from the outside world, hit the gathering like a sledgehammer, shattering the silence instantly. It was as if everyone was frozen in place, caught in a spell. The air was thick with disbelief, and every face reflected sheer astonishment. Some eyes widened, mouths gaped open, and a few people audibly gasped. Qin Yu was equally stunned by the news. He understood well that the higher the warrior's level, the greater the disparity in strength. Beyond the 8th level, even a 0.1 level difference was akin to a chasm. Warriors capable of fighting beyond their level were rare anomalies. This mysterious 7th level warrior not only crossed a significant level gap, but also fought against 3 opponents, achieving an awe-inspiring feat. Qin Yu pondered silently, realizing that with his current abilities, he couldn't even dream of such an accomplishment. Of course, he didn't rule out the possibility that his proficiency in breathing and healing techniques wasn't yet high enough. After a prolonged silence, someone cautiously asked, "If they're so powerful, can't they eliminate the beasts?" Dr. Xia paused before replying, his expression grave. "Our hypothesis is that these powerful warriors are actually the creators of the beasts. They are malevolent invaders and will be our greatest enemies in the future." This answer sparked even more questions. Someone else asked, puzzled, "If they're that strong, why do they need the beasts? Couldn't they just take action themselves?" With the strength of that 7th-level warrior, sending 10 of them would be enough to annihilate humanity, wouldn't it? Dr. Xie smiled slightly and explained, "Thanks to the first-generation warriors, a super formation was constructed before their invasion, temporarily sealing the celestial rift. All our current defenses are based on that super formation." However, Dr. Xie's tone suddenly turned serious. "The super formation won't last much longer. According to the calculations made by the ancestors of the Zhuge family, at the cost of their lives, the formation can only hold until 4033, which is 50 years from now. By then, it will be up to you." These words were like a cold bucket of water, dousing the last bit of hope in everyone's hearts. Qin Yu spent the entire day absorbed in shock and worry. He was astounded by the world's hidden, unfathomable secrets and concerned about humanity's perilous situation. The beast's strength far exceeded everyone's imagination. Dr. Xie concluded, "Students, this is the stark reality of humanity's situation. Our circumstances are far from optimistic and fraught with danger. You must strive to train diligently and support our race as soon as possible. Also, everything you see and hear here is top secret and must not be disclosed to the outside world." After the gathering dispersed, Yu Xiangming approached Qin Yu and quietly said, "Boss, our family patriarch invites you to come and choose a treasure from the Yu family." Qin Yu's eyes lit up, and he readily agreed. "Sure." Soon after, Qin Yu, along with Yu Xiangming, Yu Kaifeng, and other Yu family prodigies, took a flight back to the Yu family. Upon learning of Qin Yu's visit, the family head, Yu Mo, personally came out to welcome him. Such treatment was unprecedented in previous years, but this year was special. Qin Yu had shown remarkable potential by outperforming both domestic and international prodigies to secure the top spot. UMO understood that Qin Yu's future achievements would be at least at the 9th level warrior level, and he might even become the next great summer war god. Building a good relationship with such a prodigy would undoubtedly benefit the Yu family's future development. Moreover, Qin Yu had indirectly helped the Yu family secure a second-place position. Although Yu Xiangming's second place didn't carry much weight, it still brought the Yu family considerable attention among first-rate families. Naturally, the Yu family wanted to express their gratitude to Qin Yu to show their sincerity. In the center was the head of the Yu family, with the Grand Elder on the left and Yu Xiangming on the right, who quietly introduced them to Qin Yu. Qin Yu raised an eyebrow, surprised that the Yu family valued him so highly, sending both the head and the Grand Elder to greet him personally. UMO was the first to speak, beaming with a smile. Young friend Qin Yu, without your mask, you truly have striking features. Qin Yu politely clasped his hands in response. Master Yu, you have a great eye for aesthetics. UMO laughed heartily. Young friend Qin Yu, you are indeed straightforward. We've prepared a variety of special dishes. How about we chat over some food? The Grand Elder chimed in. Yes, let's head inside quickly. However, Qin Yu was direct, no need. Compared to the food, I'm more interested in treasures. UMO immediately agreed and personally led the way. No problem, let's head to the treasure vault. Young friend Qin Yu, feel free to take whatever you fancy. You're a friend of Xiangming, which makes you a friend of the Yu family. Qin Yu's eyes lit up. Really? Wasn't it said that I could only choose one item? UMO waved his hand generously. Young friend Qin Yu, you've won us national second-place honors. If we only let you choose one item, it would seem stingy. Even if you pick 10 or 100, it's fine. Qin Yu suspiciously asked, hearing you say that, I can't help but wonder if you've already moved the valuable items elsewhere? UMO was momentarily speechless, then laughed awkwardly. Ha! Scholar Qin, you have a sense of humor. As they laughed and talked, the group arrived at the entrance to the treasure vault. Located underground, it was heavily guarded, with countless Yu family members patrolling around. Just entering required passing through over 30 mechanisms. After UMO completed facial recognition and fingerprint verification, the heavy stone door slowly opened. A dazzling array of magical artifacts and rare herbs was revealed to Qin Yu, each worth a fortune and capable of causing a stir in the outside world. Qin Yu couldn't help but marvel. This is the foundation of a top-tier family. UMO smiled as he led the way. Young friend Qin Yu, our family's true treasures are inside, please. Although he wore a smile, his heart was bleeding. These treasures were the accumulation of the Yu family over decades, or even centuries, but winning over Qin Yu was worth the sacrifice. To everyone's surprise, Qin Yu quickly walked past the rare treasures and stopped in front of a pile of miscellaneous items. The Grand Elder couldn't help but explain. Young friend Qin Yu, these are useless or damaged items, scheduled to be cleared out soon. Qin Yu nodded, reaching out to pick up a dark stone in the corner, gently blowing off the dust. Suddenly, a series of information flashed before his eyes. Congratulations, you have obtained a space stone. Type, artifact. Quality, excellent. Description, contains vast space, requires activation with a divine breathing technique. UMO, following behind Qin Yu, explained, this stone was found by the previous head of the family near the Sky Fissure, and nothing special has been discovered about it so far. It might just be an ordinary stone. As expected, it's something from the Sky Rift. A glint of excitement flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. Master Yu, I've always been fond of collecting such peculiar stones. Since the Yu family doesn't want it, would you mind giving it to me? UMO stroked his beard and smiled. It's just a worthless rock, but if you're interested, feel free to take it. Thank you, Master Yu. Qin Yu replied calmly. Are there any other treasures from the Sky Rift whose uses remain unknown? I'm quite intrigued by the Sky Rift and would like to study them. There aren't many, and they're all stored in the West, UMO said as he led the way, a warm smile on his face. In his view, exchanging some useless Sky Rift items for connections with someone like Qin Yu was a great deal. Soon, UMO brought Qin Yu to a row of shelves. Most of the treasures here are related to the Sky Rift. Qin Yu examined each item carefully and suddenly felt a distinct vibration from one of them. He gently brushed off the dust, and a system prompt appeared. Congratulations, you have obtained the Enlightenment Tea Seed. Type, item, quality, excellent. Description, can be cultivated into an Enlightenment Tea tree using special methods. Drinking Enlightenment Tea can clear heat and detoxify, aid in understanding, significantly enhance cultivation speed, and permanently improve one's innate abilities. Qin Yu was delighted. Items that could permanently enhance innate abilities were extremely rare. Apart from his divine-level breathing technique, only a few expensive short-term pills existed on the market, which also required sacrificing lifespan. Once this Enlightenment Tea was introduced, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation. Master Yu, I'll take this one as well, Qin Yu said. UMO explained, this is likely just a bag of seeds. We've tried various methods, but couldn't get them to sprout, so they might be dead. If you like it, take it. Qin Yu thought to himself. Without a divine level planting technique, it's no wonder they couldn't make it sprout. After inspecting the other items and finding nothing particularly noteworthy, Qin Yu said, I'll just take these 2 treasures. Only 2? Yuemo asked, surprised. These are all priceless treasures. You can choose more. Qin Yu smiled and replied, 2 are enough. More treasures would be wasted if they aren't used. This statement made Yuemo appreciate Qin Yu even more, and he immediately offered, if you ever need anything in the future, feel free to visit our Yu family's treasure vault. After enjoying a sumptuous dinner at the Yu family, Qin Yu returned to Linhai City the next day. Back in his room, he immediately locked the door and took out the space stone. Holding the ugly stone, Qin Yu activated his divine level breathing technique. The stone's surface was instantly covered with cracks, and the black outer shell began to peel away. Suddenly, a powerful suction force erupted, pulling Qin Yu inside in an instant. As the dizziness subsided, Qin Yu opened his eyes and looked at the scene before him with astonishment. In front of him stood a series of waterfalls, with water gently cascading down. The sun was shining brightly, birds were chirping, and flowers were in full bloom, making Qin Yu momentarily feel as if he had returned to the world before he traveled through time. He couldn't help but exclaim, this is so beautiful. Initially, Qin Yu thought that the interior of the spatial stone was merely a storage space similar to a storage ring. To his surprise, he discovered it was actually a vibrant small planet. He quickly used his agility to explore the entirety of this space. The whole area was about the size of a small town, with fertile land, lush forests, clear water sources, and various small animals scurrying about. The temperature was pleasant, staying in the 20s, resembling a gigantic ecological sphere. The only drawback was the absence of spiritual energy, making it as ordinary as the world he knew before. Qin Yu's eyes lit up. Wasn't this the perfect place to cultivate enlightenment tea? He immediately retrieved a hoe from his spatial ring and swiftly prepared 3 acres of land. Although enlightenment tea required spiritual energy for nourishment, this was not a problem for him. While he couldn't fill the entire small world with spiritual energy, covering these few acres was a breeze. Qin Yu took out a spiritual pen and bent down to draw an array on the ground. Soon, a simple array covering 3 acres was completed. This array could slowly release spiritual energy from the spirit stones. He placed several spirit stones in the designated positions within the array. Instantly, a white mist, like steam, emanated from the spirit stones, transforming into spiritual energy that merged with the air. Although the long-lost spiritual energy wasn't very dense, it made Qin Yu feel extremely comfortable. By regularly replacing the spirit stones, the growth needs of the enlightenment tea could be met. Next, Qin Yu took out a small paper packet from his storage ring, which contained over 30 flat black seeds. Following the guidance of divine planting techniques, he meticulously handled each seed. After an entire day, all the seeds were finally planted. Now, just patiently wait for the enlightenment tea to sprout. Qin Yu dusted off his hands and, with a thought, returned to his room. Suddenly, his phone emitted a barrage of notification sounds, startling him. In a hurry to check, most were spam messages. Dear customer of Dasha Unicom, as of 5 p.m. on February 2nd, your balance is insufficient to cover this month's package fee. To avoid any disruption in service, please pay promptly. Qin Yu, this is Qin Shi, the 9th level martial artist. I've been resurrected, send money, and I'll return tenfold in 3 minutes. After sifting through the useless information, Qin Yu finally found an important message. Shangwan Lei had sent. Brother Qin, why can't I reach you by phone? Call me when you see this message, it's important. Though Qin Yu wasn't very familiar with Shangwan Lei, he decided to call back. The call connected quickly, and Shangwan Lei's loud voice came through. Brother Qin, what were you up to just now? Your phone was showing as out of service. Qin Yu had just finished drawing a formation when he suddenly noticed his phone signal was blocked. As he wondered about it, his phone rang. It was a call from Shangwan Lei. Brother Qin, I've got some good news for you. Shangwan Lei's voice was filled with excitement. I have a task that can earn us some points, and I want to invite you to join. Points. Qin Yu frowned, unfamiliar with the term. Shangwan Lei patiently explained. At Imperial Capital University, points are the universal currency. You need them for classes, meals, buying skills, and materials. Qin Yu suddenly understood. This system was quite similar to what he experienced at the training camp. A thought flashed in his mind. Did this mean he had another chance to make a fortune by trading points? Although Qin Yu wasn't particularly greedy, he did need a large sum of money at the moment. Just upgrading a skill could cost 30 million, 300 million, or even 3 billion. This pay-to-win system was like a bottomless pit. Without earning more money, he couldn't sustain his training. In recent days, Qin Yu had considered making money through alchemy or weapon crafting. However, he quickly abandoned the idea. The main reasons were his lack of sales channels and the fact that the weapons and pills he could currently make were low-level, suitable only for junior warriors. These warriors had limited financial capability. If priced too high, they couldn't afford it. If too low, it wouldn't yield significant profit and would waste valuable training time. More importantly, the market for weapons and pills in Xia was largely monopolized by a few large companies, maintaining a delicate balance among them. Like recently, even though Xiong Ran and others had published a level 1 minimalist formation, such weapons had yet to enter the market. The major weapon manufacturers had reached an understanding to wait until their current stock was sold out and their smiths mastered the minimalist formation before launching new products. If Qin Yu were to mass produce and sell weapons with minimalist formations now, it might threaten these big companies' interests. These people wouldn't care about talent or future potential. If anyone dared to block their financial path, they would ruthlessly eliminate them. At that point, Qin Yu would likely face an endless stream of assassins. Until he was strong enough, Qin Yu didn't want to invite unnecessary trouble. On the phone, Shangwan Lei continued. I received a task that, once completed, will provide enough credits for a whole semester. A whole semester's credits? Qin Yu asked in surprise. What kind of task is so rewarding? Isn't it dangerous? Don't worry, Shangwan Lei explained with a smile. My two uncles are leading this mission, and they're both level 8 warriors. We just need to handle some small fry to earn points. Qin Yu cautiously asked. With my current strength, can I really join a mission involving 2 level 8 warriors? He wouldn't let a few points cloud his judgment. The involvement of 2 level 8 warriors indicated a high-level task, and he didn't feel capable of participating in such a high-stakes mission. Shangwan Lei paused before explaining. This mission is to deal with a levels-even warrior from the Beast Heart sect. He kidnapped a very important girl, and the 2 level 8 warriors are mainly ensuring her safe rescue. We just need to clear out some low-level beasts. Even if the mission fails, we won't be in any danger. Beast Heart sect. Qin Yu recalled the beast tide created by the Beast Heart sect members last time, which had brought him considerable benefits. Wasn't this another opportunity to hunt a large number of beasts? All right, I'm in. When does the mission start? Qin Yu asked. Come to the capital tomorrow, and I'll arrange for someone to pick you up at the airport, Shangwan Lei replied. Okay, see you tomorrow. Qin Yu agreed, already anticipating the potential gains from this mission. Upon waking up, Qin Yu was thrilled to discover that all his Tao Enlightenment tea plants had sprouted. Under the sunlight, the fresh green buds looked particularly delightful. He carefully watered the tea seedlings and loosened the soil, filled with anticipation. After tending to the plants, Qin Yu set off immediately for the imperial capital. By 2 p.m., he arrived punctually at the Shangwan family residence. Qin Yu, you're here. Shangwan Lei greeted him with a smile and ushered him into the guest room, handing him a mission briefing. Qin Yu took the mission briefing and saw the cover emblazoned with SSS level mission, the kidnapping case of girl Tong Tong. He opened the pages and began to read carefully. On the night of June 23 at 11:17 p.m., 23 invisible bats raided the Qin Yu mansion and abducted 6-year-old girl Tong Tong. On June 25, our intelligence confirmed that the kidnapper is the Beast Heart sect elder, Yi Mian Lao Gui, and his presence was detected at the martial artist hub near the ancient town of Gutan in the Tianling Mountains. The mission briefing also detailed Yi Mian Lao Gui's strength. Approximately level 7.5, capable of controlling 1 level 7 beast, 3 level 6 beasts, 18 level 5 beasts, and several lower-level beasts. Additionally, he has numerous subordinates, mostly of level 1 to 2 strength. Finally, the briefing emphasized, Yi Mian Lao Gui plans to conduct a blood sacrifice formation at 7:07 a.m. on July 7th. The hostage must be rescued before then. This is an urgent mission. Please arrange for top experts to proceed immediately. If there are any questions, contact the intelligence personnel at phone number 166. After reading the briefing, Qin Yu frowned and asked, who is this Tong Tong, that she warrants such attention from the Beast Heart sect elder and the high ranks of Xia? Shangwan Lei explained. Tong Tong is the daughter of 2 level 8 healing martial artists and is born with a rare, purifying bloodline. Her blood can suppress a potent toxin, and currently, 3 level 9 martial artists rely on her blood to survive. No wonder she's so important, Qin Yu realized. Shangwan Lei nodded, anger evident as he said, if it weren't for Yi Mian Lao Gui bribing the guard around Tong Tong, he wouldn't have succeeded. There's no point in dwelling on it now, Qin Yu said solemnly. We should focus on rescuing her. At that moment, footsteps were heard outside the door. 2 people entered, with the first being Qin Yu's familiar acquaintance, Shengwan Feng, the chief of the training camp in Donghai province and a pinnacle level 8 martial artist. Following him was a white-browed, white-beard, robust elder who exuded an imposing aura without needing to express anger. As soon as Shengwan Feng entered, he began to boast. I heard the super talent from my training camp is here? Huh. He turned to the elder behind him and said, I've always told you. Qin Yu is my prized pupil. Back in the training camp, I taught him everything I knew. This kid's impressive. He easily took first place nationwide. Though it's mainly because I taught him well, he also worked hard. Ha! The elder behind him curled his lips, unimpressed. So you produced a top scholar. What's there to be proud of? Shangwan Feng strode over to Qin Yu and gave his shoulder a hearty pat. When I saw you take down the Siberian silver wolf king I raised, I knew you weren't an ordinary talent. Qin Yu raised an eyebrow, cleared his throat, and said, no wonder those wolves were stronger than other beasts. Turns out it was you, old Bai Deng, who raised them. Hey uncle, who are you? As soon as Qin Yu finished speaking, Shangwan Feng's face darkened instantly. An awkward tension filled the air. Suddenly, Qin Yu slapped his thigh, pretending to have a sudden realization, and exclaimed, oh, isn't this teacher Shangwan Feng? I must have been seeing things, didn't recognize you at first. Shangwan Feng's expression softened slightly, just about to breathe a sigh of relief, when Qin Yu added with a hint of sarcasm, mainly because we only met briefly 2 or 3 times at the training camp. I almost forgot what you looked like. Hearing this, Shangwan Feng's smile froze awkwardly on his face. An elder behind them couldn't help but burst into laughter. Shangwan Feng, so you've been bragging all along. The guy doesn't even know you, haha. Shangwan Feng's face turned beet red, wishing he could find a hole to crawl into. The more he thought about his earlier boasting, the more his face burned with embarrassment. Qin Yu felt secretly pleased, silently plotting. You set a wolf on me. You kicked me out of the spiritual array. And you wouldn't agree to give me 50 points a day from the teacher. I'll remember all these grudges. If I can't beat you, I'll just disgust you. All right, enough laughing. Shangwan Feng said sternly, slamming the task document on the table. The group then gathered around the table. Shangwan Lei broke the silence first, introducing Qin Yu. This is my elder, Shangwan Qin Feng, an 8th level combat warrior. Greetings, Senior Qin Feng. Qin Yu greeted respectfully. Shangwan Qin Feng nodded kindly and got straight to the point. This mission will be completed by the 4 of us. Do you two have any thoughts or ideas about it? I do have a question. Qin Yu pondered for a moment before asking. Since purifying the bloodline is so important to us, could the demon ghost and the beast heart sect experts have set a trap, waiting for us to walk right into it? Shangwan Feng immediately explained. That's impossible. Purifying the bloodline is not only important to us, but also crucial to the people of the beast heart sect. Moreover, the beast heart sect is an evil faction. They are not united among themselves. Got it. Qin Yu nodded. So, the other people in the beast heart sect also want to obtain the purified bloodline, and the demon ghost has to guard against them too. Exactly. Qin Yu continued to analyze. The most troublesome thing now is figuring out how to find the demon ghost's hiding place. Shangwan Lei added. Intelligence agents have spotted traces of the demon ghost in the vicinity of Guten Town near the Tianling Mountains. If the demon ghost has entered the Tianling Mountains, the search area becomes vast, and finding him would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. My suggestion is to first conduct a field investigation in Guten Town. Qin Yu proposed. The task document mentions that the demon ghost has many subordinates. They are our clues. Once we have leads, we can plan the next steps. Shangwan Qin Feng nodded in agreement. That's what I think too. Let's head to Guten Town first. The 4 quickly disguised themselves as ordinary warriors. They took crowded public transportation and headed towards Guten Town. Guten Town was built by warriors themselves. The Tianling Mountains are rich in spiritual fruits, magical herbs, and rare creatures, attracting a constant stream of warriors seeking treasures. Over time, restaurants and inns sprang up like mushrooms, eventually forming this bustling town. When the bus finally reached their destination, the 4 of them clambered off in a disheveled state, covered in dust, and looking every bit like treasure hunters from afar. Without exchanging a word, the 4 dispersed in different directions, beginning their secret investigations. Once we reach our destination, let's not talk. We'll split up to search for any signs of the evil-faced ghost. If you find anything, communicate through your phone, Shangwan Feng instructed gravely before getting out of the car. He then distributed several translucent jade talismans to everyone. If you encounter danger, crush the talisman, and will be instantly transported. After receiving their instructions, the group dispersed. Qin Yu blended into the bustling crowd alone. How many hidden secrets did this seemingly tranquil town hold? He pondered, recalling scenes from novels he'd read in his past life. Protagonists often went to local taverns to gather information when arriving in unfamiliar places. His stomach growled, prompting Qin Yu to flag down a taxi. Although called a small town, Gutan was quite large with a permanent population exceeding 100,000. Including visiting warriors, the total swelled to 150,000. This significant population allowed the town to survive despite the threat of exotic beasts. Driver, which is the busiest restaurant in town? That would be the Warriors Barbecue, the driver replied cheerfully. All right, take me there. Meter or flat rate? What's the difference? With the meter, I'll take you on a longer route. Flat rate, we'll take the shortcut. Qin Yu chuckled. You're quite straightforward. That's what my mom always said, the driver grinned. Flat rate is 30. Is that okay? To Qin Yu's surprise, the car stopped after just 30 meters. The driver earnestly announced, Esteemed customer, we've reached your destination. Please take your belongings. charging 30 for such a short distance. Qin Yu laughed in disbelief. If you think it's not worth it, I can drive around some more, but that would waste both your time and my fuel. Scam taxi, Qin Yu muttered, begrudgingly handing over the cash. He looked up to see the sign for the Warriors Barbecue, its simple yet elegant design exuding style. Although it wasn't peak dining time, the restaurant was already busy. As he stepped inside, a waitress greeted him with a warm smile. Hello, are you a warrior? She asked, noticing Qin Yu's nod with a glint in her eye. How many in your party? Just one. Right this way, please. She led him to a seat. Would you like to order anything? 2 beef kidneys, 10 oysters, 100 skewers of exotic beast meat, and some fruit. All right, she said with a slight bow. Would you like any drinks? They're complimentary for warriors. I'll have a soft drink then. Watching the waitress hurry away, Qin Yu admired the service here. Compared to the city, the respect for warriors seemed even greater, with the constant address of esteemed warrior, making him feel a bit proud. This was likely due to the town's unique environment. In this small town, the military strength is weak, and if it were to be besieged by beasts, they would have to rely on the power of martial artists. Here, martial artists are revered like guardian deities. A plate of aromatic skewers was quickly served, accompanied by a glass of golden orange juice. Qin Yu took a bite of a skewer, and the tender meat combined with the sizzling hot oil and distinctive barbecue aroma burst in his mouth. Not bad at all. No wonder the business is so good. Qin Yu praised sincerely. The waiter respectfully pointed to the juice and said, Thank you for the compliment, Master Martial Artist. This juice is infused with a special plant from the Tianling Mountains, giving it a unique flavor. Please try it. Qin Yu took a sip, and the tartness of the orange was replaced by a sweet taste, indeed offering a unique flavor. The waiter, noticing this, smiled with delight and cautiously asked, Esteemed martial artist, did you come to the town alone? Noticing Qin Yu's slightly puzzled look, the waiter quickly explained, Please don't misunderstand. The martial artist hotel next door is also owned by our boss. If you don't have friends or family here, we can offer a 20% discount. So, it's a pitch for accommodation. Qin Yu relaxed and said, Book me a room. I'm planning to go treasure hunting in the mountains and will be staying for about half a month. The waiter immediately handed him a room card. Please enjoy your meal. Let me know if you need anything. While savoring the food, Qin Yu also listened to the conversations around him. After finishing the skewers, he hadn't gathered any clues about the Beast Heart sect. The topics were all about treasure hunting stories. Someone found a rare spiritual herb and sold it for millions. Someone else gained a great opportunity and saw their strength soar. Qin Yu wasn't in a hurry and ordered more skewers to continue observing. Just then, his phone vibrated. In a group chat, Shangguan phone requested updates. Shangguan Lei was asking martial artists who frequently ventured into the mountains about any increase in beast activity or other anomalies. Shangguan Qing phone mentioned having already found local informants. Qin Yu also reported back, no discoveries yet, currently gathering info in a busy area. By the way, the taxis here are all unlicensed, charging $30 for a minute's ride. Shangguan phone replied that the expenses could be reimbursed, and Qin Yu regretted. Darn, should have mentioned it earlier. I forgot to get a receipt. Before he could say more, the group admin muted Qin Yu for 5 minutes. As he put down his phone, 3 people approached him, and the only woman among them asked, Hey there, handsome, there's no seating available. Can we share the table? Looking around and seeing it was indeed full, Qin Yu nodded. Sure, have a seat. Are you here alone, brother? As soon as Qin Yu sat down, a short and chubby man approached him with a friendly smile. Qin Yu nodded indifferently, his gaze sweeping over the man and his 2 companions. You're here to venture into the mountains for treasure too, right? Want to team up? The chubby man continued enthusiastically. Qin Yu glanced at the 3 of them, silently assessing their abilities. All 3 were around level 1.8, not a match for him, even combined. He deliberately hesitated, not answering right away. Seeing Qin Yu's hesitation, the chubby man became even more familiar. He grabbed a skewer of grilled meat from in front of Qin Yu, took a bite, and said while chewing, Brother, going into the mountains alone is dangerous. It's better to have more people looking out for each other. He smacked his lips and praised, Not bad. Then he called out to the server, Bring me 300 more skewers of this meat, 3 cases of beer, and 6 bottles of liquor. Qin Yu put down his skewer, showing a slightly shy smile. I'm not very strong. I'm afraid I'd just hold you guys back in the mountains. He was calculating in his mind, seeing this as a good opportunity to gather information and establish a persona. After all, someone supposedly treasure hunting, but never entering the mountains, and instead hanging out in a barbecue joint would arouse suspicion. The 3 laughed at his words. The woman said, Little brother, we could tell you weren't strong. We want to team up with you so you don't throw your life away in the mountains at such a young age. Qin Yu feigned surprise. How did you know I'm not strong? The tall, thin man explained while stuffing a skewer into his mouth. You look so clean and fresh, probably a student who just finished the college entrance exam. Qin Yu nodded in acknowledgement. The tall, thin man continued. I've seen plenty of young guys who aren't strong enough, failed their exams, and aren't content with ordinary life, hoping to get rich quick by treasure hunting in the mountains. I was like that back in the day, luckily saved by a kind brother. You're lucky you met us. Otherwise, you wouldn't even know how you died. At that moment, the server brought over a heap of skewers and drinks. The chubby man handed a beer to Qin Yu, saying heartily, "Come, drink up. A warrior's 3 pleasures: eating meat, drinking, and women. Later, we'll take you to the street next door to experience it." Qin Yu's eyes lit up, about to agree, when the woman grabbed the chubby man's ear and said fiercely, "I'm right here, and you still want women?" The chubby man quickly pleaded, "I'm sorry, honey. Let's just drink, just drink." After a few drinks, the chubby man remembered to introduce himself. "Little brother, I'm Wu Dalong, and this is my wife, Pan Jinlian." Wu Dalong, Pan Jinlian. Qin Yu turned his gaze to the tall, thin man, eyes filled with anticipation. The tall, thin man chuckled, "I'm Shimin Qing, a brother-in-arms with Dalong." Qin Yu couldn't help but say, "Your name suggests there's a story between you." He introduced himself, "I'm Wu Song." Wu Song. Wu Dalong laughed heartily. "Who would have thought we all have the surname Wu? Maybe we were family a few hundred years ago." Looking at the greenish-tinted Wu Dalong, Qin Yu could only awkwardly smile. After eating and drinking their fill, they staggered towards the hotel. Even in his drunken stupor, Wu Dalong reminded, "Wu Song, meet us here at 8 tomorrow morning to head into the mountains." Watching Wu Dalong's antics, Qin Yu was reminded of a domestic drama from his past life. He shook his head, using his qi and blood to expel the alcohol from his system. Back in his hotel room, Qin Yu quickly set up a simple formation to destroy all hidden cameras. Then, he took out a space stone and entered its internal world. Inside the space stone, the environment remained vibrant and full of life, with the Tao Enlightenment tea having grown to about a finger's length, its tender green shoots brimming with vitality. Qin Yu carefully examined this precious plant, mentally noting the requirement to water it twice daily. Just as he finished watering and fertilizing, he heard a knock from the real world. Opening the door, Qin Yu found a server dressed in a black and white uniform standing respectfully outside. "Honorable warrior," the server said with a slight bow, "I've brought you drinks and water. What time would you like to wake up tomorrow morning? I can prepare a hot breakfast for you." Qin Yu accepted the drinks with a slight frown, his tone somewhat indifferent. "Thank you, but there's no need for breakfast tomorrow. I'll contact you if I need anything. Please don't disturb my training." The server quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, honorable warrior." Without further words, Qin Yu took a sip of his drink and closed the door. As the server descended the stairs, they discreetly reported into a walkie-talkie, "Boss, guest 059 has accepted the drinks." The next morning at 8, Qin Yu briefly reported his action plan in the group chat before heading to the warrior barbecue to meet the others. From a distance, he could hear Wu Dalong's hearty laughter. "Brother Wu Song, over here." Qin Yu approached with a smile, observing the group's condition. "Good morning. How did you all sleep last night?" Wu Dalong laughed even more heartily. "Slept like a log." Meanwhile, Pan Jinlian and Shimin Qing forced a smile, their dark circles silently revealing their night's ordeal. Qin Yu understood but remained composed. The 4 of them took a secluded path into the Tianling Mountains. As they walked, Wu Dalong explained, "We've already explored the eastern side a few days ago with no luck. Today, let's try our luck in the west." He then shared some wisdom with Qin Yu. When treasure hunting in the mountains, luck is important, but finding the right spot is key. We need to carefully observe the wild grass and shrubs to determine if anyone has been here recently. Untouched areas are more likely to yield surprises. Suddenly, Wu Dalong stopped and pointed ahead. "Look here, these marks show someone has been through recently. We should avoid this area and keep moving forward." Qin Yu tried hard to discern the so-called marks, but found it difficult. At that moment, Pan Jinlian slashed through the shrubs ahead, revealing droppings beneath. "There's a lot of beast excrement here, likely from the past 3 days. Everyone, be cautious." Qin Yu couldn't help but admire the trio's expertise in wilderness survival. The 4 continued to climb and soon found an unexplored area. Wu Dalong advised, "Let's search here. Look for spiritual herbs and fruits, and if we encounter weak beasts, we can hunt them for money." Shimin Qing added, "Before we start, let's clarify the distribution rules. We'll convert any treasures we find into money and split it equally among the 4 of us. How does that sound?" This plan seemed fair, especially accommodating Qin Yu's inexperience. The others readily agreed. Shimin Qing gave a final reminder, "I'll search in the east. Don't wander too far, so we can aid each other if there's danger." After half an hour of searching on the mountain, Qin Yu had little to show for it, having found only a few common herbs. Just as he was feeling a bit discouraged, a familiar voice called out, "Wu Song, how's it going?" Looking up, Qin Yu saw Wu Dalong and Pan Jinlian waving at him. He quickly walked over to them and opened his palm to display his findings. "This is all I found," Qin Yu said with a hint of helplessness. Wu Dalong examined the herbs in Qin Yu's hand, and his eyes lit up. "Not bad. There's even a 7-star grass here. This alone is worth a few hundred. Pan Jinlian nodded in agreement. Finding 7-star grass on your first trip up the mountain is quite a good start. Hearing this, Qin Yu's lips curled into a slight smile, showing his humility. Where's Shimenqing? I don't see him around, Pan Jinlian asked, looking around. Qin Yu shook his head, indicating he didn't know. Wu Dalong explained. Shaoqing always runs the farthest. Once he's back, we'll head to the next spot. Just as he finished speaking, a figure emerged from the distant bushes, hurrying towards them. Wu Dalong chuckled. Speak of the devil, here he comes. Shimenqing arrived, panting, and pointed in the direction he came from, urgently saying, over there, 2 level 2 tigers have surrounded 3 people. Hearing this, Qin Yu's eyes gleamed with excitement. He wanted to rush over and deal with the beasts himself. However, considering the strength of Wu Dalong and the others, he thought they might choose to retreat quickly. After all, the 3 of them could barely handle 1 level 2 beast together. To Qin Yu's surprise, Wu Dalong didn't suggest fleeing. Instead, he asked Shimenqing, what are the abilities of those 3 people? They're about as strong as us, enough to handle 1 beast, Shimenqing replied. All right then, Wu Dalong said without hesitation, his stout figure striding forward. Let's go help them. Saving even 1 is worth it. Shimenqing and Pan Jinlian followed without a second thought. Qin Yu paused for a moment, thinking he had encountered a group of altruists. He quickly caught up with them, asking, with our strength, won't we be putting ourselves in danger? Shimenqing analyzed. It's not that serious. If we join forces, killing the 2 beasts might be tough, but driving them away should be easy. Besides, seeing fellow humans in trouble, any warrior would step up. We've been saved by others many times too. Hearing this, Qin Yu stood still, pondering. His recent experiences, whether in training camp or exams, had instilled in him a mindset that everyone was a competitor, an adversary. He had forgotten that warriors in the wild should unite and support each other. Humanity is inherently weak, and internal conflict only benefits the beasts. Beasts are the true enemies of humans. With newfound clarity, Qin Yu's steps became more determined. Wu Dalong began assigning tasks. I'll take the front since I'm sturdy. Shaoqing and Jinlian, you handle the sides. Wu Song, since you're the weakest, look for opportunities to strike. Got it. All right. No problem. They all responded in unison, quickly moving in the direction Shimenqing had indicated. Soon, Qin Yu spotted the 2 robust tigers. 1 male and 1 female. One was level 1.9, the other level 2. Qin Yu thought to himself, their strength isn't that great. Shimenqing had only mentioned level 2 beasts, leading him to expect something more like level 2.6 or 2.7. He hadn't anticipated they'd just barely reached level 2. These 2 young tigers didn't need to be dealt with separately. Qin Yu could easily handle them single-handedly. Just as he was about to move forward, Wu Dalong pulled him down to the ground. Get down and stay quiet. Wu Dalong warned in a low voice, his eyes scanning the surroundings warily. Qin Yu shrugged indifferently. Is that really necessary? It's just 2 beasts. Not necessary? Wu Dalong interrupted harshly, a flicker of annoyance in his eyes. You youngsters have never fought with beasts before. You have no idea how terrifying they can be. Battling beasts requires not only strength, but also wisdom. Get down and stay silent. Reluctantly, Qin Yu complied. Through the gaps in the grass and bushes, he saw 2 massive, beastly tigers circling a large tree. 3 people clung to the branches in fear. 1 was severely injured, while the other 2 had minor wounds. Wu Dalong quickly assessed the situation, whispering to his companions. The 3 on the tree are in bad shape. Wu Song, you go and distract one of the beasts. Once the 3 of us injure the other, we'll come help you. Qin Yu couldn't help but interject. Big brother, there's really no need to make it so complicated. Don't overestimate yourself or underestimate the beasts. Wu Dalong reprimanded sternly. Stick to the plan. All right. Qin Yu sighed, saying no more. Wu Dalong reminded them. Remember, don't engage the beasts heated, just keep them occupied. Is that clear? The 3 nodded silently. Good. Now let's think of a way to lure the tigers over here. Wu Dalong looked around, strategizing. I got this. Qin Yu suddenly stood up, ignoring the alarmed looks from the others, and began singing loudly. 2 tigers, running fast, running fast. One has no eyes. Before he finished, the 2 beastly tigers were already charging towards them, the ground trembling under their weight. Wu Dalong and the others were momentarily dumbfounded. Is this how you attract beasts? Wu Dalong exclaimed in a mix of shock and anger. Bringing both over at once is suicide. Quick, take cover. The 3 scrambled back while the people in the tree seized the opportunity to climb down swiftly. One of them picked up a stone and hurled it at one of the tigers. With a loud bang, the stone shattered against the tiger's skull. The tiger let out a deafening roar and turned to leap at the stone thrower, successfully separating the 2 beasts. Quick, Wu Song, go help them. Wu Dalong shouted. Shaoqing, Jinlian, don't hold back, finish this quickly. With that, he lunged at the tiger in front. Qin Yu also sprang forward, agilely heading towards the other tiger. Thank you for saving us, one of the rescued individuals said gratefully. No problem, Qin Yu replied casually. Hey, what level are you? Let's coordinate, the person asked urgently while dodging the tiger. About 1.4, Qin Yu answered honestly, though his actual strength was far beyond that. A hint of disappointment flickered in the man's eyes. After a moment, he said, 1.4 is helpful, but not much. If only you were 1.8. You keep an eye out for openings and attack when you see a chance, alright? In his view, a 1.4 level wouldn't survive a direct hit from a level 2 beast, so better to have Qin Yu look for opportunities to strike from the side. Even if he failed, it wouldn't matter much. If he succeeded, it would be a pleasant surprise. Meanwhile, they hoped Wu Dalong's group would quickly finish the other beast. Alright, Qin Yu agreed, unexpectedly charging straight at the tiger. To him, the seemingly fierce beast was full of vulnerabilities. Without hesitation, Qin Yu lunged at the tiger. The three others were immediately thrown into a panic, shouting, Hey, kid, that's dangerous. Get back. Are you crazy? You're practically asking for, before they could finish, their voices cut off abruptly, eyes wide in shock at the unbelievable scene unfolding before them. The severely injured man was so stunned by the sight that he coughed up blood and collapsed. They watched as Qin Yu reached the tiger, casually raised his hand, and delivered a punch. This seemingly effortless blow landed on the tiger's head, causing its skull to shatter instantly, the head caving in, with white brain matter splattering onto their faces. What the heck is this? They stammered, unable to believe what they were seeing. You really have the nerve to say you're only level 1.4, one of them managed to say with difficulty. Qin Yu lightly dusted off his hands and calmly replied, I'm Wu Song, born to slay tigers. The female tiger, witnessing the male's gruesome death, bristled in fear. It no longer dared to fight, leaping over Wu Dalong and his companions, desperately fleeing up the mountain. Where do you think you're going? Qin Yu casually snapped a small branch and tossed it lightly. Under his control, the branch flew like lightning, piercing through the female tiger's head. Just like that, both beasts were easily dealt with. Wu Dalong and the others stared at Qin Yu in disbelief, as if they were looking at a monster. Qin Yu just shrugged and said, I told you, there's no need for all that fuss. You insisted on saying that dealing with beasts requires strategy. Wu Dalong couldn't help but retort, if I knew you had this kind of strength, I would have just stood by and cheered you on. Pan Jinlian asked incredulously, didn't you say your strength was weak? Yeah. Qin Yu nodded. My strength is indeed weak, not even reaching level 3. They thought to themselves, weak strength? Not even level 3? If you're weak, then what are we? Are we all useless? Even though they knew he was showing off, they couldn't help but want to give him a smack. They all clenched their fists, teeth gritted. Wait a minute, didn't you just say you're only 1.4? One person questioned. Qin Yu explained, yes, you asked about my level, and it's indeed only 1.4. I just have a bit more explosive power. You call killing a level 2 beast with one punch a bit more explosive? That's practically cheating. They were utterly speechless. Seeing the situation, Wu Dalong quickly changed the subject. Alright, let's get out of here before more beasts show up. With that, he picked up one of the tiger corpses. The others quickly followed suit, one helping the injured man, another carrying a tiger corpse. Yeah, let's get out of this cursed place. Today has been unlucky. Who would have thought we'd run into level 2 beasts here? Someone complained as they walked. Qin Yu, who had come to observe the unusual occurrences in the mountain, asked, is it rare for level 2 beasts to appear here? The person explained, normally, level 2 beasts live deeper in. We're in the outer area, which usually has level 1 beasts. But sometimes level 2 beasts come out to hunt. I guess we were just unlucky. Oh, Qin Yu nodded, not saying much more. The group made their way back to the small town. The carcasses of the two mythical beasts brought Wu Song a substantial reward 600,000 in total. Qin Yu generously said, Wu Song, since you killed both of these beasts, you should take all the money. Wu Song, however, waved his hand dismissively. No need, we agreed to split it 4 ways. Just give me 150,000. A hint of gratitude flashed in his eyes as he glanced at Wu Dalong and the others. Qin Yu chuckled to himself, as this amount of money was insignificant to him, but he admired Wu Song's sense of camaraderie. All right then, Wu Dalong responded cheerfully, his face lit up with excitement. Dinner's on me tonight. After a satisfying meal, Qin Yu returned to the hotel and opened the group chat. Messages popped up one after another. Qin Yu, I went up the mountain today, but didn't find anything unusual. Shangwan Feng, group leader. I also went into the mountains today. Immediately, a new file appeared in the chat. Shangwan Feng, group leader. Here's a map of the mountain terrain I drew, marking areas where the old ghost might be hiding. Qin Yu opened the file and couldn't help but admire Shangwan Feng's efficiency. In just one day, he had created such a detailed map, with suspicious locations marked. It seems like Shangwan Lei and I are just freeloaders. Qin Yu joked to himself. The group chat continued buzzing. Shangwan Xingfeng. Tomorrow, I'll start searching from the left, and you start from the right. Shangwan Feng, group leader. No problem. Shangwan Lei, report in. Shangwan Lei. Shangwan Lei. I'm working on infiltrating the core information circle of the town to gather more intel. Shangwan Feng, group leader. Good. Tomorrow you and Qin Yu keep an eye on the town's happenings. Qin Yu, Shangwan Lei. Got it. After the chat, Qin Yu routinely entered the space stone to water and fertilize the Enlightenment tea, placing 3 mid-grade spirit stones into the array. Looking at the thriving Enlightenment tea, Qin Yu pondered. I only have 3 or 4 top-grade spirit stones left. I wonder if that's enough. I need to find a way to hunt more mythical beasts. Just as Qin Yu was about to cultivate, there was a knock on the door. He frowned, feeling that the overly attentive service could be a nuisance. This time, he chose to ignore it and began his cultivation on the bed. The knocking persisted for a while before finally ceasing. On the 3rd morning, after breakfast, Qin Yu wandered around the town. During the day, the town was particularly quiet, as most warriors had gone into the mountains to seek treasures, giving the hospitality industry a brief respite. Unknowingly, Qin Yu found himself on a street adorned with red silk. Damn, how did I end up on Pleasure Street? Just as he was about to leave, he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure, Shangwan Lei, leisurely heading toward a luxurious massage parlor with a fried dough stick in his mouth. Qin Yu quickly caught up, knocked the dough stick out of Shangwan Lei's mouth, and demanded, "What are you doing? Is this how you infiltrate the town's core information circle?" Shangwan Lei remained unfazed, confidently replying, "That's right. I'm indeed infiltrating the town's core information circle." Really? Qin Yu pointed at the massage parlor, full of doubt. Shangwan Lei earnestly explained, "You don't understand. Warriors, especially those in the wild, need places like this to relax. Once they relax, they'll spill all sorts of secrets. Believe it or not, any staff member here knows more than we do. So I'm here to gather intelligence, which is completely reasonable." Qin Yu took a deep breath, furrowing his brow slightly. "I suddenly feel that you might have a point. Do you think staying in here all day is good for your health?" Shangwan Lei asked with concern, then his eyes lit up. "Why don't you help me out? It's all for the mission." Qin Yu was silent for a moment before shaking his head. "I've never been to a place like this. I don't know anything about it." "Huh. It's my first time too. Once you're inside, you'll figure it all out," Shangwan Lei said, patting Qin Yu's shoulder with the air of someone who's been there before. "Isn't it expensive?" Qin Yu asked hesitantly. Shangwan Lei gave a sly smile. "Don't forget, all expenses can be reimbursed. Even this." "Of course." Qin Yu immediately stood up straighter. "All right then, I can't let brother Shangwan handle such a physically demanding task alone. I'll make a sacrifice too." The two exchanged a smile and confidently walked into the club. A middle-aged manager in a sharp suit approached them. "Gentlemen, what services can we offer you today?" Qin Yu glanced around the lavishly decorated hall and replied smoothly, "You know what we need, don't you?" The manager's eyes brightened and his smile widened. "Understood. Right this way, gentlemen." He led them through a discreet passage to the basement level. "Any specific requests for drinks?" "Only the most expensive," Qin Yu declared with a wave of his hand. "Watermelon should only be from the center, strawberries just the tips, and grapes must be seedless. Remember, don't go for the best, just the most expensive." After the manager left, Shangwan Lei was dumbfounded. "Is it necessary to spend so much?" Qin Yu quickly covered his mouth. "We are here to gather intelligence, not for fun. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a sheep. Spending money is part of the job." Moments later, the manager returned with a group of young women. Qin Yu lazily leaned back on the sofa, nodded, and gestured for the manager to leave. Once alone, he excused himself to the restroom and slipped away. In the restroom, Qin Yu's attention was drawn to a stall marked "under repair." He keenly sensed a martial artist's presence suddenly vanish. Opening the door, he found a regular squat toilet. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a hidden compartment with stairs leading downwards. Qin Yu donned a clown mask, clutched his life-saving jade pendant, and quietly descended the underground passage. After about 10 meters, he heard voices ahead. "The king covers the ground, tiger? Chicken stew with mushrooms? Wrong code. Intruder." Amidst the chaos, Qin Yu seized the opportunity to blend in. He saw a group of masked individuals attacking someone on the ground. He immediately joined in, pretending to be one of them. Since everyone was masked and unfamiliar with each other, no one noticed his presence. "Take this traitor's body to the boss," ordered a guard, his voice tinged with urgency. Qin Yu quickly seized the body, feigning eagerness as he headed deeper into the underground space. The surrounding guards encircled Qin Yu, with one wearing an amusement prince mask eyeing Qin Yu's mask with interest. "Hey, buddy, your champion mask looks great. Where did you get it? I want to switch mine." "They sell them in town, $10 each," Qin Yu replied casually. "All right, my mask is really ugly. I'll get one after work," the guard said enthusiastically. Qin Yu glanced at him. "Your amusement prince mask is pretty good too. Come on, say a line." "Soldier, this has nothing to do with you," the guard immediately responded. "Wow, you're just like the amusement prince himself." Qin Yu exclaimed in mock admiration. As he dragged the body forward, Qin Yu keenly assessed the surroundings. This underground space consisted of two warehouse-sized rooms connected by a passageway. The first room was bustling with various illicit activities, and they were now walking through the connecting passage. At the end of the passage, two guards blocked their path. "What are you doing?" one of them demanded sternly. The amusement prince mask guard quickly explained. "We just killed a martial artist trying to sneak in. We're here to report to the boss." "Leave the body, and you can go," the guard commanded. "Yes, sir." Qin Yu put down the body and turned to leave. Suddenly, a low beastly growl came from behind. Qin Yu frowned and looked back, only to find the guard still standing there, but the body had mysteriously vanished. Qin Yu's pupils contracted, and he quickened his pace. The formations here were not simple. They could interfere with his senses. Despite his expertise in formations, he couldn't pinpoint their locations, indicating the person who set them was far superior. Coupled with that beastly growl, Qin Yu's instincts screamed danger as he began contemplating a way to escape. "Stop right there." A guard's voice halted them from behind. Qin Yu's heart tightened as he stopped and turned. "What's the matter, officer?" "The boss wants to question you." "Follow me," the guard said coldly. Qin Yu hesitated, considering whether to crush the jade pendant in his sleeve to summon Shangwan Feng. Although Shangwan Feng was in the mountains, his prowess would allow him to arrive instantly. After a moment of thought, Qin Yu tucked the pendant back into his sleeve. He would first assess the situation and summon help only if it became truly dangerous. Following the guard into the second room, Qin Yu's pupils constricted. The room was filled with various exotic beasts, many clearly possessing strength above level 4. "Don't look around, or you'll be fed to the beasts," the leading guard threatened. The group quickly lowered their heads, following closely. Moments later, they were led into a small room. In the dimly lit basement, two men dressed in black robes and wearing white masks sat with a commanding presence. One of them, seated centrally, was clearly the leader, while the other sat respectfully beside him. "Boss, they have arrived," a subordinate reported quickly and respectfully. The leader replied coolly. "You may leave." Qin Yu took the opportunity to glance around discreetly and soon spotted a half-body corpse in the corner. After the soldier left, the leader turned his attention to Qin Yu and the others, pointing to the corpse in the corner. "How did you discover him?" "Reporting, boss, this guy messed up the code. We said tiger covers the land, and he responded with chicken stewed with mushrooms." "Chicken stewed with mushrooms?" the leader sneered. "Who would think we'd use such a common phrase as a code?" And not knowing the full phrase, "Tiger covers the land, pagoda suppresses the river demon, deserves to die for ignorance." The black-robed man beside the leader chuckled. "Boss, I think you're overthinking it." The leader rubbed his temples and sighed. "I can't help but worry. The elder specifically instructed that this place must remain hidden, and I've heard that Imperial University has sent people." Qin Yu's ears perked up. This was important information. There was an elder behind this leader, and with so many exotic beasts here, that elder was likely the malicious old ghost they were seeking. "Rest assured," the black-robed man explained. "Our secret base is built under the Street of Pleasures, and the entrance is only through that massage parlor. How could the righteous folks from Imperial University ever come to such a street, let alone enter a massage parlor? Even if they turn the whole town upside down, they won't find us here." "Exactly," the leader slapped his thigh confidently. "Only those who are idle, aimless, and weak would wander down the Street of Pleasures. How could the geniuses and experts from Imperial University waste their time in such a place?" The two grew more smug as they spoke, laughing heartily. "When the elder chose this location for the base, I didn't understand. Now I see the elder's foresight." Amidst the laughter, suddenly a crackling sound, and a jade pendant shattered. Boom. Crash. Clatter. Shangwan Feng descended from above, crashing through the roof of the massage parlor, breaking through several floors, and finally landing firmly in front of Qin Yu. The sudden turn of events left everyone present stunned. The leader and the black-robed man were dumbfounded, and the other subordinates were terrified out of their wits. Coincidentally, Shangwan Feng had crashed through the very room where Shangwan Lei was enjoying himself. At that moment, Shangwan Lei cautiously peeked through the hole in the ceiling, locking eyes with Qin Yu. The two exchanged silent glances. "Shangwan Lei, you told me you were going to the bathroom?" Qin Yu just happened to stumble upon this. "Shangwan Lei, you sneaky devil. What happened?" Shangwan Feng surveyed the surroundings, his gaze sharp as a blade. Qin Yu immediately stepped forward, standing tall as he reported, "Sir, this is a secret base of the Beast Heart sect." Shangwan Feng nodded slightly, his eyes like torches as he glanced at the leader seated at the head. With just one look, the leader seemed to be struck by lightning, as if bearing a great weight. He tumbled from his seat, scrambling and shouting. "It's a misunderstanding. I'm just running some small illegal business. I have no idea what the Beast Heart sect is. Look, there's not even a single mythical beast here." Before he finished speaking, a dozen ferocious mythical beasts suddenly burst through the city gates, lunging at Shangwan Feng, intending to tear him to pieces. The leader was instantly dumbfounded, his face turning ashen. Humph. Shangguan Feng let out a cold laugh, and the terrifying pressure of an 8th-level peak warrior swept over the area like a tidal wave. All the mythical beasts were immediately pressed to the ground, trembling, unable to move. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Yu swiftly dealt with the mythical beasts one by one. Shangguan Feng strode over to the leader, his voice icy and piercing. "What's your name?" The leader trembled as he answered, "My name is Li Ilyang. Since I'm in your hands, do as you wish." "So your name is Li Ilyang?" Qin Yu asked in surprise. Li Ilyang looked at Qin Yu, a glimmer of hope igniting in his heart. "Do you know me?" Qin Yu chuckled. "Of course I do. I grew up singing your songs." With that, he cleared his throat and sang, "Unity is Li Ilyang. Unity is Li Ilyang. This Li Ilyang is iron. This Li Ilyang is steel, stronger than iron, tougher than steel." "Stop singing." Shangguan Feng interrupted sharply, fixing his gaze on Li Ilyang, enunciating each word. "Answer my question, and I can make your death quick." "No way." Li Ilyang spat at Shangguan Feng, laughing maniacally. "Even if you kill me, I won't tell you anything." Quite stubborn." Shangguan Feng sneered. "Do you know who I am?" "Yes, General Shangguan Feng of the War God Regiment." Li Ilyang replied through gritted teeth. "Then you should have heard of my methods." Shangguan Feng grabbed Li Ilyang's neck, lifting him into the air, his voice like it came from the depths of hell. "In my hands, death is a luxury." Li Ilyang's face turned pale as he desperately slapped Shangguan Feng's arm, unable to break free. Shangguan Feng leaned close to Li Ilyang's ear, whispering threateningly, "I've undergone professional training, and I know more tortures than I can count on my fingers. You wouldn't want to experience them all, would you?" Fear filled Li Ilyang's eyes, but he still clenched his teeth, saying nothing. Shangguan Feng continued, "To be honest, I've never had the chance to practice those tortures. How about I try them on you? Don't worry, I won't let you die. Every time you're about to be tortured to death, I'll heal you, making life worse than death." Seeing that Li Ilyang still refused to speak, Shangguan Feng sneered. "Still not talking? You really are tough." With that, he tightened his grip on Li Ilyang's neck. Fear filled Li Ilyang's eyes, his face turning purple as his body convulsed. "Looks like I need to give you a taste first." Shangguan Feng drew a dagger from his side, ready to make a move on Li Ilyang. At this critical moment, Qin Yu hurriedly stopped Shangguan Feng. Uncle, if you keep choking him like that, he won't be able to speak even if he wants to." Hearing this, Li Ilyang nodded vigorously, tears in his eyes, as if clutching at the last straw. Shangguan Feng cast a cold gaze over the group before him, a disdainful smirk playing on his lips. He casually tossed Li Ilyang to the ground with such force that the man immediately lost consciousness. "Useless." Shangguan Feng spat, delivering a swift kick to the unconscious Li Ilyang before turning to face the trembling soldiers and the black-robed man standing beside Li Ilyang. "Where is the evil-faced old ghost?" Shangguan Feng's thunderous roar echoed, causing one soldier to faint on the spot. With disdain, Shangguan Feng glanced at the fallen soldier and crushed his head underfoot. He turned his attention to the next soldier, repeating the same question. When he received a "don't know" in response, Shangguan Feng didn't hesitate, striking the man's head with a blow that made it burst like a watermelon. The remaining soldiers were ashen-faced, some of them unaware of who the evil-faced old ghost even was. A look of disgust flickered in Shangguan Feng's eyes as he swiftly disposed of these feigning ignorance troops. Finally, only the black-robed man next to Li Ilyang remained standing. Seeing Shangguan Feng's gaze land on him, the man immediately fell to his knees, pleading, "Please, spare me. I'm just a worker, a pitiful man doing others' bidding." Smack! Shangguan Feng slapped the black-robed man across the face, shouting angrily, "Did I tell you to speak? Shut up." The black-robed man instantly fell silent, trembling all over. "Name?" Shangguan Feng asked coldly. The black-robed man didn't dare to speak, earning him another slap. "I asked for your name. Why aren't you speaking?" Shangguan Feng demanded through gritted teeth. Tears streaming down his face, the black-robed man stammered, "Didn't you just tell me to shut up?" Smack! Another loud slap. "You dare talk back? Do you want to die?" Shangguan Feng restrained the black-robed man, delivering a flurry of slaps. In no time, the man's face swelled up like a pig's head. "Name?" Shangguan Feng asked again. "Hey Air," the black-robed man finally answered. Smack! Another slap from Shangguan Feng. "Did I tell you to speak?" Smack! "Didn't you hear me say shut up?" Smack! Smack! "Just because I ask a question, you think you can talk?" Smack! 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 After a barrage of slaps, Hey Air completely broke down. He realized that this man wasn't interested in answers. He just wanted to torment him. "Stop, please stop." Hey Air begged, his swollen face pleading for mercy. "I'll tell you whatever you want. Just please stop hitting me." Shangguan Feng glanced at Qin Yu with a smirk. "See? That's how it's done." No sooner had he spoken than he landed another slap on Hey Air's face, making him cry. "Boss, I'm not even resisting. Why are you still hitting me?" Hey Air sobbed. Shangguan Feng rubbed Hey Air's swollen, pig-like face, feigning an apologetic tone. Sorry, force of habit. Qin Yu watched silently, saying nothing. Where is the grim-faced ghost? Shang Wanfeng sat at the head of the table, his gaze sharp as a knife, fixed on He Er, who was prostrated on the ground. The atmosphere in the room grew tense, as if the air itself had thickened. He Er trembled all over, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. He stammered, Boss, I really don't know any grim-faced ghost. Shang Wanfeng narrowed his eyes and asked coldly, Then who owns this secret base? It's the arrogant elder of the Beast Heart sect. He Er blurted out. Upon hearing the name, arrogant, a flicker of surprise crossed Shang Wanfeng's eyes. He thought to himself that although the Beast Heart sect had many elders, only 5 had reached the 8th level. Their code names were Sloth, Greed, Envy, Arrogance, and Wrath. The arrogant elder was one of these 5. Are you telling the truth? Shang Wanfeng's tone carried a hint of threat. Absolutely true. He Er hastily replied. If I dare to utter a single lie, may I live the rest of my life in endless pain. Qin Yu glanced at the lifeless body of a small soldier on the ground and sighed softly. He realized it was a misunderstanding. These people truly were unaware. However, no one would care about the fate of these minions. His gaze returned to Shang Wanfeng. Shang Wanfeng furrowed his brows, his mind racing with countless thoughts. After a moment, he slowly relaxed his brow and said, Let's go find Shang Wan Qingfeng and discuss this together. He stood up and instructed, Call Shang Wan Lei and ask where he is. No need to call. I'm here. Shang Wan Lei suddenly poked his head out from a gap and waved at Shang Wanfeng. Then let's go. As soon as Shang Wanfeng finished speaking, he took off into the air. Qin Yu felt a powerful force lifting him. In the blink of an eye, the scenery blurred, and they found themselves at the hotel where Shang Wanfeng was staying. Shang Wan Lei, Li Iliang, and He Er were brought along as well. Qin Yu marveled at the power of an 8th level peak expert. The speed was astonishing. Shang Wanfeng sent a message, and in the next second, Shang Wan Qingfeng appeared in the room. The 4 sat down together, and Qin Yu recounted the entire case in detail. What do you think? Shang Wanfeng asked. Shang Wan Qingfeng stroked his beard and, after a moment of contemplation, said, There are 2 possibilities. First, the intelligence personnel made a mistake, confusing arrogance with the grim-faced ghost. Second, the grim-faced ghost, after capturing Tong Tong, realized he couldn't evade pursuit and voluntarily ceded some benefits to seek arrogance's protection. Either scenario greatly complicates the case. Shang Wanfeng nodded slightly in agreement. I lean towards the first possibility. Based on the typical behavior of Beast Heart sect members, arrogance would surely monopolize the purified bloodline, leaving the grim-faced ghost with nothing. Qin Yu suddenly suggested, Why don't we ask the intelligence personnel how they determined the grim-faced ghost appeared in this town? Right. Shang Wan Qingfeng clapped his hands. I'll be back in a flash. Soon, Shang Wan Qingfeng returned, dragging along a chubby man wielding a butcher's knife. The man adjusted his grease-stained clothes and introduced himself. Hello, I'm an intelligence officer from the Imperial Capital University, codenamed Pangolin, currently undercover in this town as a butcher. Shang Wanfeng nodded slightly, a hint of approval in his eyes. You've worked hard, he said succinctly. Pangolin straightened up immediately, his voice firm. It's no trouble, all for Xia. Shang Wanfeng frowned slightly, getting straight to the point. Are you the only intelligence officer in this town? Pangolin nodded in confirmation. Shang Wanfeng didn't waste time on pleasantries and asked directly, How did you determine that the evil-faced old ghost appeared here? Did you see him with your own eyes? Pangolin shook his head and explained, I didn't see him personally. But that night, a large number of exotic beast auras suddenly appeared around the town, including a levels-even beast. However, they didn't attack the town. Instead, after a brief pause, they all headed towards the Tianling Mountains. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu and the others frowned. This phenomenon at most suggested that a master from the Beast Heart sect had appeared, but directly concluding that it was the evil-faced old ghost seemed too hasty. Pangolin seemed to notice their doubts and quickly pulled out a multicolored scale from his pocket. It's not just based on this, he explained. I suspect it was the evil-faced old ghost because of this scale from a red armored multicolored lizard. I found it at the mountain in trance the next day. According to previous intelligence, the strongest beast controlled by the evil-faced old ghost is a levels-even red armored multicolored lizard. He continued to analyze. Combined with the possible movement patterns of the evil-faced old ghost, the safest retreat route after capturing hostages would be through the Tianling Mountains. So I suspect there's a high chance he entered the mountains. Shang Wanfeng took the scale, examined it for a moment, and confirmed, it's indeed the aura of a levels-even beast. He pressed further. Aside from this scale, did you discover anything else? Pangolin added. I also found traces of large beasts passing through the mountain entrance. Although they were partially concealed, some signs remained. Shang Wanfeng asked, Have you speculated on where the evil-faced old ghost might be hiding? Pangolin shook his head with a wry smile. I didn't dare venture deep into the mountains for fear of alerting him. Shang Wanfeng nodded in understanding. Got it. You can head back for now. We'll call you if we need anything. After Pangolin left, Shangwan Feng sighed heavily. Qin Yu asked, what do you think? Shangwan Qingfeng smiled wryly. We've been played. A levels-even beast wouldn't just drop a scale. It's clearly a diversion left by the evil-faced old ghost. Shangwan Feng nodded in agreement and analyzed. I suspect the evil-faced old ghost collaborated with arrogance, handing over the lizard's scale in advance, and arrogance orchestrated this whole scene. Moreover, the faint aura on this scale indicates it has been separated from the lizard for at least a month. The real evil-faced old ghost might not have come here at all. We've been heading in the wrong direction from the start. Shangwan Lei asked anxiously, so what now? Xia is so vast. Finding one person is like searching for a needle in a haystack. Everyone fell silent. Shangwan Feng broke the silence. I'll notify the Imperial University. This mission is too complex for just a few of us. We can only rely on intelligence agents spread across the region and hope they uncover something new. Suddenly, Qin Yu spoke up. Do you have a map of Xia? Shangwan Qingfeng pulled out a map from his pocket and handed it to Qin Yu, asking in confusion, what do you need it for? Qin Yu didn't answer but spread the map on the bed and began to carefully draw on it with a pen. As he drew, he analyzed. The evil-faced old ghost took hostages in Shishir City. To the north is the Imperial City, to the east is the sea, and to the south is another populous city. The western Tianling Mountains are the best refuge for him. If I were the evil-faced old ghost, after the incident, I would definitely choose the Tianling Mountains as a natural sanctuary, patiently waiting for the 7th day of July. The three of them turned their gaze towards Qin Yu, their eyes full of confusion. Qin Yu took a deep breath and spoke with a heavy tone. Everyone, have we considered the possibility that the evil-faced old ghost has already figured out all our thoughts and actions? Even if our intelligence agents found nothing, we would instinctively guess that he entered the Tianling Mountains. That's why he deliberately released his aura and left carefully prepared scales, making everything seem too obvious. His goal is to trick us into thinking we've fallen for a trap. Qin Yu's words made those present fall into deep thought. He continued, according to our earlier reasoning, our first reaction was to rule out the Tianling Mountains. But have you ever thought that the most dangerous place is often the safest? If we really rule out the Tianling Mountains, we might be falling right into the evil-faced old ghost's plan. Shangwan Feng nodded thoughtfully. Makes sense. The evil-faced old ghost might indeed use such a trick under our noses. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested, let's do this. I'll first consult with the Imperial Capital University. We continue to explore the Tianling Mountains while also having the university send additional personnel to search for the evil-faced old ghost's whereabouts. What do you all think? Agreed. Sounds good. I second that. Everyone expressed their approval. After quickly consulting, Shangwan Feng said to everyone, you guys go have lunch first. I'll stay here to interrogate these two and see if I can get any useful clues. With that, he glanced at He Er, who was trembling in the corner, and Li Ilyang, who had just woken up. If there's any significant discovery, I'll notify everyone in the group immediately. In the afternoon, we'll search the mountains together. Qin Yu and Shangwan Lei will search the periphery, while Qin Feng and I will explore deeper. As Shangwan Feng spoke, he took out a jade pendant from his pocket and tossed it to Qin Yu. If you encounter danger, crush the jade pendant immediately. Understood. Qin Yu solemnly accepted the jade pendant and nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, in the first military hospital of the imperial capital, an old man shrouded in black energy lay on a bed in the intensive care unit. His body was covered with various tubes, constantly trembling, and his painful groans filled the air. Doctor, how is he doing? The old man's family members anxiously looked at the dozen or so healing doctors, their voices filled with worry. The attending doctor sighed and replied, he's temporarily out of danger, but the situation is still very severe. He must take a pill containing bloodline purification components in a short time, or next time the black energy will invade his heart. By then, even a miracle worker couldn't save him. After the doctor left, the patient's family slumped to the ground, their faces full of despair. Just then, the old man on the bed let out a faint groan. Old Luo, what are you saying? The family members quickly gathered around, pressing their ears close to his mouth. They heard old Luo laboriously repeating 3 words. Kill me, kill me, kill me. Old Luo, you must hold on. A family member hurriedly comforted him. The Imperial Capital University has already sent people to rescue Tong Tong. As long as we get a little bloodline purification, we can help suppress the black energy in your body. Old Luo was no ordinary person. He was one of the few 9th-level martial artists in the world, a top force in the fight against exotic beasts. Just half a month ago, Old Luo was invincible on the battlefield, able to obliterate countless exotic beasts with a wave of his hand. Yet now, he lay on the bed, as fragile as a flickering candle, a shadow of his former self. The root of this situation was the eruption of the black poison in his body. 2 years ago, Old Luo, along with 2 other 9th-level martial artists and over a dozen 8th-level martial artists, explored the Sky Rift. Although they encountered unexpected events, fortunately, no one was injured. However, everyone was infected with an extremely dreadful poison. Once the poison erupts, no matter how strong the martial artist, they will be rendered powerless and suffer unbearably. During the eruption, black energy would steam from their bodies. Hence it was called black poison. Even a 9th level healer with 9th level healing pills is helpless against this poison. Fortunately, someone discovered that pills made from purified blood could suppress this poison. Since then, every month, purified blood has been extracted from Tong Tong to sustain the lives of Luo Lao and others. However, fate seemed to play a cruel joke on the Luo family. Just a few days ago, Tong Tong was kidnapped, and the poison in Luo Lao's body happened to flare up at this exact time. The Luo family was thrown into an unprecedented crisis, each member as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Luo Lao's second son, Luo Yi, could no longer contain himself. He sprang up, his eyes blazing with anger. No, I must pressure Imperial Capital University right now. They are fully responsible for Tong Tong's safety, and they must give us an explanation for this. With that, he strode out of the hospital room. As soon as Luo Yi opened the door, his elder brother, the current head of the Luo family, Luo Feng, hurried over. Seeing Luo Feng, Luo Yi seemed to find his backbone and urgently said, "Big brother, without the essence blood, the old man might not last a few days." Luo Feng's face turned even graver. He looked through the glass at their father lying in bed and quietly said to Luo Yi, "News just came from Imperial Capital University that the evil-faced old ghost might not even be in the Tianling Mountains." The rescue team went on a wild goose chase. What? Luo Yi clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. Damn evil-faced old ghost. One day I'll tear you to pieces. Let's not waste time with such words. Luo Feng carefully took out a pill from his pocket. This is made from the last bit of essence blood. Let's use it to stabilize the old man's condition. Luo Yi's eyes lit up. Great, luckily we still have some in stock. But he quickly frowned again. Tong Tong is still just a child. Even though we try to extract as much as possible each time, the remaining essence blood won't last long. Enough talk. Let's give the old man the medicine first. Then we'll figure out a plan. The two brothers hurried into the room and placed the last life-saving pill into Luo Lao's mouth. Soon, the dark aura around Luo Lao dissipated, his trembling body gradually calmed, and he drifted into sleep. The old man is asleep. Everyone, let's step out and keep it quiet. The group gathered in the hallway, and Luo Feng got straight to the point. Relying solely on Imperial Capital University, finding the evil-faced old ghost quickly is very difficult. The pill won't hold for long either. I want to hear everyone's thoughts. Isn't it obvious? I suggest immediately using all of the Luo family's resources to assist Imperial Capital University in finding Tong Tong. Yes, I suggest the Luo family halt all commercial trade and mobilize resources nationwide to search with full force. I agree. I have no objections. Luo Feng, satisfied, glanced at everyone and turned to leave. I'll go make arrangements right away. Meanwhile, several major families and merchants across Xia began to take action simultaneously. Nationwide, various spies, informants, and assassins became active. A massive search operation quietly commenced. At the same time, Qin Yu spent the entire afternoon on the mountain, but apart from killing a few exotic beasts, he found nothing new. He dared not explore too deeply, as the only useful information extracted by Shangwan Feng from Li Ilyang was that the arrogant elder of the Beast Heart sect was currently in the Tianling Mountains. If he were unfortunate enough to encounter that guy, even 10 lives wouldn't be enough for Qin Yu. This is such a waste of my precious cultivation time. I didn't expect this task to be so troublesome. Qin Yu complained, taking out a space stone to water and fertilize the Dao Comprehension tea. The tea plant looked pleasing, its lush green tips reaching up to Qin Yu's calf. In just over 20 days, it should be ready for harvest. Qin Yu thought joyfully. On the 4th day in the town, Qin Yu ventured deeper into the forest again, yet still came up empty-handed. On the 5th and 6th days, he tirelessly continued his search, but the results remained disappointing. Time was slipping away, and the deadline of July 7th was approaching fast, yet Qin Yu and the others made no progress. Even major families outside had launched large-scale searches, but no useful clues were found. The mysterious evil ghost seemed to have vanished into thin air, leaving nothing behind except a single scale in the Tianling Mountains. As night fell, Qin Yu sat exhausted in a martial artist's barbecue restaurant. He mechanically ate skewers of meat, washed down with beer, while humming a tuneless song. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind. "Wu Song, you're eating here too?" Turning around, Qin Yu saw Wu Dalong and his companions approaching. He raised his hand and forced a smile. "Oh, brother, come join us." Wu Dalong and his group didn't hesitate and sat down next to Qin Yu to enjoy the grilled meat. "Waiter, bring 500 more skewers." Qin Yu called out loudly. "Sure, just a moment, sir," the waiter replied. Turning to his new companions, Qin Yu asked, "So, how's your progress these days?" Wu Dalong put down his skewer and said gravely, "About the same as before, just barely getting by." He paused, his tone turning serious. "Brother Wu Song, you'd better not go into the mountains these days." "Why?" Qin Yu asked, puzzled. Pan Jinlian sighed and explained, "For some reason, there are more beasts on the outskirts, including quite a few level 2 beasts. It's dangerous." Qin Yu forced a smile. He knew the sudden increase in beasts was due to the daily wanderings of the powerful figures Shangguan Feng and Shangguan Qing Feng in the Tianling Mountains, which had disturbed many high-level beasts. Once they left, the beasts would return to their territories. Shimin Qing suddenly asked, "By the way, Brother Wu Song, have you found what you're looking for?" Qin Yu was taken aback. "Me? What am I looking for?" He remembered he hadn't mentioned this to them. Shimin Qing laughed and explained, "With your skills, you must be a college student, different from folks like us. You must be here to find something." Qin Yu looked at Shimin Qing in surprise, impressed by his insight. He sighed and admitted, "Brother Shimin, you're really sharp. I am here to find something, but I have no leads." Wu Dalong asked eagerly, "What thing? A spirit herb or fruit? Maybe we've come across it before." Shimin Qing quickly added, "If it's inconvenient, you don't have to say." Qin Yu hesitated for a moment and decided to share some information. "It's not really a secret." He thought for a moment and said, "I'm here to find a person." "What person? Any distinguishing features?" Wu Dalong pressed further. Qin Yu described the characteristics of the Beast Heart sect members, probably wearing a black robe, maybe also a mask, and he has many beasts with him all the time. Wu Dalong shook his head. "We haven't seen anyone like that. The Tianling Mountains are so vast. Finding one person is too difficult." Qin Yu sighed. "Yeah, it's not just difficult. It's like having no clue at all, wandering aimlessly every day." Shimin Qing mused, "Speaking of clues, I might have an idea." Qin Yu perked up immediately. "Go ahead, Brother Shimin." Shimin Qing analyzed. "The biggest feature of that person is having many beasts following. A person might not leave traces in the mountains, but if a large group of beasts passes through, there will definitely be traces." Qin Yu frowned. "The mountains are full of beast traces. That's hard to track." Shimin Qing confidently said, "The traces of a single beast and a group of beasts are completely different. You may be strong, but in terms of this experience, you're lacking." Qin Yu nodded thoughtfully. "I see." Qin Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly asked Shimin Qing, "What kind of traces can a group of mythical beasts leave behind?" Shimin Qing put down his wine cup and swallowed his mouthful of meat before seriously explaining. "The most obvious trace is a path full of broken branches and leaves. However, if these beasts are being controlled, they will definitely try to avoid leaving such traces. After a few days, most people wouldn't notice anything." Hearing this, Qin Yu rolled his eyes, thinking that this explanation was as good as useless. Sensing his disappointment, Shimin Qing quickly added, "Don't worry, my friend. While obvious traces can be hidden, there's one trace that can't be concealed no matter what." "What trace?" Qin Yu asked eagerly, his eyes widening. Shimin Qing slowly uttered, "Dung." "What?" Qin Yu was momentarily confused. Shimin Qing patiently explained, "Even mythical beasts need to eat and excrete. If there are many of them, some are bound to leave droppings. By following these, we can deduce their approximate route." At this moment, Pan Jinlian chimed in. "Remember the last time we went into the mountains? I found a pile of mythical beast droppings under the bushes." Qin Yu nodded. "I remember, but wasn't there just one pile?" Pan Jinlian shook her head. "Who said there was only one? I only showed you one, but there were quite a few more in the nearby bushes. And now that you mention it, I recall that those droppings were quite fresh, made within the last few days, so it couldn't have been just one beast." Upon hearing this, Qin Yu immediately put down his skewer and quickly typed on his phone, "Major discovery. Meet at the Warriors' Barbecue now." The group leader, Shangguan Feng, soon replied, "What's the major discovery?" Qin Yu briefly responded, "Too complicated to explain now. Just come over." Shangguan Feng replied, "All right." Turning to Wu Dalong and the others, Qin Yu smiled and asked, "Do you have time tomorrow to accompany us into the mountains? I can offer you a generous reward." Wu Dalong replied, "We have time, and our friendship doesn't require rewards. But there are many mythical beasts in the mountains lately, and we may not be able to handle them." Qin Yu reassured them, "No worries. I have a few companions who are stronger than I am." Wu Dalong nodded. "If you have a level 4 warrior, we can help." "Deal." Qin Yu confirmed. Not long after, Shangguan Feng arrived first and asked urgently, "What's the important information?" Qin Yu, filled with excitement, said, "I have an idea that might help us find the evil-faced old ghost." "What idea? Tell me." Shangguan Feng pressed. Qin Yu explained, "I plan to use the traces left by the evil-faced old ghost a few days ago to find his hiding place." Shangguan Feng immediately dismissed the idea. "That's impossible. It's been too many days. The traces are long gone." At this point, Shimin Qing stepped forward with a smile. "No, sir. Ordinary traces might disappear, but there's one trace that can last for half a month." "And who are you?" Shangguan Feng looked at Shimin Qing in confusion. Qin Yu quickly introduced, This is Shimin Qing, a good friend of Wu Song. He emphasized Wu Song while introducing Shengwan Feng to the others. This is my teacher, incredibly powerful. Shengwan Feng immediately understood and asked, what trace are you referring to? Excrement. Shimin Qing answered directly. Well, what? Shengwan Feng was momentarily taken aback. Qin Yu hurriedly explained the method in detail to Shengwan Feng. After listening, Shengwan Feng shook his head. This method doesn't seem feasible. Just then, Qin Yu's phone suddenly vibrated. He opened it to see a message from the author. Guys, starting today, we're testing the book title, which will last until February 25th. During these 2 weeks, please don't stop following the updates. This is the last chance for this book to make a comeback. I hope everyone actively follows the updates. As a seasoned veteran, Shengwan Feng was well-versed in the technique of tracking mythical beasts through their droppings. However, he had refrained from using this method because the situation was more complicated than it appeared. Why not? Shimin Qing asked curiously. Shengwan Feng explained. Our target has strong counter-surveillance abilities. It's unlikely for such a creature to leave behind droppings. Any traces would have been thoroughly cleaned up. Qin Yu suddenly remembered something and reminded them. But didn't we find a large area of droppings before? I think we should give it a try. Shengwan Feng was taken aback. What? Where did you find it? I can't quite recall. Qin Yu looked to Wu Dalong and the others for help, embarrassed. Wu Dalong grinned. Don't worry, I remember. It's over there. I'll take you. Following Wu Dalong's lead, the group quickly arrived at the previous location. Wu Dalong pointed around, saying, you could still see traces of people passing through before, but with the shrubs growing over the past few days, it's all hidden now. Meanwhile, in the warriors' barbecue shop, Shengwan Lei and Shengwan Qingfeng exchanged puzzled looks. Where are they? Didn't they say there was important news and called us to gather here? Shengwan Lei asked, confused. I don't know. I just got here too. Shengwan Qingfeng replied. Maybe they're not here yet. Let's wait. Waiter, for 100 skewers, please. Sure. The waiter responded promptly. Back in the forest, Shengwan Feng pushed aside dense bushes and grass, soon discovering the rotting droppings on the ground. Just this. Shengwan Feng was a bit disappointed. Uncle, there's more ahead. Pan Jinlian said as she skillfully cut down the bushes with her short knife. As she moved, more droppings were revealed, leaving Shengwan Feng stunned. How did you find this? Shengwan Feng asked, puzzled. You can't see the ground through such dense bushes. Pan Jinlian was also confused. The droppings are obvious. How could you miss them? Look, there's another pile here. Following the trail of droppings, Pan Jinlian moved forward, with Qin Yu and the others close behind. Suddenly, Pan Jinlian stopped. What's wrong? Shengwan Feng asked. It's getting dark, Pan Jinlian explained. The beast is stronger at night. Should we come back tomorrow? Come on, it's a minor issue. Qin Yu reassured Shengwan Feng. With my teacher here, everyone will be safe. My teacher's strength is terrifying. Shengwan Feng agreed. Just keep moving. The beast won't dare come near. All right. Pan Jinlian continued to lead the way. After a while, she stopped again. What's wrong? Qin Yu asked. No more droppings ahead. Pan Jinlian replied. What do we do? Qin Yu was worried. Don't panic. Pan Jinlian gave Qin Yu a reassuring look. It's not that there are no droppings, but they've been covered up. She took a deep breath and said decisively, follow me. Pan Jinlian sidestepped about 10 meters, cleared the surrounding bushes, and dug a bit with her short knife, revealing another pile of sticky droppings. Impressive. Qin Yu couldn't help but give a thumbs up. No big deal, just practice. Pan Jinlian responded calmly. As the group delved deeper, the droppings left by the mythical beast became increasingly hidden. Some were left on trees, others buried a meter underground, and some eaten by dog-like beasts. However, with Pan Jinlian's exceptional tracking skills, no droppings went unnoticed. Following the trail of droppings, they walked through the night. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight pierced through the dense foliage, creating streams of light in the forest. Pan Jinlian lay on the ground, sniffing diligently, continuing her tracking journey. A sudden pungent smell invaded his nostrils, causing Shengwan Feng to frown. He muttered, I think I found a large area, and the scent is very fresh. No need to sniff further. He flexed his fists, a hint of excitement in his eyes. We found our target. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu narrowed his eyes and fully engaged his advanced breathing technique. His perception expanded to its limit, yet he still couldn't detect any human presence. Just as he was puzzled, Shengwan Feng's expression changed suddenly, and he urgently said, Qin, Wu Song, quickly take your friends and retreat. I'll hold them off. This warning set off alarm bells in Qin Yu's mind. Shengwan Feng didn't say, I'll catch him, but I'll hold them off, indicating there were multiple opponents, matching Shengwan Feng's strength. Instantly, the image of the arrogant elder flashed in Qin Yu's mind. It seemed they had indeed joined forces. Without hesitation, Qin Yu shouted, Quick, follow me. He knew that a clash between 8th-level warriors could easily obliterate them with just the aftershocks. At that moment, an ear-piercing sound, like glass scraping, echoed from deep within the forest. Since you're here, why the rush to leave? Before the words had fully settled, two figures in black robes gracefully leaped down from the trees. They were the long-sought, evil-faced ghost, and one of the 5 elders of the Beast Heart sect, the arrogant elder. Shangguan Feng's face changed drastically, clearly not expecting the evil-faced ghost and arrogant elder to join forces. Retreat now, he growled, urgency lacing his voice. But it was too late. With a sinister laugh, the arrogant elder raised his staff and tapped it lightly on the ground. Instantly, intricate blood-red patterns illuminated beneath Qin Yu and his companions. It's a formation. Qin Yu's heart sank. Simultaneously, Shangguan Feng's muscles bulged, his bones crackling, eyes blazing with fierce anger. Clothes burst, he shouted, and his upper garments were torn apart by sheer force. He became a streak of light, rushing toward the formation's edge. In a critical moment, a 2-meter-tall gorilla appeared in front of Shangguan Feng. Both threw a punch simultaneously, and with a resounding boom, the terrifying shockwave reduced surrounding trees to dust. The gorilla was blasted away, crashing through 5 towering trees before coming to a halt. Shangguan Feng also paused momentarily from the impact, giving the arrogant elder's formation time to fully activate. Without hesitation, Shangguan Feng drew a spiked club and struck the formation with all his might. However, the strike merely caused a few ripples before dissipating powerlessly. Don't waste your efforts, cackled the evil-faced ghost. This formation was meticulously crafted by the arrogant elder over 3 days. As an 8th-level warrior, you can't break it in a short time. Shangguan Feng put away the spiked club, glaring coldly at the evil-faced ghost. I never expected you to team up with arrogant. It goes against your Beast Heart sect's usual ways. The evil-faced ghost chuckled sinisterly. Since you're about to die, I'll let you in on a secret. The arrogant elder is my older brother. No wonder. A flash of surprise crossed Shangguan Feng's eyes. He pondered briefly, then took out the scales of a 7-colored lizard, asking, "There's one more thing I don't understand. You deliberately left this scale to mislead us, making us think you hadn't entered the Tianling Mountains, right?" The sinister-faced old ghost admitted to Shangguan Feng's accusations without hesitation but then retorted, "If that's the case, why did you deliberately leave a trail of droppings? Isn't that contradictory?" Shangguan Feng frowned in confusion, and before he could respond, the sinister-faced old ghost erupted in anger, his voice sharp. "Nonsense. I went to great lengths to hide the droppings. Some were placed on trees over 10 meters high, while others were buried more than a meter deep in the ground. I can't believe you still found your way here despite my efforts. How infuriating." The old ghost's exasperated demeanor caused everyone to glance at Pan Jinlian in unison, their eyes filled with astonishment. "This woman must have some kind of special ability," someone murmured softly. Taking a deep breath, the sinister-faced old ghost continued. "However, your arrival is timely. Purifying the bloodline along with the blood pill refined from an 8th-level warrior's blood will surely propel me to the 8th level, and my brother will become the second 9th-level warrior of the Beast Heart sect. Ha 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 ha." Shangguan Feng's aura intensified as he sneered. "Do you really think you can refine me? Let's see if you're still this lively later," the sinister-faced old ghost replied menacingly. At that moment, the arrogant elder suddenly raised his staff and slowly uttered, "Activate the formation. Blood refinement." In an instant, countless crimson mists rose within the formation, entwining everyone like a relentless plague. Shangguan Feng shouted in a low voice, feeling the power being rapidly stripped from his body. He gritted his teeth, rallying his internal energy to resist the external force. Although the speed of the energy drain slowed, it seemed only a matter of time before he would be completely drained. Wu Dalong, Pan Jinlian, and Shimin Qing fared even worse, unable to withstand the crimson mist's pull, and they were quickly drained and fell unconscious. Qin Yu looked at himself in surprise, not feeling any pull at all, with his energy circulating as usual. The blood energy condensed by the divine breathing technique is truly extraordinary, he thought with relief. With the crimson mist as a barrier, the sinister-faced old ghost and the arrogant elder outside the formation didn't notice Qin Yu's anomaly. "Brother, I'll keep an eye on them here. You go prepare for your breakthrough to the 9th-level warrior," the sinister-faced old ghost said to the arrogant elder. "All right." The arrogant elder nodded and turned to leave. Qin Yu took out his phone and glanced at it. "Damn, no signal," he cursed inwardly. "No way to call for help, and I can't break this formation. What should I do?" Suddenly, an idea struck Qin Yu, and he slowly approached Shangguan Feng, whispering, "Uncle, uncle." Shangguan Feng opened his eyes, surprised to see Qin Yu unaffected. Without waiting for questions, Qin Yu asked, "Uncle, how much cash do you have on you right now?" Shangguan Feng was bewildered. "I'm not dead yet, and you're already eyeing my inheritance? Don't just stand there. This might be our only hope to break the formation," Qin Yu urged. Shangguan Feng glanced at his spatial ring. "A few million, maybe." "A few million?" Qin Yu deflated. "You're an 8th-level warrior and only have a few million in cash? That's too poor." Shang Wanfeng explained, exasperated. Even if I had billions, I wouldn't carry it all with mites all in the bank. Wow. Qin Yu was stunned. Billions? Uncle, you've been quite greedy, huh? Enough to get a hefty sentence. Shut up. Shang Wanfeng snapped. Qin Yu sighed, about to leave when a system prompt sounded in his mind. Friendly reminder. The money stored in the bank can also be used directly in the system's in-app purchases. Hearing this, Qin Yu was so excited he nearly did a split, his eyes gleaming with hope. Qin Yu and Shang Wanfeng found themselves trapped in a mysterious formation. The situation was dire. Shang Wanfeng, looking anxious, turned to Qin Yu and asked, Uncle, just tell me, how much money do you have in the bank? Qin Yu frowned, replying impatiently, What are you up to now? Stop bothering me. I'm trying to figure a way out. Soon enough, Qin Yu dropped the pretense and said frankly, If I had 300 million, I could channel my master to use a tenth of his formation-breaking skills. With 3 billion, it would be 3/10. If I had 30 billion, then I could. Enough. Shang Wanfeng interrupted eagerly, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. I don't have 30 billion, but are you serious about this? He knew Qin Yu had a master who was as elusive as a dragon, whose skills far surpassed his own. If what Qin Yu said was true, perhaps they could indeed break the formation. Of course it's true. Qin Yu nodded confidently. Otherwise, why would I need your money? Shang Wanfeng hesitated, then asked, All right, but my money is all in the bank. Is that any good? Absolutely. Qin Yu said firmly. You just need to say, transfer all my 3.4 billion to Qin Yu. Shang Wanfeng took a deep breath and repeated, transfer my 3.4 billion to Qin Yu. Qin Yu nodded and said, Wait here, I'll give it a shot. He then quietly moved away from Shang Wanfeng, mentally chanting, System, spend 3.33 billion to upgrade the Divine Formation technique. Instantly, 3.33 billion vanished from the Great Xia Commercial Bank in the capital. Simultaneously, Qin Yu's Divine Formation technique soared from LV4 Proficient to Master level, then Grandmaster, finally settling at LV7 Celestial Master level. An overwhelming tide of formation knowledge flooded Qin Yu's mind, causing a splitting headache. He couldn't help but let out a painful howl, catching the attention of the malicious spirit nearby, who thought, What a tenacious little guy, still not drained. Shang Wanfeng quickly supported the staggering Qin Yu, asking anxiously, Qin Yu, are you all right? Qin Yu rubbed his temples, steadied himself, and gasped, I'm fine. Damn, I shouldn't level up so much at once again. Too much knowledge of me brain's about to explode. As the headache eased, Qin Yu looked at the formation beneath his feet with newfound insight and confidence, a stark contrast to before. Sensing Qin Yu's transformation, Shang Wanfeng instinctively stepped back a few paces. This lousy formation is full of flaws. Qin Yu sneered, drawing out a spirit pen and sketching an intricate rune in the air. As the rune gently touched the ground, Shang Wanfeng's eyes widened in disbelief. The formation that previously only trembled under his full force now showed a crack under Qin Yu's rune. Qin Yu's hands moved swiftly, runes forming seamlessly like flowing water, merging into the formation beneath them. As more runes integrated, the cracks in the formation multiplied and widened. Finally, what was once an impenetrable formation dissipated like a fragile soap bubble with a single touch from Qin Yu. Holding the spirit pen, he glanced at the dumbstruck Shang Wanfeng with the demeanor of a master and said calmly, As my old man always said, use magic to defeat magic. Witnessing the scene before him, Shang Wanfeng was utterly awestruck, left with only one thought. I need to keep following this. Cracks spread across the formation in an instant, shattering with a thunderous roar. The crimson gas dispersed into the air, transforming into tiny specks of light. Shang Wanfeng moved like lightning, appearing before the ghastly-faced old ghost in a flash, his aura overwhelming. Yu. The ghastly-faced old ghost turned pale, his eyes wide with disbelief. The grand formation, meticulously arranged over 3 days and nights, and supposedly unbreakable, didn't even last an hour. Before he could summon his beasts, a fierce punch had already struck, shattering his chi. Although the formation did weaken Shang Wanfeng's power, as an 8th-level peak martial artist, dealing with a mere 7th-level mid-stage opponent like the ghastly-faced old ghost was still effortless. The old ghost staggered back, his vital energy and blood draining rapidly, spurting mouthfuls of blood onto the ground, staining it crimson. For a martial artist, the chi is as vital as the golden core is to a cultivator. This strike destroyed the old ghost's lifelong cultivation. Instantly, the beasts he controlled went berserk, surging from all directions, some emerging from the ground, others leaping down from trees, a dense, innumerable swarm. Among them were many powerful high-level beasts. The stampede of beasts shook the forest. Weeds and shrubs were crushed, and sturdy trees swayed and toppled. Qin Yu watched in astonishment, silently marveling. What method did the ghastly-faced old ghost use to hide so many beasts in this seemingly calm forest without detection? This must be a secret technique of the Beast Heart sect. Though easily subduing the old ghost, Qin Yu remained vigilant. He knew a more formidable adversary lurked nearby. He focused intently, observing every movement around him. Shang Wanfeng clapped the dust from his hands and snorted. You're lucky to have run fast. Next time we meet, your life is mine. The gorilla he had just fought made a face from the trees before vanishing into the depths of the forest. Did the arrogant elder leave? Qin Yu asked. Shang Wanfeng nodded. That guy only has some skill in formations. Now that the formation is broken, if he doesn't run, he'll lose his life here. Aren't we going to chase him? We can't catch up. With so many beasts under his command, no one can stop him if he wants to leave. Our priority is to rescue Tong Tong. Shang Wanfeng approached the ghastly-faced old ghost, gripping his throat. Tell me, where did you hide the little girl? The old ghost spat out a mouthful of blood, showing a sinister smile. Of course my brother took her away. Why don't you hurry and chase? Shang Wanfeng chuckled coldly, a glint in his eyes. If arrogance possessed the purified bloodline, do you think he could escape? Stop pretending. You wouldn't dare let arrogance see the purified bloodline because you know, in the face of it, your brotherly bond means nothing. Haha. Even though his intentions were exposed, the old ghost was unfazed. You're right. I wouldn't dare let him know the location of the purified bloodline, but I won't tell you either. With that, he let out a hysterical laugh. Keek keek keek. I've hidden the little girl in a cave. The sinister old man's voice was filled with madness, his eyes gleaming with a crazed light. The moment you took me down, the entrance to that cave was sealed, and her life started counting down. She'll suffocate due to lack of oxygen. No one can save her. Shang Wanfeng's eyes were instantly filled with murderous intent. He swiftly raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to the old man's face. Enough with the nonsense, he snarled through gritted teeth. Before I really get angry, you better tell me where you've hidden her, or else, I'll make you wish you were dead. The old man spat out a few bloody teeth, a twisted smile creeping onto his face. I told you, the moment you took me down, her life started counting down. In this world, only I, with my life force, can save her, and now, I'm finished. He suddenly burst into laughter. Ha! Shang Wanfeng, you didn't expect this, did you? Your punch not only destroyed me, but also any hope for that little girl's survival. Shut up. Shang Wanfeng, unable to contain his fury, grabbed the old man by the throat and lifted him into the air. Tell me, where have you hidden her? Even with his throat constricted, the old man's face remained defiant. You have 24 hours. Either fix my life force within that time, or say goodbye to the little girl forever. Shang Wanfeng, I can assure you, no one in the world knows where she is but me. Just then, a voice unexpectedly rang out from behind. I know where you've hidden her. Shang Wanfeng quickly turned around, a look of relief washing over his face. Qin Yu, you know? He can't possibly know, the old man growled, though there was a hint of uncertainty in his voice. Uncle, put him down first, Qin Yu suggested. Shang Wanfeng obliged, dropping the old man to the ground. Qin Yu circled the old man thoughtfully, clicking his tongue. Ingenious. If I'm not mistaken, you've been carrying the little girl with you all along. What? How is that possible? Shang Wanfeng exclaimed, trying to sense any anomaly around the old man, but finding none. However, the old man's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. Qin Yu looked at him with a knowing smile. His wise eyes seemed to pierce through the facade. You've managed to create a small space around you. Your mastery of formations is impressive. A bead of sweat trickled down the old man's forehead. Even when Shang Wanfeng had him by the throat, he felt no fear because he knew as long as the little girl wasn't rescued, they wouldn't dare harm him. But now, facing the young man before him, the old man felt fear for the first time. Shang Wanfeng, bewildered, couldn't help but ask, what's going on? What have you figured out? Qin Yu explained. This guy somehow created a small space, and the entrance to that space is linked to his life force. Tong Tong is likely trapped in that space. He wasn't lying. You've destroyed his life force, effectively sealing the entrance. Now, that space is a completely enclosed world, and Tong Tong will soon suffocate due to lack of oxygen. Hearing this, Shang Wanfeng was utterly panicked. He had thought the old man was bluffing to save his own skin, but it turned out to be true. The worst part was that he was the one who destroyed the old man's life force with a single punch. If Tong Tong really perished inside, he would not only face the pressure of failing his mission. Desperately, Shang Wanfeng looked to Qin Yu for help, his voice filled with urgency. What should we do now? Impressive, I didn't expect you to figure it out. A brief look of panic crossed the face of the sinister old ghost, but he quickly regained his composure. With a cold sneer, he said, so what if you did? Unless my Qi is restored, that space will remain sealed forever. I suggest you find a way to restore my powers quickly, because I'm not sure how long the oxygen in that small space will last. Upon hearing this, Shang Wanfeng was filled with rage. He gritted his teeth and asked, do we really have to restore his Qi? Qin Yu shook his head, his expression serious. It's too late. That space isn't large, and the oxygen inside would barely support a little girl for an hour. By the time we use up all the rare resources to restore his Qi, it would be too late. Shangguan Feng's face darkened, as these words were like a death sentence for the little girl. He urgently asked, "Then what do we do now? Is there really no other way?" Qin Yu's eyes were sharp as he calmly said, "Who said there isn't a way? The space is only sealed, not sealed forever. A sealed space can be opened if we find the exit." The sinister old ghost chuckled, "Impossible. That space has only one entrance, and it's sealed now. No one can open it." Qin Yu glanced at the old ghost, his tone calm, yet filled with confidence. "If the door is closed, then break through the wall. If the entrance is sealed, we'll create a new one." The old ghost mocked disdainfully, "Huh? Do you think this is a straw hut you can just smash? Do you know how difficult it is to stabilize that small space? If the array maintaining the space experiences even the slightest disturbance, the entire space will explode, and the little girl will be torn apart by the chaotic space currents. Creating a new entrance in a sealed space? It's a pipe dream. Even a 9th-level array master couldn't do it, let alone a kid like you." Ignoring the old ghost's taunts, Qin Yu raised his spiritual pen, ready to draw runes in the air. Seeing this, Shangguan Feng hesitated for a moment before asking, "Qin Yu, how confident are you?" It wasn't a matter of distrust, but the stakes were high. 3 9th-level warriors were waiting to purify their bloodlines to survive, and if Qin Yu failed, he would face immense pressure. With determination, Shangguan Feng thought, "Do it, or don't do it at all. Even if Tong Tong isn't saved, the responsibility will fall on him alone, not affecting Qin Yu in the slightest." Qin Yu's hand didn't waver as he coolly uttered, 100%. Then, runes began to flow from Qin Yu's pen. His wrist flicked slightly, causing the surrounding space to tremble. The runes disappeared into the void, merging into the sealed space. The small space began to expand, its walls vibrating like a balloon ready to burst. As the creator of the small space, the old ghost immediately sensed the change. He shouted in terror, "Stop, stop immediately. If this continues, that small space will explode." The small space was his last hope for redemption, and its destruction meant his doom as well. However, Qin Yu continued his actions without pause, ignoring the old ghost's cries. He focused intently on drawing the runes, as if nothing else existed around him. The sinister-faced old ghost urgently shouted at Shangguan Feng, "Quick! Stop him! This kid's gone mad. He's going to detonate the small space. Stop him now. I still have a way. I can save the little girl." "Don't trust him," Qin Yu responded coldly. "I am confident I can break through the small space." Shangguan Feng clenched his fists tightly, sweat beading on his forehead. Despite his strength, he felt helpless. Qin Yu spoke with conviction, but young people often have blind confidence, especially after breaking a big formation, which can inflate their self-assurance. The sinister-faced old ghost's words sounded so ominous that Shangguan Feng couldn't help but consider stopping Qin Yu. However, looking at Qin Yu's confident expression, Shangguan Feng gritted his teeth and made up his mind. "Damn it, I'll trust this kid this time. Even if it fails, I'll take the blame." Time ticked by. The sinister-faced old ghost stopped his noise, instead staring at Qin Yu as if he were a monster. The seemingly fragile space, under Qin Yu's precise control, had lasted far longer than expected. The small space had expanded more than threefold, its walls as thin as a cicada's wings. If not for countless formations and runes stabilizing it, it would have burst and disappeared long ago. Qin Yu probed with one rune after another, knowing that only by opening a gap at the weakest point of the space wall could he ensure its stability. Suddenly, a gleam flashed in his eyes. Found it. With a swift stroke of his spirit pen, he cut a slit in the stable space. The surrounding area fluctuated violently, and a bubble-like small space emerged, floating in front of Qin Yu. Qin Yu quickly reached in, grabbing the little girl inside and pulling her out like lightning. The little girl was chubby and adorable, already asleep from lack of oxygen, but otherwise unharmed. Seeing the little girl, Shangguan Feng finally relaxed. Reflecting on the recent events, he felt a shiver of fear. Without Qin Yu, he would not only have failed his mission but might have been trapped in the formation. Even if he had somehow escaped, rescuing Tong Tong from the sealed space would have been impossible. Shangguan Feng was filled with countless words of gratitude, but ultimately, he could only express it with 2 words: impressive. The sinister-faced old ghost lay on the ground in despair. He knew he was doomed, yet he couldn't accept that his meticulously crafted, seemingly flawless plan had been thwarted by a 20-year-old. Why? Why? The heavens are unjust, he howled at the sky. Enough noise. Qin Yu decapitated the sinister-faced old ghost with a single stroke. After handing Tong Tong to Shangguan Feng, Qin Yu exhaled slowly. Mission accomplished. Shangguan Feng patted Qin Yu on the shoulder. "We owe it all to you, kid. I'll transfer all the mission points to you later. You've made a huge contribution, and when school starts, there will be plenty of rewards for you." Qin Yu smiled. "Let's split the points with Shangguan Lei. He helped quite a bit too." "Rubbish." Shangguan Feng snapped. "That kid didn't help at all. He spends all his time in massage parlors." The Shangwan family invested so much just to raise this kind of person. You don't need to speak up for him. All the mission points are yours, and he won't get a single one. Qin Yu felt a surge of joy. Just the 3.3 billion alone was already a huge win for him. But as for points, the more, the merrier. Brothers, make sure to keep up with the updates. The next week's readership will determine the fate of this book. Taking advantage of Shangwan Feng's distraction, Qin Yu swiftly grabbed a sticker-like item from the corpse of the evil-faced old ghost and discreetly slipped it into his spatial ring. This action confirmed his suspicion once again. Defeating a beast heart sect elder could indeed yield valuable treasures. After completing this small maneuver, Qin Yu immediately turned to the unconscious Wu Dalong. Shangwan Feng asked with concern, "Are the three of them all right?" Qin Yu replied, "It's nothing serious," while holding Pan Jilian's hand and infusing a trace of his energy to check her injuries. Although the formation had drained their meridians, with divine healing techniques at his disposal, these injuries were not a cause for concern. He treated each of them in turn, and soon Wu Dalong, Pan Jilian, and Shimin Qing regained consciousness. Wu Dalong rubbed his temples, looking puzzled, and asked, "What? What happened? What just occurred?" Qin Yu pointed to the evil-faced old ghost's corpse on the ground and succinctly explained, "We were ambushed by the enemy, but it's safe now." Wu Dalong checked his body and, finding no harm, finally relaxed a little. Shimin Qing cautiously looked at Qin Yu and asked, "Can we go back now?" He was well aware that the mission had been far more dangerous than anticipated, and as ordinary people, they could have easily become cannon fodder. Recognizing Shimin Qing's concern, Qin Yu reassured him, "Don't worry, Brother Shimin, we're not the bad guys, and we won't use you as cannon fodder." With the mission completed, Qin Yu decided not to hide his identity any longer and revealed to the three, "Actually, my name isn't Wu Song, it's Qin Yu." "That's a great name," Wu Dalong praised. "It's the same as the top scholars." Qin Yu cleared his throat and jokingly said, "Is it possible that I am the top scholar?" The three were stunned. They scrutinized Qin Yu, recalling how he had just finished the college entrance exams and demonstrated such formidable strength. Although Qin Yu had worn a mask during the exams, his distinctive physique and demeanor were unmistakable. The more they looked, the more familiar he seemed, resembling the legendary top scholar. Wu Dalong was so excited that his face turned red and he trembled all over, muttering, "Unbelievable. Grandpa, I've made it. I'm actually on friendly terms with the top scholar." In this era that revered martial prowess, the top scholar was as revered as a mythical figure. Pan Jinlian and Shimin Qing couldn't contain themselves any longer and, like fans meeting their idol, rushed toward Qin Yu, excitedly shouting, "Brother Qin Yu, can we get your autograph?" A few minutes later, the three calmed down slightly, though they still couldn't hide their excitement. At that moment, Tong Tong also slowly regained consciousness, curling up in Shangwan Feng's arms, clearly traumatized by the kidnapping experience. Qin Yu suggested, "Let's head back to the town." But he then remembered the contributions of Wu Dalong and the others, turning to Shangwan Feng and saying, "Wait, Brother Wu and the others have been a great help to us, should we?" Shangwan Feng caught on immediately. With a casual gesture, he grabbed several fourth-level beasts from the dense forest, instantly killing them. This scene left Wu Dalong and the others in shock, their mouths agape at the incredible sight. They had initially assumed Shangwan Feng's strength was only around the 5th or 6th level, never expecting him to so effortlessly dispatch multiple 4th-level beasts. At that moment, they truly realized the caliber of the powerful allies they had made. What a terrifying existence that must be. Just thinking back to their casual conversations with Shangwan Feng made the three of them shiver with fear, cold sweat running down their spines. Luckily, they hadn't said anything to anger him, or they might not have even known how they died. Shangwan Feng casually tossed a few large exotic beast corpses onto the ground with a heavy thud. The three people's eyes lit up instantly, their hearts racing. These beasts can easily sell for millions. "Thank you, Master. For these martial artists in the wild, nothing compares to real cash rewards." They had merely led the way and earned millions, like manna from heaven. They couldn't help but marvel. No wonder he's the top scholar's mentor. His generosity is astonishing. Shangwan Feng gave a faint smile. "No need to thank me. You earned it. Let's head back to town." As soon as he finished speaking, an invisible force lifted them and the beast corpses, transforming into a stream of light speeding toward the town. Inside the martial artist barbecue shop, Shangwan Lei and Shangwan Qingfeng were surrounded by piles of skewers, the aroma wafting around them. Shangwan Qingfeng patted his slightly bulging stomach, satisfied. "The skewers here are really good." Shangwan Lei nodded in agreement. "Absolutely. Give Qin Yu a call. Tell him to meet us at the barbecue shop. Who knows where he's wandered off to." Just then, several massive exotic beast corpses suddenly crashed down from the sky, hitting the ground heavily. The two quickly stood up, only to see Shangwan Feng and the others landing as if descending from the heavens. Shangwan Qingfeng was about to ask what happened, but stopped when he saw the little girl in Shangwan Feng's arms. What's going on?" Shangwan Qingfeng stuttered. We were just having some barbecue, and you've already completed the mission? You went without us? That's too intense. Shangguan Feng's gaze swept over the table piled high with skewers, a vein throbbing on his forehead. He gritted his teeth. I nearly lost my life in the mountains, and you too are leisurely eating skewers here. Seeing this, Qin Yu quickly intervened to defuse the situation. None of that matters now. The mission is done. Qingfeng and I will take Tong Tong back to the capital. Shangguan Feng gave Shangguan Lei a cold look and said in an unquestionable tone, You and Shangguan Lei will take the bus tomorrow and leave on your own. Shangguan Lei agreed with a smile. No problem. Although he hadn't contributed much, the mission was somehow completed, and at least he would earn some points. After all, he was just there to accumulate points, and this outcome was already perfect. However, Shangguan Feng's next words were like a bucket of cold water poured over Shangguan Lei's head. Given that Shangguan Lei made no contribution to this mission, I have decided to award all the mission points to Qin Yu. Shangguan Lei's smile froze on his face, turning to stone. Meanwhile, at the first military district hospital in the capital, doctors conducted a series of thorough examinations on old Luo. Finally, one of them sighed and shook his head, his expression grave. Old Luo's purifying bloodline is nearly exhausted. Without new purifying bloodline input, the black poison will completely take over in a day. The doctor's words were like a bolt from the blue, akin to a death sentence for the Luo family. Several female members of the Luo family broke down on the spot, sobbing uncontrollably. The Luo family was about to lose its greatest pillar, and the nation would simultaneously lose 3 ninth-level martial artists and more than a dozen 8th-level martial artists. This was an unbearable loss for the entire country. Luo Feng, the head of the Luo family, sighed deeply as he slowly walked out of the hospital room. His younger brother, Luo Yi, followed closely behind, anxiously asking, Brother, where are you going? Luo Feng stopped and turned to face Luo Yi. I'm going to find the evil-faced ghost, he said with determination in his voice. Luo Yi shook his head wearily and tried to dissuade him. Give it up, brother. The whole country is searching for the evil-faced ghost. Even the army is involved, but there's still no trace. What can you do alone? It's better to stay here and be with father in his final moments. What if he wakes up and has something to tell you? Luo Feng clenched his fists, struggling internally. His brother's words, though harsh, were true. Millions had searched for days without success. How could he possibly find the evil-faced ghost in just one day? Was there really no hope? He glanced back at his father, lying on the hospital bed, barely clinging to life, feeling a mix of emotions. Father, it's your son's failure, Luo Feng murmured softly, preparing to re-enter the room. Just then, his phone vibrated unexpectedly. Luo Feng frowned, feeling a surge of anger. Only his secretary had this number, and he had instructed her not to disturb him unless there was news about the evil-faced ghost. He pulled out his phone, ready to scold his secretary, but as soon as he answered, an excited voice came through. Boss, Tong Tong has been rescued. The words hit Luo Feng like a hammer, stunning him. He asked incredulously, What did you say? Boss, Tong Tong has been saved, the secretary repeated. Where? Where is she? Luo Feng could no longer contain his emotions, practically shouting. Luo Yi was startled and asked nervously, Brother, what's going on? Luo Feng laughed out loud, grabbing Luo Yi's hand. Xiao Yi, let's go to the central plaza, he exclaimed as he ran. Tong Tong has been found. Father can be saved. When Luo Feng and Luo Yi arrived at the central plaza, a crowd had already gathered. Among them were heads and elders of prestigious families, government officials, military leaders, and professors. These people and their influence accounted for nearly half the power in the capital. Seeing Luo Feng arrive, several people approached to greet him. Elder Zhang Peng from the Zhang family smiled and asked, Master Luo, how is the old master? Luo Feng gave a wry smile. He can hold on for another day. Our ancestor is in a similar situation, Zhang Peng replied. Looking around eagerly, Luo Feng asked, Is it true that Tong Tong has been rescued? Yes, Zhang Peng confirmed with a nod. Shangguan Feng has already rescued her and is on the way back from the Tianling Mountains. I was considering going to meet them to prevent any trouble from the Beast Heart sect. Luo Feng was about to leave when Zhang Peng quickly stopped him. Master Luo, many have gone to meet them already. We should wait here. They should be back soon. All right, Luo Feng agreed reluctantly. I'm just a bit uneasy. After exchanging pleasantries with the others, Luo Feng approached a couple and bowed slightly. His heart was filled with hope, anticipating Tong Tong's safe return and the possibility of his father's recovery. The two individuals were about the same age as Luo Feng. The man was handsome and poised, while the woman was as beautiful as a flower, exuding a comforting aura. However, their faces were marked with fatigue and worry, and the woman's eyes were swollen from crying for a long time. This couple was Tong Tong's parents Li Ming and Zhu Yan, both 8th-level healing martial artists. Since Tong Tong's abduction, Zhu Yan had been in tears every day, while Li Ming was so anxious that his temples had turned white, as if he had aged 10 years overnight. Upon hearing the news of their daughter's rescue, The couple rushed to the central square, anxiously looking towards the direction of the Tianling Mountains. When they saw Luo Feng bowing to them, Li Ming hurriedly stepped forward to support him, saying, "Master Luo, what are you doing?" Luo Feng sighed, expressing his guilt. "Tong Tong saved my grandfather 3 years ago, and now that she's in trouble, my family couldn't help. I'm truly ashamed." "Please don't say that, Master Luo." Li Ming shook his head. Old Master Luo was poisoned for the sake of humanity. It's Tong Tong's fortune to be able to help in this regard. Zhu Yan also spoke. "The Luo family has deployed a lot of resources to find clues. We've seen it all. Here, let me thank you on behalf of Tong Tong, Master Luo." Suddenly, someone in the square shouted, "Look, they're coming." Li Ming and Zhu Yan quickly looked up to see a dozen black dots rapidly approaching from the horizon, landing in front of everyone in an instant. Tong Tong. Zhu Yan tightly embraced her daughter, tears streaming down her face. Seeing Tong Tong safe and sound, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. Luo Feng and Luo Yi approached Shangguan Feng, bowing deeply. Zhang Peng and dozens of others also stepped forward to express their gratitude. "Old Feng, Brother Qing Feng, we're deeply indebted to you. I'll owe you a favor forever," Luo Feng said sincerely. Shangguan Qing Feng stroked his beard and laughed. "Don't thank me. I didn't do much. If you're thanking someone, thank this guy." He snuck into the deep mountains in the dead of night, battling the evil-faced old ghost and arrogance all night to rescue Tong Tong. "Arrogance? The elder of the Beast Heart sect?" someone asked in surprise. Shangguan Feng nodded in confirmation. "That's right. That guy and the evil-faced old ghost are blood brothers. The evil-faced old ghost was killed, but arrogance managed to escape. I knew it. The evil-faced old ghost couldn't have kidnapped Tong Tong on his own. Arrogance was helping him all along," someone exclaimed in realization. "Brother Shangguan is truly courageous, taking on two and still managing to kill the evil-faced old ghost. Brother Shangguan might become the top below the 9th level," people praised. Shangguan Feng waved his hand, smiling. "I wasn't alone. If I were by myself, I couldn't have rescued Tong Tong, and I might have perished there as well." "Was there a master there?" people curiously asked. "Not exactly a master," Shangguan Feng explained. "It was a young fellow, none other than our Daxia's top scholar, Qin Yu." "Qin Yu?" People looked puzzled. Someone analyzed. Winning the top scholar among so many talents, Qin Yu's talent is indeed unparalleled. But no matter how gifted, he's still a youngster. A 2nd-level martial artist can't match a 4th-level one, let alone an 8th-level battle. Another person bluntly stated. "Even if you want to praise Qin Yu, Shangguan Feng, you can't just make things up to flatter him." Shangguan Feng briefly described the scene to everyone. As soon as he finished speaking, one listener immediately asked, "Are you saying it was Qin Yu who used his master's power to break the formation?" "Yes," Shangguan Feng confirmed. This answer was like a bomb exploding among the crowd. Surprised glances intertwined, and low murmurs filled the air. The art of formation has always been mysterious and profound. Even given ample time, Shangguan Feng would struggle to dismantle such a complex formation with his own strength. But to channel his master's power, even a fraction? Such a claim sounded like a fantastical tale, something straight out of fiction. Someone couldn't help but exclaim, "I never expected there to be such a master in the world. We truly have our eyes opened. Having such a person is indeed a blessing for our people." As soon as those words were spoken, another question quickly followed. Why have we never heard of such a powerful person before? Suddenly, a chilling speculation arose. Do you think Qin Yu's master could be from the divine race on the other side of the rift? This terrifying thought was like a bucket of ice water, instantly extinguishing the excitement of the crowd. Everyone felt a chill run down their spine. Considering the power Qin Yu described, his master indeed seemed to surpass their understanding. Seeing this, Shangguan Feng immediately interrupted such dangerous speculation. "Stop with these wild thoughts. If that person truly bore us ill will, would we still be alive? Since he took Qin Yu as his disciple, he must not harbor malice against us." The crowd nodded slightly, each secretly planning. They must find a way to ally with Qin Yu in the future. Even if they couldn't become allies, they certainly couldn't afford to make him an enemy. At the same time, Qin Yu was unaware that the fictitious master he had casually mentioned was causing such psychological pressure on this group. Zhu Yan, cradling Tong Tong in her arms, softly asked, "May I ask where Qin Yu's benefactor resides? My husband and I would like to visit and express our gratitude." Others' eyes lit up as they chimed in. "We too need to thank Qin Yu for saving our lives. Indeed, once my ancestor recovers, we will definitely pay a visit." Shangguan Feng saw through their intentions instantly. Trying to curry favor with Qin Yu? Dream on. He immediately said, "Qin Yu doesn't like being disturbed. If you wish to express your thanks, perhaps wait until the university term starts." As he spoke, Shangguan Feng was already planning. Once back, he must ensure Shangguan Lei builds a good relationship with Qin Yu. In the matter of winning Qin Yu over, the Shangguan family must take the lead. Meanwhile, in the town, Wu Dalong and his companions had already gone to sell the beast carcasses. They planned to leave town immediately afterward to avoid attracting unwanted attention. Qin Yu smiled and said, "Let's leave together then. We're planning to catch the afternoon bus." He knew it was best to leave early, as there was no telling when the others might return for revenge. After agreeing on the time with the others, Qin Yu returned to the hotel to pack his things. In the hotel lobby, the service staff who had been keen on bringing Qin Yu drinks every day was sitting at the front desk. Upon seeing Qin Yu, he smiled and greeted him, and Qin Yu politely returned the gesture. The service staff's behavior was indeed peculiar. Regardless of how Qin Yu treated him, he would consistently knock on Qin Yu's door. Initially, Qin Yu would open the door and patiently explain that he didn't need drinks and asked him not to return. Later, Qin Yu simply set up a soundproof barrier. When the staff knocked without a response, he would leave awkwardly. As Qin Yu headed upstairs, the service staff's phone suddenly buzzed with a message. Situation changed. Abort mission. After reading, he immediately deleted the message entirely. Qin Yu returned to his room and began packing his belongings. Qin Yu quickly locked the door and activated the array, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. With practiced ease, he retrieved a small sticker-like item from his spatial ring, a trophy from defeating the notorious old ghost. Examining the versatile sticker in his hand, Qin Yu couldn't help but feel pleased. This high-quality tool could transform any object at will, with no limit on usage. Instantly, he thought of his powerful yet slightly cumbersome clown mask. Since gaining fame in the college entrance exams, the mask, which could conceal his aura, had ironically become a symbol of his identity. Shaking his head with a wry smile, Qin Yu mused, being too outstanding can be a bother. Without hesitation, he affixed the versatile sticker to the clown mask. With a mere thought, the mask transformed into an adorable Ultraman design. Inspiration struck, and Qin Yu quickly moved to the mirror, donning the mask. The reflection surprised him with delight. The mask's surface wriggled and shifted, accurately replicating the features of Shangwanlei. Though there were minor imperfections, it was almost indistinguishable at first glance. Combined with the mask's aura-concealing ability, a black robe to obscure his figure would make a perfect disguise. Brilliant, Qin Yu sighed, carefully putting away the magical item. Next, he retrieved the spatial ring of the old ghost, dumping its contents onto the bed. Herbs, hundreds of thousands in currency, clothes, and daily necessities scattered across the room. Suddenly, a striking ginseng caught Qin Yu's eye. "My goodness, a 7-turn ginseng," he exclaimed. "This is a rare treasure worth millions." Soon after, an exquisite brush came into view. A spirit brush made from the fur of an 8th-level skytail fox. Qin Yu marveled. For someone like the old ghost to use, it is such a waste. It looks like it's up to me to unleash its true potential. Qin Yu meticulously sorted through the spoils, pocketing the useful items and burning the rest. In the end, only a token and a sheepskin scroll remained on the bed. The token, engraved with intricate patterns and a beast's head, was unmistakably the Beast Heart Sect Elder's token. After confirming it had no tracking arrays, Qin Yu stored it in his spatial ring. Finally, he picked up the time-worn sheepskin scroll. Upon careful study, Qin Yu was astonished to discover it was the method to create the small space that had trapped Tong Tong. So that's how it is, Qin Yu realized. I wondered how someone of his power could create a small space outside the world. He carefully stored the scroll, planning to study it in the future. Suddenly, Qin Yu slapped his thigh. "Oops, I almost forgot to water the enlightenment tea." He glanced at the time, realizing it was already noon and the tea leaves were wilting. "So finicky," Qin Yu complained as he hurried to water the field. Watching the enlightenment tea revive, he murmured with anticipation, "Taking such good care of you. Don't let me down. The thought of permanently enhancing my talent is thrilling." With everything done, Qin Yu let out a long breath, quietly looking forward to future opportunities and challenges. Time slipped by quietly, and over 20 days had passed since Qin Yu left the town. During this period, he didn't rush around hunting exotic beasts, but instead chose to focus on enhancing his own strength. In the early morning, with the sun rising, Qin Yu stood with a small bamboo basket in front of the Dao Comprehension Tea Garden. After over a month of careful cultivation, the garden was finally flourishing. The tea plants were vibrant, with a shimmering green hue on their leaves. Just standing at the edge of the garden and taking a deep breath, Qin Yu could feel his vitality becoming more vigorous. "What a treasure!" Qin Yu murmured in admiration as he carefully picked the tender tea buds. These buds would instantly curl up and wither once separated from the plant, locking all their energy within. Unlike ordinary tea leaves, Dao Comprehension tea did not require roasting and could be brewed directly with hot water. Eagerly, Qin Yu took a small handful of buds and poured hot water over them. The tea tasted bitter at first, but it left a sweet aftertaste. He wasn't focused on the flavor, but rather on the changes within his body. With a slight frown, he downed the entire cup in one go. Although his vitality became unusually active, it was still somewhat inferior to the effects of the scarlet blood pill. The only advantage of Dao Comprehension tea was its gentler power, allowing it to be consumed at any time. However, this was far from meeting Qin Yu's expectations. He checked his personal stats, his original talent value of 5.20 indicating an understanding speed 5.2 times that of a normal person remained unchanged after drinking a cup. Dao comprehension tea could only be brewed once. Qin Yu continued to drink over a dozen cups of fresh tea, and his talent only barely increased to 5.21. This is too ineffective, he thought with a frown, feeling the urge to relieve himself, yet having gained only a 0.01 point increase in talent, far less effective than the divine level breathing technique. Could it be because my talent is already very high? With this question in mind, Qin Yu picked another batch of tea leaves and found Qin Tian, whose talent was around 1.8, to experiment on. Under Qin Yu's persuasion, Qin Tian took a sip of the tea. My vitality has become so active, Qin Tian exclaimed. Wait, I feel like my meridians have suddenly become clear and expanded. My talent has really improved. It must be because my talent is too high. Qin Yu realized and turned to leave. Brother, leave the tea. Let me have another sip. Qin Tian shouted from behind. Qin Yu returned to the tea garden and picked all the tender buds. The next batch would take about 10 days to mature. He had prepared for both outcomes when planting. If it worked for him, he would keep it. If not, he would sell it. Thinking about how the outside world would scramble for pills that could only increase talent for a few years and came with significant side effects, Qin Yu couldn't help but feel excited about the upcoming release of Dao Comprehension Tea. This tea, which could permanently enhance talent without side effects, was sure to cause a sensation once it hit the market. After carefully packaging approximately 50 liang of Dao Comprehension Tea, Qin Yu called Sun Yoshin and then boarded a flight straight to the capital. After careful consideration, Qin Yu decided not to sell the Enlightenment Tea himself. Firstly, he lacked the necessary experience, and secondly, he was pressed for time. Given that Sun Yoshin's family controls the largest herbal chain store in Daxia and has a long-standing reputation in the herbal business, entrusting them with the sale of Enlightenment Tea was undoubtedly the best choice. The Tindui harvesting cycle could also establish a stable long-term partnership, saving time and generating considerable profit. As soon as the plane landed, Qin Yu spotted Sun Yoshin waiting at the airport. However, he was puzzled to see the young man looking full of energy, a stark contrast to his previously frail appearance. So, has Xie Shirin come looking for you after the college entrance exams? Qin Yu nudged Sun Yoshin with his elbow, smiling as he probed. After all, he had left quite a mystery for Xie Shirin during the exams, and she was bound to seek answers. At the mention of the name, Sun Yoshin shuddered as if recalling a dreadful memory. Don't mention women in front of me again. I'm not interested in them anymore. Have you been possessed? Qin Yu's eyes widened. Did your grandfather? Before he could finish, Sun Yoshin quickly changed the subject. I heard you've brought some spiritual herbs? What are they like? I'll show you once we get off the car. Qin Yu teased, keeping it a surprise. In the VIP room of the headquarters building, Qin Yu placed the prepared Enlightenment tea into a paper cup and handed it to Sun Yoshin. As hot water was poured in, the dry tea leaves quickly unfurled, returning to a vibrant green hue full of life. Old Qin, is this the spiritual herb? Sun Yoshin remarked as he began to list various teas he had encountered. He expertly blew on the tea and took a small sip, immediately feeling his energy and vitality surge. Great tea. It can enhance cultivation speed, but there are many herbs with similar effects, so it might not fetch a high price. Qin Yu smiled without saying a word. Feel it carefully. If it only boosted cultivation speed, why would I come to you specifically? Sun Yoshin closed his eyes to savor the tea, then suddenly sat up sharply, oblivious to the tea spilling from his cup. His eyes widened as he gulped down the remaining hot tea, his face filled with astonishment. This tea can enhance talent? That's right. How long does it last? Sun Yoshin asked anxiously. Permanent. Qin Yu's answer hit Sun Yoshin like a thunderclap, causing him to tremble with excitement as he stammered to confirm. Old Qin, are you sure? Absolutely. Are there any side effects? Sun Yoshin sat up straight, his eyes filled with nervous anticipation. Does speeding up cultivation count? Qin Yu replied with a light laugh. Hearing this, Sun Yoshin collapsed back onto the soft leather sofa, his chest heaving with relief. The thought of a tea that could permanently enhance one's abilities without any side effects made his heart race, and he began to imagine the upheaval this tea could cause in the cultivation world. How much of this tea do you have? Sun Yoshin's eyes sparkled, his voice trembling with excitement. I currently have about 50 taels, and I can harvest more every 10 days. Is this tea exclusive to you? Absolutely. Qin Yu answered firmly. Monopoly is a must. Sun Yoshin was so excited he nearly jumped off the sofa. Old Qin, sell all your tea to me. Name your price. Seeing Sun Yoshin's reaction, Qin Yu realized he had underestimated the impact of the Enlightenment tea. He pondered for a moment before saying slowly, I'm here to propose a partnership. I'll provide the tea, and you help with sales. We can split the profits proportionally. How about that? That works for me. Sun Yoshin agreed without hesitation. For the Sun family, the exclusive right to sell such tea was far more valuable than money. This isn't something I can decide on my own. I'll take you to see my father." With that, Sun Yoshin led Qin Yu to the top floor via elevator, stopping at the door of the chairman's office. "Come in." A deep male voice called from inside. In the office, a short but imposing middle-aged man sat behind a large desk. Dressed in a gold-patterned robe, his every move exuded a sense of authority. This was Sun Qian, the chairman of Xian Herbal Store, whom Qin Yu had seen on television. "Well, what brings the top scholar of our nation here?" Sun Qian greeted him warmly with a smile. After exchanging pleasantries, Qin Yu took out some enlightenment tea, watching as Sun Qian began to brew it with a delicate tea set. As soon as he tasted it, Sun Qian's eyes lit up. This tea is slightly bitter at first, with a sweet aftertaste, and it invigorates the blood. Truly excellent. As he spoke, Sun Qian's voice suddenly paused, his gaze sharpening. This sensation? My abilities seem to have improved." Qin Yu smiled and explained. "This tea is called enlightenment tea. It indeed enhances cultivation speed and improves abilities. I've come to discuss partnering with you to sell this tea." Sun Qian took another sip, his expression growing serious. This tea is indeed good, but the improvement in abilities is modest and requires long-term consumption. It might not fetch a high price. His evaluation was not meant to undermine, but was rather a judgment based on his years of experience. The elixirs that enhance one's innate abilities can double a martial artist's potential, which is why they sell for such high prices. This tea, while free of side effects, doesn't have a remarkable effect on enhancing talent. By the way, how long does the effect of this tea last? Uncle Sun asked, his eyes filled with anticipation. Are you referring to the cultivation speed or the innate talent? Qin Yu pondered for a moment. The cultivation speed effect lasts about 2 hours. A hint of disappointment flashed in Sun Qian's eyes as he gently shook his head. 2 hours is just the standard for ordinary elixirs. If the increase in talent also lasts only that long, then it would be quite useless. He paused. And what about the talent? Permanent. Oh, Sun Qian responded absent-mindedly and took another sip of tea. Suddenly, he jerked his head up. Did you say how long? Permanent enhancement. Spit take. Sun Qian spat out his tea, his voice suddenly rising. Permanent enhancement of talent? His chubby cheeks quivered slightly, and his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Father, don't get too excited. If your heart condition acts up, I'll have to inherit the family estate. Get out of here, Sun Qian said sternly. Xiao Yu, this is not something to joke about. Qin Yu smiled calmly. Of course, it's no joke. If this tea didn't have unique properties, why would I seek partnership? How much stock do you have? 50 liang, and I can produce 50 liang every 10 days. Sun Qian squinted, his mind racing with thoughts. This was an opportunity for the Sun family to rise, potentially opening overseas markets with this enlightenment tea. Once they control the trade, even top figures domestically would have to treat him with respect to obtain it. 50 liang is too much, Sun Qian's eyes gleamed with shrewdness. For a monopoly product like this, we should use scarcity marketing. 30 liang for auction, 10 liang to gift to the capital's elite to build a reputation, and the remaining 10 for experimentation. If we can keep supplying, we can break into overseas markets and make a fortune. Qin Yu wasn't interested in business operations. Uncle Sun, I'll leave that to you. I'm only concerned about my share. We'll split it 70-30. My 3. Qin Yu frowned. No, you're 70. Qin Yu looked at him, surprised. After deducting promotional and operational costs, Xian Herbal Store would only take 30%, which didn't seem like much. But then he shook his head, chuckling to himself. Here I am, worrying about a capitalist's profits. How ridiculous. They quickly signed the contract. Even though it can permanently enhance talent, the increase isn't significant, so the price won't be too high, Sun Qian cautioned. How much do you think it can sell for? About 10 million per liang. Qin Yu was stunned. 10 million isn't high. 30 liang would be 300 million, nearly $1 billion in revenue every month. And that's considered not high? He truly couldn't comprehend the world of the wealthy. After signing the contract, Qin Yu immediately set off to return to his hometown. However, the Tao Enlightenment tea he left behind sparked an unprecedented storm in the capital. In the Research Institute, experts conducted an in-depth study of the Tao Enlightenment tea. The experimental results not only confirmed Qin Yu's claims, but also revealed a fundamental difference between this miraculous tea and traditional talent-enhancing elixirs. It permanently enhances the consumer's cultivation aptitude. Even more exciting was the discovery that the worse a person's natural talent, the more significant the improvement after consumption. Multiple uses did not diminish its effectiveness, and no side effects were found. With this exciting research report in hand, Xian Herb Store embarked on a meticulously planned marketing campaign. They divided the limited 10 taels of Tao Enlightenment tea into small portions and distributed them as samples to key figures across the capital. Although each recipient received only enough tea for 2 or 3 uses, if the effects were remarkable, this unique gift was sure to cause a sensation within high society circles. Unlike the mass promotion of ordinary products, Xian Herb Store adopted an unknown targeted marketing strategy for this top-tier product. In recent days, their marketing department worked tirelessly, contacting potential clients one by one. Hello, Mr. Lee. This is Xin Herb Company. We have recently discovered a rare herb that can permanently enhance talent, and we will be holding an auction in 5 days. Such calls naturally elicited varied reactions. Some scoffed, dismissing permanent talent enhancement as mere hype, yet many others were filled with anticipation. It was foreseeable that the auction in 5 days would be a grand event, attracting numerous affluent merchants. Meanwhile, in the office of the vice president of the Imperial University, Yu Xinqian, a level 8 warrior who had once ventured into the sky rift with Elder Luo, was recovering from his sickbed and dealing with a mountain of paperwork. Just a few days on sick leave, and the files pile up like this, he complained. The secretary, smiling, reminded him, I've reviewed all of these in advance. You just need to focus on the top few. The others aren't too urgent. Yu Xinqian, accustomed to enjoying tea while working, searched his drawer but couldn't find his usual stash. Where's my tea? The secretary, slightly embarrassed, explained. The president thought you might not make it, so he moved your tea to his office. The bastard. Yu Xinqian gritted his teeth. If I could beat him, I would have. At that moment, the secretary suddenly remembered something, rummaging through his pocket. Oh right, yesterday's Sun Qian's son, Sun Yoxin, sent some sample tea, claiming it could permanently enhance talent. I didn't pay much attention at the time and just put it in my pocket. Permanently enhance talent? Yu Xinqian sneered. If it were that miraculous, wouldn't everyone be a genius? Never mind, whatever the effect, let's brew it. The secretary skillfully prepared the tea. It's ready for you. Call me if you need anything, he said before returning to the office across the hall. Yu Xinqian sat in his office, holding a report in his hand, his brow slightly furrowed. The Eagle Nation wants to explore the Sky Fissure? That's a death wish, he muttered to himself, his eyes scanning the document. But the idea of triggering a volcanic eruption to sink Sakura Island is brilliant. It could wipe out the beasts there in one fell swoop. He casually picked up the teapot on his desk, sipping from the spout to savor the tea's aroma. Suddenly, a strange sensation surged through him. Yu Xinqian immediately set down the teapot, crossed his legs, and focused on sensing the changes within his body. Something's not right. The black poison is trembling. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. This deadly poison had tormented him for years, each flare-up feeling like 1,000 ants gnawing at his heart. But this time, to his surprise, it wasn't the usual excruciating pain. Yu Xinqian held his breath, concentrating on the internal changes. He sensed a mysterious force moving through his body, eventually stopping at the sight of the black poison. Astonishingly, this force tore away a small piece of the poison, merging with it and disappearing without a trace. How is this possible? Yu Xinqian opened his eyes, tears of excitement welling up. The black poison, which had plagued him for years and couldn't be eradicated even by purifying his bloodline, was actually weakened. He quickly calmed down, analyzing the source of this mysterious power. After a moment of contemplation, his gaze fell on the teapot. He picked it up again and drank deeply. Sure enough, the same process occurred, reducing the black poison further. Secretary, Yu Xinqian called out excitedly. When the secretary hurried in, Yu Xinqian eagerly inquired about the tea leaves' origin. Upon learning that the supply was limited, he immediately ordered, find Sun Qian, and spare no expense to buy all of this tea. After the secretary left, Yu Xinqian carefully cradled the remaining tea, rushing to the first military district hospital in the capital. This tea can neutralize the black poison. It might save Elder Luo's life. Meanwhile, back home, Qin Yu suddenly remembered. Oh right, Wu Dao tea also has a heat-clearing and detoxifying effect. He shook his head. Never mind, it's just a side effect, not worth mentioning. A life-and-death crisis was unfolding at the first military district hospital in the imperial capital. Inside the hospital room, Elder Luo lay on a pristine white bed, ominous black mist seeping from his body. His eyes were filled with dark veins, and agonized moans intermittently escaped his parched lips. The purification bloodline, thought to suppress the black poison within him, had failed. The poison had deeply infiltrated his meridians, and the purification bloodline could only barely delay its spread. The doctor's diagnosis was akin to a death sentence. Once the black poison invades the meridians, there is no possibility of a cure. The Luo family was enveloped in grief, with some even preparing white cloths for the final farewell to this distinguished elder. As another wave of black poison attacked, Luo Feng hurriedly took out a pill made from the purification bloodline. It was the last resort to ease the pain, but Elder Luo stubbornly turned his head away. Save this pill for someone else. Elder Luo's voice was trembling yet resolute. I will go to the largest gathering place of the beasts and self-detonate. Even in death, I want to take some beasts with me to ease the pressure on humanity. These words brought everyone present to tears. As a warrior who had slain countless beasts throughout his life, Elder Luo was still thinking of humanity's future until his last moment. Father, Luo Feng struggled to hold back his tears. This is an order. Elder Luo laboriously raised his hand. but his words were cut off by a violent cough, black blood gushing from his mouth. The room descended into chaos as someone rushed out to find a doctor. Suddenly, the window shattered. Yu Jintian flew in through the broken window, clutching a teapot as if it were a sacred artifact. Jintian, I'm going ahead. Elder Luo weakly smiled. Don't talk nonsense. Yu Jintian quickly approached, carefully bringing the teapot to Elder Luo's lips. You haven't led us back to the sky rift yet. Have a sip of tea, everything will be fine. If only it were wine. You don't understand me, Elder Luo murmured. At that moment, Luo Feng burst into the room with the doctor, shouting, Stop! The patient cannot consume any liquids. Shut up. Yu Jintian suddenly unleashed a burst of energy, forcing everyone back several steps. Yu Jintian, Yu Luo Feng's reprimand was abruptly halted. The entire room fell into an eerie silence, with all eyes fixed on the mysterious teapot, as if it held the key to Elder Luo's fate. In the hospital room, the Luo family watched in astonishment as the black aura around the old man on the bed visibly dissipated with each sip of the mysterious tea. Some stood with mouths agape. Others rubbed their eyes in disbelief, fearing it was all a hallucination. Luo Feng rushed forward and placed his fingers on the old man's pulse. Before he could say a word, the old man spoke in a voice no longer frail. No need to check. The black poison inside me has stabilized. The room erupted into tears of joy, and everyone exclaimed, Heaven has blessed our Luo family. This is a miracle. Miracle, my foot. Yu Jintian grumbled as he fed the last drop of tea to the old man. If I hadn't arrived in time, the old man would have been a goner. Luo Feng immediately switched to a conciliatory tone. Brother Jintian, my dear brother, we owe you so much for this. I was too impulsive earlier. He paused, then cautiously asked, What exactly is this tea that can suppress the black poison? Yu Jintian's expression turned serious. It's not just suppression. It can completely eliminate the black poison. What? Luo Feng's eyes widened as he stared at the teapot in Yu Jintian's hands. That's right. It's the antidote to the black poison. Yu Jintian declared solemnly, holding up the teapot. Luo Feng stood up abruptly, his voice trembling. The old man really can be saved? For days, the black poison afflicting the old man had weighed heavily on Luo Feng's mind. Even though blood purification kept him alive, the fear of sudden outbreaks haunted him. Now, the antidote had finally appeared. Yu Jintian explained. In theory, as long as there's enough tea, the black poison can be completely eradicated. Seeing Luo Feng eager to ask about the tea's source, he reassured him. Don't worry. I've already sent my secretary to procure more. Just then, Yu Jintian's phone rang. After the call, he frowned slightly. In 5 days, there will be an auction at Xin Herbal Company offering 30 taels of tea. You'll need to prepare funds in advance. This tea is from Xin Herbal Company? Luo Feng asked while pulling out his phone to contact the family steward. Yes, Yu Jintian replied, refilling the teapot with hot water and taking a sip. As expected, it's a one-time use. The news of the black poison antidotes spread rapidly among those affected, and prominent families mobilized, with funds quickly being gathered. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm glow on Sun Qian's desk as he focused intently on reviewing a business plan. As the leader of Xin Pharmaceutical Company, he needed to seize the opportunity presented by the Wu Dao tea to elevate the company to new heights. Just as he was about to turn the page of the plan, his phone suddenly vibrated. He was slightly taken aback by the caller ID. It was Lu Hu, the head of the Lu family. Lu, my busy friend, what brings you to call me? Sun Qian answered, his tone tinged with surprise. Haha. Son, I've heard you guys have developed a new medicinal product, Wu Dao tea, and I'm calling to congratulate you. Lu Hu's hearty laughter came through the phone. It wasn't surprising that Lu knew about the Wu Dao tea, but calling specifically to congratulate him was indeed unusual, given their limited interaction. Nonetheless, since Lu was extending goodwill, Sun Qian took the opportunity to boast a little. It's not developed by our company, but this Wu Dao tea is remarkable. It can permanently enhance cultivation talent without any side effects. Impressive indeed. Lu Hu's voice was eager. Could you spare some for me? Price is no issue. A glint flashed in Sun Qian's eyes, though his tone carried an apology. I'm sorry, my friend. We are only selling it on behalf of someone else. The owner insists it be sold through auctions. If it were ours, I'd gladly give you some for free, given our friendship. Unfortunately. No worries, I understand. Lu interrupted. How much do you have left? 30 liang. Can you reserve a room for me at the auction? Of course, no problem. Great. I'll start gathering funds. After hanging up, Sun Qian fell into deep thought. Given Lu's son's talent, he shouldn't be this desperate. Could it be? He has an illegitimate child with poor talent? While pondering, his phone rang again. It was Ouyang Jing, another influential figure. After some pleasantries, Ouyang also inquired about the Wu Dao tea. Ouyang, this tea doesn't significantly affect those with high talent, Sun Qian probed. I don't care about enhancing talent, Ouyang sighed. I wanted to treat my sister Ouyang Chuanxiao's illness. Please, son, do me this favor. Sun Qian was familiar with Ouyang Chuanxiao's name. She had rarely appeared in public since contracting the black poison. Using tea mint to enhance talent to treat an illness? The logic seemed odd. Wait, it seemed someone in the Liu family had also contracted the black poison. A bold idea formed in Sun Qian's mind. Perhaps the value of Wudao tea was even greater than he had imagined. After politely declining Ouyang Jing, Sun Qian kept a close watch on his phone. As expected, several more family heads called, all from families with black poison patients. He narrowed his eyes, already rethinking his strategy. In the following days, the capital city was abuzz with activity. Numerous major companies suddenly began amassing funds on a large scale, causing near economic turmoil. Fortunately, the authorities intervened in time to stabilize the situation. In an upscale entertainment venue in the capital, a bald man in a brocade robe walked slowly toward the mahjong table, his face full of worry. Ma Yuan is a real estate tycoon worth billions, successful in his career, but troubled by one thing that keeps him up at night. As a father who had a child later in life, he has high hopes for his only son, dreaming of molding him into an outstanding martial artist. However, fate has other plans, as his son shows an alarmingly low aptitude for cultivation. Even after investing tens of millions in resources for training, his son's progress remains negligible. This has caused Ma Yuan to lose quite a bit of hair from worry, finding solace only in playing mahjong. One day, his mahjong friends noticed his troubled expression and teased, "What's wrong, Mr. Ma? Lost a game?" Ma Yuan sighed heavily, slapped his thigh, and said, "I finally managed to get my son into the top-notch elite high school, but after a month, his energy cultivation hasn't improved at all. With only 2 years left until the college entrance exam, how can I not be anxious?" One friend immediately offered a suggestion. "I think you should try the genius pill. After my son took it, his cultivation level skyrocketed, and he got into a good college." Ma Yuan shook his head and declined. "I can't bear to let my son take something that could shorten his lifespan. Besides, I heard the effects only last a few years." At these words, the friends fell silent. They were all wealthy businessmen facing similar predicaments, sons who lacked talent. "Enough thinking," one friend said irritably, shaking his head. "Let's play cards. Only playing can help us forget our worries." "Hey, why isn't Lao Zhou here yet?" Before long, Lao Zhou arrived, panting. "Sorry I'm late. The auction house was packed." "Auction house? How can a 10-lane road be so congested?" Ma Yuan asked in surprise. "What's being auctioned that's so rare?" "I heard it's the Enlightenment tea," Lao Zhou explained. "Didn't Xian Herbal Company notify you?" "The secretary handles the calls." "What's so special about this tea?" "It's said to permanently enhance cultivation aptitude." This statement hit like a thunderbolt, instantly reviving the spirits of the three friends. Although Lao Zhou waved his hand, saying, "Who knows if it's true," Ma Yuan was already eager to leave his seat, saying, "You guys play on. I'm going to check out the auction." "I'm coming too." The other two followed, leaving Lao Zhou alone at the table. Upon arriving at the auction venue, the three of them stood in line for an hour before entering the hall. Thanks to their SVP gold cards from Xian Herbal Store, each received a red bidding device. The auction was divided into 2 levels, and ordinary wealthy individuals like Ma Yuan could only sit in the ground floor hall. Looking around, the hall was packed. This bustling scene made Ma Yuan think. Clearly, the Enlightenment tea is no small matter. No matter what, I must get a portion for my son. Soon, the spotlight lit up, and an auctioneer in a sharp suit stepped onto the stage. "Welcome to Xian Herbal Company's auction house. There are 78 items up for auction today. Now let's look at the first item." The auction room was buzzing with excitement as the auctioneer's voice boomed across the hall. 83 million once. 83 million twice. 83 million 3 times. With a clear strike of the gavel, he announced, "Congratulations to bidder number 1521 for acquiring the scale of the level 9 beast, the dragon-tooth python." The staff quickly brought out the next item, a seemingly ordinary transparent plastic bag containing dried leaves. This was the legendary Enlightenment tea, which immediately stirred up a commotion among the crowd. "Is this really Enlightenment tea? It looks so plain. Is Xian Herbal Company trying to fool us?" Voices of doubt filled the air. In the VIP suite on the second floor, Luo Feng gazed intently at the item, his brow slightly furrowed. Having seen the genuine tea before, he had no doubt about its authenticity. What concerned him was the quantity: 5 taels of Enlightenment tea in total, meaning only 6 portions were available. With at least a dozen powerful families eyeing it, this auction was bound to be a fierce battle. Sun Qian, that cunning fox, really knows how to play the scarcity card, Luo Feng thought to himself. The auctioneer enthusiastically introduced, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is the highlight of the event: Enlightenment tea. Not only can it significantly speed up cultivation in the short term, but it can also permanently enhance one's cultivation talent. The most amazing part is that the poorer the user's talent, the more pronounced the effect." Hearing this, Ma Yuan's eyes lit up. He exchanged glances with his 2 card-playing friends. "This is perfect for my son. The starting price is 30 million. with increments no less than 1 million. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, Ma Yuan and his friends began discussing their strategy. This competition will be fierce. How about we three join forces? No problem. Let's secure the first portion. The first round usually has the lowest bids since everyone waits for later rounds. Go straight for 60 million to intimidate other bidders. However, reality hit them hard. Just as Ma Yuan entered a 60 million bid, the numbers on the screen skyrocketed like a roller coaster. VIP number 3 bids 100 million. VIP number 5 bids 300 million. Ma Yuan was dumbfounded. Are these elite families' geniuses really willing to spend so much on enlightenment tea? Don't panic. This is a common tactic used by auction houses, a friend whispered, and Ma Yuan suddenly realized it was a classic case of hype. The atmosphere in the auction house was electric, as a meticulously orchestrated act unfolded. Through the skillful bidding of insiders, the price of the first batch of Wu Dao tea soared to astronomical heights, igniting the excitement in the room and setting the stage for subsequent items. Ma Yuan suddenly realized why the VIPs in the private boxes were so frenzied. It was all part of a carefully crafted plan. He felt relieved, almost having been fooled by the auction house's ruse. I have 50 million in liquid assets, Ma Yuan said, glancing around. What about you guys? Although his total assets amounted to over 1 billion, most were tied up in fixed assets, leaving him with only this much readily available. 70 million, 40 million. His companions quickly reported their funds. 160 million. Ma Yuan calculated swiftly and said confidently, "We've got this." However, the situation at the auction was far beyond their expectations. The price, like a runaway horse, quickly broke through the billion mark and continued to surge. The VIPs in the boxes seemed bewitched, their enthusiasm for bidding undiminished. Backstage, Sun Qian watched with a cold sweat on his forehead. The auction was completely out of control. Wu Dao tea was not a one-off. 50 taels could be produced every 10 days. In the long run, the price would stabilize at around 10 million per tael. If these elite families bought at exorbitant prices, resentment would surely follow. Soon, the auctioneer received instructions and announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm. It's important to note that Wu Dao tea is not a limited item. In 10 days, a new batch will be available. Please bid rationally." This announcement had an immediate effect. Ultimately, the first batch of Wu Dao tea was sold for an astronomical 11,300 million to a mysterious buyer in box number 5. As the second round of bidding began, Ma Yuan was about to place a bid of 60 million when he saw the numbers on the screen skyrocketing to 3 billion, and in a flash, climbing to 5 billion. The three of them were stunned. This wasn't just a setup. It was the genuine frenzy of these wealthy families spending real money. In the Luo family box, Luo he couldn't help but complain. They say there'll be more in 10 days. Do these people have money to burn? Luo Feng shook his head with a smile. Who knows what will happen in 10 days? This concerns whether the old man can rid himself of the black poison. With that, he pressed the bidding button without hesitation, raising the price to 6 billion. In the end, the second batch of Wu Dao tea was secured by the Luo family for 6,800 million. The remaining 4 batches each sold for over 5 billion. The total proceeds of the auction reached a staggering 38 billion, with Qin Yu taking a 70% share, amounting to 26,600 million. Seeing the impressive figures on his bank account, Qin Yu was almost overwhelmed with joy this time. He had truly hit the jackpot. The large sum of money was far beyond Qin Yu's expectations. Initially, he thought Xin Herb Company had made a mistake by adding an extra zero, but after checking, he realized the Dao tea was incredibly popular. Without any hesitation, Qin Yu immediately upgraded the divine breathing technique to the Grandmaster level. According to the system, advancing from Grandmaster level 6 to Heavenly Master level 7 requires 3 billion, which was far more than his current funds, so he had to put it on hold for now. However, Qin Yu didn't let the remaining funds sit idle. He decisively upgraded the divine healing art, smoky cloud shadow step, and sacred object manipulation technique to the Grandmaster level. As for auxiliary skills like divine forging and divine alchemy, he invested 30 million to raise them to Master level 5. This was a wise decision given his current strength. He could only handle third-level weapons, and higher-level equipment wouldn't reach its full potential. Qin Yu understood that these auxiliary skills needed to be upgraded in sync with his own strength for optimal effectiveness. He carefully set aside the remaining funds, planning to gather 3 billion before upgrading the divine breathing technique further. After all, true strength is the foundation of one's standing. At this point, the system panel showed. Although Qin Yu was only at level 1.87, his actual combat power had reached the level of a third-tier martial artist, not far from the peak strength of the Sunda graduate Captain Yu. With his talent improving, his skill proficiency acquisition speed was also increasing. The 7-star blade slash couldn't be upgraded through the system, but as an attack skill second only to divine quality, Qin Yu was determined to perfect it through rigorous training. On the hillside, Qin Yu wielded the Xianjin blade, its cold gleam shimmering. He leaped into the air, slashing backward to release a crescent-shaped blade light. 7-star blade slash. The golden blade light shattered rocks, leaving a half-meter-deep mark on the hillside before slowly dissipating. The power of this strike was something even a typical third-tier beast wouldn't dare to withstand. After half a month of intense training, the proficiency of the 7-star blade slash increased from 17 to 73, with its power significantly enhanced. Qin Yu sheathed the Xianjin blade and returned to the small wooden hut he had built outside the city. This training ground was not far from the city walls, and with his current strength, he could handle the surrounding threats. Moreover, his divine array technique skills had reached a terrifying level, with casually drawn array patterns capable of instantly killing invading beasts. Over the past 2 weeks, Qin Yu patrolled the area every morning, collecting items dropped by beasts killed by his arrays. In recent days, Qin Yu has rarely encountered traces of exotic beasts while patrolling this area. Perhaps they have been completely eradicated, or they have designated this place as a dangerous zone. Today, as usual, he headed to the Dao Tea Garden for the harvest. Qin Yu expertly picked the lush green tea leaves, planning the next steps in his mind. In the afternoon, the escort team from Xinxin Herbal Company would arrive in Linhai City on time, and 5 days later, this batch of tea would be sold at auction, with the profits split 70-30. Just 5 days ago, the proceeds from the second auction had arrived, and although the amount had decreased significantly from the first, this was expected by Qin Yu. After all, the price of Dao tea couldn't stay high forever and was bound to gradually fall back to a reasonable range in the short term. It is said that Xinxin Herbal Company is planning to expand into overseas markets, which fills Qin Yu with anticipation for the earnings from the next batch of tea. After delivering the tea, Qin Yu immediately returned to his cabin to continue his training. 5 days later, another large sum of money pushed his account total past the 3 billion mark. Without hesitation, Qin Yu chose to upgrade his divine breathing technique, instantly raising it from master level to celestial level. His account balance plummeted to just over 200 million, but Qin Yu did not regret it, as true power is the foundation. Over the following 5 days, Qin Yu focused intently on his training, finally elevating his 7-star blade technique to master level LV5. His blade skills had reached a new realm. With each strike, golden red blade light radiated, and 7 faint blue stars flickered into view, significantly enhancing its power. Now, even formidable third-level exotic beasts with strong defenses struggled to withstand his devastating blow. Sheathing his sword, Qin Yu's lips curled into a subtle smile. With this level of power, he could now be considered a small expert. After dismantling the protective formations around him, Qin Yu concluded his period of secluded training. However, just 2 days after returning home, he was greeted by 2 unexpected visitors. 2 people stood at the door, their silhouettes casting long shadows in the sunlight. The person on the left was stocky but not tall, while the one on the right was tall and exuded the mature demeanor typical of a middle-aged man. They were none other than Xiong Ran and Zhang Tianjian. Qin Yu was already accustomed to their visits. Zhang Tianjian often came to him for advice on secondary minimalist formations, but today seemed different. As soon as they entered, Qin Yu smiled and asked, "What new problem have you encountered in your research?" Xiong Ran rubbed his hands together, looking slightly uneasy. "This time it's not about research. We actually need a favor." He paused before continuing. "The Provincial Young Founders Competition is about to start, and we hope you can represent Donghai Province." Zhang Tianjian, knowing Qin Yu's personality well, quickly added, "The prize for the champion is a whopping 1 million, and the Donghai Province Founders Association will give an additional 2 million. He watched Qin Yu closely, hoping the lure of 3 million would sway him. However, Qin Yu's reaction was unexpected. He absent-mindedly picked his nose and casually replied, "Oh, I'm busy. Find someone else." To him, 3 million, or even 30 million, was nothing to get excited about. Seeing Qin Yu's dismissive look, Xiong Ran assumed the offer wasn't tempting enough and immediately increased it. "I'll add another 2 million. How about 5 million? Qin Yu yawned. "Uncle Xiong Ran, even if you offered me 50 million, I don't have time for these trivial competitions. I'm focused on improving my abilities. You should find someone else." Zhang Tianjian hurriedly tried to persuade him. "The competition only lasts a few days. Improving your skills won't be delayed by such a short time. Plus, winning could bolster your resume and earn extra credits. Do you think those things matter to me?" Qin Yu asked, watching their persistent attempts to convince him. "Does this competition mean a lot to you?" Xiong Ran sighed and explained the truth. "Our Donghai province was once a powerhouse in founding, but we've been declining in recent years. We've already lost the senior and middle-aged founders competitions, leaving only the youth category as our last chance. If we lose this too, Donghai province will become a laughingstock. Qin Yu, as a part of Donghai, don't you want to contribute to your hometown?" "No, and don't try to guilt-trip me," Qin Yu replied expressionlessly. Seeing that neither persuasion nor pressure worked, Zhang Tianjian and Xiong Ran had no choice but to leave. However, just as they turned to go, a system window suddenly popped up in front of Qin Yu. Begin the path to divinity. Task 1. Win the Young Founders Competition. Task Reward. Heaven-mending Divine Iron. Heaven-mending Divine Iron. A forging material with divine potential, laying the foundation for the creation of divine weapons. Note: each task reward plays a decisive role in the future abyssal war. Please strive to complete all tasks. The path to divinity. Qin Yu's pupils narrowed as shockwaves surged through his mind. Could completing all system tasks lead to becoming a god? And what was this abyssal war? As he pondered, another information box appeared before him. The second task will be announced in 6 months. By then, you must have reached level 3, or you will surely die. The system's cold voice echoed in Qin Yu's mind. Qin Yu frowned slightly, quickly analyzing the current situation. Although his strength had reached the peak of level 3, his actual level was still below 2. Based on his current growth rate, he estimated that by the time he reached level 3, his strength should be close to level 5. Reaching level 3 in 6 months seemed feasible, but the system's words were clear: level 3 was just the minimum requirement and did not guarantee absolute safety. With the system task unveiled, Qin Yu increasingly felt he was stepping into the true main storyline. Were all his previous experiences merely a warm-up in the novice village? However, judging by the system's attitude, every task was crucial. Initially, Qin Yu had no intention of participating in the Forge Master competition, which promised little reward. But the emergence of the system task completely changed the situation. Especially with the mention of the heaven-mending divine iron. How could he miss such a treasure? Wait! Qin Yu called out to the two who were about to leave. I can join this competition. He paused. But I don't want money. I want treasures, items related to the Celestial Rift. You need to gather over 100 pieces for me to choose from. Qin Yu thought to himself that last time in the Yu family's treasure vault, he had discovered rare items like space stones and enlightenment tea, which had flowed out from the Celestial Rift. This time, he might find even better treasures. No problem. Xiong Ran agreed, almost without thinking. He knew well that while items from the Celestial Rift were extraordinary, no one could harness them, making it easy for the Forge Master Association to collect them. A week flew by. With the competition approaching, the Donghai Province Forge Master Association personally escorted Qin Yu to compete in the Magic City. On the plane, Xiong Ran patted Qin Yu on the shoulder and said, each province can send up to 2 contestants, but with you participating, 1 is enough. You will fully represent Donghai Province. Could it be that besides me, there's no one else in Donghai Province worth sending? Qin Yu asked pointedly. Xiong Ran inwardly cursed this kid for being too sharp. But there was another reason for sending Qin Yu alone. If he won, Donghai Province would gain prestige. No matter how many participants you have, we can crush you all with just 1. I've already collected nearly 200 items related to the Celestial Rift. Xiong Ran shifted the conversation. As long as you bring back a championship, you can choose from them at will. Qin Yu's eyes lit up. The efficiency of the Donghai Province Forge Master Association was indeed impressive. Although there probably weren't any top-tier treasures among these items, finding something like enlightenment tea would certainly be a delightful surprise. The Young Foundry Master competition has begun, with the first day focusing on basic skills assessment. The participants are serious, fully aware that this challenge will determine their future potential. In the arena, the judges stand ready with model diagrams. The contestants must create physical objects based on these blueprints, showcasing their solid foundational skills. The competition follows an elimination format, with the 10 lowest scoring participants being eliminated. 20 judges rigorously oversee the scores, and the contestants also have the responsibility of peer evaluation. This approach not only encourages learning from each other, but also provides an opportunity for self-improvement. The final scores are composed of 70 from the judges' evaluations and 30 from peer reviews. In the preparation area backstage, a staff member handed Qin Yu a large black robe and a mask. Qin Zhuang Yuan, to ensure fairness in the competition, all contestants must conceal their identities. Qin Yu nodded in understanding and quickly donned the attire. Led by a staff member, Qin Yu entered the contestants' lounge. There, he found a dozen or so competitors, all dressed in black robes and wearing masks. Although their faces were obscured, Qin Yu keenly sensed that their energy levels were similar to his, with some even slightly inferior. Outside, the opening ceremony was in full swing. Enthusiasts from all over the country flocked to the event, making the bustling metropolis even more lively. Qin Yu found a quiet corner to sit down and began practicing his advanced breathing technique. Suddenly, a young voice shattered the tranquility of the lounge. Has the contestant from Donghai Province arrived? Qin Yu opened his eyes and saw a short figure in a black robe standing at the door, the hem dragging on the floor. The person held a mask in one hand and kept calling out. The person continued. Has the contestant from Donghai Province not arrived yet? Or are they too afraid to respond? Qin Yu frowned slightly and replied, Kid, are you looking for me? The short figure turned at the sound, with a tone tinged with skepticism. Are you the contestant from Donghai Province? Qin Yu didn't answer immediately, but scrutinized the other through his mask. He noticed the thick calluses on the person's hands, the solid, muscular waist, and well-developed limbs, particularly the arms, which were clearly trained. Qin Yu silently assessed. This is a formidable foundry master not to be underestimated. The aggressive child strode up to Qin Yu, pointing a finger at him, his eyes full of provocation. He held his head high, his voice dripping with arrogance. My grandfather crushed you from the East Sea province in the senior Forge Masters competition, and my father did the same in the middle-aged Forge Masters competition. I will also crush you in this competition, ensuring the complete defeat of East Sea province. The other people in the room watched the scene with interest. The boastful boy was a contestant from West Sea province. The rivalry between East Sea and West Sea provinces in the forging world was well known. Traditionally, East Sea province had always suppressed West Sea province, but since the passing of a highly respected figure from East Sea province, they had been in decline, gradually being surpassed by West Sea province. Thanks to Xiong Ran and others who introduced a simplified formation this year, East Sea province's forging industry had seen some improvement. However, this year, the senior and middle-aged groups from East Sea province were all eliminated by West Sea province. If the youth group also lost, West Sea province would completely surpass East Sea province in the forging world. This was why Xiong Ran and Zhang Tianjian invited Qin Yu to step in. This was not just a simple competition. It was a life-and-death battle concerning the honor of both provinces. Facing the boy's provocation, Qin Yu simply nodded lightly and said, "Good luck. Good luck." The onlookers expected Qin Yu to retort with something sarcastic or to boldly accept the challenge, indicating the opponent couldn't possibly defeat him. Who would have thought Qin Yu would respond like that? It was as if he didn't take the other side seriously at all. Hearing these nonchalant words, the child grew even more furious. It was like throwing a punch with all your might only to hit a pillow, leaving him extremely frustrated. Someone nearby couldn't help but remind, "Hey, don't underestimate him just because he's young. This kid's name is Bai Qi. You've heard of him, right?" "Bai Qi? Never heard of him." Qin Yu shook his head. "You haven't heard of Bai Qi?" The other person seemed quite surprised. "Dude, are you even in the forging circle?" Anyone who's been around knows the Bai family from West Sea province has produced a forging genius. Born with incredible strength, he could swing a forging hammer at 6, became a first-level forge master at 11, a second level at 13, and a third level at 15, hailed as the greatest talent in the forging world in 100 years. Don't be fooled by his age. Even we wouldn't dare say we're better than him. Hearing others praise him, Bai Qi lifted his head proudly. Qin Yu commented, "Quite the talent. But that name isn't very lucky, Bai Qi. Waving a white flag before the fight even begins, isn't that surrendering? Kid, I suggest you change your name before competing." Many couldn't help but chuckle. Bai Qi bared his little tiger teeth, glaring fiercely at Qin Yu. "It's Bai Qi. Qi, as in strange." "Oh, strange Qi. Then you don't need to change your name." Qin Yu waved dismissively. "Go play over there, kid. I don't have time to play with you." "I'm not a kid." Bai Qi glared at Qin Yu angrily. "Just you wait." At that moment, the sound of celebratory fireworks exploded outside, marking the end of the opening ceremony. Qin Yu adjusted his clothes, preparing for the upcoming competition. Bai Qi, meanwhile, put on a noticeably oversized black robe and masked his face. Seeing this, Qin Yu couldn't help but laugh. "You don't need the mask. You're the shortest one here. Even with 10 masks, they'd spot you right away." "Mind your own business." Bai Qi retorted angrily. "Good morning, everyone. I'm your host, Cici. Welcome to the Young Foundry Masters competition, proudly sponsored exclusively by Xin Herbal Company." The host's clear voice resonated throughout the venue. As the melodious music began, contestants dressed in matching black robes filed in and lined up neatly at their respective forging stations. Among them, one particularly small figure stood out. Bai Qi. In front of the forging stations, the contestants carefully inspected their equipment. The host surveyed the room. "Are all participants ready?" "Ready," came the synchronized response from 28 voices. "You have 1 hour to complete the equipment shown in the model diagram, using only black iron as your material." "Understood," the 30 contestants replied in unison. As the signal to start the competition was given, a detailed model of the equipment appeared on the large screen, including dimensions, front view, side view, and top view. The contestants quickly placed the black iron into the high-temperature furnaces, and the clanging sounds of forging filled the air. From the audience, exclamations of awe could be heard. "Look at how large that person's field is. The one on the right has such a sturdy field. Ugh, when will my field ever be like theirs?" "Don't even think about it. That's pure talent. It's unlikely in this lifetime." At the judges' panel, several esteemed judges conversed quietly. "This year's talent is truly remarkable. Just looking at the Foundry Masters' fields, they surpass what we had back in our day. The second one in the first row is the genius from the Bai family of the West Sea province. I hear he's the only one they sent to compete, so they must have great confidence in him." At that moment, Bai Qi began his performance. Before even picking up the forging hammer, the spiritual energy around him surged violently, absorbing the spiritual energy from the fields of the nearby contestants. The participants on either side had to pause their work to stabilize their own fields. As soon as Bai Qi gripped the forging hammer, a foundry master's field twice the size of the others unfolded with a roar, causing a stir among the audience. That field is so solid. With such a dominant field, those two beside him are in trouble. The field size is akin to that of a regular level 4 foundry master. Bai Qi is sure to win. In the center of the judging panel, the esteemed level 9 foundry master Lin Mo watched intently. The Bai family has indeed produced a prodigy. Such a solid foundry master's field clearly shows significant investment in his training. Barring any surprises, this young man has the potential to reach the position of a level 9 foundry master in the future. These words immediately caught the attention of the other judges. It's well known that level 9 foundry masters are even rarer than level 9 martial artists, and this was the first time Elder Lin had publicly praised a young contestant so highly, underscoring Bai Qi's exceptional talent. With such praise from Lin Lao, it seems the Bai family is poised to advance further. All the judges pondered silently to themselves. At that moment, Qin Yu deftly used the tongs to pick up the glowing red-hot iron piece and placed it steadily on the forging platform. He slowly closed his eyes, fully immersing himself in concentration. As he suddenly opened his eyes, a dramatic change occurred. The surrounding spiritual energy seemed to be drawn by some powerful force, surging violently. The fields painstakingly maintained by the two contestants beside him were instantly torn apart like paper, their carefully gathered spiritual energy swiftly drained away. The two turned pale, feeling the flow of energy reverse within them, and both spat out a mouthful of blood. How is this possible? All 20 judges stood up in unison. Even the usually composed Lin Lao rose, watching the scene before him in disbelief. They were all pondering the same question. How could this young man's field be so formidable? Ordinary fields could not withstand such a violent surge of spiritual energy. This phenomenon typically only appeared in 7th-level forgers. Who exactly was this mysterious contestant? Qin Yu, having not forged for a long time, was unaware of the strength of his own field. Seeing the surrounding fields shattered by his power, he quickly reined in his strength, reducing his field to a size similar to that of the other contestants. This is frustrating, he thought to himself. I could cover a much larger area, but I have to deliberately suppress it to this extent. Seeing Qin Yu's field return to normal, the judges finally breathed a sigh of relief. Though the earlier anomaly was puzzling, at least everything seemed back on track now. The two contestants who had been affected quickly adjusted themselves. Despite casting a few resentful glances at Qin Yu, they soon refocused on their forging tasks. Within the 1-hour competition limit, Qin Yu completed his work in just 40 minutes, becoming the first contestant to finish. The 20 judges immediately noticed this and began discussing among themselves. This kid is too fast. He might suffer for it. Forging requires meticulous craftsmanship. Being this hasty, he might as well work in a weapon shop. Young people are impetuous. Without refinement, you can't make a quality product. In just a few words, the judges labeled Qin Yu as impatient. Only Lin Lao gazed at Qin Yu thoughtfully, remaining silent. After setting down his forging hammer, Qin Yu didn't remain idle and instead observed the forging processes of other contestants. This was also an important criterion for scoring, which is why the competition required on-site forging in front of the judges. After scanning the room, Qin Yu's gaze finally settled on Bai Qi. The other contestants' forging methods seemed full of flaws to him, truly unsightly, but only Bai Qi's technique was considered standard. Qin Yu estimated that Bai Qi would need about 5 more minutes to finish. Sure enough, 5 minutes later, Bai Qi completed his final forging. He raised his forging hammer high and struck a piece of scrap iron beside him with force. Under the massive impact, the glowing scrap iron burst into brilliant sparks, resembling celebratory fireworks, drawing cheers from the audience. Qin Yu, however, frowned. Bai Qi's act was purely for show, providing no benefit to the forging process and even causing a few sparks to land on the freshly completed weapon. Though the impact was minimal, it was an entirely avoidable mistake. Lin Lao also frowned slightly at this, but chose not to comment further. Soon, all the contestants completed their tasks, and their finished products were neatly placed on the forging tables. The host announced the beginning of the scoring phase, where each participant would rate all the creations. Qin Yu, holding a scoring device, stood in front of the first forging table. His brow furrowed unconsciously. The weapon crafted by this top young talent was full of flaws. Impurities in the materials were not fully removed, and the details were quite rough. After a moment of contemplation, he pressed a score of 5 on the device. Moving to the second table, Bai Qi's work came into view. Both the detail control and material refinement were significantly better than the previous work, barely reaching the passing line. However, Qin Yu ultimately gave it only a 4. The reason was simple. Bai Qi's final showy move left the originally smooth surface covered in tiny spark marks, like a perfect mirror sprinkled with fine sand. With the wealth of experience brought by his divine-level forging skills, Qin Yu deeply understood that the first principle of forging is to treat every task seriously. Even the simplest weapon deserves one's full effort. This is why he could not tolerate Bai Qi's compromise on quality for the sake of showing off. Following Xiong Ran's instructions, Qin Yu remained fair and impartial in scoring. Except for Bai Qi's work, he gave at least 5 points to everyone else's creations. When he reached the 17th forging table, his own work pressed 10 without hesitation. This was not arrogance. The piece was indeed flawless, from materials to shape, from overall design to intricate details. At this moment, Bai Qi stood in front of the 17th table, scrutinizing it repeatedly before also pressing 10, even scoring it higher than his own work by 1 point. In the audience, some noticed Qin Yu's swift scoring pace. While some questioned if he was being too hasty, others speculated that it might be the work of a top expert. When all contestants finished scoring and returned to their tables, the screen began displaying the results. The scores for the first contestant appeared: 9, 10, 8, 9, 8, 7, 9. Only then did Qin Yu realize his scores might have been too low. Subsequently, the scores for other contestants were revealed, generally above 7, with almost everyone giving full marks to the 2nd and 17th entries. Bai Qi turned to look at the 17th contestant, a hint of apprehension in his eyes. This uniquely styled weapon was unfamiliar even to him. Yet the 17th entry showed no signs of inexperience, as if it had been crafted countless times before. This was no coincidence. The opponent's fundamental skills were intimidating. When the final scores for the 17th contestant were displayed on the big screen, the entire venue erupted in excitement. When the scores appeared on the big screen, the crowd erupted. 5, 4, 5, 5, 6, 10, 5. These numbers sparked gasps and discussions. Voices in the audience questioned, 5 points? 4 points? Is there a mistake? All eyes turned to contestant number 17, who had not only given low scores to others, but had awarded himself a perfect score. This act immediately drew strong disapproval and criticism. Which province sent him? It's so embarrassing. With such low integrity, how can he compete here? He gives low marks to others and a perfect score to himself? Shameless. The venue was in an uproar, with insults flying. The blacksmiths from the West Sea province were particularly furious. This guy must have a grudge against us. It's deliberate sabotage. However, amidst the chaos, someone noticed a remarkable detail: all previous contestants had given number 17's work perfect scores. This discovery was quickly drowned out by the angry outcry. The judges looked grim, and the host struggled to regain control. Worse still, the live broadcast comment section was flooded with insults. To manage the situation, the host hurried over to Qin Yu for an interview. Contestant number 17, may I ask you a few questions? The host asked urgently. Qin Yu nodded silently, his expression hidden beneath a mask. Many viewers suspect you're deliberately scoring unfairly to lower your opponent's scores. What do you have to say about this? Qin Yu paused, his gaze shifting to the big screen. The host followed his line of sight and gasped, 10 points. In the average score section, a striking 10 stood out. This meant all contestants had given Qin Yu perfect scores, an unprecedented event in the competition's history. The host took a deep breath and looked back at Qin Yu. Though Qin Yu remained silent, his actions spoke volumes. The doubts and accusations seemed powerless at this moment. The commotion gradually subsided, as even the most oblivious realized that contestant number 17 indeed possessed extraordinary talent. He didn't need to lower others' scores to elevate himself. His work alone was enough to impress everyone. The host posed a sharp question. Can you point out the shortcomings in the other contestants' works? The atmosphere in the venue instantly grew tense. The contestants perked up, their eyes fixed on Qin Yu, contestant number 17. They harbored some resentment toward Qin Yu for his low scores, yet couldn't deny his expertise in forging. Everyone held their breath, waiting for Qin Yu's evaluation. Taking the microphone, Qin Yu surveyed the works on display, finally focusing on the piece at station number 1. He began. The piece at number 1 has several issues. Firstly, the material purification is insufficient, resulting in a high level of impurities. Upon hearing this, contestant number 1 widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at his work. He mused to himself, the purity should meet the standards for top-grade weapons. How can he see it as having too many impurities? The other contestants glanced at contestant number 1 with a hint of mockery. In this setting, being called out for purification issues, a fundamental aspect of forging, was akin to public humiliation. However, their schadenfreude was short-lived. Qin Yu's next words sent a chill through the room. This issue isn't unique to number 1. It's common among other contestants, especially numbers 21 and 28, where it's more pronounced. As his words hung in the air, the room fell silent. All the contestants lowered their heads, particularly numbers 21 and 28, who wished they could disappear. Qin Yu continued, using the number 1 piece as an example to highlight more flaws. The handle is 1 centimeter shorter than the design, and the blade edge isn't perfectly smooth. These defects are hard to spot with the naked eye and require magnification to be seen. He then turned to other pieces, pointing out issues without mercy. The works of numbers 16 and 25 have problems with inadequate heating of materials. Although it doesn't affect the appearance, it significantly reduces the weapon's durability. Heating for an additional 2 minutes would greatly improve the result. Before Qin Yu could finish, contestant number 1 could no longer hold back. He stood up abruptly, grabbed the microphone, and angrily retorted, "Number 17, you're nitpicking. Every weapon has some margin of error. If you're this picky, even a 9th-level master forger's work would have faults. There's no such thing as a flawless weapon." Contestant number 1 glared at Qin Yu, and the tension between them filled the room, creating an atmosphere thick with confrontation. Upon hearing the rebuttal from contestant number 1, the atmosphere both on-site and in the live stream instantly heated up. The audience began to criticize contestant number 17's remarks, with doubts and questions echoing throughout. What gives you the right to say number 1's blade isn't smooth? Did you check it with a magnifying glass? Are you claiming your work is free of impurities? Ridiculous. Always nitpicking minor details. Is your work flawless? Lack of durability? Can you tell just by looking? The audience sharply pointed out that the issues raised by contestant 17 couldn't be verified on the spot. Other contestants were eager to refute, but found themselves at a loss for words. They had to admit that 17's work seemed to have no obvious flaws. At that moment, Qin Yu made a surprising move. He handed his work to contestant number 1 and calmly said, "This is the perfect weapon you just mentioned." This statement was like a bomb, sparking laughter throughout the venue. Even the host couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "Contestant 17 certainly has a sense of humor, but there's no such thing as a perfect weapon, just like there are no two identical snowflakes." However, Qin Yu responded earnestly, "Perhaps there wasn't before, but a few months ago, a perfect weapon came into existence." The host, curious, asked, "Why a few months ago?" Qin Yu's answer was even more astonishing. "Because a few months ago, I forged for the first time." This statement hit like a sledgehammer, leaving the host speechless. Her extensive hosting experience failed her at that moment, as she didn't know how to respond. The live chat exploded, with comments flooding the screen. "I've never seen someone so shameless. Claiming his weapon is perfect is one thing, but saying he made a perfect weapon on his first try? Surpassing the prodigies of various provinces in just a few months? That's some serious exaggeration. Haha, this guy's really full of it." Hearing him say this with a straight face, I find him rather amusing. "Host, take his mic away. Even my cows are flying from all this hot air." The number of viewers in the live stream skyrocketed, quickly surpassing the 50 million mark. Clearly, watching a contestant boast with a straight face was far more entertaining than a dull forging competition. Faced with such a situation, the host had no choice but to move past the topic and continue with the competition. However, Qin Yu's words had already planted a seed of curiosity in the audience's minds, making them eager to see what would happen next. Bai Qi let out a cold snort, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. He stared at the score sheet, his voice tinged with evident dissatisfaction. It's one thing to give the other contestants 5 or 6 points, but why did the second contestant only get 4 points? The fourth contestant's work is clearly of higher quality. His questioning stirred a commotion among the audience. At that moment, Qin Yu stepped forward, his voice calm yet powerful. "The answer is simple, just 4 words: attitude problem." The host pressed for clarification. "What do you mean? Can you explain further?" Qin Yu merely shook his head gently, choosing not to elaborate. He believed that truly skilled forgers would understand. However, his ambiguous response was misunderstood by most as evasive, leading them to think he was avoiding the issue. The atmosphere in the venue instantly became tense. Many spectators loudly demanded the disqualification of contestant number 17, while the forgers from Shihai province were furious, accusing the competition of being unfair. Meanwhile, Xiong Ran and Zhang Tianjian sat leisurely in the audience, their drinks still slightly chilled. Zhang Tianjian asked curiously, "What do you think Qin Yu is up to?" Xiong Ran pondered for a moment, a knowing look in his eyes. It might be because of Bai Qi's final actions. But one thing's for sure, Qin Yu definitely didn't give a low score out of malice. The two exchanged a smile, and Xiong Ran continued, "The more the people from Shihai province shout now, the harder they'll cry after the competition. Who would have thought that the true heir of the minimalist formation would participate in this contest?" Xiong Ran's tone carried a hint of amusement. "If the regular contestants are like a fine sword, Bai Qi is a musket, then Qin Yu is an Ivan bomb capable of destroying everything. This isn't even a contest on the same level." He leaned back in his chair, a smile playing on his lips. "This is nothing more than a complete dimensional reduction attack. The outcome was decided the moment he registered. Now, we just have to wait for the show to unfold." As Xiong Ran's words hung in the air, the tension in the arena seemed to heighten. Everyone was eagerly anticipating what would happen next, unsure of how this competition would ultimately conclude. The host frowned, realizing that his attempt to mediate had only intensified the tension. A firm voice from the production team came through his earpiece. "Stop asking number 17. Move on to the next segment immediately." The host cleared his throat, trying to maintain composure, and said, "It seems number 17 is quite confident in their work. Now, let's move on to the most exciting part. Please welcome our judges to give their scores." Led by Lin Lao, the judges, who were top casting masters from various provinces, approached the casting platform. Their discerning eyes could instantly assess the quality of the pieces. They first paused at casting station number 2, praising Bai Chi's work. "This young one is indeed a rough gem," Lin Lao sighed. "But a gem needs polishing to shine." With that, he pressed 4 on the scoring device and moved on. When Lin Lao reached casting station number 17, his expression suddenly froze. He carefully picked up the piece, a look of astonishment in his eyes. The other judges gathered around, noticing Lin Lao's meaningful smile. "The future of our casting world is in good hands." This comment left the judges in awe. They eagerly examined number 17's piece, lingering at the casting platform for a full 5 minutes until the organizers urged them to move on. The scores began to appear on the large screen. 5, 9, 6. The audience cheered for Bai Chi's 9. Then came 6, 5, 4, 10, 6. The room fell silent, as if everyone's breath had collectively paused. Behind these scores seemed to lie a secret that could shake the entire casting world. The audience held their breath, awaiting the final revelation. When the giant 10 flashed on the screen, the entire room fell silent. Everyone instinctively rubbed their eyes, unable to believe what they were seeing on the scoreboard. Some even wondered if there was a mistake in the data. Before anyone could exchange glances, the second judge's score appeared a glowing 10 once again. Then the third, fourth, 10th, and 20th judges' scores followed suit. Regardless of how strict these judges usually were or how low their scores were for other contestants, for contestant number 17, they all gave a perfect 10. This scene seemed like a perfectly orchestrated silent play, with each 10 striking the audience's hearts like a heavy hammer. The audience's reaction shifted from initial shock to bewilderment, and finally to silence. At this moment, silence spoke louder than words. All judges unanimously giving a perfect score was undoubtedly a small milestone in the world of forging. It signaled the rise of a new star, entering everyone's vision with unstoppable momentum. In this awe-inspiring moment, the audience seemed to hear again the unassuming words the contestant had uttered earlier. "This is the perfect weapon you just mentioned. Maybe it didn't exist before. But, a few months ago, the perfect weapon came into being. Because a few months ago, I conducted my first forging. Just minutes ago, people thought number 17 was merely boasting. But now, it was a statement of undeniable fact. A work that could conquer all the judges, even if not perfect, was already infinitely close to perfection. No wonder number 17 gave such low scores to everyone else. He was viewing these works from a higher vantage point. The crowd suddenly realized why number 17's scores for other contestants were so low was simply on a different level. How is this possible? Bai Chi's fist trembled slightly, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He couldn't accept that someone could receive a perfect score from the judges. When the final average score appeared, Bai Chi saw that his average was 8.2. In any previous forging competition, this score would have easily ranked first, crushing his peers. But this time, he encountered number 17, this monster. What made Bai Chi feel even more pressured was that number 17 was from the East Sea province, his biggest rival in this competition. Despite this, Bai Chi didn't give up. He took a deep breath and silently thought, solid fundamentals are one thing, and good detail work is another, but true forging isn't just about the weapon's appearance. The formation is the essence that determines a weapon's quality. After calming himself, Bai Chi's eyes reignited with determination. He was secretly glad he still had an ace up his sleeve, the Yedoba revealed second-level simplified formation. Currently, the first-level simplified formation had been public for some time, and it wasn't hard to guess that the next competition phase would test who could draw the first-level simplified formation best. While everyone was focusing on drawing the first-level simplified formation, Bai Chi would unveil a weapon with a second-level simplified formation, surely dominating the stage and astonishing everyone. Bai Chi planned quietly. When the Bai family unveils the second-level simplified formation, the West Sea province will undoubtedly suppress the East Sea province completely. My family has paid a huge price to obtain the second-level simplified formations data, and we've spent countless resources and effort researching it day and night, all for this moment. How could one person's effort defeat the effort of an entire family? Number 17. Let's see how you compete with me. The first round ended with Qin Yu advancing to the second round with an unprecedented perfect score. The second round was a 1v1 knockout format, with opponents randomly matched by computer. Each pair would be given a random theme and had to forge a complete weapon within a set time, with the higher quality piece advancing and the other being eliminated. This round allowed contestants significant creative freedom. For example, if the theme was sword, contestants could interpret it freely, with no restrictions on the sword's size, shape, or level. After lunch, the second round officially began. With the morning's stunning perfect score, the audience was even more eager for the afternoon's matches. Soon, The first round of matchups was announced. Qin Yu's opponent was contestant number 10, and the theme was a sword. Unsurprisingly, Qin Yu won easily. After an afternoon of intense competition, only 10 contestants remained. At this pace, barring any surprises, the final champion and runner-up would be decided in another day. Qin Yu stretched his muscles lightly. The continuous forging in the afternoon was a considerable test of physical and mental endurance. After the host announced the list of those advancing, he thanked the contestants for their brilliant performances and the audience for their support, concluding with, "Thank you for the exciting matches and to our audience for your support. Today's competition is officially over. Let's look forward to tomorrow's exciting battles." As the audience left in an orderly fashion, Qin Yu was intercepted backstage by a short figure in a black robe and mask. No guesses were needed. It was Bai Qi. From under the mask came a defiant voice. "I admit your first round work was better than mine, but I haven't truly used my full strength. Tomorrow, I'll personally eliminate you." Qin Yu nodded expressionlessly and replied calmly, "All right, good luck." The atmosphere at the competition was electric by noon the next day. The host announced loudly, "Congratulations to contestant number 2 for defeating contestant number 12 and advancing successfully." The audience erupted into enthusiastic cheers. After a morning of intense competition, only 2 contestants remained, number 2 and number 17. The scorching sun beat down on the stage, and the nearby furnace blazed with heat, adding to the pressure on the 2 contestants. The host, holding a microphone, walked between them and announced, "Congratulations to contestants number 2 and number 17 for making it to the final round. The champion will emerge from between you two. Do either of you need to request a break?" "No need," they both replied in unison, their eyes filled with determination. The host nodded and continued, "All right, the final match of this Youth Forging Masters competition will begin in 5 minutes. Please prepare yourselves." As soon as he finished speaking, the audience once again erupted into excited shouts. "Go Bai Qi. Number 2 for the win. West Sea Province for the win. Number 17 is unbeatable. I love you, number 17." The cheers were deafening, resonating throughout the venue. Unbeknownst to him, number 17 had also garnered a group of loyal fans. In this world, strength was revered, and those who were powerful could inspire admiration in any field. Just like Qin Yu, who gained nearly 1 billion fans after becoming a top scholar. If Qin Yu were to reveal his identity now, the atmosphere would surely explode again. A top scholar who single-handedly overshadowed numerous prodigies and was also a top-tier forging talent would undoubtedly create a sensation. However, Qin Yu had no intention of revealing his identity. Simply being the top scholar had already attracted a host of foreign assassins. Displaying other talents would only make his situation more dangerous. The host's voice rang out again. The champion contenders, Bai Qi, and the dark horse of the competition, contestant number 17, both crushed their way to the finals. The clash of titans is sure to create a unique spark. Now, the computer will randomly select the theme for this forging round. The large screen flickered before settling on the words, Wolfang Club. Bai Qi's pupils shrank as he turned to look at his grandfather sitting in the front row of the audience. To his surprise, his grandfather showed no sign of surprise, as if he had anticipated this result. The Wolfang Club was an extremely uncommon weapon, with a crafting method entirely different from more common weapons like swords, knives, and spears. It's likely that 99 of forgers would have no idea how to make such a weapon, let alone skillfully produce one within the time limit. However, Bai Qi was not among that 99. In the month leading up to the competition, he had spent at least 15 days practicing and crafting Wolfang clubs. He had thought it was just family training to improve his forging skills, never imagining that the final would feature such a niche weapon. Was it a coincidence? Was it really just luck? That was uncertain. At least, previous competition themes had all been common weapons, and this was the first time the Wolfang Club had appeared. Bai Qi glanced at Qin Yu, feeling secretly pleased. It seemed even fate was on his side. Faced with this theme, Qin Yu remained calm. To him, the Wolfang Club was no different from other weapons like swords, spears, or staves, just requiring more iron and a bit more effort in purification. Begin the match. With the host's command, both contestants swiftly placed their iron blocks into the furnace to start heating. In the audience, the forging masters from East Sea Province, including Xiong Ran and Zhang Tianjian, were instantly flustered upon seeing the theme. Oh no, do you think Qin Yu knows how to make a Wolfang Club? Although they didn't doubt Qin Yu's forging skills, the Wolfang Club was simply too rare. At least half of them had never crafted one, so they wondered if Qin Yu, who considered forging a side hobby, could manage it. With countless weapon types out there, Qin Yu couldn't possibly learn how to make every single one, so they thought it was quite possible that he might not know how to craft a Wolfang Club. Of course, for a forger, not knowing how to make something doesn't mean it can't be done. Just like in the first round, where everyone crafted pieces they had never seen before, relying only on a blueprint. The key is whether one can visualize the blueprint of a Wolfang Club in their mind. The real challenge lies in engraving the enchantments. The structure of each weapon is different, and so the enchantments must be too. Even the slightest deviation can affect the weapon's quality or even ruin it entirely. Engraving enchantments on an unfamiliar weapon requires repeated exploration and numerous failures to understand its basic structure and increase the chances of success in future enchantment attempts. This is where experience plays a crucial role. However, Qin Yu didn't have the luxury of repeated trials at the moment. He only had one chance, and if he failed, the forging would end prematurely. Nevertheless, Xiong Ran and the others were not entirely pessimistic. They thought that if Qin Yu didn't know how to make it, Bai Qi might not either. The difficulty of the theme was the same for both, and at worst, both could fail. Under the intense heat of the furnace, the iron block quickly turned red hot. Bai Qi glanced at Qin Yu across from him, and swiftly used tongs to grab the iron block, determined to seize the initiative. The forging hammer in his hand, weighing over 100 pounds, seemed light as a feather as he smashed it down with force. With a loud bang, sparks flew, and the red-hot iron block shrank by a tenth. With that strike, a vast domain of a master blacksmith expanded outward from Bai Qi. This time, the domain's range was broader, and the internal energy was more active. Clearly, Bai Qi had concealed his true strength in previous matches. The domain enveloped Qin Yu, and instead of being drawn to him, the surrounding energy ebbed and flowed with Bai Qi's actions. Within this domain, Bai Qi was the absolute master, commanding all the energy. It was a blatant challenge, akin to the psychological pressure two experts exert before a duel. However, such tricks might work on others, but they fell short against Qin Yu. His expression remained calm, his movements unhurried, as if Bai Qi's domain was non-existent. He calmly extracted the iron block, grasped his forging hammer, and his whole demeanor shifted dramatically. In an instant, Bai Qi felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down on him. It was as if he were a lone boat amidst a vast ocean, facing towering waves over 100 meters high. The pressure was so intense it nearly suffocated him. Immediately after, Bai Qi's meticulously constructed blacksmith domain silently crumbled. Bai Qi tasted blood in his throat and spat it onto the scorching iron block in front of him, producing a sharp hissing sound. He wiped the blood from his mouth, a hint of apprehension flashing in his eyes, forced to admit that Qin Yu's forging prowess was indeed superior. Yet, Bai Qi did not concede. He thought to himself, I have mastered the second-level simplified array, and this competition is about crafting a wolf-tooth club. I will not lose. With this resolve, he raised his forging hammer again, compressing his domain to a smaller size, careful not to encroach on Qin Yu. As time ticked by, Bai Qi was the first to put down his forging hammer and began shaping the weapon. He fused pre-made wolf teeth onto the club, giving it an imposing appearance. Meanwhile, Qin Yu continued at his steady pace, his iron block gradually taking form. Their crafting methods were starkly different. Bai Qi's approach was to separately forge the wolf teeth and the club, then fuse them at high temperatures. In contrast, Qin Yu directly forged the wolf teeth onto the club, creating a seamless piece. Although Qin Yu's weapon was superior in quality, Bai Qi had a slight edge in speed. Both had their strengths. Soon, Bai Qi completed the shaping. A black wolf-tooth club lay quietly on the anvil, its protruding teeth suggesting formidable power. For an average blacksmith, this would be the endpoint. Xiong Ran, Zhang Tianjian, and others smiled. In their view, if neither side inscribed an array, Qin Yu's finished product would surely surpass Bai Qi's, securing victory for the East Sea province. However, their smiles froze after just 3 seconds. Bai Qi's hands never stopped. He picked up a carving knife and began skillfully inscribing an array onto the wolf-tooth club, as if he had practiced countless times. How is this possible? Xiong Ran's smile stiffened. Bai Qi could actually craft such a rare wolf-tooth club. Xiong Ran and the others felt an impending sense of trouble, while the high-ranking officials from the West Sea province beamed confidently, as if victory was assured. But the smile lasted only 3 seconds. The smiles on the faces of the high-ranking officials from the West Sea province froze instantly. Qin Yu, after completing the initial shaping, expertly picked up a carving knife and began to engrave. This mysterious contestant number 17 was indeed skilled in crafting the niche weapon, the spiked club. The atmosphere at the competition grew tense once more, with the outcome still uncertain. In the audience, only 2 people remained relaxed, a white-haired elder and a middle-aged man, both wearing faint smiles. They were Bai Qi's grandfather and father, who had just defeated the contestants from the East Sea province in their respective categories. After the competition, Bai Qi revealed an important piece of information to them. Contestant number 17 was actually the representative from the East Sea province. Although this contestant was undeniably strong, the two showed no signs of panic, maintaining an air of confidence throughout. It turned out that the West Sea province's forging community had invested heavily in this competition. Drawing the spiked club as a topic was no coincidence. The Bai family's resources alone could not have developed the method for engraving the second-level simplified array in such a short time. Behind all of this was the strong support of numerous forging experts from the West Sea province. Their goal was clear: to thoroughly defeat the East Sea Province's forging community, settling a long-standing rivalry once and for all by crushing their opponents. Contestant number 17 was not just facing Bai Qi, but the entire forging community of the West Sea Province. Under such circumstances, how could number 17 possibly win? How could Bai Qi possibly lose? This was all part of a meticulously planned scheme. The elder and middle-aged man sat leisurely in the audience, quietly waiting for the unveiling of the second-level simplified array. They had already begun to envision the immense fame and fortune they would gain by showcasing this technology to the outside world. In their minds, they could already hear the cheers of victory. At that moment, the Bai family would undoubtedly become the undisputed heroes of the West Sea Province's forging community. The elder smugly remarked, "The blame lies with the people of the East Sea Province for being too disunited, holding such an important opportunity, yet still forming cliques and factions. Now look what happened. They handed over this opportunity to us on a silver platter." Putting down the carving knife, Qin Yu brushed away the iron filings on the mace and infused it with spiritual energy for a careful inspection. Perfect. He stepped back, satisfied, leaving the forge table. The host's voice soon echoed, "Ladies and gentlemen, contestant number 17 has finished first, and contestant number 2 is in the final stages. The ultimate showdown between these top-tier forging prodigies is about to conclude." Based on previous scores, while contestant number 2 has performed excellently, they still fall slightly short compared to contestant number 17. Will contestant number 17 continue to lead and win, or will contestant number 2 make a comeback? Let's wait and see. Bai Qi exhaled slowly, a confident smile spreading across his face. This creation surpassed any of his previous works, an extraordinary performance. He raised his hand, giving the audience an okay gesture. Seeing this, Bai Qi's father immediately made a call. "Are the media contacts ready?" "Ready at any time," came the reply. "Good," Bai Qi's father said quietly. "As soon as Bai Qi's level 2 simplified array is revealed, announce the production diagram to the world. This honor is what the Bai family is determined to achieve." As the competition ended, the judges approached the competition platform. One judge from the West Sea Province quickly went to Bai Qi's station and picked up the newly completed mace. He was aware of Bai Qi's plan to inscribe the level 2 simplified array and eagerly infused spiritual energy into it. "Level 2 simplified array," the judge exclaimed. "Level 2 simplified array." The other judges rushed over, and the drones in the live broadcast room hovered closer. "It's really a level 2 simplified array. Let me see its structure. Incredible. The level 2 simplified array has been cracked so quickly, and by a young man no less. The Bai family truly has a prodigy." The judges' eyes shone as they marveled at Bai Qi's work, showering it with praise. Bai Qi watched their enthusiastic reactions and glanced at Qin Yu's work, left alone on the forge table, ignored even by the drones. A smirk played on his lips. "This championship is mine," Bai Qi thought. "No matter how skilled you are, you can't compete with the level 2 simplified array." Bai Qi looked arrogantly at Qin Yu, but suddenly felt a tremor in his heart. Despite the situation, Qin Yu remained calm, his eyes showing indifference and disdain. "Why?" Bai Qi was puzzled. "I've inscribed a level 2 simplified array, yet he isn't shocked, but instead shows disdain." In a daze, Bai Qi sensed something was amiss. Meanwhile, Xiong Ran's eyes burned with anger. "Level 2 simplified array," he gritted his teeth. "There's no way they could have created a level 2 simplified array out of thin air. The only possibility is a traitor among us." Xiong Ran's face was grim as he scanned the room with eyes as sharp as knives. His voice was low and dangerous, as if ready to erupt at any moment. "Listen up, you'd better keep yourselves well hidden, or I'll find out who's responsible." He gritted his teeth and continued. "In times like these, a traitor is more detestable than an enemy." The tension between the casting industries of the East Sea Province and the West Sea Province is at a boiling point, and someone had the nerve to hand over critical information to the other side. How is that any different from treason? Despite Xiong Ran's fury, he and his companions were unfazed about the competition results. They secretly chuckled to themselves. A second-level minimalist array formation? They must not know the origin of this formation. Trying to play with minimalist arrays in front of Qin Yu is like wielding a sword in front of Guan Gong's sure way to embarrass oneself. On the competition stage, Elder Lin brushed past the other judges and headed straight for Qin Yu's casting station. When he saw Qin Yu's finished product, a flash of delight crossed his eyes. Without hesitation, Elder Lin cast his vote for Qin Yu, not even sparing a glance at Bai Qi's work. This scene left everyone present in shock, especially Bai Qi, who was filled with confusion and anger. Clenching his fists, he raged internally. "Why? Why is Elder Lin suppressing me like this? The score he gave me in the first round was so low, yet he gave a perfect score to contestant number 17. Although my work isn't as good as number 17's, the gap isn't that wide. This is clearly a sign that he doesn't think highly of me." Bai Qi forced himself to stay calm. The first round didn't matter to him. Since they didn't believe in him, he was determined to prove them wrong. With a competitive spirit, Bai Qi stormed through the second round with overwhelming superiority, advancing to the finals. In the finals, he unveiled his strongest trump card. Bai Qi thought, now you'll be shocked, right? You'll regret giving me such a low score, won't you? You'll question your own judgment now, won't you? He longed to hold his head high. However, to his surprise, Elder Lin didn't even glance at his work and directly cast his vote for contestant number 17. Bai Qi internally raged, why? I inscribed a second-level minimalist array formation, and all the judges were captivated by my work. Why don't you even have the slightest interest to take a look, and so hastily decide that number 17 is better than me? He wanted to rush up and confront Elder Lin, but he lacked the courage. Bai Qi suppressed his anger and consoled himself. It's okay. Once all the judges cast their votes for me, you'll realize just how wrong you are. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.